Before him stood a youth, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, as if he had stepped out of a mirror, save for the shock of silver hair and the menacing crimson eyes. Yet this white-haired boy was but a corpse. Su Chen's gaze grew serious. With a flick of his fingers, a cluster of scarlet flames erupted, arching through the air like a parabola before crashing to the ground, igniting the area in a sea of crimson fire, enveloping the white-haired youth. Su Chen stood vigilantly atop the dilapidated building, his demeanor alert. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a flame-scarred boy broke through the crumbling wall, propelled by sheer force. Su Chen's eyes widened. The white-haired youth's fatal injuries had inexplicably healed. "You bastard! I will devour you." The white-haired boy, moving with the agility of a beast, scaled the walls and lunged at Su Chen, baring his sharp teeth. Su Chen's expression hardened as he concentrated the scarlet flames at his fingertips, unleashing them. A piercing scream shattered the night air. The struck white-haired youth fell, ablaze, rolling on the ground in agony. A half-zombie? In an instant, Su Chen appeared with remarkable speed, his foot pressing firmly against the youth's back, pinning him to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. "Let go!" The white-haired boy, trapped beneath Su Chen's foot, could do little more than gnaw at the long-accumulated dirt atop the building. "Who are you truly?" "I am Su Chen. Release me," the white-haired boy shouted, straining against his restraints. Su Chen squinted slightly. Not only did they share identical appearances, but they also shared the same name. "This is not good." Su Chen's expression shifted as he took a few steps back, having underestimated the creature's strength. "Hee." The zombie Su Chen broke free, its limbs clawing at the ground as it leapt towards him like a wild beast. Su Chen retreated 2 steps, flames swirling in his hands, ready to confront the zombie Su Chen. The flames seared the creature's skin, producing a foul odor and thick smoke. Yet, this time, the zombie Su Chen, enduring the pain, charged through the flames directly at Su Chen. The zombie Su Chen emitted a chilling roar, tackling Su Chen off the dilapidated building. Thud! Suddenly, the deafening sound of a heavy object hitting the ground reverberated outside. Su Chen, perched on the windowsill with his phone, trembled in fright. He hurriedly opened the window, peering towards the nearby abandoned building complex, where the sound seemed to originate. From a distance, crimson flames flickered ominously. Is someone setting off fireworks? Just moments ago, he thought he heard someone screaming. At this hour, are they trying to get killed? After that, Su Chen dismissed it, returning to his phone, speaking in a rich, bubbly tone as he sent a voice message. "Hey, darling, are you asleep?" What followed was a prolonged waiting period, during which Su Chen grew weary. At last, the screen lit up with a message. Su Chen's emotions surged. Incredibly, she had replied. The strategy to win over the wealthy school beauty had taken a step further. A new direction for college student employment. Living in a villa, lounging about, living off others' success was within reach. "Mu Xiaoyan, could you please stop messaging me?" Upon hearing her soft, almost timid voice, Su Chen's expression grew somber as his slender fingers typed swiftly. "Su Chen, if you don't like me, you can tell me. Don't keep me hanging." "Su Chen, your attitude gives me no hope. I am genuinely exhausted." "Mu Xiaoyan, I don't like you." "Su Chen, I don't believe it." "Mu Xiaoyan." Su Chen cleared his throat, preparing to send a good-night message. Then, a sudden exclamation mark appeared. "Damn, she actually blocked me." Fuming, Su Chen switched to another account. "Where you up to?" He sent a voice message. This time, the reply came swiftly. "Mu Xiaoyan. Mu Xiaoyan. Su Chen, how many accounts do you have?" "Su Chen, hee, this is the last one." Then came a voice message. "Mu Xiaoyan, we are just classmates, but if you keep this up, I will really report you." Hearing her feigned anger, Su Chen could vividly imagine Mu Xiaoyan's exquisitely beautiful face. He couldn't help but listen again. Su Chen coughed lightly, pressing the screen to send a voice message. "Really? I don't believe you would actually report me." Once more, an exclamation mark flashed on the screen. Su Chen sighed. "Damn, I've lost another account." Yet he remained undeterred. "Darling, please cherish tonight's moonlight and my love for you. Good night." Su Chen logged into another account, adjusting his voice to a rich, magnetic tone as he concluded the voice message. Like a stone cast into the sea, there was no response. He replayed it, ensuring his tone was perfect and captivating before tossing the phone aside. ready to sleep. In the next moment, a blaring siren pierced the night, illuminating the entire complex with its sound-activated lights. Can anyone get some sleep? Fuming, Su Chen threw off the covers. Then, with quick reflexes, he opened the window. The sirens signified the arrival of law enforcement. Was there a commotion? One by one, he observed uniformed officers entering the complex. What on earth happened? Su Chen muttered to himself. The last time he saw so many officers, it was during high school when a classmate named Chang was involved in a serious incident. Wow, same building? Su Chen was taken aback, then faintly heard a series of footsteps approaching. Same floor. Su Chen was bewildered. In his rented apartment, the neighbor was the landlord, Old Wang. Next door was a couple. The female neighbor was a stunning woman in her 30s, shapely and fair-skinned. Could it be that Old Wang had gone too far? Old Wang, how could you stoop so low? You deserve to be caught. Su Chen cursed, spitting out a sour retort. Why not come to him for help? He was 18, handsome, and a top student at Southern Town University. What did he lack compared to that round-bellied, nearing 40 Old Wang? Then, the footsteps drew nearer with alarming speed. Something fell off. In an instant, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. It seemed, no, it was definitely coming for his room. Bang! The door was forcefully smashed open, reduced to splinters, with an officer sporting a mushroom haircut leading the charge. A flurry of officers swiftly followed, guns drawn, pointing directly at Su Chen. Hands up inside. As he found himself staring down the dark muzzle of a gun, Su Chen was utterly stunned. He quickly complied, raising his hands. Were they looking for him? What had he done to warrant such attention from law enforcement? Could it be Xiaoyan? No way. Had she really reported him? Chapter 2. The Unrepentant Sycophant Name? Su Chen. Age. Just turned 18. Student. A member of the martial arts department at Jinan University. So, you are a martial artist. Does that mean you are quite formidable? Ahem, not really. In the interrogation room, the stern-faced enforcer, whose appearance was reminiscent of a bandit, recorded notes while raising an eyebrow at Su Chen. You've got some audacity. Having turned 18, it seems you're eligible for prison time. Su Chen, gazing at the imposing enforcer, could not help but swallow hard. The enforcer was a towering figure, rugged in appearance, with a conspicuous scar adorning his face, and a buzz cut that would make any criminal envious. His position, however, was that of the captain of the Jinan law enforcement team. Oddly enough, he seemed to be sucking on a strawberry lollipop, creating a bizarre juxtaposition. Sir, I beseech you, please cease the investigation into the crime of sycophancy. I've been subservient for 3 years, my rent has been licked away, and my family has been drained dry, Su Chen pleaded, his eyes glistening with tears. Who doesn't he wish to find a partner? Can you guarantee that you will never be a sycophant in your lifetime? The middle-aged enforcer's expression hardened. What nonsense are you spouting? What is the reason? Su Chen retracted his exaggerated performance and inquired with curiosity. Still putting on an act, are we? The middle-aged enforcer shot Su Chen a glance and began reciting his alleged misdeeds. At 3:15 a.m. on the 7th, you committed arson in the Southern District, setting fire to a cornfield, fortunately without casualties. At 9:30 p.m. on the 9th, you injured 2 law enforcement officers with fire. Yesterday afternoon at 2 p.m., you pilfered over 100 pounds of raw pork from a meat shop at the market. Wait a moment. Su Chen interjected urgently. What is it? The middle-aged captain inquired. I was not in the Southern District 3 days ago, and why on earth would I steal raw pork from the market? Su Chen insisted vehemently. Arson is one thing, but stealing raw pork? Over 100 pounds? Can I even consume that much? Is the world mad, or am I the one losing my mind? The middle-aged enforcer cast a scrutinizing glance at Su Chen and activated the virtual screen before him. Curious, Su Chen looked up to see the surveillance footage. A white-haired youth, resembling a dog, was on all fours sniffing around. Suddenly, a gleam appeared in his red eyes as he dashed into the market with astonishing speed. Su Chen's expression turned to one of shock. The visage of this individual was strikingly similar to his own, save for the white hair. Before long, the footage showed the white-haired Su Chen bolting out of the market, a mouthful of over 100 pounds of raw pork, sprinting on all fours with unbelievable jaw strength. The enforcer turned off the screen and fixed his gaze on Su Chen. Do you have any explanations? This is not me. I have never dyed my hair white. Su Chen protested loudly. Who on earth knows what this is about? Calm down. The middle-aged enforcer produced a photograph and held it before Su Chen, captured by the Tianmu electronic eye tonight. Is this you? In the photograph, Su Chen was clad in a black combat suit, draped in a cloak, his expression stern as he stood atop a high-rise building. That's not me. This decrepit building has no stairs. How could I possibly climb that high? Su Chen asserted earnestly, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. The individual pilfering pork at the market, along with the one clad in combat attire, what on earth is happening? Why do they bear such a striking resemblance? I did not venture outside this evening. I possess chat records to corroborate my statement. Should you doubt, feel free to inspect my movement trajectory, Su Chen hastily asserted. Subsequently, the middle-aged enforcer seized Su Chen's mobile device. His contacts were few, with a girl named Xiaoyan pinned at the top. Upon delving into the conversation, a screen filled with dense green text greeted him, most of which lacked replies. The enforcer furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the last voice message. The device emitted Su Chen's deep, bubble-like voice. Darling, please cherish the moonlight tonight and my love for you. Good night. The middle-aged enforcer cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen and remarked with a frown, You ought to temper your expressions. This could be construed as sexual harassment. It seemed this young man had neither flattery, monetary transfers, roses, gifts, nor invitations to dine. His overture was purely one of harassment. Su Chen awkwardly cleared his throat. That particular message was not sent by me. The enforcer, with a strawberry lollipop pinched between his fingers, instinctively flicked away imaginary ash, revealing his identity as a seasoned smoker. The timing indeed felt amiss. The enforcer, Wang Longqing, had served for 2 decades and had never encountered such peculiar circumstances. I possess an alibi. I had classes a few days ago and remained at school, Su Chen stated earnestly. There were indeed numerous individuals capable of validating his absence. Wang Longqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yet, he harbored a hunch that perhaps this young man was not the culprit. He appeared to be an ordinary student. Of course, this intuition stemmed from his 2 decades of experience as an enforcer. However, the surveillance and celestial monitoring had undoubtedly captured this young man's movements. Do you have a twin brother? Wang Longqing inquired. Su Chen pondered before replying, Perhaps. What do you mean by perhaps? Wang Longqing pressed. I am an orphan. I cannot ascertain whether I have a twin. At that moment, Wang Longqing's brow knitted into a muscular knot, his anger palpable. Another orphan. Su Chen responded. The author states that orphans have simpler interpersonal relationships, making them easier to write about. Wang Longqing, without retort, placed the strawberry lollipop into his mouth. This young man did not appear to be a criminal. He speculated that it might indeed be a case of twin involvement. Twin crimes can easily confound perceptions and have been documented in numerous law enforcement cases. Such occurrences are not uncommon. First, we shall take him to the detention room for observation, Wang Longqing declared. Su Chen immediately protested. Surely not. Must I be detained? If you are innocent, your name will be cleared. For now, endure this inconvenience. Wang Longqing patted Su Chen's shoulder, then called out, Xiaoyan. Coming, Captain Wang. At that moment, a young enforcer sporting an unruly mushroom haircut entered. Su Chen recognized him. It was this very individual who had smashed his door. Take him to the detention room. Understood. After Su Chen was escorted away, Wang Longqing's phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming number, his heart skipped a beat. This number was no ordinary one for the region. He hurriedly answered. Hello, Commander, greetings. Hello, Captain Wang. You need not concern yourself with Su Chen's case any further. Yes, understood. After an intense conversation, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Wang Qinglong's back. Who was this young man, capable of attracting such significant attention? In the detention room, Su Chen was escorted inside. Click. As the glass door locked behind him, Su Chen let out a slight sigh. Who would have thought that this vibrant university student would find himself in such a predicament? Hey kid, what brings you here? Asked 2 scruffy youths in the detention room. Just being a sycophant. Su Chen casually fabricated an excuse. Haha, you really are quite the joker. One of the youths laughed heartily. Su Chen glanced at the 2. Their demeanor unmistakably streetwise, and chose a secluded corner to sit down. He had no desire to engage with these thugs. Even 10 of them would be no match for him in a fight. After all, he was a specially recruited student from the martial arts department of Jiangnan University. Soon, a young law enforcer named Xiaoyan opened the detention room door. Su Chen, you can leave now. Leave? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, but a smile quickly spread across his face. Thank you, officer. Thank you. He was more than eager to escape this place. He would gladly trade his freedom for a life of luxury in a villa, driving a fancy car. The 2 scruffy youths looked on with envy. Did he really come in just for being a sycophant? It seems so. He barely had time to sit down before he was let out. I've been pursuing technician Lily for 2 years. Will I get a harsher sentence? Shoo, keep it down. What if someone hears? Outside the enforcement bureau, night had fallen. What a night it had turned out to be. Su Chen pulled out his phone, contemplating hailing a ride, but upon seeing his dwindling funds, he sighed and decided to walk home. If only he could attract a wealthy woman, he wouldn't have to endure such a miserable existence. In a desolate alley, the extraordinary Su Chen leaned against a wall, struggling to stand. He was covered in dust, and his ribs ached slightly. However, considering he had fallen from a height of over 10 stories, these minor injuries were hardly worth noting. He had let that doppelganger escape. Su Chen's expression turned icy, and he struck the wall with a fiery punch. The tremendous force left the wall cracked and spiderwebbed. A single misstep had allowed that look-alike to plummet from the high-rise. Nevertheless, he was certain that the other man had emerged unscathed. He had witnessed that fellow's formidable self-healing abilities firsthand. As the extraordinary Su Chen gazed at the dazzling city lights before him, he fell into deep contemplation. While it bore a striking resemblance to his original world, he vowed that this was certainly not the same place. Chapter 3. Sister takes you somewhere beneath the street lamp. A family of 3 passed by, chatting and laughing. A little girl, sandwiched between her young parents, tugged at their hands, her cheerful laughter ringing out in the dim light, casting elongated shadows of the trio. Su Chen, the extraordinary being, watched them depart with a complex expression in his eyes, one of envy, perhaps longing. He held a metallic pendant against his chest, opening it to reveal a photograph of a beautiful woman, her smile radiant. The picture had clearly aged, yellowing at the edges, the features of the woman becoming somewhat indistinct. Lifting his gaze to the pitch-black sky, Su Chen's eyes hardened with resolve. He would returning to the world that belonged to him. The desolate wind swept by as the extraordinary being, Su Chen, tightened his black combat attire and stepped forth. Under the illumination, his tall silhouette appeared increasingly solitary. Mother, I feel somewhat weary. A little girl passing beneath the streetlight nestled against the woman beside her. The woman smiled and said, "You're all grown up now. Yet you still wish for me to carry you." The man chuckled, "Come, Uncle Tian will lift you." The little girl cheered, "Yay?" The woman covered her mouth in laughter. "You spoil her too much. Hee hee, whether big or small, I indulge them all. Uncle Tian, why do you kiss my mother? You mustn't tell your father, all right? Come, let us make a pinky promise. This shall be our little secret." Bang! The garbage bin on the street was overturned, with a white-haired zombie, Su Chen, emerging from within. It seemed he only crawled out after sensing the absence of danger. "I'm so hungry." The zombie Su Chen sat upon the ground. Ever since he inexplicably arrived in this world yesterday, that reckless troublemaker had been relentlessly pursuing him. They fought for an entire day. His body was heavily injured, and the continuous use of self-healing left him increasingly famished. The pork he had consumed yesterday had long since been depleted. The zombie Su Chen rose to rummage through the trash, but after thoroughly searching the bin, he found nothing to eat. Hunger clouded his vision, leaving him powerless to lie back down. At that moment, a faint fragrant aroma wafted through the air, incessantly tantalizing his taste buds and making his already grumbling stomach feel even heavier. "Hello, do you need assistance?" A woman, elegantly dressed and strikingly beautiful, paused in front of the zombie Su Chen, crouching down to softly inquire. The zombie Su Chen opened his eyes. Before him stood a delicate and charming face, clearly enhanced by makeup, yet possessing an inherently remarkable beauty. Her figure was alluring, the white shirt she wore accentuating her shapely form. The zombie swallowed hard, not out of desire for her beauty, but rather the enticing scent she emanated. For a zombie on the brink of starvation, the sudden appearance of a human was irresistibly tempting. He shook his head, wrestling against his insatiable hunger. "What's wrong?" Duan Xian observed the zombie Su Chen's pained expression and couldn't help but inch closer. "Stay back." The zombie Su Chen quickly retreated, his crimson eyes reflecting a greedy longing. However, due to the dim light, Duan Xian could not discern his grotesque visage. She paused, speaking softly. "Do you need me to call an ambulance?" "I need food." The zombie Su Chen growled with great difficulty. Upon comprehending his words, Duan Xian immediately stood up. "All right, just wait for me." Once Duan Xian departed, the zombie Su Chen struggled to sit up, using his filthy sleeve to wipe away the drool trickling from his mouth. Just now, he had nearly lost control. "I'm still so hungry." The zombie Su Chen rubbed his belly, releasing a mournful sigh. But no matter how ravenous he felt, he could never resort to cannibalism. This was the mantra he had incessantly drilled into himself before his transformation into a zombie. The zombie Su Chen grabbed a handful of grass from the ground and began to chew. The bitter blades provided no sustenance. The zombie Su Chen lay sprawled on the ground, wondering if he might perish from starvation. He gazed at the starry sky and slowly closed his eyes. First, he would sleep, thus conserving his strength. Here, something for you. Xiaoyan turned back, looking at the zombie Su Chen lying on the ground, and handed him a plastic bag. It was filled to the brim with snacks purchased from a convenience store. The zombie Su Chen lifted his head to glance at Xiaoyan, then at the food. The audacity of this woman to present such precious sustenance to him left him momentarily stunned, as if he were faint from hunger and dreaming. It was only upon realizing the reality of the situation that he broke into a terrifying grin. In an instant, like a flash of lightning, the zombie Su Chen snatched the plastic bag from Xiaoyan's hand. Caught off guard, she screamed and, in a frantic struggle, fell heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha, foolish woman. The zombie Su Chen laughed maniacally as he dashed away with the food. In his world, food was the most invaluable treasure. Nothing else compared. It was the very lifeline to survival. How dare this foolish woman expose food to his sight? Ha ha ha, utterly ridiculous. More foolish than he. Xiaoyan sat on the ground, momentarily dazed, gazing at the scrapes on her palm, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. She had merely wished to assist someone in distress, driven by kindness. Yet she had never anticipated such an outcome. What kind of people are these? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with the tremor of impending tears as she lifted her hand to inspect the bleeding scrapes. In that moment, the hardships of her job search earlier in the day, combined with the injustices of the night, overwhelmed her, and she hugged her knees and began to weep. Soon, she heard a sound of approaching footsteps. She looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. Here for you. The zombie Su Chen reappeared, a sausage in his mouth, and reluctantly offered her a piece of bread. Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback by the scene. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, the zombie Su Chen extended his hand towards her, his silver hair dancing lightly in the breeze, and his handsome face, illuminated by the light, exuded an indescribable charm. It felt as though they were in a cinematic moment. Instead of accepting the bread, Xiaoyan grasped the zombie Su Chen's hand and stood up. Why did you run just now? She asked, wiping her tears with annoyance. The zombie Su Chen swallowed the sausage and replied nonchalantly, I snatched the food. So why wouldn't I run? Xiaoyan's lips twitched. This lad, though young, clearly lacked decorum, casually justifying his thievery. Are you not going to eat the bread? The zombie Su Chen inquired, shaking the bread in his hand. Xiaoyan sighed. I want to eat it, it's all for you. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly tore open the bread. Thank you. You're truly foolish. Xiaoyan retorted, I can't help it. I'm Xiaoyan, a lady who shouldn't curse. She struggled to suppress her anger. At that moment, the large bag of food had already been devoured by the zombie Su Chen, and the bread was the last morsel. He licked his fingers, relishing the crumbs left behind, looking utterly unsatisfied. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the zombie Su Chen, Xiaoyan's maternal instincts surged. It was difficult to fathom what this child had endured to be reduced to such a state. What is your name? Xiaoyan inquired gently. The zombie Su Chen replied, Su Chen. How old are you? 18. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded slightly. 18, already an adult, not a child anymore. Where do you live? Shall I take you home? Xiaoyan asked as if soothing a child. She noticed that this boy might not possess high intelligence and could have some cognitive issues. The zombie Su Chen said, I have no home. When the apocalypse struck, his home was destroyed. Xiaoyan's expression tightened, and she pressed further. What about your parents? I have never seen them. The zombie Su Chen contemplated before responding. It appeared he had never encountered his parents even before becoming a zombie. A wave of emotions washed over Xiaoyan, and tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. How tragic. Then, without parents or a home, how have you survived all these years? The zombie Su Chen flexed his muscular arms and grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. By stealing. Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Her overwhelming compassion was abruptly stifled. This individual was indeed dangerous. Well then, would you like me to take you somewhere? Xiaoyan asked with a gentle smile. The zombie Su Chen, intrigued, asked, will there be food? There should be, though it may not be very appetizing, Duan Xian mused. She had heard that the food there was rather mediocre. Upon hearing this, the zombie Su Chen smile brightened. As long as there's food, that's good. Chapter 4. The Self in a Parallel World. In the Enforcement Bureau, Wang Qinglong donned a new uniform, adjusted his cap before the glass, and tidied his collar. Appearing somewhat anxious. Captain Wang, you were looking for me. At that moment, the door swung open, and the young enforcer, Xiaoyan, entered. With a dark, mushroom-shaped haircut. He was tall and slender, resembling a stick. Wang Qinglong cleared his throat. Xiang Kunkin, I must attend an important meeting tonight. You'll take charge of the bureau in my absence. A meeting at this late hour? Xiao Kunkin exclaimed incredulously. Wang Qinglong shot him a glare. This is confidential. Do not inquire further. Just manage your responsibilities. Of course, Captain Wang. Safe travels, Xiao Kunkin replied with a grin. Once Wang Qinglong departed, Xiao Kunkin relaxed. Seated himself in Wang Qinglong's chair, crossed his legs, and whistled leisurely. With Captain Wang absent, the Town South Enforcement Bureau was under the command of its vice-captain, Xiao Kunkin. Captain Wang. At that moment, the door opened, and another enforcer entered. Xiao Kunkin waved his hand with a charming smile. Captain Wang is in a meeting. If there are matters to discuss, speak with me. What has happened? Kunkin, someone has turned themselves in. The enforcer reported. Xiao Kunkin's expression turned serious. Turned themselves in? Interrogation room. Xiao Kunkin and the zombie Su Chen stared at each other in silence for a long while. Wait, are you really being a sycophant again? Xiao Kunkin stood up, scrutinizing the zombie Su Chen. Did you return with white hair? Regarding Su Chen, Xiang Kunkin held a rather profound impression of him. Initially, he inquired with Wang Qinglong about the reason for the boy's detention. Wang, however, did not provide a clear explanation and merely remarked about a lickspittle offense. This startled Xiang Kunkin considerably, as he feared that his past indiscretions might also be unearthed. Yet, that did not seem plausible. He was well versed in the law and understood that being a sycophant was not a crime. What could the reason be? Xiang Kunkin turned to his colleague in law enforcement, who replied, according to the young lady's account, this boy is a habitual robber and seems to exhibit some mental instability. Robbery? Xiang Kunkin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the zombie Su Chen and asking, what have you robbed recently? Zombie Su Chen replied, I robbed pork yesterday. Xiang Kunkin asked, how much pork? Zombie Su Chen answered, over 100 pounds. Xiang Kunkin inquired further, where's the pork now? Zombie Su Chen replied, I ate it. Xiang Kunkin, increasingly astonished, pressed on. All of it? Zombie Su Chen confirmed, yes. Astonishment grew as Xiang Kunkin asked, over 100 pounds? How did you manage to eat that much? In response, Zombie Su Chen raised his hands, opened his mouth, and mimicked gnawing on pork, exhibiting a foolish demeanor that was simply bewildering. Xiang Kunkin furrowed his brow, glancing at his colleague nearby. This boy, the law enforcement officer beside him, seemingly aware of Xiang Kunkin's unvoiced questions, rubbed his temples and said, it's indeed Su Chen. We just verified his identity, and it matches perfectly. He too was perplexed. Had this boy's hair turned white caused him to lose his wits? He appeared to be an entirely different person. Schizophrenia? I should consult with Captain Wang. Xiang Kunkin found himself in a quandary, recalling how Wang Longqing had previously handled Su Chen's case, and he decided to reach out to him. Otherwise, with this confessor's nonsensical ramblings, he would have no way of discerning the truth. Hey, Captain Wang, about Su Chen, please treat him leniently. I am not in the bureau, and I implore you to avoid any mishaps, understood? If anything were to happen, I shall return and have your skin. Following this, the sound of the call ending echoed in Xiang Kunkin's phone. Wang Longqing was evidently preoccupied and had no time to engage in idle chatter. Xiang Kunkin was momentarily stunned, scratching his mushroom-like hairstyle. Leniency? Was he expected to treat the boy like royalty? The nearby law enforcement officer, after completing the search, remarked, there is no criminal record. This boy is just spouting nonsense. Hearing this, Xiang Kunkin felt a sense of relief. Well then, Su Chen, I shall escort you home. He replied. The law enforcement colleague beside him was taken aback. You're personally taking him back? Gu, why not use the Enforcement Bureau's vehicle? I'll use my own car. My shift has ended, and I'm heading home. The rest is up to you. Xiang Kunkin shot him a glance and tossed him the keys for the shift change. In the luxury car, zombie Su Chen curled up in the passenger seat, gazing dreamily at the dazzling city lights outside. As Xiang Kunkin drove, he glanced at Su Chen's peculiar behavior and remarked, what's the matter? Haven't you seen such a sight before? Don't you fear going hungry? Zombie Su Chen asked. Not at all. What era do you think this is? Xiang Kunkin chuckled in response. The zombie Su Chen gazed at the orderly street, gradually revealing a trace of innocent smile. This world is truly wonderful. He returned to his apartment on foot, already late into the night. Upon seeing the shattered door, he felt utterly speechless, sensing that today had been the epitome of misfortune. Not only had he been blocked by his goddess on several accounts, but his door had been smashed, and he had been escorted to the enforcement bureau by the enforcers, narrowly avoiding detention. What a series of unfortunate events. After taking a hot shower, Su Chen emerged from the bathroom. Having toiled all night, he felt famished. He rummaged through the refrigerator for quite a while, but found nothing to eat. Oh, there was still half of the birthday cake left. He retrieved the remaining cake from the fridge. Though it had been there for several days, it seemed to be in decent condition. Perhaps it hadn't gone bad. Staring at the cake, Su Chen fell into a long silence. He had no friends, so he had celebrated his birthday alone. He usually did not acknowledge his birthday. But this one marked his 18th, symbolizing his coming of age, prompting him to buy himself a cake for the first time. Sigh, adulthood is not easy. With a heavy heart, he sighed deeply while devouring the cold cake he had taken from the refrigerator. It was somewhat difficult to swallow, yet he finished it all. Indeed, the leftover birthday cake was rather unpalatable. Lying on his bed with his hands behind his head, he stared blankly at the ceiling. His mind wandered to the two videos he had seen at the enforcement bureau, one featuring himself with white hair and the other clad in battle gear. Even he found it peculiar. How could there be such strikingly similar individuals in this world? Could it be that those two were his identical twin brothers? Triplets seemed too far-fetched. Or perhaps they were alternate versions of himself from another dimension. The conclusion he arrived at amused him. He often engaged with science fiction films and novels that explored parallel dimensions, but it was merely a fleeting thought. Yet, if parallel dimensions truly existed, what would his other self be like? Would he have a blissful family? Or perhaps he would have wooed a wealthy woman, residing in a villa, driving luxury cars, and living a life of ease, nestled in the arms of a rich lady, playfully whining. Just as Su Chen indulged in these fantasies and began to feel drowsy, a sharp pain gripped his abdomen. The intense discomfort caused his complexion to pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he curled up in bed like a shrimp. Good heavens! Could this expired cake be so potent? In unbearable agony, Su Chen shakily retrieved his phone and dialed for emergency assistance. Ambulance. Hurry, please. I'm dying. Downstairs in the community, two medical personnel carried Su Chen onto the ambulance. Shortly after, Xiang Kunkin arrived with the zombie Su Chen, stopping by the apartment building. Glancing at the ambulance, Xiang Kunkin remarked, "Your neighborhood is quite lively tonight." As the zombie Su Chen disembarked, he asked in confusion, "Where am I going?" "Not knowing your own home is one thing, but as a VIP, I shall escort you upstairs." Xiang Kunkin sighed resignedly, recalling Captain Wang's instructions. Now this lad is the master and must be properly attended to. He is certainly aware of Su Chen's residence. After all, he was the one who kicked down the door. Chapter 5. I'm sorry, we are not compatible. Behold, this is your home. Xiang Kunkin led the bewildered zombie Su Chen into the room where the door had been shattered. The undead Su Chen gazed at the room's furnishings, still wearing a foolish expression. Ahem, do take a good rest. I shall take my leave now. With that, Xiang Kunkin, fearing that zombie Su Chen might cling to him, hurriedly made his exit. This fellow has quite a bit on his plate. Once he left the enforcement bureau and returned him home, it would no longer be his concern. Zombie Su Chen rubbed his belly, a wave of hunger washing over him. Earlier, during his altercation with that fire-wielding individual, he had utilized his self-healing abilities, which had severely drained his energy. The meager bread and sausages that Duan Xian had procured for him were hardly sufficient. Then, Zombie Su Chen spotted a plastic tray on the table, with remnants of cake scattered atop it. His crimson eyes sparkled, and he swiftly pounced on it. It's expired. Zombie Su Chen took a taste, and, extending his tongue, licked the plastic tray clean. His stomach was akin to steel. What did a bit of expired cake matter? Whereas the food. The gnawing hunger compelled Zombie Su Chen to rummage through cupboards in search of sustenance. That little bit of expired cake was no different from not eating at all. The refrigerator was desolate, and the kitchen bore no provisions. The small room was left in utter disarray due to his frantic search. Su Chen, what on earth are you doing awake at this hour? An irate neighbor, old Wang, stormed out. Upon seeing Su Chen's door, he froze. What the hell? Why is my door broken? You little rascal, look what you've done. Old Wang glared at the shattered door, his anger surging. However, When he laid eyes on Su Chen's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. This lad, his eyes blood-red, resembled a famished beast, radiating an aura of danger. Old Wang gulped and retreated a couple of steps. "Little Su, I heard you were taken by the enforcers. Are you all right?" At that moment, another neighbor, Yu Qian, approached. She was the alluring young woman Su Chen had mentioned. In her early 30s, voluptuous and stunning, she exuded a mature charm akin to a ripe peach. Old Wang, astonished, inquired, "What did you do to get taken by the enforcers?" He had been out assisting a wayward woman that night and had no inkling of the events that had transpired with Su Chen. Zombie Su Chen rubbed his belly. Looking dejected, "I'm so hungry." "All right, come here, little brother." Yu Qian smiled enchantingly at Zombie Su Chen. "I have food here." "Great." Zombie Su Chen grinned widely, revealing a brilliant smile. Yu Qian's face flushed momentarily, her gaze softening with a beguiling allure. Previously, Su Chen had been an underage boy, and she had refrained from approaching him. But now, as he had just reached adulthood, it was time to explore. "No, Qian, how can you do this to Xiaoyan?" Old Wang, filled with righteous indignation, questioned. Seeing Su Chen in such a fortunate situation, his heart felt a pang of jealousy. Yu Qian scoffed. "My husband is currently at the amusement park with his first love and her daughter, who knows where he is now. If you have something to say, just tell him." With that, Old Wang stared at Yu Qian, grasped the wrist of the zombie, Su Chen, and entered the house, closing the door behind them. "Little Chen, where did you dye your white hair? It looks so handsome. I'm so hungry." He, so eager, huh? When Jing is asleep. "We should be a bit quieter since she is kindergarten tomorrow." In the hospital, the old doctor, sporting glasses and a sharp, shrewd appearance, observed the severe injuries on the young man. "You're quite badly hurt, yet you seem unfazed. What have you been through?" Placing himself in the shoes of an ordinary person, he knew such wounds would cause excruciating pain. However, the young man remained composed, seemingly impervious to suffering. The abilities user, Su Chen, replied calmly, "Just bandage it. The injury to your chest is manageable, but the one on your arm is rather serious," the old doctor remarked, scrutinizing the deep claw mark that marred Su Chen's arm. The mark was a remnant of his confrontation with a half-zombie the previous night. If left untreated, the consequences could be dire. The old doctor examined the wound closely, drawing upon his years of medical experience to identify it as a beast's claw mark. However, he could not ascertain which creature had inflicted it. The wound bore a profoundly terrifying toxin. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the doctor furrowed his brow, understanding that immediate hospitalization and observation were imperative. "No need," Su Chen said, glancing at the injury with indifference. His body had undergone genetic modification, rendering ordinary injuries negligible. Were it not for a bit of pain and itching, he would not have needed to visit the hospital at all. "You just happened to encounter me. Other doctors would have been at a loss," the old doctor lamented. "I'll administer an injection of medication, 10,000 for a shot. Please proceed to the payment desk." 10,000. Su Chen thought to himself, considering the avarice of this shrewd old man. Fine. He chose not to engage further with the unscrupulous physician and left the clinic. Once Su Chen departed, the old doctor's expression turned grave. If he was not mistaken, the young man had been infected with a particularly bizarre corpse toxin. Fortunately, he had discovered it in time. Otherwise, there would have been no saving him. The old doctor mused as he strolled away to prepare the medication. This particular toxin, in the entire realm of Xia, would likely only be treatable by him. In room 207, Su Chen lay on the hospital bed, staring at the stark white ceiling and then at the 4 drip beside him, feeling a pang of melancholy. With a frugal mindset, he finished the remaining cake, never imagining it would lead him to the hospital, incurring yet another substantial expense. He felt as if even his breath was painful. "Hello, young man. May I have your contact information?" a young nurse asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Chen. In terms of appearance, Su Chen possesses a handsome and sunny disposition, appealing to young girls who are quite taken with his looks. Su Chen inquired, "What is your salary?" The nurse replied, 5,000. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I'm afraid we are not suited for one another." The nurse retorted, Chapter 6. "I shall return it eventually." How much longer must this continue? Su Chen gazed longingly at the 4 drip and asked, "When will this be over?" The nurse, visibly annoyed at Su Chen's refusal to exchange contact information, replied, "Just wait until these 3 bags are finished. I am nearly well. Let us skip the 3rd bag." Su Chen insisted earnestly. The nurse shot him a disdainful glance. "What are you thinking? Just lie down obediently. I will return when it's time to change the dressing. After being rebuffed, the nurse's demeanor towards Su Chen had completely shifted. With a loud bang, the door closed. Su Chen lay on the hospital bed, his mind swirling with the chaotic events of recent days. Meanwhile, in the hospital corridor, a grizzled doctor holding a large syringe returned to the room, only to find Su Chen had vanished. He wandered back and forth in the hallway, clutching the oversized syringe like a cannon, appearing as aimless as a headless fly. Patients passing by shivered at the sight of the daunting syringe in the doctor's hand, feeling a chill run down their spines. Good grief. Such a thick needle. How can one endure that in their backside? Hey, wasn't he supposed to stay for observation? Where has he gone? The doctor rummaged through the desk, retrieving Su Chen's admission number and scanning it with his phone. Soon, a virtual image of Su Chen, along with his admission details, materialized in the air. Su Chen, room 207. The doctor adjusted his glasses and proceeded to the second floor. At that moment, in room 207, the nurse was changing the last 4 bag and curiously asked, "Has your family not arrived?" Su Chen, munching on an apple, replied nonchalantly, "I'm an orphan. I have no family." Upon hearing this, the nurse felt a pang of sorrow. The young man appeared even younger than herself, and it was surprising to learn he was an orphan. Why change the 4 bag? There's still some left. Let us finish it all before changing. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the nurse's actions, asserting, "I can see with my own eyes." "I'm watching you." The nurse rolled her eyes, her fleeting sympathy evaporating instantly. "By the way, does this apple cost anything?" After chewing for a while, Su Chen finally remembered to ask. The nurse replied, "It's free." Su Chen felt relieved. "That's wonderful. Please pack me 2 pounds to take with me." This statement made the nurse roll her eyes again. "This is mine." She regretted bringing it to him in the first place. "Haha. What is that old man doing with the syringe?" Su Chen chuckled upon seeing the old doctor loitering at the door. The elderly gentleman, somewhat disheveled, wearing beer bottle glasses and a white coat, indeed appeared rather comical as he clutched an oversized syringe. "Be respectful. That is our vice president." The nurse lightly tapped Su Chen's leg, lowering her voice. The doctor glanced at the room number and stepped in to look at Su Chen. In an instant, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine, halting his act of chewing on an apple. A foreboding sense enveloped him. "Director Zhou," the young nurse promptly greeted. Director Zhou adjusted his glasses and glanced at Su Chen, saying, "You certainly run fast. You've even changed into a patient gown." "Old man, do we know each other?" Su Chen inquired, his gaze fixated on the menacing syringe, swallowing hard. The syringe was colossal, its needle sharp and glinting ominously. Most terrifying was the viscous green liquid contained within, the nature of which was unknown to him. Director Zhou shot him a glare, his nostrils flaring with indignation. "I have tirelessly prepared your medication all morning, and now you pretend not to recognize me? I merely have a mild case of food poisoning." "This is unnecessary," Su Chen exclaimed, watching as Director Zhou approached with an alarming demeanor, screaming, "Don't come any closer. Be obedient. Just 1 jab and your condition will improve." "I do not require that. You are in a perilous state." "Nonsense. You are a quack." "This is Director Zhou, renowned throughout Jinan City as a miracle worker." "Huh. Young man, do not be afraid. It will soon be over," Director Zhou reassured him in a disturbingly soothing manner, inching closer with the oversized syringe. Su Chen turned pale. What a joke. That apparatus must be intended for an elephant. Just as Director Zhou was about to advance, Su Chen reacted with remarkable speed, executing a swift kick that struck Director Zhou squarely on the nose, sending him sprawling to the ground, his thick glasses, resembling the bottom of a beer bottle, shattering upon impact. Director Zhou let out a pained wail, clutching his nose. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen yanked the syringe from his wrist and turned to flee. "Xiao Lu, catch him!" Director Zhou shouted, disregarding his own pain. The young nurse, responding swiftly to the command, seized Su Chen around the waist. "Director, I've got him." Su Chen struggled mightily, but the effects of food poisoning left him weak, rendering him unable to exert his strength. The student from the martial arts department of Jinan University, a practitioner in his own right, found himself restrained by a mere nurse. In the ensuing struggle, he stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. "Quick, remove his pants." Director Zhou seized the fallen syringe. Isn't that inappropriate?" The young nurse hesitated, yet excitement took over as she tugged at Su Chen's waistband. Su Chen cried out in desperation, "Help! Director, I've been caught. Hurry!" As the nurse struggled to pull down Su Chen's pants, a portion was reluctantly revealed. Watch this. Director Zhou, undeterred by age, swung the enormous syringe with precision, despite his severe myopia. With remarkable accuracy, he plunged the syringe into Su Chen's rear. A piercing shriek echoed through the hospital, startling the crows perched in the trees outside, who took flight in a cacophony of caws. The entire vial of medication was injected into Su Chen's body, causing him to collapse limply to the floor, a tear slipping down his cheek. Damn it! I will report this. At long last, it was accomplished. Dean Zhou wiped the sweat from his forehead, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Saving a life surpasses the construction of a 7-story pagoda. That terrifying bite wound. Had he been just a moment later, it could have been fatal. The young nurse, exhausted and breathless, gazed at Su Chen, who lay motionless on the floor, and timidly remarked, "Dean, could he be dead?" "Not at all. Not at all. It's a normal reaction. After administering this medication, it will take at least an hour for him to recover," Dean Zhou reassured her. Then suddenly remembered something and added, "This injection costs 10,000 yuan. When settling the medical fees, it must be 10,000. At that moment, Su Chen's pupils constricted. Now he understood why he had been subjected to such a terrifying syringe during his food poisoning ordeal. It was all a pretext for exorbitant charges. A balding man with a white beard, a wretched old rogue. Suddenly, the curtains in the ward fluttered open, revealing Su Chen, who had inexplicably risen to stand on the windowsill. The fierce wind rustled his hospital gown, yet it could not quell the flames of rage burning within him. This grudge, he vowed, would eventually be repaid. With a furious glance at the pair, he resolutely leaped from the building. Chapter 7. The Erie Male University student. Did the patient just jump out? After Su Chen's leap, the stunned nurse and Dean Zhou were jolted back to reality, rushing to the window to peer outside. Fortunately, it was only the second floor. He appeared to be unscathed. Dean Zhou let out a sigh of relief. Below, clad in hospital attire, Su Chen was limping away, attempting to escape. The second floor wasn't too high, so he hadn't sustained any injuries. Damn it. I'm calling the police. Su Chen grimaced as he touched his swollen gluteus maximus from the injection, feeling utterly wronged, and pulled out his phone to report the incident. However, after a moment's thought, he reconsidered. After all, I haven't lost anything. That injection cost 10,000 yuan, he thought, feeling quite pleased. Thus, he calmly tucked his phone away. If the hospital dared to confront him over this, he wouldn't be intimidated. As a legitimate medical institution, how could they dare to prescribe medications carelessly? In a debate, who would truly fear whom? In an old apartment building, Yu Qian sat on the floor, her expression vacant. The living room was cluttered with a chaotic mess, appearing exceedingly untidy. All the food had been completely consumed. The culprit, none other than the Zombie Su Chen. At that moment, Zombie Su Chen was pouring a 5-liter barrel of peanut oil down his throat in a gruesome spectacle. Mom. At that moment, a little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, emerged from the bedroom, rubbing his eyes at the commotion. Wenjing, come here, come to mommy. Yu Qian quickly called out to Tian Wenjing, her emotions surging as she embraced him tightly. Trembling, she looked at Zombie Su Chen in terror. One was a graceful young woman, and the other a vigorous young man. Their encounter was initially thought to herald a night of passion. However, Yu Qian soon realized her grave mistake, a misjudgment of absurd proportions. This boy was indeed insatiably hungry. Upon entering her living room, he had first raided the refrigerator, leaving it utterly bare, with even the reserves of rice, soy sauce, cooking wine, and oyster sauce not escaping his ravenous grasp. She witnessed with her own eyes the Zombie Su Chen, gnawing on a dog food canister and voraciously devouring its contents. Who could have imagined that this seemingly sunny and handsome university student harbored such brutish tendencies? Is he even human? Sister. Zombie Su Chen cast a glance towards Yu Qian. Don't come any closer. Yu Qian trembled in fear, clutching her son tightly. Tian Wenjing also clung to his mother, evidently terrified by the sight of Zombie Su Chen, his lips quivering as he threatened to cry. After draining a bucket of peanut oil, Zombie Su Chen licked his lips and inquired, "Is there anything else to eat? You need to leave immediately. If you don't, I will call the police." Yu Qian exclaimed, her emotions running high. Zombie Su Chen scratched his head, about to respond when Yu Qian, in a sudden move, grabbed a mop from beside her and swung it at him. Hey, don't hit me. Zombie Su Chen, sensing the impending threat, hastily began to flee. He was bewildered. How could the neighborly sister who had been so warm just last night now be so furious with him? Old Wang next door, hearing the commotion, quietly opened his door and was greeted by the sight of Zombie Su Chen being chased away by Yu Qian with a mop. Instantly, Old Wang's face lit up with delight. "Huh, little you, I told you long ago that young men may seem fine, but they are all show and no substance. You ought to choose seasoned veterans like me," he boasted, patting his belly. "You can just get lost." Yu Qian, filled with rage, hurled the mop at him, causing Old Wang to hurriedly shut his door. Once Zombie Su Chen had departed, Yu Qian regained her composure and turned to comfort her wailing child. "Wenjing, dear, don't cry." She was genuinely terrified by the grotesque sight of Su Chen's eating habits. Thankfully, he showed no inclination to harm children. "I'm starving." Su Chen rubbed his belly. Last night, he had indulged in some cake, ended up in the hospital, and this morning had nibbled on an apple. Now, he felt utterly famished. Passers-by on the street cast curious glances at Su Chen. "What are you looking at? Never seen a patient before?" Su Chen shot an annoyed look at the onlookers. His hospital garb stood out conspicuously in the bustling market, but it hardly warranted such scrutiny. The two middle-aged women, with their crooked smiles, gossiped about him, and Su Chen could already sense his reputation tarnished. By tomorrow, news of him being a nurturer of extraterrestrial beings would likely spread like wildfire. "Su Chen." At that moment, the butcher Zhang called out to him. "Oh, Uncle Zhang." Su Chen greeted him with a smile. Having grown up in this area, he was well acquainted with the local vendors. Zhang then pinched Su Chen's ear playfully. "You think you're tough now, daring to steal my meat?" Su Chen retorted, "Let go. I didn't steal your meat. Your pork is watered down." "Shoo." Zhang quickly pulled Su Chen closer, making a gesture for him to be quiet. Although it was true, such rumors could not be allowed to circulate. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat?" Zhang shot him a glare. Su Chen shrugged. "I didn't steal your meat." Though he might be broke, he had never stooped to such underhanded deeds. However, one must not resort to pilfering adulterated pork. Suddenly, a thought struck him, jolting him awake. "Zhang, the hefty fellow you mentioned, does he not have a shock of white hair?" Zhang was indeed the one he called out. Zhang gave Su Chen a playful slap on the head and pondered for a moment. "It seems so. When did you dye your hair white?" "That is not me at all," Su Chen asserted with righteous indignation. Indeed, that white-haired figure had appeared near his residence. Where had he come from? Was he pursuing him? Should he report this to the authorities? Su Chen found himself ensnared in a web of dilemmas. At that moment, Zhang began chopping meat with a rhythmic thud, severing 2 large bones and placing them into a bag. "Here, take these home to make soup. Uncle Zhang gives them to you. You're in your senior year now. Nourish your body and prepare well for your exams." Su Chen accepted the large bones, rolling his eyes at him. "Have you been dazed by your dreams at Sister Tao's?" "I'm already a freshman." "Ah, yes," Zhang exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He glanced at the already distant Su Chen and quickly slapped his forehead, shouting, "You little rascal. Return those bones to me. University is no joke." After sprinting 2 streets, Su Chen chuckled at the bones in his hand, appreciating Zhang's generosity this time. Just then, a cane came swinging in his direction, aiming straight for his head. Su Chen hastily raised his hand to shield himself. Hey, Grandma One, take it easy." Just a glance at that glistening cane made him aware of who it was. In their Shenhua neighborhood, the formidable Grandma One was notorious. Wielding her cane, she glared at Su Chen, appearing ready to strike again. "What's the matter with you? Not studying hard and resorting to theft?" "Grandma, I swear it wasn't me." Su Chen, intimidated by her cane, quickly distanced himself. Since childhood, he had faced her discipline, and even at 18, he still found himself on the receiving end. "Come here. Little brother, let me treat you to something nice," called a voluptuous technician from the foot massage parlor across the street, adorned in heavy makeup and clad in thigh-high stockings. Playfully beckoning to Su Chen. "Hey, Sister Tao?" Su Chen grinned wide, raising his hand in greeting. Sister Tao was a meat vendor, and unlike Zhang, she was not in the same line of work. Yet, she was a kind-hearted, amiable woman who loved to laugh. Just then, his hand received a whack from the cane. "What greeting is that?" Grandma Wen shot him a disapproving glare. Then, she brandished her cane angrily at Sister Tao. "You shameless hussy. I don't care if you flirt with other men, but if you dare to seduce this boy, I'll give you a thrashing. Old hag. You deserve to be alone for life," Sister Tao muttered under her breath as she closed the glass door, wary of Grandma Wen. This fearsome old lady had no qualms about calling the police. If the day came when the vice squad showed up, she would be facing days in confinement. You're a good kid, but I worry you might go astray, Grandma Wen sighed, looking at Su Chen. The entire neighborhood was aware that Su Chen was an orphan, left to fend for himself. Come, Chen Chen, take this. As she spoke, Grandma Wen retrieved a stack of bills from her waist pouch. It appeared substantial, but the notes were all small denominations. She pulled out a few red bills and handed them to Su Chen. Grandmother, please, I cannot accept it. Su Chen quickly dodged, helplessly stating, I am already 18, capable of self-sufficiency. Grandma Wen's expression hardened. Tuition fees are exorbitant. How will you manage to pay? I am a specially admitted student and exempt from tuition fees. Grandmother does not have much money. Take this and buy yourself something delicious. Fine, I cannot argue with you. I shall take my leave. Su Chen evaded Grandma Wen's attempt to hand him money and swiftly departed. Grandma Wen had been a teacher in her earlier years, reputedly even a head teacher. Due to her stern demeanor, she garnered an unsavory reputation among her students, none of whom failed to complain about her. Now, approaching her 70s, she lived modestly on her meager pension. This money felt quite burdensome in her hands. Chapter 8. An encounter with a parallel self at the other end of the street. The zombie Su Chen clutched his stomach. After a haphazard meal with Xiaoyan, he was full but not satisfied. Following his memories, he arrived at the market, crouching low, akin to a dog, sniffing the air for the scent of blood. Here, food was abundant, and the people appeared weak. On that day when he had snatched pork and fled, no one had been able to stop him. What are you doing lying on the ground? Elderly One observed the zombie Su Chen, scrutinizing him, and instantly felt a surge of anger. You little rascal. You've turned your hair white in the blink of an eye. How can a young person look like this? The zombie Su Chen rose, gazing at Grandma Wen, his emotions surging, his body trembling. What is it, child? Elderly Wen's concern grew as she looked at him. The zombie Su Chen embraced Grandma Wen, tears streaming down his face. Grandmother, I miss you so much. I long to see you. In his world, Grandma Wen had not escaped the siege of zombies. She had passed away 3 years prior. He had not even had the chance to see her one last time. Elderly Wen extended her wrinkled hand, gently caressing the zombie Su Chen's hair, her eyes growing misty as she spoke kindly. All right, child, do not cry. Grandma is here. Why are you dressed in a hospital gown? What do you know? This is sleepwear. There's even a hospital logo on it. Do you think we are illiterate? In the wonton shop, Su Chen chatted with a group of familiar patrons. This establishment had been around for over 20 years, older than Su Chen himself. The owner was a kind-faced old man. The shop was straightforward. At least one wouldn't encounter unsavory ingredients here. The clientele consisted of regulars. So, Su Chen, when will you introduce us to that school flower girlfriend of yours? The wonton shop owner asked with a cheerful smile. Instantly, the shop erupted in playful laughter. Isn't she the daughter of the Mu family? You're quite ambitious, huh? Bring her next time for us to see. Su Chen wiped his mouth, letting out a satisfied belch, and smiled. Rest assured, next time, I will definitely bring her for you to admire. He was determined, after all these years. He had yet to win over Mu Xiaoyan. Upon leaving the wonton shop, Su Chen entered a narrow alley, preparing to head home. At that moment, he noticed someone across the way, crouched down, sniffing at something. Suddenly, Su Chen's pupils constricted. The person opposite him became acutely alert as well. Cold sweat began to bead on Su Chen's forehead. The figure across from him had white hair and crimson eyes, yet bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. It was the same individual who had been caught stealing pork in the surveillance footage. In an instant, Su Chen comprehended the identity of the intruder. The zombie Su Chen, upon spotting him, was equally startled. It had been lured by the scent of flesh. Seeing Su Chen, it instinctively believed it had encountered the fire-wielding ability user once more. The battle atop the derelict building was still vivid in its memory, having had its head shattered multiple times by him. Were it not for its unique self-healing abilities, it would have surely perished at his hands long ago. You can't shake me off. The zombie Su Chen bared its sharp teeth menacingly, sending a wave of terror through Su Chen. What do you want? I'll fight you. In that instant, the zombie Su Chen dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Such swiftness. Despite being a student of the martial arts department at Southern Town University, he found himself utterly defenseless against the zombie Su Chen's onslaught. Just as the zombie Su Chen opened its ravenous maw to bite at Su Chen's neck, he instinctively raised his arm to block the attack. However, his arm was caught in the zombie's vicious grip. Ah! Su Chen screamed in agony as the zombie's sharp teeth sank into his flesh, blood streaming from the wound. Why don't you dodge? After pinning Su Chen to the ground, the zombie Su Chen wore a look of confusion. Its mind was muddled, yet it sensed something was amiss. Isn't this too easy? Su Chen clutched his injured arm, glaring at the creature. How was I supposed to dodge? At that speed, I could barely see you. The doppelganger had bitten his arm and knocked him to the ground in an instant. The zombie Su Chen gazed at him, utterly perplexed. Based on their previous encounter, it should have been the one to deliver a fatal blow, engulfed in flames, obliterating his head in a single strike. Ouch, that hurts like hell. Are you a dog or something? Su Chen grimaced at his arm, the pain overwhelming. The teeth had surely penetrated to the bone. Forget about the injury, soon. You'll become a zombie. The zombie Su Chen squatted there, blinking innocently. Become a zombie? Like you? Su Chen inquired hesitantly. The zombie Su Chen replied earnestly. I am a half-zombie. Su Chen's lips twitched at the oddity of the situation. The resemblance was uncanny. He could hardly believe it was mere coincidence. Can I eat that? The zombie Su Chen fixated on the large bone in Su Chen's hand. Su Chen protested, It's raw? Doesn't matter. The zombie Su Chen brandished the bone, baring its sharp teeth. Crunch, crunch. The immensely tough bone was devoured effortlessly by the zombie Su Chen, as if it were merely munching on a crisp biscuit. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chen's face turned pale. He cast another glance at the wound on his arm. Perhaps he should be grateful that this fellow had shown some restraint. The taste was exquisite. The zombie version of Su Chen gnawed on two hefty bones, licking his lips, revealing an insatiable expression. That look sent shivers down Su Chen's spine. Do not approach me. I do not consume humans. The zombie Su Chen declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen let out a long sigh. Given the circumstances, he had thought he was about to be devoured. Wait, where did you come from? Su Chen stammered, gazing at the zombie Su Chen. In this world, encountering someone who looked exactly like him was unsettling. Furthermore, this doppelganger was exceedingly perilous, with a grin far more menacing than a chainsaw. The zombie Su Chen scratched his head and replied, I hail from Jinan City. Jinan City? Su Chen's expression tightened upon hearing this. This place was indeed Jinan City. It's rather different. The Jinan City I know is completely surrounded by zombies. The zombie Su Chen responded truthfully. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Hold on a moment. What do you mean by your Jinan City? It is our Jinan City. The zombie Su Chen replied with utmost seriousness. Su Chen was utterly bewildered, left dumbfounded and rooted to the spot. A parallel universe? Was this creature truly another version of himself from a different realm? Chapter 9. Let us call you a saying, does your life harbor regrets? Is it the mistakes made on your college entrance examination? Is it the girl you secretly admired for years, but never dared to confess your feelings to? Or perhaps the hesitation at the entrance of a foot massage parlor, unable to step inside? Life seems destined to be filled with regrets. No one can ever know how their choices might have led to a different future. Perhaps one would have attended a better university, witnessing a more vibrant life. Perhaps one could have held the hand of their beloved, walking into the sacred halls of matrimony. Or perhaps one might become a seasoned patron, frequenting various bathhouses across the city. Every minute decision forges a unique path, leading to an entirely different existence. The choices made by different individuals create a myriad of distinct paths, altering the trajectory of fate. Between these paths, an infinite array of possibilities exists, resembling an immense, unfathomable tree diagram. Countless divergent choices will shape a wholly different world. Su Chen gazed in astonishment at the white-haired figure before him, identical in appearance to himself. He was indeed a version of himself from a parallel universe. Are you truly from another world? Su Chen could not help but inquire again. After all, what was transpiring was so absurd that it profoundly challenged his worldview, leaving him somewhat dazed and unable to discern reality. The zombie Su Chen nodded like a chick pecking at grains. With excitement illuminating his face, Su Chen pressed on. So, in that other world, am I with Mu Xiaoyan? Did I inherit the Mu family's fortune? Who is Mu Xiaoyan? The zombie Su Chen looked at Su Chen with a foolish expression. My goddess. The meaning of my existence lies in the aspiration to grow old together with her. Su Chen declared passionately, his gaze resolute. Unknown. The zombie Su Chen shook his head. Su Chen, taken aback, exclaimed, even Mu Xiaoyan is unaware? Brother, have you forgotten the purpose of your existence in that world? The zombie Su Chen responded, in my world. A zombie crisis emerged 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Su Chen pondered, realizing they had not yet met at that time. Curiously, he inquired, if everyone turned into zombies? How did you survive? The zombie Su Chen blinked and replied, I too became a zombie, yet I have not completely lost my sanity. I am half human, half zombie. If you bit me, would I be infected? Su Chen asked, his gaze fixed on the wound on his arm, his face paling. The zombie Su Chen nodded. It is likely. Su Chen exclaimed in despair. He had not even had the chance to kiss Xiaoyan. How could he become a zombie? The zombie Su Chen observed, however, you seem to remain unchanged. Upon reflection, Su Chen realized he indeed had not undergone any transformation. Could it be that he possessed immunity? Brother, there is already a Su Chen in this world. You should return from whence you came, Su Chen advised. The mere thought of there being another Su Chen in this world troubled him. The zombie Su Chen shook his head resolutely, stating no. He was half human, half zombie. In his original world, he felt he belonged nowhere. This world provided sustenance, free from the fear of being hunted by zombie hunters with guns and ammunition. Why would he return? Su Chen explained helplessly, but there is already a Su Chen in this world. I cannot go back. The zombie Su Chen replied earnestly, then paused to add, there should be another Su Chen. I once crossed paths with him. He can control fire and is quite powerful. As he spoke, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. That night, he could not recall how many times that fire-controlling Su Chen had smashed his head. It had truly left a lasting shadow. Su Chen gripped his hair, feeling as though his head might explode. How can there be another Su Chen? Is this world intent on opposing me? He could not comprehend it. He was merely an ordinary, handsome university student, and an orphan at that. Why were such bizarre occurrences happening to him? Very well, let us each live our own lives. Without interference, Su Chen stated gravely, gazing at the zombie Su Chen. He had yet to fully process this information. Let it be that the world had simply gained another individual who resembled him. The zombie Su Chen nodded, agreed. Seeing this white-haired fellow so readily acquiesce, Su Chen felt a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, he had expected that the other version of himself would be equally troublesome. I shall take my leave then, the zombie Su Chen declared, heading towards the market. Su Chen paused in surprise and asked, what are you going to do? The zombie Su Chen replied, I'm going to get some pork. Su Chen recalled a troubling thought. This fellow, having come from a zombie-infested world, was undoubtedly an exceedingly unstable criminal. In a world rife with theft and violence, such acts have become commonplace amidst the apocalypse. The likelihood of this white-haired youth engaging in criminal behavior is unequivocally high. Should he indeed commit a crime, the enforcers will surely issue an order for his apprehension. Accustomed to evading capture, he is unlikely to be easily detained. The enforcers remain skeptical of notions from parallel universes, which could lead to dire consequences for him. Contemplating this, cold sweat beads upon Su Chen's forehead. The enforcers are bound to once again kick down his door and drag him to the enforcement bureau. The lightest punishment would see him languishing in prison, while the heaviest could result in his untimely demise. Realizing the potential repercussions, Su Chen hastily intervenes with the zombie version of himself. Brother, wait. The zombie tilts its head, its crimson eyes observing him with curiosity. Are you also going to eat pork? Stealing pork is illegal. This world now is no different from the one you inhabited 5 years ago. We must adhere to the law, right? Su Chen implores with a gentle smile, though the absurdity of his words is not lost on him. The zombie grins widely. They can't catch me. Su Chen feigns intimidation, but they have guns. A single shot to the head. The zombie flexes its bicep, grinning. I can't die? While they may not be able to kill you, they could imprison you for an extended period, Su Chen states earnestly. The zombie ponders for a moment. I remember prisons provide meals. Su Chen's lips twitch. It seems they do. Then that's fine. As long as there's food, I can eat anything, the zombie beams. This is a grave misunderstanding. Prisons in our world are vastly different from those in yours, Su Chen declares with a serious expression. His grave demeanor causes the zombie to grow tense. If you are incarcerated, you will be at the mercy of others, subjected to bizarre and cruel treatments. With ropes binding you into grotesque shapes, mercilessly whipped, and seared with red-hot irons upon your chest. I don't have chest hair. No chest hair? Then you shall swallow the iron instead. How cruel. Moreover, they will force you to incessantly operate a sewing machine, crafting umbrellas, only to subsequently impale you with them. Under Su Chen's exaggerated tales, the zombie's face turns pale. Is this truly what prison is like? Brother, do you understand now? I am only looking out for your best interests. Su Chen, pleased with the impact of his fabrications, nods approvingly. Then, what should I do from now on? The zombie scratches its head in inquiry. Su Chen places an arm around the zombie's shoulders. You are me from another world. We are the same person. Hence, how could I possibly abandon you? From now on, I shall take care of you. All right. The zombie beams, revealing a set of white teeth. Su Chen's lips curve upward. First, he must stabilize this fellow and then deliver him to the Enforcement Bureau. From now on, I shall call you Assassin, Su Chen cheerfully announces. The zombie replies earnestly. My name is Su Chen. Su Chen shrugs, but I am also named Su Chen. Then why shouldn't you be called Assassin? The zombie questions, puzzled. Su Chen gazes directly at him, patting his shoulder, and solemnly states, because I am not a zombie. Oh, Assassin nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, so, where are we going? Where to? Su Chen gazed at Assassin, scratching his head. Never mind, let us just take you home for now. Chapter 10. Inviting the divine is easy. Sending them away is challenging in a dilapidated apartment. Assassin voraciously munched on potato chips, his eyes glued to an old animated series on a worn-out second-hand tablet. Wow, I never expected that in this world. It has already reached its conclusion. Su Chen, puzzled, asked, in your world, do these animations not have endings? Assassin continued to chew on his chips, replying, no endings. Not long after the zombie outbreak 5 years ago, I heard the author had turned into a zombie. Su Chen scrutinized Assassin. To be honest, he had prepared for various scenarios upon bringing this parallel universe version of himself home. However, Assassin appeared far more composed than anticipated, quietly engrossed in childish cartoons. Nibbling on chips, looking quite normal. All right, take your time watching. I'll step out for a bit, Su Chen said with a smile. Assassin nodded, okay. Su Chen carefully closed the door, tiptoeing into the hallway, and pulled out his phone to call the authorities. Hello, is this the enforcement officer? Su Chen. A youthful voice responded from the other end. Su Chen was taken aback. You know me? The voice continued. Can't you recognize my voice? It's Xiaoyan. I was the one who gave you a ride home the night you turned yourself in to the Enforcement Bureau. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had no idea who this Xiaoyan was. No, my friend, what you saw that night wasn't me. To be precise, it was another version of me. He is quite different. I need to seek assistance from the enforcement officer. Su Chen struggled to articulate his explanation to Xiaoyan. However, amidst his explanation, a troubling thought struck him. If the existence of his parallel universe self were to be exposed, would he be imprisoned and subjected to experimentation? Never mind. The immediate priority is to get this guy out of here. His parallel universe self has nothing to do with him. This fellow is a zombie. What if he goes berserk and bites me to death? He is in my house right now. Officer, I appreciate your help. After relaying his concerns, Su Chen cautiously ended the call. Meanwhile, at the Enforcement Bureau, Xiaoyan blinked in confusion after the conversation. He placed the phone down, mumbling to himself. This kid is rambling about parallel universes. Has he lost his mind? Recalling that Wang Qinglong had managed Su Chen's related cases in the past, he made his way to Wang Qinglong's office. Captain, I need your assistance with a case. Come in. Wang Qinglong, seated in his office, was absent-mindedly typing with 2 fingers while sucking on a strawberry lollipop. Xiaoyan stifled a laugh. Their captain was a devoted father. Ever since he had a daughter, his cigarettes had been replaced with lollipops, creating a rather bizarre image. It certainly did not align with his captain's fierce demeanor. What is the matter? Wang Qinglong glanced at him and asked. Suppressing his amusement, Xiaoyan cleared his throat and said, It's about Su Chen. That kid seems a bit peculiar. Wang Qinglong set down his strawberry lollipop. According to the orders from above, Su Chen's case was classified as an S-level mission, requiring minimal interference as long as no illegal activities were involved. Understood. Xiaoyan swallowed nervously. An S-level mission. There had been very few recorded instances of S-level missions throughout the entire Xia. What kind of case could that young man, Su Chen, possibly be entangled in? Once Xiaoyan departed, Wang Qinglong turned his gaze to the computer, his expression grave. On the virtual screen, surveillance footage revealed the figure of the ability user, Su Chen, traversing a shadowy corner. With his years of law enforcement experience, Wang Qinglong immediately discerned that Su Chen's arm appeared to be injured. The wound was severe, even though his facial expression remained stoic. However, Wang Qinglong could detect, through subtle facial cues, that Su Chen was enduring considerable pain. At that moment, Su Chen turned his head, his eyes sharp and icy. Even through the screen, Wang Qinglong felt a chill run down his spine, his hairs standing on end. What kind of experiences could have molded this 18-year-old youth into someone exuding such a fearsome aura of menace? Suddenly, a bolt of crimson flame shot forth like a bullet. Crack! The surveillance monitor shattered, causing Wang Qinglong to instinctively retreat 2 steps in shock. Where did he summon that fire from? As he stared at the darkened screen, he was left in bewilderment. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he was a bona fide 4th-level warrior. Yet he had been frightened by a mere youth. If word got out, he would undoubtedly be the laughingstock of the younger generation. The human body could indeed harness the power of fire. Was this an ability? Night fell in a dilapidated apartment. Su Chen lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Beside him was Assassin, who was fast asleep, occasionally grinding his teeth in slumber. Having spent a long time alone, he found it somewhat unsettling to have someone else in bed with him, especially someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Su Chen sighed. He had already called the police multiple times, 7 or 8 times to be precise. Yet that rather abstract-looking officer with the mushroom haircut had been evasive, suggesting that without evidence of others' wrongdoing, he might be accused of fabricating charges. Continuing to call the police would only result in being deemed a nuisance, and in severe cases, could lead to detention. Left with no choice, Su Chen had to relent. The crux of the matter was that Assassin was now living with him. Inviting a spirit is easy. Sending one away is another matter entirely. He needed to devise a plan to get rid of him. In the meantime, whether Assassin committed crimes or caused havoc, it was crucial that he did not get implicated. Assassin, half awake, opened his eyes and looked at Su Chen. Why are you still awake? I have insomnia, Su Chen replied helplessly. Oh, Assassin turned over and resumed his deep slumber. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Assassin could eat, sleep, and live without a care, seemingly invincible. Tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, Su Chen picked up his phone, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Oh no, he hadn't chatted with his goddess yet. She wouldn't think he was deliberately ignoring her, would she? With deft fingers, Su Chen opened the pinned chat. Su Chen, Xiaoyan, are you asleep? What followed was an interminable wait. Just as Su Chen was on the verge of dozing off, the distinctive notification sound of a special alert jolted him awake. Mu Xiaoyan, not yet. I didn't perform well in this exam and am worried about failing, so I'm having some trouble sleeping. Goodness! Su Chen exclaimed in excitement. Beside him, Assassin rubbed his eyes and murmured, What are you shouting about at this late hour? Haha, the goddess has initiated a conversation. Su Chen replied with glee. What of it? You are such a fool. You have no idea of the significance of this message. This is a monumental step toward my prosperous future. Oh well. Good luck then, Assassin said, clutching his pillow and quickly slipping back into slumber. Calming himself, Su Chen's fingers flew across the keyboard. Su Chen, haha, actually, I'm feeling a bit melancholic too. Mu Xiaoyan. Su Chen, may I inquire why you have never failed a course? Su Chen, our relationship shouldn't be so formal. From now on, call me Chen Chen, and I shall address you as Xiaoyan. After a moment of silence, Su Chen sent another message. Su Chen, Xiaoyan, are you asleep? Su Chen, Xiaoyan, I understand that perhaps my presence may leave you feeling somewhat uncertain. I recognize your concerns and comprehend your feelings. It seems we are like 2 parallel lines. However, I have always believed that with mutual effort, those 2 lines will eventually converge. This is your first time initiating a chat with me, and in my heart, this night will be eternally cherished. Though I have yet to sleep, my dreams are filled with beauty. Countless times, I have envisioned us hand in hand strolling down sun-dappled summer paths, sharing an umbrella on rainy days, and marveling at the winter snow together. Chapter 11. Journey to Jinan University morning. The warm, orange sunlight streamed through the window. Assassin stretched lazily, awakening from his dreams, and glanced at Su Chen beside him. Rubbing his eyes, he said, You didn't stay awake all night, did you? Darn it. Why hasn't she replied? Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles adorned his under eyes. His teeth clenched in frustration. He had thought their relationship had progressed further, even going so far as to painstakingly compose a 5,000-word essay. Yet, the other party hadn't responded with even a single punctuation mark. Are you a simp? Assassin asked curiously. You're the real simp. Su Chen retorted, his anger flaring like an agitated cat's. He felt as though he had taken another step away from inheriting the Mu family conglomerate. At that moment, the previously tranquil chat interface suddenly lit up with a red notification. Su Chen, overwhelmed with excitement, experienced an exhilarating rush. Xiaoyan, I went to bed rather early last night. The results should be out today. How do you feel about your performance? Upon reading this message, Su Chen was struck by a thought. Results were imminent. Oh no, his status as a low-income student was directly tied to his grades. Failing too many courses at Jinan University could result in losing his scholarship. Su Chen slapped his face to regain focus, hurriedly washed up, donned his jacket, and slipped on his shoes at the door. I'm heading to school. You stay put at home. I'll bring you something to eat when I return. Su Chen called back to Assassin. Assassin nodded in acknowledgement. All right. In a certain place, one could dine, sleep, and not rummage through garbage bins. Such a life, in his current time and space, felt like a celestial indulgence. After Su Chen hastily departed, Assassin retrieved his tablet, unlocking it with his fingerprint. In this world, the greatest advantage was that someone had laid a foundation for him. He could share many things. Upon activating the tablet, the screensaver displayed an extraordinarily beautiful girl. With delicate features, fair skin, clad in a blue and white school uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding a gentle tranquility. Assassin tilted his head to examine her for a moment before swiping past. He did not recognize her. Although Su Chen in this world was infatuated with a girl named Xiaoyan, he felt nothing for her. Of course, this might be related to his half-zombie state. After becoming a zombie, Assassin could clearly perceive a drastic decline in his intelligence, now barely surpassing that of a dog. Moreover, his sensitivity to human emotions was exceedingly dull. Opening the tablet, Assassin attempted to watch a drama, only to discover that he could not comprehend the storyline. Thus, he reverted to watching cartoons. Gurgle, gurgle. Before long, his stomach began to grumble. How hungry he was. Rubbing his belly, Assassin opened the refrigerator. It was starkly empty, devoid of any sustenance. Su Chen had left in such haste that he hadn't even left him a morsel to eat. Lying on the bed, hunger gnawed at him, rendering the cartoons unwatchable. No, I must find him. Assassin rose, rubbing his belly as he exited the room. He needed to venture out in search of food. If all else failed, he could sift through garbage bins to satiate his hunger. On Yida Commercial Street, the ability user Su Chen strolled by, glancing up at the vast virtual screen. The content displayed felt quite alien to him. In comparison, this world appeared to possess a higher level of technological advancement. Virtual reality technology had seen extensive application here. In his own world, humanity was merely at the nascent stage of researching AI intelligence. The ability user's arm was crudely bandaged, yet the pain emanating from it was vividly pronounced. A day had passed, and it had yet to heal. At this moment, he understood that his injuries were not merely the result of bites. He needed to find the white-haired individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Hey, Su Chen. What a coincidence. A youth sporting headphones, clad in a trendy red jacket, with bleached hair, regarded the ability user with a playful expression. Su Chen raised an eyebrow at him. The fact that he could call his name indicated familiarity, either with him or with the Su Chen of this world. However, he remained silent. The youth continued, Our class's results are about to be announced, and you're out here wandering aimlessly. You're doing the same, Su Chen replied indifferently. The youth, taken aback, responded, You must be confused. I'm Chen Wei, the genius of the martial arts class, directly recommended for advancement. When have I ever cared about grades? He then added, By the way, word has spread about your infatuation with the school beauty, and young Master Zhou is on the lookout for you. Good luck. Chen Wei patted Su Chen's shoulder, preparing to leave with a cheerful smile. Observing the renowned sycophant from Jinan University suffer a setback brought a sense of satisfaction to him as a mere bystander. At that moment, the extraordinary Su Chen grasped Chen Wei's shoulder. Take me back to school. Hey, you speak with such arrogance. Chen Wei attempted to break free, only to discover that he could not escape the grip of the extraordinary Su Chen. That hand felt like iron, remaining utterly immovable despite his efforts. Su Chen, with his cold, piercing gaze, fixed his eyes on Chen Wei. No, you will. The murderous intensity in his stare made Chen Wei's legs feel weak. Regaining his composure, he was overwhelmed by humiliation. Damn it, how could he, a top student in the martial arts program, be intimidated by this perennial underachiever? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Come on, let us have a match. Chen Wei stepped back 2 paces, removed his headphones, twisted his neck, and assumed a boxing stance. He was one of the few students from Jinan University's martial arts department preparing to take the Level 3 martial artist examination. Meanwhile, Su Chen had never even passed the Level 1 martial artist test. Defeating this kid would be effortless. Su Chen glanced at Chen Wei's posture. There was some skill, but it was minimal. Suddenly, Su Chen moved with the swiftness of a gale. Chen Wei's pupils contracted in alarm as the shadow of a fist loomed large before him. Then came a piercing scream. At Yida Square, Chen Wei, sporting a bruised panda eye, managed to hail a taxi. He promptly approached, politely opened the rear door, and gestured for Su Chen to enter. "Brother Chen, please." Su Chen entered without hesitation. The driver adeptly flipped the available sign, casually inquiring, "Where to, gentlemen?" "To Jinan University," Chen Wei quickly replied, adopting a subordinate demeanor in front of Su Chen. "Oh, a talented student, I see," the driver remarked, casting a discerning glance at the two. Jinan University ranks third in the province. Students who gain admission there are certainly exceptional. Chen Wei smiled, but offered no further response. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat quietly, eyes closed, not uttering a word. Chen Wei observed Su Chen, hesitating to speak. To be honest, he had known little about Su Chen prior. After all, this guy had persistently pursued the campus beauty, Mu Xiaoyan, earning the reputation of the school's notorious sycophant. He had little desire to learn more about him. However, witnessing Su Chen's prowess in their earlier encounter revealed an unexpected skill. The techniques he had displayed could likely earn him high praise from the martial arts department's mentors. Yet, why had Su Chen remained stuck at the level 1 martial artist assessment all these years? Mustering his courage, Chen Wei ventured, "Brother Chen," silence. Su Chen, still with his eyes closed, did not grant him the opportunity to speak. Presently, his arm throbbed with pain, and if one looked closely, beads of perspiration could be seen forming on his forehead. He needed to locate that white-haired zombie without delay. Chapter 12, Classmate. This is not a place for dogs. At the entrance of Jinan University, two exceptionally beautiful girls drew the attention of numerous students. One of the girls wore a white dress, her figure slender and elongated, with long black hair cascading down her shoulders. Despite her bare face, she possessed an exquisite and pure beauty, particularly highlighted by her tranquil, soft, and elegant eyes, like the pristine lotus emerging from clear waters. Her natural beauty was unadorned and rare in this era. Another girl, sporting a high ponytail, was equally striking, dressed in a sharp t-shirt and jeans that accentuated her curvaceous figure. However, she exuded an air that suggested she was not to be trifled with, her lips muttering curses under her breath. The girl in white listened quietly, occasionally revealing a serene smile. "Xiaoyan, I must tell you, do not be deceived by that scoundrel Su Chen. Why does he persistently cling to you? Do you think it's solely because of your beauty? Well, perhaps that is part of it, but the main reason is his fixation on your family's wealth," Wang Yusin declared, berating Su Chen as she spoke. Throughout the entire Jinan University, everyone knew that Mu Xiaoyan was the heiress of the Mu group. That fellow named Su Chen was not pursuing her. He was harassing her. Mu Xiaoyan quickly responded, "Actually, Su Chen isn't as terrible as you say. He is quite unique." Wang Yusin looked at her in disbelief. "You're actually defending him? You must have a wooden head." After saying this, she lightly tapped Mu Xiaoyan's head in frustration. Smiling, Mu Xiaoyan grasped her arm and shook it playfully. "Yusin, don't be angry. Now tell me, aside from being overly flattering, what makes him special?" Wang Yusin's expression turned resigned. That shameless little creature looks as if he'd have wanting to be a kept man etched on his face. Suddenly, Wang Yusin halted in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock, her whole being frozen in place. "What's wrong?" Mu Xiaoyan asked. Her curiosity piqued as she followed Wang Yusin's gaze, only to be taken aback herself. At the entrance of Jinan University, Su Chen was on all fours, sniffing the ground like a dog, crawling past them. Of course, it was not Su Chen, but a character named Assassin, who had followed Su Chen's scent all the way here. With students bustling about, many cast curious glances at Assassin. What is he doing? That white hair looks interesting. Is he cosplaying? Hey, isn't that Su Chen? Even the old security guard was left in a daze as he approached, adjusting his glasses and bending down to scrutinize Assassin. "Young man, this isn't a place to mimic a dog." Assassin, seemingly oblivious, kept his eyes closed, fervently sniffing at something. "Found it. It's here." In the next moment, Assassin's eyes lit up as he swiftly got to his feet and dashed through the gates of Jinan University. He must be Su Chen. Wang Yusin finally regained her senses, realizing that despite the white hair, it truly was him. Mu Xiaoyan, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, nodded slightly. "I take back my previous statement. He is indeed quite unique." Wang Yusin smirked, her expression teasing as she looked at Mu Xiaoyan. You have quite the discerning eye. My dear. Mu Xiaoyan hesitated, feeling an inexplicable sense that this person was not quite Su Chen after all. It was merely an intuition that something was amiss. Wang Yusin's gaze sharpened. This is bad. She came today solely to confront that scoundrel Su Chen, intent on delivering him a thorough beating. Just now, she was utterly dumbfounded by Su Chen's antics, failing to react. Come on, let's catch up to that toad. I must teach him a lesson today, Wang Yusin exclaimed, gripping the delicate wrist of Mu Xiaoyan with fervor. But he isn't just a toad. Su Chen is actually quite capable, Mu Xiaoyan stammered, her voice lacking conviction. Like what? Wang Yusin halted, observing Mu Xiaoyan's attempt to defend Su Chen. She scoffed. In any case, I haven't seen any redeeming qualities in this guy. He may have decent looks, but aspiring to be a gigolo and live off others? He must be dreaming. Well, he excels academically. Haven't you noticed that he scores 60 in every subject? Mu Xiaoyan struggled to articulate her thoughts earnestly. 60 in every subject? At this, Wang Yusin was momentarily taken aback. For university students, 60 is merely a passing mark, teetering on the brink of failure. The idea of consistently scoring 60 across the board was preposterous. After all, one must also consider participation grades. Even if he were adept at manipulating scores, could he really sway the instructor? Are you suggesting that this guy is pretending to be incompetent? Wang Yusin asked, intrigued. Mu Xiaoyan nodded slightly. Within the martial arts department, Su Chen ranked at the very bottom, while she occupied the second-to-last position. Her theoretical courses yielded high marks, but due to the low scores in practical classes, her overall performance often landed her near the bottom. Yet, there was always Su Chen to anchor her from becoming the very last. The entire Jinan University was aware of Su Chen's pursuit of Mu Xiaoyan. Thus, it was evident that he was deliberately lowering his scores to protect her dignity and pride by taking on the role of the underachiever. Yusin, if you spend more time with Su Chen, you'll discover that he is truly exceptional, Mu Xiaoyan said with a smile. In the instructor's office, a middle-aged woman, bespectacled and refined, expressed her outrage. Impossible. You have hardly attended my classes this semester and yet expect to pass? Not a chance. Across from her, Su Chen wore a sorrowful expression, sighing as if he were a wronged lover, causing the female instructor to shudder with discomfort. Teacher, you must understand that I am an orphan. I grew up without parents. While other children can enjoy their university life with familial support, I have no safety net. I must fend for myself. Upon hearing this, the instructor's demeanor softened. She had not anticipated the depth of Su Chen's plight. Women are often moved by compassion. And what happened to your hand? The instructor inquired, noticing the bandage on his arm. That was from a wild dog bite I sustained while scavenging, Su Chen replied, hiding his arm behind him, his eyes reddening, yet he feigned nonchalance. Upon hearing this, the instructor covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. An orphan, struggling to earn a living, resorting to scavenging and suffering injuries from wild dogs. Some people find mere existence a formidable challenge. She now resembled a wicked old witch, tormenting others in their studies, causing them to fail. How despicable! Upon witnessing the female instructor's change of heart, Su Chen's lips curved into a subtle smile. Very well. My dear student, I shall grant you a passing grade for this course, the female instructor said as she wiped away her tears. Thank you, teacher. A score of 60 is sufficient. Any higher, and I would feel a sense of unease, Su Chen replied with a cheerful demeanor. A higher score is of no benefit. 60 is neither too much nor too little. Anything beyond that would simply be a waste. The instructor nodded, dabbing her eyes. Su Chen, you must remain strong and live well. I will, Su Chen said, a triumphant smile gracing his face. All set. On to the next. Teacher, you must know that I am an orphan, having grown up without parents. While other children can enjoy their university lives with the support of their families, I have no such luxury. I have no way out. Su Chen lamented, his expression filled with sorrow. Just looking at his woeful demeanor revealed the hardships he had endured since childhood. However, the middle-aged man opposite him, seemingly refined, remained impassive. No, Instructor Su, I have put in so much effort. You must respond. Su Chen withdrew his expression. Su Ming, do you not feel it is unjust for me to perform so earnestly? Instructor Su rubbed his temples, appearing weary. The same plea twice a year. Have you not considered changing your script? Chapter 13. Playing the fool to catch the wise while I receive a passing grade. Impossible. Their gazes clashed. Instructor Su crossed his arms, a mocking expression suggesting he was waiting to see what tricks Su Chen had left. Instructor Su, I implore you. Just grant me a score of 60. You have taught me for 2 years. We have a teacher-student bond. Can you bear to see me fail this course and have my life changed forever? Su Chen asked earnestly. Instructor Su looked bewildered. What does that have to do with changing your life? You see, if you do not pass me, I will lose my status as a needy student, and my living expenses for next month will be in jeopardy. I will have no choice but to rely on credit cards to survive, and loans are never-ending. My life could spiral into poverty because of this seemingly trivial matter, leading to a disheveled end. If you grant me a passing grade, I might embark on an entirely different path. I would be free from worry and could wholeheartedly pursue a wealthy woman. A lady. Perhaps I could end up with a beautiful heiress and reach the pinnacle of life. Su Chen gazed seriously at Instructor Su, grasping his hand. Su Ming, the fate of a vibrant university student rests in your hands. Do you understand what must be done? Su Ming replied, survival or destruction. You choose. Su Chen's voice was low and persuasive. I choose her. Su Ming shook Su Chen's hand off. Almost let you ensnare me. Do not think I am unaware. You have failed many courses before. Do you truly think I am indispensable? With that, Su Ming smiled lightly and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Last year, I granted you leniency, but this year, there shall be no such indulgence. Reflect upon the reasons for your failures. I am heading to the cafeteria now. With that, Su Ming gracefully brushed past Su Chen. Subsequently, there was a palpable silence. Curiosity piqued, Su Ming turned back, noticing that the situation was quite unlike Su Chen's usual demeanor. He was neither weeping nor throwing a tantrum. At the very moment Su Ming glanced back, he was taken aback. Su Chen was hanging a rope from the doorframe. What on earth are you doing? Su Ming stammered. As Su Chen tied the rope and tested its sturdiness, he replied in a languid tone, I find life rather meaningless. So I thought I'd de-swing a little. Su Ming, both amused and exasperated, retorted, Oh, you're trying to threaten me, are you? Go on then, swing away. He returned to his seat, crossing his legs. To his horror, he then witnessed Su Chen placing his neck in the noose, dangling from the doorframe, his body drooping downwards. Su Ming's complexion turned pale. What the hell? Brother, get down. I'll give you a passing grade. Just come down. In the martial arts department's mentor's office, Su Chen wore a grave expression. This was the last consultation, and notably, this mentor, Wang, taught combat. It was said that he was a veteran, with martial arts prowess of considerable merit. His physique was exaggeratedly muscular, clad in a white tank top that barely concealed his granite-like muscles. Su Chen understood well that although this man was reckless, after a year of his previous persuasion, he likely wouldn't be easily swayed this time around. Your combat grades are unsatisfactory, Wang observed, flashing a brilliant smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Kid, you're not hoping to plead for a passing grade again this year, are you? Su Chen shook his head. Oh no, not at all, Mentor Wang. You are famously unyielding. How could I possibly ask you for leniency? Good to know. If you want a passing grade, then you can just leave. Wang sipped his tea with a smug demeanor. Su Chen, sensing the tension, poured tea for Wang from a thermos. If you have something to say, just say it. Flattery won't work with me. Wang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I happen to have a wonderful photograph I would like you to critique, Mentor Su Chen stated, producing his phone to project an image for Wang to see. The image revealed Wang alongside a female student, their poses intimate and cheerful, with the girl seemingly delivering a meal to him in a thermos. Regardless of how one looked at it, it hardly resembled a typical student-mentor relationship. Wang's face turned crimson with anger as he exclaimed, That is my niece. I am her uncle. Oh, so you are the uncle. No wonder you share such a close bond. Su Chen smiled. In fact, the school is currently hosting a photography contest about campus life, and I was thinking of submitting this photo. What do you think, Mentor? Would you mind giving it a brief evaluation? Wang, recognizing the implications, muttered, blackmail. This audacious young man was attempting to leverage him. The girl in the photograph was indeed his niece, a sophomore at the same university. However, if this image were to circulate, those eager to sow discord would undoubtedly concoct countless rumors. Very well, if you want to pass, I shall grant you that. Wang forced a smile, conceding. Is that so? Su Chen was so elated that he nearly burst into laughter. Once again, he achieved an overall score of 60. This year, the impoverished student managed to hold on. Bang! Instructor Wang closed the door behind him. Su Chen's face turned ashen. Instructor Wang, what are you planning to do? Instructor Wang grinned. revealing a menacing set of white teeth. You've been skipping classes a bit too often lately, particularly in combat courses. I think it's time for some remedial lessons. No, that won't be necessary, Instructor Wang. I'm quite busy today. What could possibly be more important than studying for a student? I've recently adopted a dog, and if I don't feed it soon, it might starve. Alas, Su Chen was no match for this burly brute. Before he could make a run for it, Instructor Wang seized the back of his collar and dragged him back. A series of anguished cries ensued. This was the advantage of being in the martial arts department. Instructors could freely discipline students without fear of repercussions. Today, I'll give you some special coaching. You must learn more about combat in the future. Do not embarrass your instructor, Instructor Wang said enthusiastically, patting Su Chen on the shoulder with a grin. With a bruised face, Su Chen managed to muster a smile. Thank you, instructor. Curse it, Wang the brute. I'll remember this grudge. Upon exiting the classroom building, Su Chen touched the bruises on his face, wincing in pain. He glanced at the time. The scores should be released soon. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Chen refreshed the page on his phone. Indeed, all his courses registered a score of 60. He had narrowly escaped disaster. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoyan and Wang Yusin were also viewing their newly released scorecards. The top scorer in the martial arts department was Chen Wei, a renowned genius who consistently ranked first in the department. Following him was Wang Yusin. Yusin, you are truly impressive, Mu Xiaoyan said enviously, her own score languishing at the bottom of the list. Wang Yusin looked at her helplessly. Why didn't you choose a cultural major instead of insisting on applying to the martial arts department? Unfortunately, even if Mu Xiaoyan achieved perfect scores in cultural subjects, it would not compensate for her dismal results in martial arts classes. She smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Wang Yusin scanned the list. Let me see how Su Chen fared. His name was easy to find, right at the bottom, below Mu Xiaoyan. Upon seeing his scores, both were astonished. 60. All of them were 60. Wang Yusin was flabbergasted. Is he really pretending to be a fool while hiding his true abilities? Chapter 14. A bounty on Su Chen Sr. I didn't expect to run into you here. Duan Xian's lips curled into a forced smile as she gazed at the well-dressed young man beside her. This senior, named Lu Qing, was 2 years her senior and also a graduate of Jiangnan University. Now, he had ventured into entrepreneurship and had become a modestly successful young businessman. Ha. I didn't expect that either. After all these years, I could meet my little junior, Lu Qing remarked, his gaze lingering on Duan Xian with a hint of greed. This junior, fresh out of university and untouched by the corruptions of society, was still in her most enchanting phase. To possess beauty and an alluring figure is indeed captivating. I never imagined that upon graduation, you would contemplate returning to seek out Professor Lao Guan, remarked Lu Qing with a cheerful smile. Duan Xian offered an awkward smile in response. Lao Guan was the name of her university mentor. Truth be told, she had been searching for employment externally but found nothing suitable. Thus, in a moment of desperation, she considered returning to inquire if her mentor might provide any opportunities. Lu Qing was fully aware of Duan Xian's intentions in seeking out Lao Guan. During a prior conversation with the professor, he had subtly hinted for Lu Qing to assist the younger student. Lu Qing awaited Duan Xian to express her request. Once she was employed at his company, the opportunity would be secured. After much hesitation, Duan Xian attempted to speak, but suddenly paused, her expression shifting as she exclaimed, Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen was exiting the academic building, and they brushed past each other. She clearly recognized Su Chen. Indeed, it was him, albeit without his dyed white hair and sporting some bruises on his face. He walked by her as if he did not recognize her at all. Lu Qing, intrigued, inquired, Do you know that fellow? Duan Xian shook her head, replying, Not really, just a casual acquaintance. How could he pretend not to know her? She had even kindly brought him food back then. Naturally, Su Chen did not recognize her. The individual he had encountered that night was a Sang. At that moment, Su Chen was feeling quite vexed. The elation of passing all his subjects had dissipated. Now, Zhou Hui, the young master of the Zhou family, was actively seeking him in online forums. Damn, they are all sycophants. Why not compete fairly? Having a group of thugs to block him is hardly a display of skill. Zhou Hui was one of the sycophants enamored with Mu Xiaoyan. Unlike Su Chen, who was financially struggling, Zhou Hui came from a family of considerable influence. His father had connections in both the legitimate and underground worlds, making him a well-known figure in Jinan City. Consequently, Zhou Hui had lived a life of privilege as a second-generation rich kid, often strutting around school with a gang of followers. Were it not for Xiaoyan, Su Chen would have had no reason to associate with such individuals. You are truly pushing my buttons, Su Chen declared coldly, before turning and heading towards the restroom in the academic building, intending to remain there until evening. He was confident that Zhou Hui would lack the patience to continue this pursuit. A hefty reward was promised for Su Chen's whereabouts, and those who found him would be generously compensated. Wang Yusin glanced at the content of the post and scoffed, saying, Zhou Hui is not very bright, is he? What does he mean by generous reward? It sounds as empty as a grand promise. Mu Xiaoyan, with a worried expression, asked, why is he after Su Chen? My dear lady, do you truly not know, or are you pretending? Wang Yusin looked at her and explained with a sigh, Zhou Hui has a crush on you. Mu Xiaoyan tilted her head, curious, but he avoids me whenever he sees me. I've never even spoken to him. Ah, men can be quite peculiar, Wang Yusin said, eager to stir the pot, as she pulled out her phone and began typing furiously in response. A little story after the rain. Young Master Zhou. What does this reward entail? I hope it's not just an empty promise. Young Master Zhou replied, are you questioning my credibility? Upon the release of Wang Yusin's post, the entire campus forum was immediately inundated with replies. A user from the widow's family commented, indeed, young Master Zhou, how about some tangible benefits? Another user chimed in, for instance, how much for finding mana? Zhou's reply was swift, 5,000 yuan for locating Su Chen. This post sent shockwaves throughout the campus. 5,000 yuan is no trifling sum for university students with limited earning potential. It could secure a top-tier girlfriend. The most crucial aspect was that merely revealing Su Chen's whereabouts would require minimal effort. The speaker was Zhou Hui, the wealthy heir, often considered foolish with his money. He might genuinely go through with such a proposal. In the restroom, Su Chen's anger flared as he read the post. Who was this rainy day story? How audacious. If it weren't for her loose tongue, he could have escaped the campus by nightfall. But now, every student was on a quest to uncover his whereabouts, leaving him with no avenue for escape. 5,000 yuan. Damn it. Su Chen contemplated surrendering himself. He realized this situation could not be allowed to escalate further. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face Zhou Hui's foolish wrath. Thus, he took out his phone and, using his account, replied, you are all mistaken. I saw Su Chen leave the school long ago. The username Joker symbolized both a card of great power and Su Chen's unyielding ambition to rise above the ordinary. Rainy Day Story retorted, impossible. I just saw Su Chen enter the campus. I've been guarding the gate. He definitely hasn't left. Damn it. You again. Su Chen seethed. Are you doubting my eyesight? I witnessed Su Chen leaving the school myself, replied Joker. Stop the nonsense. I saw him in the third teaching building. I am currently searching the building. Are you trying to claim the reward all for yourself? Su Chen thought, this is a disaster. His whereabouts are about to be exposed. Just then, the restroom door of the third teaching building swung open. Someone entered, causing Su Chen to hold his breath in fear. To his astonishment, it was Su Ming, who entered while holding his phone. Upon hearing the sound, tears nearly burst forth from Su Chen's eyes. It was his beloved mentor. He was saved. This was school, not a lawless land. Zhou Hui, you foolish heir, who are you offering a bounty on? I shall inform my mentor immediately. At that moment, Su Ming jolted upright, fastening his pants. Wait, I just saw Su Chen. Where did he go? He scrolled through his phone, chuckling to himself. 5,000 yuan is almost half my monthly salary. Heh, today's youth really have money. Su Chen, who had almost opened the door, halted upon hearing Su Ming's lewd laughter. Su Ming, you scoundrel. You were supposed to be a mentor. How could he not resist such a corrupt atmosphere and still seek to profit from it? I need to stay hidden a little longer. Su Chen clutched his phone, fixated on the forum. It seemed someone had just discovered his presence in the third teaching building. They wouldn't have truly found the restroom, would they? Meanwhile, the posts on the forum erupted in a frenzy, with users engaging in mutual confrontations. In the third teaching building. I just saw him at the school gate. You mentioned this an hour ago, when Su Chen was still on the ground, crawling like a dog. I believe I just saw him enter the cafeteria. I am certain. He was indeed at the third teaching building. How could that be? Who did I see outside the school then? The posts on the forum are going viral, leaving Su Chen bewildered. The information from these individuals appears to be in disarray, as if his presence can be felt everywhere. Could it be that someone is deliberately sowing confusion? Chapter 15. Why did you ruin my meal? A gust of wind swept through. Zhou's eldest son, I spotted Su Chen. He is in the second cafeteria. Shortly after, a photograph appeared. Su Chen was taken aback. Had someone really located him? He clicked on the photo, revealing a silver-haired Su Chen, peering through the cafeteria window, drooling with anticipation. Although it was merely a silhouette, he recognized it instantly. It was Assassin. He had come to school. Filled with excitement, Su Chen burst forth from the restroom, kicking the door open, startling two students who were caught off guard, causing them to shudder and dampen their pants. With a sense of invincibility, he strode out of the men's room. Damn it! Assassin has arrived. Who cares about the foolish Xiaoyan? Let us crush these ignorant fools. They can all be zombies for all I care. That guy earlier must have been Su Chen, without a doubt. What are we waiting for? Hurry and send out the location. There's a reward of 5,000 yuan on offer. At the entrance of Xiaoyan University, a taxi screeched to a halt, and two tall figures emerged. Chen Wei pulled out his phone, scrolling through the forum. Instantly, his eyes widened. Brother Chen, maybe we shouldn't head back to school just yet. Let us find somewhere to hide. Zhou Hui is looking for you. Why is he after me? The extraordinary Su Chen inquired coldly. Chen Wei's lips twitched. Aren't you aware of your own actions? It's because of Mu Xiaoyan. Zhou Hui is her devoted admirer, and you too. Well, you harbor feelings for her as well, so this conflict was bound to arise. Chen Wei explained, having previously known little about Su Chen. Was he always this aloof? The extraordinary Su Chen, with an expression of indifference, strode directly into the gates of Xiaoyan University. Hey, wait for me, Brother Chen. Chen Wei hesitated briefly before hastily following him. Calculating the odds, he reasoned that with his third-level martial prowess combined with Su Chen's strength, Zhou Hui's lackey would likely not stand a chance against them. Wow, Su Chen. Haha, I found him. The moment Su Chen appeared at the school gate, it caused a stir. Every student who witnessed it hastily pulled out their phones, posting on the forum, fearing they might be a moment too late. A reward of 5,000 yuan. First come, first served. At the entrance of Xiaoyan University, a young man with a pompadour, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, furrowed his brow as he stared at his phone. At that moment, beneath his recent post on the forum, a flurry of replies began to flood in. Someone had just spotted him in the cafeteria. They had followed suit, and now reports indicated he was seen near the south gate of the school. Now, there are two more posts claiming to be at the third teaching building. Damn it, one moment it's at the third building, the next it's at the cafeteria. And now they're fabricating nonsense at the school gate. How many Su Chens are there? Zhou Hui tucked his phone into his pocket and extinguished the half-burned cigarette against the wall. You all should take a look back and see who is deliberately posting chaos. I'll be ready to deal with them later. His 5 subordinates replied in unison. Rest assured, young Master Zhou. We got it under control. Who dares to toy with young Master Zhou? Let us handle them. However, regarding the photo at the entrance, it indeed seems to be Su Chen. One subordinate remarked. The others gathered curiously around. Indeed, this is a frontal shot. The yellow-haired guy trailing behind is Chen Wei. Isn't it? Huh. Always acting so proud, yet trailing behind a sycophant. Should we wait for him at the school gate? Zhou Hui observed them, furrowing his brow. Fools. We don't even know when this picture was taken. Let us first check the cafeteria. By now, lunchtime had passed, and the cafeteria was rather desolate, occupied only by a handful of students. Assassin, clutching his rumbling stomach, stealthily entered the cafeteria, following the enticing aroma. Just then, a student stood up to leave. Assassin glanced over, swallowing hard. There's still so much food left. How heartless. He spotted a half-finished bowl of rice on the tray at a table and stealthily reached for it. Young man, that's leftover food. It's already been eaten. The cafeteria lady promptly scolded him. Thus, Assassin watched helplessly as she cleared away that portion of leftover food, filled with reluctance. The cafeteria lady remarked, There's still some food left. I can serve you a portion. Assassin scratched his white hair, feeling a bit embarrassed. I have no money. The cafeteria lady, noticing the innocence in Assassin's eyes, smiled. All right, this meal will be on me. Saying this, she filled the last bit of food into a tray and served him a bowl of rice, handing it over from the window. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you. Assassin's face lit up with excitement as he took it. Just as he placed the food on the table, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks, ready to eat. Oh, having a meal, are we? At that moment, a sharp, caustic voice rang in Assassin's ears. Subsequently, a group of figures blocked his way, casting a shadow over the light. Assassin looked curiously at Zhou Hui and the others, whom he did not recognize. Su Chen, you've been quite elusive. I've been searching for you for several days, Zhou Hui said coldly. Assassin stared blankly at them. Are you all here to eat too? Eat your grandpa, shouted a bald subordinate, swinging a baseball bat towards him. Crash. The tray shattered on the ground, spilling soup and rice everywhere, the bowl spinning in place. Assassin stood frozen, chopsticks in hand, stunned. What's wrong? Are you dazed? Zhou Hui sneered. With no skills or background. You think you can dream of pairing with a rich girl? Do you think you're worthy? The sycophants nearby followed with their mocking jeers. He did not take a moment to reflect upon his own circumstances, an orphan with no parents, and wondered how he could possibly compare himself to Zhou Xiao. Moreover, his hair had turned white. What era was this? Was he truly attempting to adopt a sham art aesthetic? Although the words of these individuals were harsh and unkind, Assassin remained impervious, his gaze fixated solely on the rice strewn upon the ground. He crouched down, reaching out to collect the fallen grains. At that moment, Zhou Hui's foot came down heavily upon Assassin's hand, grinding it mercilessly. Have you never eaten before? Zhou Hui questioned with a defiant glare. Release me. Assassin's voice turned icy. Zhou Hui sneered and continued to apply pressure for a moment longer before finally lifting his foot. At that instant, he caught sight of Su Chen's crimson eyes. Crimson irises? Zhou Hui was momentarily taken aback. In the next heartbeat, Assassin seized Zhou Hui by the throat, lifting him as one might a fledgling chick, his speed so swift that their eyes barely registered the movement. By the time Zhou Hui's 5 lackeys reacted, Assassin had already hoisted him off the ground. Let Zhou Xiao go, bellowed the bald lackey, swinging a baseball bat towards Assassin. With casual ease, Assassin raised his hand to catch it, exerting force. Bang! The wooden bat shattered in his grip, splinters flying through the air. The bald man's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, chills running down his spine. Assassin delivered a swift side kick, striking the bald man squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters before crashing against the wall, where he came to an abrupt halt. The others stood frozen in shock. Was this truly human strength? Zhou Hui's face turned a sickly shade of purple as he struggled, his limbs flailing helplessly. The hand that clutched his throat felt like a vice. They were all students of martial arts. Although Zhou Hui was a privileged heir, he was still a second-tier martial artist, a top student in the school. How could he be so effortlessly subdued by a perennial underachiever from the martial arts department? I was wrong. I will no longer pursue Xiaoyan. Zhou Hui gasped, struggling to breathe. Why did you ruin my food? Assassin's crimson gaze was chillingly cold. Food. It was his Achilles heel. Chapter 16. He strikes a woman. Assassin, still holding Zhou Hui with one hand, delivered a sharp slap. Speak. Why did you destroy my meal? Do you have any idea how long it has been since I was truly full? Speak. Nearby, the 4 lackeys watched Zhou Hui's swollen face, terror gripping them. One, with a chicken coop hairstyle, timidly raised his hand. Assassin shot a cold glance in his direction, filled with murderous intent. Thud. The chicken coop-haired lackey dropped to his knees in fright. The other 3, fearing for their own safety, quickly followed suit. Gazing at Zhou Hui, who was on the verge of being choked to death, the chicken coop-haired lackey hurriedly spoke, I shall never again pursue Xiaoyan, I vow. Zhou Hui now regrets his actions deeply. Had he known the prowess of this infatuated admirer, he would never have opposed him. Moreover, dear brother, despite your remarkable abilities and having been in school for a year, why have you not revealed a whisper of your strength? Leading him to believe he was merely a soft target? Assassin, in a fit of rage, grasped Zhou Hui's hair. Why did you ruin my meal? Meal? Zhou Hui was taken aback. Was the crux of the matter that he had shattered his tray? For some inexplicable reason, today's Su Chen appeared somewhat foolish. An oddity he could not articulate. The previous Su Chen was not only cunning but also exceedingly lewd, making him impossible to grasp. The food in this cafeteria is utterly atrocious. It hardly befits the esteemed stature of young Master Chen. I merely wish to offer him a change of palate. Zhou Hui uttered these incredulous words, forcing a smile onto his lips. Unexpectedly, Assassin's eyes sparkled. Are you inviting me to a fine meal? Zhou Hui paused momentarily, instinctively replying, well, that is not entirely out of the question. How could the illustrious scion of the Zhou family possibly lack for a single meal? Let us go, Assassin declared, eagerly seizing Zhou Hui's hair and dragging him out of the cafeteria. Hey, Chen, young Master Chen, my hair. At the flower bed of Jinan University. Brother Chen, someone is tailing you, Chen Wei remarked, removing his headphones and surveying the surroundings. The extraordinary Su Chen regarded him with indifference. Isn't that you? Chen Wei cleared his throat and replied, aside from me, it appears there is another. The extraordinary Su Chen cast a glance back, noticing a figure who quickly retracted their head. Subsequently, that individual hurriedly opened their phone, excitement evident on their face as their fingers trembled while typing a post. After the rain, a little story captured Su Chen, currently at the school's flowerbed, scion of the Zhou family. Yet, Zhou Hui remained unresponsive. What was happening? Why was Zhou Hui ignoring him? Wang Yusin furrowed her brows. Beside her, Mu Xiaoyan softly interjected, "Yusin, this is not appropriate. This is akin to using a knife to kill someone." Wang Yusin retorted with pride, "Beating this toad, I fear it would dirty my hands." Now that Zhou Hui, that foolish heir, was searching the world for Su Chen, there could be no more fitting opportunity to teach Su Chen a lesson through another's hand. However, Zhou Hui was conspicuously silent on the forum. Could it be that he was flaking out? Wang Yusin frowned, furiously typing. After the rain, a little story. Young Master Zhou, where are you? After the rain, a little story. Young Master Zhou, I have captured Su Chen. After the rain, a little story. Young Master Zhou, where have you vanished to? As Wang Yusin attempted to post another comment, she suddenly found herself unable to reply. Mu Xiaoyan grasped her hand. "Yusin, stop this. Su Chen has done nothing wrong. If you don't show him a bit of color, he will continue to harass you." As Wang Yusin tried to post again, exclamation marks began appearing on her screen. "What is happening?" she questioned, suspicion etched on her face. "Oh, I must have blocked him." In front of her, Chen Wei shook his phone and chuckled. "I am the forum administrator." "You." Wang Yusin was about to speak when a cold voice emerged from behind her. "Are you looking for me?" A chill ran down Wang Yusin's spine as she observed the ability user, Su Chen, tall and slender, clad in a black combat suit. His strikingly handsome face bore an air of chilling severity, with dark eyes radiating an icy aura. He was undeniably the epitome of a cold and handsome figure. Aye. Wang Yusin stammered, her nerves getting the better of her. Although Su Chen seldom attended school, she had encountered him before, always playful and brash, never this intimidating. Mu Xiaoyan regarded Su Chen with a serene smile. "It's been a while, Su." Her pure and delicate features, illuminated by her smile, were quite enchanting. Yet, Su Chen merely cast a cold glance at her, ignoring her completely. Mu Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Something was indeed amiss. Summoning her courage, Wang Yusin placed her hands on her hips, striving to project a more formidable presence. "I just want to tell you, if you dare to provoke Xiaoyan again, I won't hold back." However, upon meeting Su Chen's frigid expression, her bravado diminished significantly. This infatuated fool was far too intimidating. "Do not follow me," Su Chen stated coldly. Turning to leave, Chen Wei hurried to catch up with him, glancing back at Wang Yusin and Mu Xiaoyan. "Did you hear that? We should leave now. And you?" Su Chen directed his gaze at Chen Wei. "Wait, what did I do wrong? I brought you to school and even paid for the taxi." Chen Wei sighed, yet he halted his steps. At that moment, Wang Yusin clenched her fists, disdainfully declaring, "You, with your yellow hair, can actually be the top student in the academy? I disdain you." She was incensed that this individual could act as Su Chen's lackey. However, she was determined to make this pervert pay for harassing her best friend. "Mu Xiaoyan, what do you think you're doing?" Chen Wei realized Wang Yusin's impulsive intentions and tried to caution her. "Hey, don't be reckless." But his words came too late. With a sudden burst of speed, Wang Yusin lunged forward, her long legs propelling her into a spinning kick aimed at Su Chen's head. Her fluid movement revealed why she ranked second among all martial arts students. Her foundational skills were solid, and her strikes were sharp and decisive. Clang! Su Chen raised his arm, effortlessly blocking her kick. Chen Wei, foreseeing the impending outcome, sighed and closed his eyes. In that instant, Wang Yusin felt as though she had struck a steel plate, her leg aching painfully. Then, Su Chen grasped her ankle, leaving her momentarily bewildered. The sudden sensation of weightlessness triggered a scream from her lips as Su Chen flung her into a flower bed as if discarding refuse. "Yusin!" Mu Xiaoyan rushed towards the flower bed. The fall was anything but gentle. Covered in grass clippings and tears welling in her eyes, Wang Yusin cried, He hits women." There, don't cry," Mu Xiaoyan cooed softly, comforting her friend. "I told you not to act impulsively." Chen Wei shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness. He had previously witnessed the terrifying abilities of the extraordinary individual, Su Chen. "Is he truly Su Chen?" Mu Xiaoyan inquired. Chen Wei's countenance reflected astonishment. "What do you mean?" Mu Xiaoyan gazed thoughtfully at the retreating figure of the extraordinary Su Chen, contemplating. "He is not Su Chen. Not at all." Chapter 17. The imposter Su Chen. Beep. Beep. A mechanical voice resonated. A young man with a spiky hairstyle, clad in a black combat suit, reached up to tap his earpiece. A blue single-lens screen materialized from the earpiece. The entire map of Jinan City was clearly visible on the screen, with a moving red indicating the position of the extraordinary Su Chen, located within the campus of Jinan University. An extraordinary being capable of controlling fire, a peculiar fellow. The young man remarked indifferently. He then clicked to shut off the earpiece. He had just received a new command indicating that someone was donning their Ghost Eagle organization's combat attire, setting fires and causing harm. This individual was exploiting the reputation of their organization to deceive others, which amounted to a serious accusation against the Ghost Eagles. Thus, the organization instructed him to take action and apprehend the imposter, bringing him back to the base. No matter who you are, daring to impersonate a Ghost Eagle assassin means the end of your days. A cruel smile crept across the spiky-haired youth's lips as he stealthily vanished into a secluded alley. Su Chen was in a state of panic. At that moment, a group of individuals was trailing him. He was acutely aware of their motives, an assemblage of youthful university scholars, resorting to such disgraceful behavior merely for the sake of a mere 5,000 yuan offered by Zhou Hui. Do you not honor the years of arduous study? Do you not respect the parents who raised you? Do you not acknowledge your country's expectations of you? It was disgraceful for university students to act as stalkers. Shameful. I spit on you. Suddenly, Su Chen halted and turned around. The students from Jinan University behind him, sporting expressions akin to those suffering from a nosebleed, looked skyward. Subsequently, Su Chen accelerated abruptly, dashing away. Oh no, Su Chen is escaping. What are you waiting for? Chase him. The group of university students pursued him. And just as they stopped, panting heavily, they spotted Su Chen clambering onto the wall, poised to leap over and flee the campus. The 5,000 yuan was slipping away from their grasp. How could they endure such a loss? Instantly, one by one, the students surged forward, seizing Su Chen's legs, refusing to allow him to scale the wall. Guys, please let me go. Su Chen implored, gazing down at the multitude of eyes below him, feeling utterly helpless. With the group tugging at his legs, his grip on the wall was faltering. This is absurd. That 5,000 yuan could allow me to buy a JK outfit for my goddess boyfriend. I could also find a new girlfriend. The last one was deflated. Hearing their words, Su Chen was filled with indignation. Are you not ashamed to use me as a means to fulfill your sordid desires? A bespectacled student replied earnestly. Su Chen, why are you unwilling to sacrifice your own interests for the greater good? Su Chen, you expect me to sacrifice myself to illuminate the lives of you pathetic individuals? How absurd. With both hands gripping the wall, Su Chen desperately attempted to scale it. Despite being a martial arts student with physical capabilities far superior to the average person, he could not withstand the relentless tugging at his pant legs by this group. Come on, guys, put your backs into it. Suddenly, his inferior quality belt snapped. He watched in horror as his trousers threatened to be stripped away by these money-obsessed fools. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded everything else. A silvery glow flickered, and Su Chen vanished into thin air. The several students, holding the torn blue jeans, stood there in disbelief. What the hell? Where's Su Chen? He made it over. Damn it, he got away again. On the other side of the wall of Southern Town University lay a bustling street. At a red light, Su Chen, clad only in a pair of boxer shorts, exposed his bare thighs, his expression indifferent. The light was red, and all eyes were drawn to his lower half. Fortunately, Su Chen was not one to be easily embarrassed. He had thick skin. He fumbled for his jacket and sighed with relief. Thankfully, his second-hand phone, purchased over a year ago, was still with him. Assets: one pair of tattered jeans, one inferior belt. Damn it. Sooner or later, I will make that foolish Zhou Hui pay for this. Not far from the school, in a luxurious hotel, Zhou Hui stared at his phone, his anger rising. A group claimed to have found Su Chen's whereabouts. The most outrageous part was that one of those idiots had the audacity to present a pair of ripped jeans, claiming they belonged to Su Chen, and demanded a reward of 5,000 yuan. Damn it, are they mocking me? The real Su Chen was right beside him, eating. Zhou Hui's fingers trembled with suppressed fury as he tucked his phone back into his pocket. He had taken screenshots of those IDs. He would deal with them one by one later. What's wrong? A sang, with his mouth full, mumbled indistinctly. Zhou Hui forced a smile. Nothing, it's all good. The table was piled high with plates. Before the dishes could arrive, a sang had already devoured them all. His appetite was astonishing. Most terrifyingly, He not only swallowed fish without spitting out the bones, but also consumed the shells of king crabs whole. Zhou Hui and his subordinates looked on in horror. This fan meat tastes quite good, Assassin slurped. Zhou Hui's face betrayed a hint of distress. That shark fin. Waiter, bring me 5 more servings. Assassin raised his hand to call out. Certainly, sir. True to the high-end restaurant's reputation, the waitstaff were exceptionally efficient. Before Zhou Hui could utter another word, 5 servings of shark fin had already been ordered. Comfortable. Assassin rubbed his round belly. Zhou Hui forced a smile. Young Master Chen, are you full? Though he was wealthy, he could not keep up with such consumption. After this meal, his pocket money would be nearly depleted. Assassin extended his hand. I'm 8/10 full. Zhou Hui exclaimed, Waiter. Menu. Assassin raised his hand. The waiter quickly approached with the menu. Assassin scrutinized it. Though he didn't quite understand. Still, he was aware of the price range of the dishes. This, and this. Zhou Hui felt a surge of excitement. This fellow has a conscience after all, choosing only inexpensive dishes. Besides these, bring me one of everything else. Assassin submitted the menu. The nearby waitress, astonishingly swift in taking orders, flashed a smile. All right, your order has been placed. Zhou Hui's face turned a shade of green. Damn it, you forced my hand. I need to lie down in the restroom. Zhou Hui greeted Assassin with a cheerful demeanor. Assassin nodded in response. Then, Zhou Hui seized the neck of a nearby subordinate with a chicken tuft. He asked coming along too. I don't want to go, the subordinate protested, but was dragged away by Zhou Hui before he could finish. Exiting the private room, Zhou Hui's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the subordinate. Aki, go buy some rat poison. Ah, what? Aki's complexion turned pale. This is poison. Zhou Xiao, isn't that a bit excessive? It could cost lives. Aki stammered, growing apprehensive. Don't worry, it's just a bit of rat poison, a small dose, merely to torment, not to kill, Zhou Hui replied darkly, without teaching Su Chen a lesson. He could not quell his anger. Aki hesitated, but the coldness in Zhou Hui's eyes silenced his protest. Fine. Chapter 18. Mutual Destruction. Ahaha. The seafood dumpling soup has arrived. At that moment, Zhou Hui approached with a bowl of soup, wearing an affable grin as he placed it on the table. Assassin, rubbing his round belly, let out a satisfied belch. Chen Xiao, the dishes are all served. Why aren't you eating? Zhou Hui asked, his smile appearing somewhat strained. I'm full, Assassin replied, picking at his teeth with a toothpick. Zhou Hui's expression grew vacant. How could you be full at a time like this? The soup. It's a delicacy, with sea cucumbers and abalone, all rich in flavor. Zhou Hui, with his limited education, earnestly explained. However, he noticed Assassin looking at him with naive innocence, belching contentedly. Could it be that this fellow has realized what he has done? Come, everyone. Let us all have a sip, Zhou Hui said, willingly pouring the seafood dumpling soup into the bowls before everyone. Aki's face turned green, for indeed, there was rat poison in this soup. Seeing Assassin still unfazed, Zhou Hui trembled, holding the bowl. Drinking this soup is a delightful experience. You all should join in. Observing Zhou Hui take a sip, Aki sighed, closed his eyes, and tremulously lifted the spoon to taste. The others followed suit. Not too salty, it was absolutely delicious. Zhou Hui licked his lips, declaring, I must have a taste too. Assassin, seemingly moved by Zhou Hui's performance, lifted the bowl to sample it. Zhou Hui's eyes gleamed with malice. Damn it, let us meet our fate together. It truly was delectable. After finishing the soup, Assassin's eyes sparkled with delight. Unfazed by the heat, he directly lifted the clay pot, and to the astonishment of all, he gulped it down in large mouthfuls. Burp. I truly can't eat anymore, Assassin said, setting down the pot and waving dismissively. Zhou Hui stared at the empty bowl, feeling somewhat dazed. Anger surged. Why did he also have to consume rat poison? At this moment, the waiter arrived at the dining table, carrying an array of exquisite dishes, placing them one by one. Zhou Hui felt a pang of regret. After all, this was his hard-earned money. His credit card was maxed out. In the end, this cryptocurrency nonsense went uneaten. Waiter, please pack it up. Zhou Hui raised his hand, signaling the waiter. As she reached for the packaging, he swiftly snatched the box from her hands. I can manage myself. Sir, allow me to assist. No, I insist. Sir, it's our duty. Get lost. Very well, sir. As Zhou Hui packed the leftovers, he discreetly poured the remaining rat poison into the boxes. Chen Xiao, these dishes are untouched. Perhaps you should take them home, Zhou Hui said cheerfully. Carrying a large bundle of bags, Assassin received them, his eyes brimming with excitement. You truly are a good person. We're classmates. It's only right, Zhou Hui replied. A sinister smile creeping across his face, the veins on his forehead nearly bursting. If that dog doesn't die from the poison, I won't bear the surname Zhou. In the adjacent private room of the hotel, Senior, allow me to toast to you. I truly appreciate your generosity today, Duan Xian said, her face flushed from the wine. She gazed gratefully at her former senior, Lu Qing, sitting across the table. Since graduating from university, she had struggled to find a suitable job. Now, Lu Qing was offering her a position in his company, with a commendable salary. This was undoubtedly a tremendous favor for Duan Xian. Lu Qing observed her, holding a wine glass, swirling the red liquid with a subtle nod. This junior looked striking at first glance, and her beauty only deepened with each passing moment. Her delicate features exuded the innocence of a recent graduate, and her fair skin glowed with a slight blush from the alcohol. Truly captivating. The phrase flashed in Lu Qing's mind. Under the influence of alcohol, he shed the seriousness of the day and grew increasingly relaxed. Duan Xian. A girl without connections in society has a difficult path ahead, Lu Qing said, leaning in closer. Duan Xian, influenced by the wine, smiled innocently. That's why I need to rely on your kindness, Senior. I will remember this. Of course, Lu Qing replied, inching closer with a charming smile. However, the relationship between seniors and juniors tends to be rather platonic. Duan Xian, slightly tipsy, sensed something amiss upon hearing Lu Qing's words. Be my girlfriend, he boldly declared. Observing her state. After a moment of silence, Duan Xian responded, Aren't you married? Does being married preclude one from having a girlfriend? Lu Qing shifted to sit beside her, gazing at her with deep affection. Moreover, there is no real emotion between my wife and me. I've liked you since our school days. Smack. Duan Xian's eyes turned icy as she raised her hand and struck him. You scoundrel. With that, she grabbed her bag and turned to leave. In that instant, Lu Qing stood frozen, his expression dazed. Regaining his composure, he touched his face where she had slapped him, watching her graceful figure depart, anger swelling within him. Damn it. That pretentious woman. What a facade of superiority. Lu Qing charged towards Duan Xian, seizing her sleeve at the entrance of the private room, intent on dragging her inside. Let go. Duan Xian screamed, her voice ringing out loudly. However, Lu Qing, a graduate of the martial arts department of Zhenan University, possessed immense strength. Hauling Duan Xian was merely a trifling task for him. Suddenly, a figure darted forward with remarkable speed, executing a kick that struck Lu Qing squarely in the face, sending him hurtling against the wall with a thud. Are you all right? A Sang inquired softly, gazing at Duan Xian. She shook her head, attempting to dispel the dizziness brought on by intoxication, and looked at the somewhat familiar face before her. You are Su Chen? The striking white hair was hard to overlook, making it nearly impossible to forget. In broad daylight, how could one dare to harbor ill intentions towards such a beautiful lady? At that moment, Zhou Hui adjusted his pompadour, casting a warning glance at the fallen Lu Qing. Heroically rescuing a damsel in distress, such a pivotal moment could not be monopolized by Su Chen alone. Besides, Duan Xian was exceptionally beautiful. Aji and the others rushed over as well. Zhou Xiao, my stomach hurts. Aji struck a fighting pose, only to be gripped by a sharp pain in his abdomen. The rat poison in the food had kicked in. Endure it. Zhou Hui shot him a frustrated look. You're ruining the moment. Although he too felt some discomfort, Duan Xian's startled expression ignited Zhou Hui's protective instincts. Goodness, this older sister is truly stunning. At this juncture, it was crucial not to falter. Who did this? Lu Qing raised his head, touching his face, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. A graduate of the martial arts department. He had founded a security company. Anyone daring to challenge him was courting disaster. It was me. Anyone who bullies a woman deserves a beating, Zhou Hui declared, tossing his hair back with pride. Let us go. Aji and the others quickly followed suit. Zhou Hui led the charge, eager to showcase his prowess. Throwing a punch at Lu Qing. He was, after all, a student of the martial arts department, a bona fide second-level martial artist. However, he was unaware that Lu Qing was a third-level martial artist. Despite the alcohol muddling Lu Qing's senses, dealing with a few brash youngsters was well within his capabilities. With a swift movement, Lu Qing dodged Zhou Hui's punch and retaliated with a blow to his abdomen. Zhou Hui, having consumed rat poison, was already at his limit with the agony in his belly. One punch was all it took for him to succumb. A foul stench permeated the air. Zhou Hui's face turned pale, his body trembling as he reached behind his pants, only to find a yellow stain. He excreted a noxious odor that made Lu Qing grimace. He had not anticipated that this pompadoured brat would be so pathetic, losing control after just one punch. "You actually hit Zhou Xiao," Ji bellowed, stepping forward only to unleash a cacophony of flatulence, soaking his pants in the process. It seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as the other three soon followed suit with a series of embarrassing sounds. The corridor was permeated with an unbearable stench. Lu Qing found himself amidst them, suffering greatly, and compounded by the considerable amount of alcohol he had consumed earlier. At this moment, overwhelmed by the foul odor, he could no longer contain himself. He bent over and vomited. The ground was littered with his regurgitation, rendering the already repulsive scene even more grotesque. "Run!" Duan Xian, aware of Lu Qing's formidable nature, grasped Aseng's hand and rushed towards the hotel entrance. However, Aseng remained rooted to the spot, his eyes blazing with indignation. "How dare they bully me? I will strike back." In his simplistic understanding, anyone who could afford to treat him to a lavish meal was a good person. Now that Zhou Hui was being attacked, he could not tolerate it. "Chen Xiao?" Zhou Hui rose, positioning himself protectively in front of Aseng. Despite his filthy appearance, he stood tall and resolute. "Your mission is to ensure her safety. I will handle this." With his back turned to Aseng and Duan Xian, Zhou Hui spoke in a deep voice. He would have appeared strikingly heroic were it not for his current predicament. In the brief moment of his speech, a fresh stain appeared on the back of his trousers. Aseng was momentarily stunned, glancing at the food he had packed, and suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. "I will protect it. You two take care." With that, Aseng swiftly bolted out of the hotel, clutching the plastic bag containing the food. Having come from a world ravaged by disaster, he understood the vital importance of sustenance. This was not the time for battle. He had to safeguard the food. "You wait for me." Duan Xian cast a glance at Aseng before looking back at Zhou Hui and the others. "You all be careful. I'll leave this to you." Zhou Hui flashed a confident smile, giving her a thumbs up over his shoulder. The hero rescuing the damsel in distress. It seemed he was the protagonist of the day. As Duan Xian followed Aseng out of the hotel, Zhou Hui turned his attention back to the still retching Lu Qing, slowly loosening his belt. "Trash like you needs to be dealt with. What are you doing?" Lu Qing wiped the vomit from the corner of his mouth, confusion etched across his face. From the earlier display, these young men seemed to possess some skills. With his strength as a third-level martial artist, he could easily overpower these 5 fools. But why was he removing his trousers? "What? Going to fight? Grab your weapons." Zhou Hui gripped the damp, foul-smelling trousers in his hand. Lu Qing's face turned pale. "Damn! Enchanted attack? Fight!" Zhou Hui commanded, and Ji and the others charged forward. Lu Qing, a third-level martial artist and accustomed to training through his security company, was no pushover. As 2 of Zhou Hui's men rushed him, he effortlessly dodged, sweeping his leg to knock them down. But before he could regain his footing, Zhou Hui swung the soiled trousers, smacking them against Lu Qing's face. Ugh! Lu Qing could no longer hold back and vomited again. Seizing the opportunity, Ji rushed in and kicked the retching Lu Qing to the ground, followed by a flurry of kicks from the others. They could have exploited this opening to incapacitate Lu Qing, but their own weakened bodies rendered them ineffective. This allowed Lu Qing to seize the opportunity, protecting his head amidst the chaotic flurry of limbs. He raised his hand to grasp Aki's foot, toppling him to the ground and mounting him. "Let go of Aki." Zhou Hui charged at Lu Qing in a fit of fury, but Lu Qing swiftly countered, seizing his arm and hurling him away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Lu Qing then capitalized on the moment, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Aki, who screamed in agony akin to a pig being slaughtered. The other 2 individuals quickly intervened, attempting to restrain Lu Qing by grappling his arms and neck. But his strength proved overwhelming. The 3 of them struggled in a stalemate, their faces reddening with exertion. Lu Qing had underestimated the strength of these young ruffians, finding them surprisingly tenacious. "Let go of me," Zhou Hui yelled as he regained his footing, swinging his enchanted suit pants like a rope, trying to pull Lu Qing away from Aki. Lu Qing was overwhelmed by the foul stench, unable to control himself, and vomited once more. "Ah!" Aki screamed beneath him, unable to evade, watching helplessly as the foul-smelling vomit splattered over him. His heart sank. He felt utterly defeated. "Don't move." At that moment, a young man clad in a law enforcement uniform, sporting a dark, mushroom-shaped haircut, rushed in with a firearm. Xiang Kunkin was taken aback by the sight of 6 individuals entangled in such a grotesque brawl. The luxurious hotel floor was smeared with excrement and vomit. An abhorrent sight that was nearly unbearable, the stench overwhelming him, prompting him to gag. Damn it! After years in law enforcement, he had witnessed all manner of chaos. But he had never encountered such a revolting spectacle. How on earth did you manage to make a fight this disgusting? Xiang Kunkin bellowed. You lot. Separate at once. You, with the foul pants, get them away. And you, stop vomiting. As evening descended and the sun gradually sank behind the towering buildings to the west, it seemed a breeze had picked up. Su Chen leaned on the overpass, clutching a bottle of cola with a straw in his mouth, gazing at the sunset. Feeling a hint of chill, likely due to his lack of trousers, he pulled out his phone and browsed the forum. The entire campus was ablaze with discussions condemning Zhou Hui, the foolish young man. Posts of scorn flooded in. He toyed with them for 5,000 yuan. This ignited a sense of unprecedented humiliation among the educated students of Zhennin University. Zhou Hui now resembled a ghost, utterly silent, as they unleashed their vitriol upon him, centering their ire around his mother, relatives, and ancestors. Serves him right. Su Chen tucked his phone away, feeling it was safe now. That foolish young man dared to have him wanted on campus. He'd pay a visit with Assassin soon, and take a bite out of each one. It was time to head home. Observing the dimming sky, the wind rustled through his four-cornered pants, sending a chill up his legs. Su Chen. At that moment, a soft, sweet voice echoed. Su Chen turned in astonishment to behold an exquisitely beautiful girl before him. Clad in a white dress, it fluttered gently in the evening breeze, accompanied by her flowing black hair. A delicate and charming face, adorned with a faint smile, exudes a beauty that captivates the heart. It is Xiaoyan. Mistaken identity. Su Chen, with a sudden burst of movement, turned and fled. He could endure the scornful laughter of passers-by on the overpass with a facade of nonchalance, mingled with a hint of irony. Yet, in the presence of the girl he cherished, such bravado faltered. Without even his trousers, his perfect image before his goddess was irrevocably tarnished. Xiaoyan gazed at Su Chen, who was sprinting away from her on the overpass, and a smile broke across her face. This was the Su Chen she truly recognized. Below the overpass, a youth with a spiky hairstyle from the Ghost Eagle organization glared at the black combat suit in his hands, veins throbbing on his forehead. Damn it, he is playing me. He had been tracking the ability user Su Chen based on the combat suit. The specially crafted Ghost Eagle combat suit could relay information about teammates. But now, it seemed Su Chen was aware of the pursuit, having shed the suit and discarded it beneath the overpass. All he found upon arrival was an empty suit. The spiky-haired youth, darkened by frustration, tossed the combat suit aside. Without coordinates, in such a vast world, how could he pursue the imposter who dared to masquerade as a member of their Ghost Eagle organization? At that moment, the spiky-haired youth looked up and spotted Su Chen, bare-legged and sprinting away on the overpass. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. Fool, you've exposed yourself. Chapter 20. The Ace Assassin. As night descended upon the provincial capital of Jinan City, the lights shimmered brilliantly. Under the dazzling urban illumination, even the stars above seemed to pale in comparison. Su Chen tightened his jacket. The temperature drop at night was significant, and without trousers, the wind felt particularly biting. What a stroke of bad luck, Su Chen sighed. To encounter his goddess at such a desolate moment. His immaculate image in her eyes would surely suffer a deduction of at least 1 point for not wearing trousers today. He pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 6:30 in the evening. Suddenly, the screen went dark. Su Chen slipped the phone into his pocket. This second-hand device had a subpar battery, which was exacerbated by his prolonged scrolling through campus forum posts in the restroom. Ultimately, it all came down to Zhou Hui's fault. If it weren't for that imbecile constantly pursuing him, he wouldn't have been delayed until this hour to return home. He would make sure to have Assassin take care of him later. As Su Chen strolled down the street, transitioning from the bustling commercial district back to the narrow alleys of the urban village, he prepared to walk home. Just then, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Someone was tailing him. Su Chen had a keen sense of perception. Otherwise, he wouldn't have evaded Zhou Hui's relentless attempts to corner him at school for nearly half a year. Quickening his pace, Su Chen lowered his head and hurried forward. He had been detected. The spiky-haired youth grinned wickedly, accelerating his pursuit. Su Chen dashed through the narrow alleys of the dilapidated urban village, which had recently become sparsely populated. Having grown up in this area, Su Chen was quite familiar with the terrain and thought he could easily lose this pursuer. However, reality proved otherwise. The speed of the young man with the hedgehog hairstyle increased, and he quickly caught up. With such limited skills, did he really think he could flaunt the name of our Ghost Eagle organization to deceive others? The hedgehog-headed youth's expression turned increasingly disdainful. Yet, as he turned the corner, that contemptuous look on his face froze. Ahead of him stood a wall. The boy who had been without pants had long vanished. What the hell? Had a living person just disappeared? The hedgehog-headed youth was utterly bewildered. On the other side of the wall, Su Chen dared not make a sound. Although it was his first encounter with this hedgehog-headed individual, he was certain that this person was indeed a martial artist, likely even stronger than his combat mentor, Wang Manzi. Had Zhou Hui hired this thug? This was too much. Su Chen quietly took out his phone, intending to call for help, to have the enforcers deal with this guy. Damn it, the phone was dead. The black screen refused to turn on. Bang! A heavy sound reverberated as a fist smashed through the wall. Su Chen screamed in terror, stumbling forward and fleeing like a wild dog. Boom! The wall crumbled, creating a large hole, and the hedgehog-headed youth emerged from the opening. He watched Su Chen's frantic escape and glanced back at the towering wall, curiosity piqued. How did this kid manage to scale it? Nevertheless, this was not the time for contemplation. Spotting Su Chen darting ahead, the hedgehog youth chased after him, trailing him to the outskirts where the reeds swayed. There, Su Chen's figure appeared to be gliding through the foliage. A sinister smile crept across the hedgehog-headed youth's face, his murderous intent boiling over. In the next instant, a knife sprang from his wrist, accurately piercing Su Chen. A ruse? The hedgehog youth frowned as he observed the coat that had been skewered by the long blade. Damn it, this kid had tricked him. Yet, this boy certainly possessed some skill, having disguised his coat so convincingly. Combined with the dimming light, he had been deceived. What was happening? Su Chen, hidden among the reeds, widened his eyes at this scene. He had an inkling. This hedgehog-headed youth was not hired by Zhou Hui. That foolish rich kid would merely want to settle a petty rivalry, but this hedgehog was clearly gunning for his life. Who on earth was this person? When had he ever provoked such a ruthless individual? Just then, a hedgehog-headed face suddenly emerged from behind him, staring at him ominously. Crap! Su Chen was so startled that he nearly lost his senses, hurriedly stumbling backward. The hedgehog youth's eyes were cold as he raised his blade, aiming to plunge it into Su Chen's heart. Clang! Su Chen raised his hand to block the descending arm of the hedgehog-headed youth. In the midst of the youth's astonies, the youth with a hedgehog hairstyle stepped back a few paces, grinning widely. The techniques of the academy are merely insipid. Su Chen's expression turned grave. The opponent he faced was clearly beyond the capabilities of a martial arts student like himself, and most critically, he wielded a weapon. Kid, prepare to die. The hedgehog-haired youth revealed a sinister smile as he swung his long knife towards Su Chen. Whoosh! At that moment, a crimson flame surged forth. The hedgehog-haired youth instinctively raised his blade to block the fiery assault. Although he managed to deflect it, the flames collided with the edge of his knife, sending sparks flying and searing his face with sharp pain. Soon after, another wave of flames approached. The hedgehog-haired youth, having anticipated this, agilely retreated to evade the oncoming attack. Relief washed over Su Chen as he exhaled softly. He turned to see his savior and was taken aback. It was a person who looked exactly like him. Even the color of their hair was identical. A realization struck him instantly. This must be the other individual from the parallel world that Ah Sang had mentioned. The one who played with fire? Two of them? The hedgehog-haired youth, seeing the stern expression of the supernatural Su Chen and glancing at the fallen Su Chen, was momentarily bewildered. Then, a thought dawned on him. Twins, where are your clothes? The supernatural Su Chen frowned, observing the half-clad Su Chen, with a t-shirt on top and only boxers below. Su Chen, still in a daze, stammered, I took them off. Just a moment. The supernatural Su Chen interjected. He initially had no intention of involving himself with this world's Su Chen, but he could not stand idly by and watch him perish. Upon hearing this, Su Chen quickly snapped back to reality and hurriedly scrambled to the side. Who would willingly get involved in this mess? It seemed that you, the imposter, are masquerading as a member of the Ghost Eagle organization? The hedgehog-haired youth looked at the supernatural Su Chen, extending his tongue to lick the blade. He sensed a kinship in the aura emanating from the supernatural Su Chen. The supernatural Su Chen, his expression indifferent, asked, Is it just you? What do you mean? The hedgehog-haired youth inquired, astonished. Has instructor just not arrived? The supernatural Su Chen's voice remained apathetic. Hearing this, the hedgehog-haired youth burst into laughter. Instructor Jess is the ace assassin of the Ghost Eagle organization, a top-tier powerhouse renowned throughout the world. You insolent wretch. Dare to think Jess would personally come to deal with you? The hedgehog-haired youth toyed with his knife, mockingly saying, Kid, your death wish is rather grand. I can easily kill you. Wang Cheng, codenamed Steel Spike, C-class assassin. The Superna Wang Cheng's voice trembled involuntarily. Was the aura emanating from this young man truly that terrifying? The ability user, Su Chen, exhibited an indifferent gaze. His name was Su Chen, codenamed Chen, the sole S-rank assassin of the Ghost Eagle organization. In that world, he was a malevolent specter that sent shivers across the globe. Chapter 21. Corpse poison. Be careful. That fellow possesses formidable strength, Su Chen cautioned from a distance. Concealed among the reeds, the ability user, Su Chen, appeared unfazed, seemingly dismissing Wang Cheng entirely. Playing tricks. Although Wang Cheng was intimidated by Su Chen's imposing presence. As an assassin, his mental fortitude surpassed that of the average person. He skillfully twirled the blade in his hand. In the next moment, Wang Cheng lunged forward, reversing his grip on the knife, aiming for Su Chen's throat. Su Chen raised his hand, deftly seizing Wang Cheng's wrist, swiftly twisting it behind his back. The knife clattered to the ground. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. Wang Cheng's wrist felt as though it might shatter, and he screamed in agony, pinned helplessly to the ground. Su Chen watched this scene in astonishment. Just moments ago, this hedgehog-haired man had been capable of dismantling walls with his bare hands, exhibiting immense power. Yet he had been subdued in an instant. Was the version of himself from this parallel world truly so formidable? Wait, brother, what exactly is your background? Wang Cheng, now compliant, questioned. Though he was a C-rank assassin, he still held a degree of status. If someone could easily overpower him, then what need was there to flaunt the name of the Ghost Eagle organization for deceit? Discard the steel needles. Su Chen's voice was icy as he commanded. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in realization. Hidden within his other sleeve lay indeed the steel needles. In the next moment, if he could free a hand, he could execute a close-range assassination. Over the years, countless experts stronger than him had fallen victim to the surprise attack of his steel needles. He never anticipated that this individual would be aware of such a tactic. Crack! Su Chen exerted his strength, producing a sound of bones fracturing. Wang Cheng held in pain. I'll discard them. With a clatter, a slender steel needle fell from Wang Cheng's sleeve, landing on the stones of the riverbank with a sharp sound. The needle glimmered with a greenish hue, indicating it was laced with poison. With a swift chop, Su Chen struck at Wang Cheng's neck. Wang Cheng's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Su Chen did not deliver a fatal blow to Wang Cheng. In his world, within the Ghost Eagle organization, both he and Wang Cheng were from the Great Xia, and while they were not precisely friends, they shared a degree of familiarity. Otherwise, he would not possess so many of Wang Cheng's secrets. Did you kill him? Su Chen cautiously emerged from the reeds, anxiously inquiring. He had never taken a life. Yet for this version of himself in the parallel universe, it seemed a commonplace occurrence. Su Chen remained expressionless. Shortly thereafter, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, without any prior indication, falling with remarkable abruptness. Su Chen was bewildered. Hey, what's wrong with you? He hurried forward to assist the ability user, only to discover that he had indeed fainted. Su Chen hurriedly checked his breath, seemingly still alive. Had he just finished boasting only to faint? Su Chen's gaze involuntarily drifted to the bandaged arm of the ability user, where an astonishing bite mark marred his skin, as if a wild beast had torn into him. The wound was already festering, blood still oozing, a truly horrifying sight. Could it have been a bite from a sang? The thought struck Su Chen in an instant, for he too bore a similar bite mark on his arm, both inflicted by a sang. The ability user, Su Chen, was burning with fever, his skin a frightening crimson. Goodness, could he be turning into a zombie? Su Chen swallowed hard, vividly recalling a sang's warning that after being bitten, one would undergo a transformation into a zombie. But wait, why was he unaffected? There was no time for further contemplation. He hoisted the ability user, Su Chen, onto his back, preparing to head to the hospital. A chilling breeze swept past, sending a shiver down his spine. His gaze then fell upon the unconscious Wang Cheng sprawled on the reed bank. Swiftly, Su Chen deftly removed Wang Cheng's trousers, and upon glimpsing his underwear, his expression turned furious. A pair of briefs? What a wretched choice of attire. Su Chen donned Wang Cheng's trousers, assessing the combat gear he wore, which appeared to be of decent quality. Without hesitation, he stripped off Wang Cheng's black combat jacket and put it on. The material, the texture, certainly worth a considerable sum. As Su Chen felt the sleek fabric of his new combat suit, he was struck by how much more agile he felt. No longer lingering, he sped off to the hospital with the ability user on his back. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng lay unconscious on the reed flat, his trousers nowhere to be found. It was hard to imagine the kind of horrific story that would unfold when passers-by discovered him the next day. At the hotel entrance, Duan Xian felt the evening breeze wash over her, clearing her mind somewhat from the effects of alcohol. She stared blankly at Assassin, who was holding a bundle of takeout boxes. Just moments before, her married, beast-like senior had attempted to assault her after his confession went awry. Assassin had intervened, kicking Lu Qing aside to rescue her. Then, it seemed Assan's friends had joined the fray, engaging Lu Qing in a brawl. Duan Xian knocked on her head, bewildered. What on earth had just happened? Need me to knock some sense into you? Assassin inquired, observing her head-scratching gesture. No need, she replied, casting a glance at him. Feeling her headache deepen. This white-haired kid seemed off. He had white hair when they had bumped into each other earlier. A vague sense of unease washed over her, though the remnants of intoxication dulled her clarity. How did you end up here? Friends treated me to a meal. Assassin replied candidly, holding up the takeout box. Want some? Not at all, Duan Xian declined, then suddenly thought of something. Are they all right? Absolutely. Not a drop of soup was spilled, Assassin replied, examining the food with utmost seriousness. Duan Xian mused to herself. Does this kid's mind revolve solely around food? Nevertheless, she added sincerely, I must thank you for tonight. If it weren't for Assan's intervention, she might have faced genuine peril tonight. Assassin nodded absent-mindedly, pulling out a sea cucumber to chew on, wearing a daft expression. Duan Xian, observing his carefree demeanor, sighed and said, Let's call the police. Otherwise, your friends will suffer. Lu Qing was no ordinary individual. She owned a security company and possessed considerable strength. Although the group of young men appeared to be students, their numbers did not guarantee they could outmatch her. Just as she retrieved her phone to report the incident, she noticed a cluster of people surrounding law enforcement officers escorting Zhou Hui, Aji, and Lu Qing out of the hotel. The uproar from the altercation drew a significant crowd, prompting the hotel to contact the authorities due to the distasteful nature of the brawl, which left even the hotel's security personnel reluctant to intervene. Consequently, the enforcers, led by Xiang Kunkin, wore grim expressions, occasionally sniffing their sleeves as if something unpleasant had clung to them. The aftermath of this disgraceful encounter was monumental, leading to the 5-star hotel's rating plummeting to 3 stars, but that was a tale for another time. Zhou Hui from the Martial Arts Department at Jinan University. Let us settle this at our university, Zhou Hui declared defiantly, his neck craned and a fierce expression directed at Lu Qing. Silence. Xiang Kunkin barked, his face darkened. Lu Qing was about to respond when an involuntary reaction caused her to retch. Upon witnessing this, Aji was similarly affected. Xiang Kunkin, exasperated, exclaimed, Enough already. Am I a traitor, tasked with handling such cases? Lu Qing, regaining her composure, shot a cold glance at Xiang Kunkin and stated, All right, Zhou Hui, just wait. My name is Lu Qing. Your mentor should know who I am. Before she could finish her sentence, he was forcibly escorted into a police vehicle. Huh, Lu Qing? Zhou Hui's disdainful expression faded. The name seemed vaguely familiar. Aji interjected, That's the outstanding graduate from the martial arts department, the one with whom the school has a partnership. We might have to intern at their company in the future. Wow, Qinggu. It's all a misunderstanding. That guy was instigated by Su Chen. He's the one who set us up. I'm innocent. Chapter 22. This guy is about to spontaneously combust. As night fell, the air grew progressively cooler. Hey, buddy. Hang in there. Su Chen sprinted away, carrying the ability user, Su Chen, from the reed marsh. He could sense the heat emanating from the ability user's body intensifying, with his skin starting to redden. Damn, this guy isn't going to turn into a zombie, is he? What if he wakes up and bites my neck? The thought sent a shiver down Su Chen's spine as he envisioned a gruesome scene of his neck pierced by sharp teeth, blood splattering everywhere. Terrified, he discarded the unconscious ability user onto the ground. Forget it, fend for yourself. Although you saved me once, you were being pursued from the start, so we're even. Su Chen gazed at the lying figure of the ability user, murmuring to himself. He had no idea when this person would turn into a zombie. He dared not take the risk. Su Chen strode away with determination, only to suddenly halt, letting out a deep sigh. Damn it, I owe you. He pivoted and returned, lifting the feverish, unconscious ability user, Su Chen, onto his back and resumed his hurried pace. Time was of the essence. After an exhausting sprint, drenched in sweat, Su Chen arrived once more at the footbridge. Taxi, he called out, attempting to hail a cab. Yet, as the vehicles passed by and caught sight of the bloodied and steaming figure he carried, they refrained from stopping, terrified by the bizarre sight. What an odd state he is in. Has he become familiar with this? Su Chen scrutinized the ability user, astonished. Moments ago, he had merely appeared flushed and warm. Now, he resembled a branding iron, radiating such heat that Su Chen dared not touch him, for he was truly scalding. Wisps of white smoke curled from his body. This hardly resembled a zombie transformation. With no taxis willing to stop, Su Chen let out a resigned sigh. There was no other option. He had to resort to drastic measures. Under the footbridge, a chubby man wearing glasses sat in the driver's seat of a white car, cheerfully snapping photos of illegally parked vehicles with his phone. Once he finished, he smugly uploaded the images. Haha, another small fortune. He chuckled to himself. Despite being guilty of parking illegally as well, this did not deter him from profiting off others. Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated. Something had struck the hood of his car. The bespectacled man froze, his mind blank. Rushing out of the car, he discovered a young man in his 20s, bloodied and steaming, unconscious from the impact. What on earth? At that moment, a heart-rending cry pierced the air. Brother, my dear brother, what has happened to you? Su Chen rushed over, prepared to embrace the unconscious ability user, only to retract his hands due to the unbearable heat emanating from his skin. Who did this to you? The chubby man, flustered, stammered. This has nothing to do with me. He just smashed into my car. He pointed at the hood, incoherent. Look at what he did to my vehicle. The chubby man was perplexed. While the car had not sustained significant damage, the paint had indeed been scorched away. How was this possible? Su Chen feigned tears, struggling to produce any. After all, it was he who had thrown the ability user from the footbridge. As he had anticipated, this individual from a parallel world possessed terrifying strength, having emerged unscathed from such a fall. Listen, my friend, Su Chen urged, I want to hold you accountable. But a life is at stake. Can you please take him to the hospital? Of course, of course. The chubby man agreed hastily, wincing as he and Su Chen maneuvered the scorched ability user into the back seat. Once in the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt, the chubby man looked over at Su Chen in the passenger seat. Which hospital? The second hospital. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chen hastily responded. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yesterday, that quack physician had injected him with a colossal serum. He had also been bitten by Ah Sang, yet he exhibited no reaction. Could it be the effect of the serum? This was a matter of life and death, and it likely concerned him as well. The plump, bespectacled man wasted no time, accelerating the vehicle. Just as the car came to a halt, Su Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother, and, pulling along the feverish ability user, dashed out, admonishing. You ought to refrain from reckless driving. It invites trouble. And no, it's nothing, the plump man replied, somewhat bewildered. Was this truly nothing? When he turned back to see his charred car seat, his heart skipped a beat. What on earth was he transporting in the back seat? Was it spontaneous human combustion? Help! Help! Someone is dying. Upon entering the hospital, 2 nurses quickly surrounded him. His skin is burning hot. What happened? In the face of the doctor's inquiries, Su Chen remained composed, stating, Please summon Vice President Zhou. He is the only one who can save him. Room 203. What transpired? I administered the medication. How could it escalate to this extent? Vice President Zhou adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the ability user Su Chen's arm, his brow furrowing. The hastily bandaged wound had begun to deteriorate further. After administering an additional injection, the patient's condition finally began to improve. However, why was his skin so hot? You administered it to me yesterday. Su Chen entered in a huff. Vice President Zhou looked at Su Chen and then at the ability user on the hospital bed. Astonishment etched on his face. You are twins? Indeed. Su Chen replied with a sense of inevitability. Using the notion of twins to gloss over the complexities of parallel universes was quite fitting. I must have mistaken you, Vice President Zhou admitted, a look of embarrassment crossing his features for having confused such a matter. Something felt amiss. Vice President Zhou seemed to recall something, pondering aloud. Initially, I believe I was investigating under Su Chen's name. How could He has awakened. Su Chen suddenly shouted, successfully diverting Vice President Zhou's attention. At that moment, the ability user on the hospital bed stirred slightly, slowly opening his eyes. He gazed up at the pristine white ceiling. How do you feel? Su Chen inquired, leaning closer. I am fine now, the ability user Su Chen replied succinctly, moving his arm slightly. The zombie toxin from the wound had dissipated. With his enhanced physique, he would recover to his former state within a day. Vice President Zhou stroked his beard, a look of pride illuminating his face. This ailment, in all of Great Xia, only I possess the capability to treat. At that juncture, the ability user Su Chen reached out and removed the needle from the back of his other hand. Rising from the bed. No, wait. How can you get up? Vice President Zhou stammered. You still need to remain in the hospital for observation. The ability user Su Chen replied with indifference. Not necessary. With that, he strode out of the ward. Su Chen quickly flashed an apologetic smile. Dr. Zhou. He has this temperament. His physical condition is perfectly fine. There is no need for observation. You young people. Director Zhou sighed and remarked, very well. Let him settle the charges and discharge himself. Sure thing, Su Chen responded with a smile, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the wealth of the other individual. Upon arriving at the hospital's payment counter, Su Chen observed the extraordinary ability user already engaged in facial recognition payment, and his anxious heart finally found solace. As long as he did not have to spend his own money. Ding! The sound of a notification echoed from his phone. Su Chen opened the message, his face turning pale. Your account ending in 3838 completed a payment transaction of 10,320 yuan at 2321 on April 5th. Remaining balance, 5,602 yuan. Chapter 23. You just charged my money. Damn it. This individual had swiped and taken away his money. Su Chen stared at the text from the bank, his entire body trembling. 10,320 yuan. This long 5-digit number spun relentlessly in his mind, causing dizziness. It felt as though his brain had been struck with a heavy blow. Overwhelmed by vertigo, he needed to lean against the wall for support. Seeing the extraordinary ability user preparing to leave the hospital, Su Chen hurriedly chased after him. Wait. He halted at the payment window, stammering, that money. It was charged to my account. Can I get a refund? The attendant shot him a dismissive glance. Our facial recognition uses iris identification. Even identical twins cannot be mistaken. But that was truly my money. He used his face to charge my funds. Sir, please refrain from causing a scene. Damn it. Return my money. Security. His plea for restitution went unanswered. Dejected, Su Chen exited the hospital. What are you dawdling about? Outside, the extraordinary ability user leaned against the wall, his tone cold. Su Chen, with a resentful gaze, replied, You charge my face, and you owe me 10,320 yuan. Remember to pay me back. It's merely a trivial sum of 10,000. The extraordinary ability user responded indifferently, as if he regarded that amount as inconsequential. Indeed, in another realm, he was a top assassin of the Ghost Eagle organization, a name that sent shivers across the globe. To him, 1 million or even 10 million was of no significance. Money was merely a concept. He was even oblivious to the exact balance in his bank account, merely recalling a long string of numbers. Su Chen, now animated, exclaimed, You have a lot of money? No matter how much I possess, it cannot be taken to this world. Here, you and I are the same person. The extraordinary ability user replied. Hearing this, Su Chen suddenly realized. So, this meant the individual had not a single cent to his name? I will repay you 100-fold for that 10,000. The extraordinary ability user stated nonchalantly. 100-fold? Su Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. 10,000 times 100 equals 1 million. In an instant, he was elated beyond measure. 1 million? Could he possibly have the chance to become a millionaire? Suddenly, he looked at the stoic visage of his counterpart from another world, and it seemed considerably more agreeable. Handsome and dashing, graceful and charming, a true paragon of talent. With such a striking face, how could one be unattractive? Thud. Suddenly, the extraordinary individual Su Chen was on the verge of collapsing. Su Chen, bewildered, hurriedly caught him. Anxiety etched on his face. Million, are you all right? Please, do not let anything be amiss. The extraordinary Su Chen opened his eyes and coldly replied. I have just recovered from a severe illness and am still somewhat weak. After uttering these words, he closed his eyes again, slipping into unconsciousness. Damn it, even in a faint. You managed to sound so pretentious. Could this possibly be the demeanor of a pretentious saint? Su Chen sighed. If it weren't for the fact that you owe me $1 million, I would have discarded you long ago. With no other option, he hoisted the extraordinary Su Chen onto his back once more. At least now, he could carry him. Previously, this fellow had been burning hot, as if seared by a branding iron, causing Su Chen's hands to blister from the heat. The hospital was not too far from his old-fashioned apartment. After a half-hour walk, Su Chen returned to his abode, bearing the extraordinary Su Chen on his back. Upon opening the door, the room was illuminated, and he found someone inside. There, Assassin was gnawing on a lobster, cracking the shell and meat with audible crunches. "You're back." Assassin glanced at Su Chen, who was carrying the extraordinary Su Chen, his expression momentarily tense. Then, his pupils abruptly contracted, and he sprang up like a furiously agitated cat. His crimson eyes filled with malice. "Be cautious of this fellow. He breathes fire. He hits hard." "Wait, don't panic. He is unconscious," Su Chen quickly reassured Assassin. Noticing his agitation, "Is he truly unconscious?" Assassin inquired warily. He remembered their previous encounter, where he had been utterly outmatched, left without any means of defense. Had it not been for his zombie constitution, which allowed for infinite self-healing, he would have been reduced to a sieve. "Indeed, he is," Su Chen confirmed, as he entered the room and placed the extraordinary Su Chen on the bed. "Perfect," Assassin exclaimed, cracking his knuckles ominously as if he intended to eliminate the extraordinary Su Chen. With a hint of exasperation, Su Chen replied, "I went through great lengths to save him. Do not kill him. He owes me $1 million. What if I just eat him?" Assassin tilted his head, contemplating. "I've played games before. If I consume him, I could synthesize a 2-star Su Chen." "Stop playing those ridiculous games. Haven't I told you that you cannot eat people?" Su Chen shot Assassin an incredulous look. "Who taught you such nonsense about synthesizing a 2-star Su Chen?" Assassin scratched his head, pondering. "Then what should we do?" "Let it be for now," Su Chen said, glancing at the still unconscious extraordinary Su Chen, feeling increasingly despondent. One version of himself from a parallel universe was already troublesome enough, and now another had emerged. The small, one-bedroom rental felt even more cramped and suffocating with an additional occupant. "What about some lobster?" Assassin suggested eagerly. "Lobster?" Su Chen was taken aback. Only then did he notice several takeout boxes scattered across the floor. The packaging bore the name of the Dragon Joy Hotel, the sole 5-star establishment in their town of Nan City. "Where on earth did you acquire these?" Su Chen was bewildered. This was a place he had never dared to dream of visiting. Even if it were merely a fantasy, the notion of marrying Mu Xiaoyan and inheriting the Mu Corporation, indulging in extravagant revelries while dining at the Longwei Hotel, was enticing. After devouring the tail of a lobster, Assassin licked his fingers and declared, "I went to school today, and someone treated us." "Treated us?" Su Chen asked, his expression laced with skepticism. "Who would treat you and take Assassin to a 5-star hotel and allow him to take home so much food? It's utterly perplexing." Su Chen thought, utterly confounded. "Please, spare me the absurdity." As Su Chen noticed Assassin attempting to open another takeout box, he quickly intervened. Curiously, Assassin inquired, "What is the matter?" "Let me first post this on social media," Su Chen replied, clearing his throat as he lifted his phone. He snapped fervent pictures of the takeout boxes along with their contents, even capturing a few selfies with the food. The lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, and vermicelli soup, ingredients he had only ever witnessed on television, were now laid before him. Su Chen mused. "I'm astounded. Just moments ago, I carried takeout from the Longwei restaurant, and my neighbors exhibited astonished expressions. Truly, there is no need for envy. It's just a simple 5-star restaurant." He continued, "This is my first time photographing a sea cucumber, which accentuates my complexion in a manner that feels foreign to me. Perhaps it's due to its luxurious nature. Indeed, expensive items possess their own merit." Su Chen remarked, "I just posted a picture of the Longwei restaurant's takeout box, and someone accused me of showing off, claiming it was unnecessary." He added, "I maintain a pristine circle and a disciplined life, enjoying my favorite 5-star cuisine. Don't inquire about the price. You cannot afford it." He concluded, "All images bear my name as a watermark. Unauthorized use is strictly prohibited." Chapter 24. 3 Su Chen's Oh Heavens! I have never encountered such a flawless physique. He is a warrior selected from 1 million elites by the Ghost Eagle organization, a divine gift bestowed upon us. He wields the power of flames. I cannot fathom how formidable he will become in the future. Mrs. Su, he is entrusted to you. We, The ghost eagles require a trump card, a true king. As Chen struggled to open his eyes amidst a glass apparatus filled with a green liquid, he beheld a striking woman of Asian descent approaching him amid a throng of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. Hello, from this day forth, I shall be your instructor, Su Chen stated. Fixing her gaze upon Chen, I will mold you into the most fearsome weapon of the ghost eagles. Chen, flee from this place. And you? I cannot survive. They have implanted a bomb within me. Why release me? You do not belong here. This necklace is a remnant from before you were inducted into the organization. Go to the Great Xia, seek out your family. I will guide you to safety. Go then. Leave. With a resounding crash, chaos erupted as blood and flesh flew, resembling a torrential rain of crimson. Chen escaped the island, floating upon the ocean's surface, casting a glance back. In the pitch-black night, the island engulfed in flames resembled a monstrous demon. Chen, incredulous, touched his tear-streaked face. Chen, why have you returned? The organization has tolerated your betrayal. Why return to slay us? For no reason. I simply wish to kill. Ha ha ha, how ironic. The ghost eagle has nurtured a demon that seeks to destroy itself. What a profound jest. To my astonishment, the phantom eagle has allied with my sworn enemy to confront me. It is you. You have driven us into a corner. Let us perish together. The sky was ablaze, reminiscent of the flames on that island, both enchanting and fierce. Chen did not flinch. He quietly observed the searing inferno as it engulfed him. In a dilapidated apartment in Jinan City, the adept Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. He stared at the worn ceiling, lost in thought. He had dreamed of the past once again. Awakened abruptly, Su Chen turned his head. In the room, he found himself and A Sang consuming food, one nibbling on sea cucumber, the other sucking on his fingers. Upon noticing his awakening, their actions froze. Get him! A Sang, momentarily sluggish, suddenly snapped to attention, leaping up with claws poised to scratch at Su Chen. Quick as a flash, Su Chen embraced A Sang's waist, urging, calm down. 1 million. If I can't marry a wealthy lady, I'll depend on you in my next life. A Sang continued to bare his teeth, resembling an agitated cat, making threatening gestures towards Su Chen. I have injured you, and you have poisoned me. We are even now. Su Chen slowly sat up from the bed, speaking with a nonchalant tone. Oh, realizing that Su Chen bore no intention of attacking, A Sang immediately felt relieved and ceased his menacing antics. Su Chen was bewildered. Is that it? Of course, A Sang replied matter-of-factly. He said he wouldn't hit me. Su Chen mused. Indeed, fools are easier to manage. Do you want to eat sea cucumber? At that moment, A Sang, holding a takeout box from Longhua Hotel, directed the question at Su Chen. Having recently recovered from a serious illness, Su Chen deemed it unwise to indulge in such greasy food, asserting, you should not eat that. It's not good for your health. It's just this one box of sea cucumber. I was saving it for last and just had a taste. No, I can eat. Su Chen positioned himself on the floor and took the offering. Then, under Su Chen's mournful gaze, he pinched the sea cucumber and began to chew. You're still unwell. Eating too much of this is detrimental. My genetic modification allows me to handle it. Before long, the floor was scattered with takeout boxes, all devoured by 3 Su Chens. A Sang was busy licking the remaining broth from the box. Stop licking. It's too disgusting, Su Chen remarked, unable to bear the sight. There's still some left. We can't waste it. A Sang thoroughly cleaned the box before reluctantly letting it go. Observing this scene, Su Chen felt a tinge of melancholy. His own circumstances were already dire, yet A Sang seemed to be in an even more pitiful state in his world. No matter how impoverished he became, he had never stooped to licking soup from containers. Why are you eating too? Su Chen inquired. Su Chen, patting his round belly, replied with curiosity. Why can I eat? This food is from A Sang. I have more right to eat than you, the one who fights with A Sang. After all, I took him in and provided him shelter. The extraordinary being, Su Chen, held a tissue in hand, diligently wiping the grease from his fingers, and declared, because there is poison in this dish. Poison? Su Chen's lips curved into a strained smile as he responded, no, that cannot be true. A Sang, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is poisonous. I could taste it the moment I ate. His sensitivity to toxins was quite acute. Thus, when Zhou Hui, that foolish lad, decided to add rat poison to the food at the hotel, he resolved not to partake any further. Yet, upon witnessing Zhou Hui share the tainted porridge with everyone, his temptation got the better of him, and he picked up his chopsticks once more. Mark my words. You two beasts know it is poisonous and conspired to deceive me, didn't you? Su Chen exclaimed, his realization hitting him like a lightning bolt. If it is indeed toxic, why did you both consume it? I am a half-zombie. I cannot perish. My genes have been modified. I am impervious to poison, Su Chen replied calmly. Though he could not claim to be entirely immune, at the very least. Ordinary toxins posed no threat to his body. This was also the reason he remained unperturbed by Ah Seng's bite. He had overestimated his own resilience and underestimated the dreadful potency of the zombie's venom. I thought you were not afraid of poison, Ah Seng remarked. His expression one of bewilderment as he scratched his head. Besides, this is food. It cannot be wasted. Su Chen remained unfazed, stating, by the time I awakened. You had already consumed enough. It is too late to intervene. His countenance turned ashen. Something was amiss. Who in their right mind would poison such an expensive dish? However, at that very moment, before he could ponder further, a sharp pain seized his abdomen, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Oh no. In just 2 days, food poisoning had struck him twice. Su Chen dashed to the restroom, crouching on the toilet, followed by a series of agonizing groans. Should we go to the hospital? The extraordinary being inquired. Absolutely not. I will not squander my money in a place like that. Su Chen resolutely declined. Another trip to the hospital would leave him destitute. Ah Seng, seemingly aware of his misstep, timidly asked, will he die? After all, to him, Su Chen appeared rather fragile. The extraordinary being pondered, I doubt it. However, it is hard to say. This fellow is exceedingly delicate. Chapter 25. Su Chen's Circle of Friends, Yunting Manor. The residence of the elite in Zhennan City. In the stillness of the night, the clock struck 2. Wang Yusen lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to find sleep. A dazed expression lingered on her delicate features. She dared not close her eyes, for the moment she did. Her mind was consumed by the image of that man. Am I losing my mind? Why can I not stop thinking about that infatuated fool? Wang Yusen sat up, her long hair disheveled, her face a picture of despair. Indeed, the person occupying her thoughts was none other than Su Chen. After venting her frustrations, she turned onto her side in bed, wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. Su Chen was undeniably handsome, with striking features. However, his reputation was far from pristine. This tarnished reputation was undoubtedly due to his poor character. What is most outrageous is that this individual, akin to a pervert, relentlessly clings to her friend Mu Xiaoyan. It could be deemed as sexual harassment. However, yesterday, their encounter on campus utterly subverted her previous impressions of Su Chen, achieving a mere 60 across all subjects. Just scraping past the passing mark is truly baffling. It is abundantly clear that this fellow is deliberately concealing his prowess. Subsequently, their meeting only served to confirm this notion. Coldly proud and strikingly handsome, particularly with that piercing gaze, Wang Yusen felt her cheeks involuntarily flush. The essence of a person significantly influences their appearance. The former Su Chen, with his frivolous demeanor, seemed like a pathetic loser, perpetually entangled with Mu Xiaoyan. She couldn't say she was interested. In fact, the sight of him was rather disheartening. Yet yesterday, clad in combat attire, Su Chen embodied the very essence of an icy, alluring male. How could the same individual exhibit such a stark contrast? Could it be that his previous image as a sycophant was merely a facade? Is this truly Su Chen's authentic self? Wang Yusen pondered, increasingly convinced of her thoughts. In the martial arts department, she ranks just behind the prodigy Chen Wei, being the second strongest in the entire academy. Yet before Su Chen, she found herself utterly powerless, easily tossed aside with a single hand. Women, to some extent, possess a yearning for strength, and Wang Yusen places particular emphasis on this quality. Her criteria for a partner is that he must surpass her in strength. Within the university, the number of individuals who could claim such superiority over her is exceedingly rare, with Chen Wei being the sole exception. Even the senior students in the martial arts department have failed to best her. However, she has no inclination towards those with bleached hair. Yet yesterday, Su Chen's presence inexplicably tugged at her heartstrings. But he is fond of Mu Xiaoyan. If I were to truly be with Su Chen, would that not amount to stealing love? It should not be, for Xiaoyan evidently harbors no feelings for Su Chen. Nonetheless, it feels unethical. In Wang Yusen's mind, it was as though two figures were incessantly squabbling. Ultimately, she let out a long sigh. It seemed she would be unable to sleep tonight. Thus, she retrieved her phone and, inexplicably, opened Su Chen's social media. I am merely taking a look. With no ulterior motives, she repeatedly reassured herself. 17. When she opened Su Chen's posts, she was astonished by the sheer number he had shared. 17 in one night. What on earth has he been up to? Wang Yusin patiently continued to scroll. The first post featured several images of takeout boxes, prominently displaying the name of Longyue Hotel in a close-up shot. Unbelievable. Just having takeout from Longyue restaurant. The neighbors expressed astonished looks. There was truly no need for envy. Simply a straightforward 5-star dining experience. Wang Yusin mused, feeling an uncomfortable chill run down her spine. She pressed on, scrolling further. The next post featured a photograph with sea cucumbers, stating that it accentuated her skin, giving it a texture not belonging to her, perhaps due to its expensive nature. Indeed, there is a reason why the costly items are valued as such. As Wang Yusin observed the contents of Su Chen's social media, the corners of her mouth began to twitch. The accompanying image showed Su Chen with a sea cucumber as he licked it. Furthermore, he even tagged Xiaoyan in a separate post where he was licking a lobster. In a recent social media post, Wang Yusin's expression darkened as she scrolled through the comments, noting only 2 likes, one from Su Chen himself and another from Chen Wei. The post was inundated with ridicule. From the martial arts department, Class 1, Park Gochang remarked, "Damn it, you flooded the timeline with 17 posts. Are you so desperate that you need to share so many pictures with a takeout box?" Chen Wei responded to Park Gochang, "Social media is meant for sharing life. Why meddle in others' affairs?" From the same class, Tian Dandan chimed in, "It's infuriating at this hour. I've blocked you." Chen Wei retorted, "What would you know, you woman?" Chen Wei then praised Su Chen. "Brother Chen, what a silver tongue." The comments below were rife with insults, while Chen Wei stood firm, challenging them in the comment section. Su Chen, however, remained unresponsive. Wang Yusin stared blankly at the photo of Su Chen with the abalone, lost in thought. Then, trembling, she raised her hand and struck her own face. The following morning, Su Chen weakly opened his eyes, greeted by a faint aroma of food. Awake? Assassin, who had been vigilantly waiting nearby, expressed joy. The one who played with fire didn't perish. He has come to. The poison was not lethal. Su Chen, not bothering to look back, replied, donning an apron as he prepared congee. The breakfast was already laid out before him. Su Chen was astonished. He never anticipated that this cold individual could cook. "Let us eat," Su Chen stated matter-of-factly. He gazed at the breakfast spread, preserved egg and lean meat congee, fried dough sticks, boiled eggs, and even a glass of milk. In his 18 years of life, he had never experienced such a lavish breakfast at home. "Where did you get all this?" Su Chen inquired with curiosity. He tasted the congee, finding it surprisingly delightful. Hard to believe that this person possessed such culinary skills. Yet, he recalled that he had no ingredients. The refrigerator had long been emptied, and to save electricity, even the plug had been removed. Had the fridge not been out of power, perhaps the cake wouldn't have been spoiled. He wouldn't have had to go to the hospital, enduring the excruciating needle that felt like a rocket launcher. If he hadn't been poisoned, he wouldn't have to deplete the over 10,000 from his account. Yet, if he had not faced that injection, perhaps Assassin would have already turned into a zombie after biting him. As Su Chen removed the apron and sat cross-legged, munching on a fried dough stick, he said, "All this was bought from downstairs. By the way, your card balance is running low." Upon hearing this, Su Chen hastily set down his spoon and pulled out his phone, realizing that this person could swipe his face and drain his funds. Seeing the bank account balance at a mere 4,025 yuan, Su Chen's head buzzed. "Damn it, how am I supposed to survive with so little?" Chapter 26. Huzi, Assassin Xiaolu. Only 400 remain, hardly enough for the 3 of us to live on. Su Chen set down his phone and sighed as he gazed at the ability user. Su Chen and Assassin, spreading his hands in exasperation. His meaning was unmistakable. It was time for them to leave. His humble abode could scarcely accommodate 3 individuals. Assassin, munching on a fried dough stick, suggested, "Shall we consider a heist? The supermarket downstairs has plenty of goods." The ability user, Su Chen, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is a possibility." Su Chen interjected, "What nonsense. You're proposing robbery right off the bat. In your other worlds, did you not possess even a modicum of legal awareness? No, in this realm, the enforcers of the law would not let you off lightly. We could all end up behind bars." Su Chen rebutted directly. Assassin, upon hearing the mention of jail, seemed to recall Su Chen's previous warning and shuddered at the thought. The prisons in this world were indeed terrifying. I will temporarily reside with you. I can repay the debt I owe you many times over in the future, the ability user Su Chen remarked, seemingly perceiving Su Chen's thoughts. To him, money was merely a string of meaningless numbers. He had never been interested in it. Oh, how could I possibly accept that? Su Chen exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. You are welcome to stay here as if it were your own home. Please, make yourself comfortable. However, given the prowess of the ability user Su Chen, acquiring wealth would surely not pose a challenge. Su Chen had witnessed his strength firsthand. In any era, the powerful could effortlessly amass riches. Furthermore, the notion of 100-fold repayment was an enticing prospect. Is there a more lucrative investment than that? Assassin, still chewing on his fried dough stick, inquired. So, how do we make money? Though he too harbored little interest in wealth, it was a means to procure sustenance. This was the crux of the matter. Su Chen snapped his fingers and opened his phone, revealing the screensaver depicting an enchanting beauty, Mu Xiaoyan, the heiress of the Mu Corporation. This is Mu Xiaoyan. If we unite our efforts and I manage to win her heart, acquiring wealth will be effortless. Su Chen declared passionately. This was his ideal, his dream, a grand vision of the future. You have no chance, stated the ability user Su Chen, finishing his bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge and placing it down. Su Chen, incensed, retorted, how could that possibly be? We are a match made in heaven. Two golden youths, a perfect pair. I am the chairman of the Mu Corporation. I would never allow my daughter to marry you. The ability user Su Chen replied coolly. He had seen through Su Chen's aspirations of being a frog yearning for a swan. Su Chen, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, brother, what are you saying? We are one and the same. We are both named Su Chen. To belittle me is to belittle yourself. The ability user Su Chen replied. To be honest, although we share the same name across different parallel universes, I do not equate myself with this toad who dreams of swan meat. Fear not. I shall assist you, Assassin proclaimed, thumping his chest with a naive expression. Su Chen, overwhelmed with excitement, enveloped him in a bear hug, saying, ah, my dear Assassin, you truly are a treasure. My affection for you has not been in vain. Observing these two lively characters, the ability user Su Chen wore a contemplative expression. Why is there such a considerable disparity among individuals, despite being the same person? If, at the outset, his genetic code had remained unaltered, would his character resemble that of this fellow? Speaking of which, we all share the name Su Chen, which seems rather indistinguishable. Su Chen directed his gaze towards the ability user Su Chen and Assassin. Assassin scratched his head in contemplation, saying, I am Assassin. And what do they call you? The one who plays with fire. The ability user Su Chen replied nonchalantly, whatever. Then I shall call you Fire Boy. Assassin declared without hesitation. Su Chen felt a cold sweat break out. The background of this individual in that world was extraordinary. And how could he be so casually named Fire Boy? Very well, Fire Boy said with indifference, nodding slightly. To him, a name was merely a code, devoid of significance. Then Assassin turned his gaze towards Su Chen, asking, and what is your name? I am simply Su Chen, now that you two have names. It makes it easier to distinguish among us. Su Chen chuckled, feeling quite self-evident. However, he soon sensed the chilling glare from Fire Boy and Assassin. Let us call you Dog Liquor, Assassin pondered aloud. Fire Boy nodded in agreement. That works. It's rather fitting. No way. Su Chen vehemently opposed. Why should that be? How can you name someone based on their personality? I haven't called you guys expressions like stoic or fool. Fire Boy regarded him thoughtfully. Do you possess any other distinguishing characteristics? Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. Compared to these two, he seemed to lack any remarkable traits. Fire Boy remarked coolly, you lack any defining features, resembling a passerby. Assassin quickly chimed in. Then let us call you Little Passerby. Su Chen sighed. All right then. It'll suffice. It's certainly better than Dog Liquor or such. Su Chen glanced at Fire Boy and Assassin, feeling a slight perplexity. However, upon reflection, they did not appear so difficult to differentiate after all. Although they were all the same person, their experiences in different timelines had shaped their characters entirely differently. In fact, if one were to disregard their appearances, it would be nearly impossible to conceive that the three of them were, indeed, the same individual. No, Su Chen suddenly realized that they even varied in looks. Assassin was unmistakable with his silver-white hair and crimson eyes, easily recognizable in a crowd. Fire Boy's gaze was rather icy, and his eyes seemed to be more elongated, narrowing into a deadly glare. In contrast, Sang's eyes were slightly rounder and clearer, exuding a hint of foolishness when he looked at others. Moreover, Fireboy's facial features appeared more sharply defined, giving him a more austere overall impression, whereas Sang's facial contours seemed somewhat softer. "What are you staring at us for?" Fireboy inquired. Su Chen stroked his chin, pondering. "It appears that we possess certain differences. With varying experiences, it is impossible for us to be identical." Fireboy stood up, stating, "A person's appearance is continually evolving. This encompasses genetics, natural growth and aging, environmental factors, diseases, and even injuries. Although they were one and the same, in different worlds, it meant that the genes they inherited were completely identical." Observing Fireboy rise, little passerby was slightly taken aback and stood up as well, exclaiming, "Wait a moment. How tall are you?" Yesterday, he failed to notice the time, and it was only upon closer inspection that he realized Huzi's height did indeed surpass his own slightly. Huzi replied, 1 meter 82. Xiaoyan was taken aback. "You're actually 2 centimeters taller than me." Huzi corrected him, "It's 3 centimeters. You're 1 meter 79. Su Chen interjected, Chapter 27, 1 meter 79. "What a joke. Are there really men in this world who are 1 meter 79? Su Chen was infuriated. Of course, 1 meter 79 is not short. It stands out slightly in a crowd. According to statistics from Daxia, only 6% of men are over 1 meter 80. Yet, 1 meter 80 symbolizes Su Chen's dignity. What about me?" Asang rose, his curiosity evident. Huzi cast a glance at him and replied, 1 meter 81. Su Chen exclaimed, "Damn it. Why him? We're both Su Chen, and he's 1 meter 79. I don't care, with 2 or 3 centimeters added from shoes. Why should I be labeled as 1 meter 79? How did you end up in this world?" Huzi, uninterested in Su Chen's escalating frustration, turned to Asang and inquired. 3 Su Chens concurrently appeared in a parallel universe. This was surely not a coincidence. Asang pondered for a moment before responding. "That day, I went to the base of the zombie hunters." "The base of the zombie hunters?" Su Chen expressed his astonishment. He had previously heard Asang mention that these hunters specifically targeted zombies. Had this fellow lost his mind, walking into a trap? Asang scratched his head and chuckled. "I was extremely hungry that day, so I wandered into the back kitchen of the zombie hunter's base. I opened the warming cabinet and ate a bowl of rice. It tasted delightful, so I had another bowl, and then I took out a third bowl from the warming cabinet. Get to the point." Huzi tapped the table, frowning. "Oh, after eating my 22nd bowl of rice, dawn broke, and I was discovered by the hunters at the base." Asang blinked as he spoke. Su Chen was at a loss for words. He felt utterly drained from the absurdity. 22 bowls of rice. Had he really eaten from dusk till dawn? And then? Su Chen prompted. "Then they all captured me, shooting at me with their guns. Their firearms were quite peculiar. The pain was excruciating, and I couldn't heal. A woman shot me in the head." Recalling this harrowing episode, a flicker of terror still danced in Asang's eyes. It was a deeply painful memory for him. Asang continued, "After that, a silver light enveloped me, and it felt like I was dreaming. When I opened my eyes, there were no bullet holes, no wounds on my brow, and I found myself on a dilapidated road." Upon finishing, both Su Chen and Huzi fell silent, lost in contemplation. "Huzi, what about you?" Su Chen turned to him with an inquiry. Huzi seemed reluctant to divulge his experience and casually replied, "Similar to Asang. At that time, he had been engaged in the slaughter of the Ghost Eagle organization's assassins, forcing the Ghost Eagle into a corner, with no other options. The leader and high-ranking members of the Ghost Eagle organization chose to perish alongside him. Soon after, he found himself transported to this familiar yet foreign parallel world. So how do you plan to return?" Su Chen, filled with curiosity, inquired, then hastily added, "Of course, it's not that I resent your presence here without compensation. Consuming my resources and occupying my bed, I am merely intrigued." Asang shook his head. "I do not know." Huzi replied nonchalantly, "I am also uncertain. Their inexplicable arrival in this parallel world defies logical explanation. However, both shared a commonality. They had arrived in this realm while on the brink of death." Su Chen sighed deeply. It seems that in the near future, it will be impossible to send these 2 formidable beings away. Of course, it is also possible that they are bound by a time limit in this world, and after a set duration, they will be returned to their original parallel universe. In any case, I do not wish to return." Asang declared earnestly. In that world, polluted waters were abundant, food was scarce, and there were relentless zombie hunters pursuing him. Compared to this parallel world, it was akin to paradise. Huazi remained silent, choosing not to speak. He too had no reason to return. In his original world, he was utterly alone. Having completely severed ties with the Ghost Eagle organization he had been part of for 18 years, reaching a point of conflict. Even if he went back, what would he do? Seek out another organization to continue his assassin's duties? Have you seen this photograph? Huazi suddenly thought of something. Removing a necklace from around his neck and opening it. Inside was a somewhat blurred image of a woman. Despite the lack of clarity, her beauty shone through. Who is this? Assassin asked, looking puzzled. By analyzing the features, she must be our mother or a relative, perhaps an aunt, Huazi mused. It was evident that their faces bore some resemblance to the woman in the photograph. Do you wish to find her? Assassin posed a rather naive question. After a moment of silence, Huazi slightly nodded. Su Chen scoffed. What is the point in finding her? She has been absent all these years. Are you not curious about your origins? Huazi returned Su Chen's gaze, asking coolly. Now, I am a top student at Zhenan University, with a bright future ahead, ready to marry a wealthy heiress, inherit the Mu conglomerate, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Even if I found her, what could I possibly do? Provide for her in her old age? Assassin nodded vigorously in agreement, asserting that he had managed to endure the transformation into a zombie on his own. Noticing their lack of interest in investigating his identity, Huazi returned the necklace to its place around his neck, rising to leave the room. What are you going to do? Su Chen inquired, intrigued. I have more pressing matters. Huazi replied, opening the door and departing. Assassin blinked, turning to Su Chen. He has gone. What shall we do now? Su Chen shrugged. First, we need to make some money. He currently had only 400 yuan, insufficient to sustain 3 people. No, Assassin's appetite was monstrous. He alone could consume enough for 3. When are you planning to marry that Mu school beauty? Assassin asked. Well, it takes time. Girls tend to think that if they let boys take the lead too easily, they become less cherished. Thus, one must proceed with caution, Su Chen remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. I comprehend your feigned modesty, and you are aware of my ulterior motives. We are but a step away from inheriting the Mu group. There is still time. Let me take you to earn some money. Su Chen casually draped his arm over Assassin's shoulder. This fellow possessed extraordinary physical capabilities and, remarkably, was impervious to harm, albeit somewhat lacking in intellect. It was time to devise a way to leverage his abilities for profit, at the very least to recoup the expenses of recent days. At noon, Su Chen and Assassin, adorned in yellow garb, strolled down the street, each pushing an electric scooter. Are we delivering takeout? Assassin inquired, glancing at his attire. He vaguely recalled this profession from before becoming a zombie. Su Chen grinned proudly. Indeed, our aim is to be the top delivery duo. Combined, our performance could yield an extra 500 yuan in commissions each month. They would both deliver takeout. Yet all earnings would be credited to Su Chen's account. Thus, his ambition to be the best would be easily attainable. In this world, there were no suitable job opportunities. However, food delivery offered immediate payment. Each completed order translated directly into cash, making it one of the fastest ways to earn a living. Are you feeling all right? Assassin asked, recalling that this morning, Su Chen had been quite unwell. With an air of arrogance, Su Chen replied, Nonsense. I am a student of the martial arts department at Southern Town University. How could I be so fragile? Compared to the likes of Huazi and Assassin, who were monstrous in their own right, he considered himself no different from an ordinary weakling. Yet, when compared to an average person, his physical prowess was akin to that of a superhero. Chapter 28. The Delivery Saint Body. How does one ride this? Assassin curiously fiddled with the electric scooter. Su Chen looked astonished. Seriously? You don't even know how to operate an electric scooter? No, Assassin replied, grinning foolishly with his big white teeth. Su Chen realized that their timelines had diverged 5 years prior. 5 years ago, at the tender age of 13, he had never handled an electric scooter. It's quite simple. Even easier than riding a bicycle. You just twist this part, Su Chen demonstrated. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as the handlebar snapped in Assassin's grip. What the heck? Su Chen exclaimed, staring in disbelief at Assassin, who wore an innocent expression. No. How much strength did you use? I merely asked you to twist it gently. Su Chen felt a headache coming on. The sheer strength of this fellow was truly terrifying. And to make matters worse, the scooter was borrowed from the vendor selling wontons. He himself had borrowed it from Zhang, the butcher. Forget it, let us swap rides, Su Chen sighed, exchanging scooters with Assassin. Aware of his mistake, Assassin was unusually cautious with the new ride. Although a half-zombie with limited intellect, he still possessed a natural aptitude for physical tasks. Remarkably, within just 3 hours, he mastered the electric scooter, eliciting a proud smile from Su Chen. There exists a sensation akin to training a bear in a circus. Let us commence our venture. Su Chen activated his mobile device, enabling the virtual split-screen feature. On Assassin's tablet, Su Chen's account information appeared as well. In this realm, the most dominant food delivery platform, Hungry Beauty, monopolized the entire market. All delivery personnel were employed by this singular entity. Su Chen's fingers danced rapidly across the virtual screen, displaying an astonishing speed. You need not concern yourself with snatching orders. Simply focus on delivering and leave the rest to me. Oh, Assassin nodded, entirely oblivious, trusting Su Chen's guidance. Naturally, to be prudent, Su Chen first secured 2 orders, then accompanied Assassin to deliver 2 cups of milk tea. The distance was a mere 2 kilometers, not particularly far. Assassin had evidently mastered the skill of riding an electric scooter, wobbling along as he kept pace with Su Chen. Let's split up. You go to Unit 601 on the 6th floor, Su Chen instructed, handing Assassin a delivery package. Assassin accepted it. Be swift. It's imperative to be quick. Delays incur penalties, Su Chen urged. In the next moment, Assassin leapt, gripping the package in his mouth. His claws scaling the wall with agility akin to that of a nimble leopard, effortlessly ascending to the 6th floor. Below, Su Chen stood in astonishment. My goodness. Inside the room, a young lady was applying a facial mask in front of the mirror. Hearing a sudden tremor against the glass behind her, she turned around, instantly freezing in place. Outside the window, a white-haired youth pressed against the glass, raising his hand to tap on the window. Hello, your delivery. Assassin grinned, holding up the milk tea. Ah! A sharp, high-pitched scream echoed throughout the building. The entire complex reverberated with the sound. The mask on the girl's face slipped off as she, startled, opened the window to receive the milk tea. Thank you, she stammered. Assassin, still grinning, replied, no problem. Just remember to give a 5-star review. Subsequently, he leaned back and jumped directly from the 6th floor. The girl's face turned pale, nearly causing her to faint. Is the delivery person committing suicide? Thud. The force of his descent struck the aged concrete pavement, sending shards scattering. Assassin landed deftly on one hand, stabilizing himself. Okay. First order completed. Su Chen blinked in disbelief, glancing at the time on his phone. 10 seconds. WVE struck gold. With such prowess, who among the delivery personnel in the entirety of Zhuangnan City could possibly rival him? Assassin, splendid work. You are truly destined for this vocation. Su Chen grinned broadly, excitedly patting Assassin's shoulder. However, possessing such formidable abilities seems a tad wasteful in the delivery realm. When time permits, I shall have him assist with the heavy lifting. With 80 orders already completed, and the day barely begun, this lad must be on a roll. I suspect he might even teleport. Are you out of your mind? Teleportation and being a delivery person? At that moment, several delivery workers on the street gazed at their phones, discussing Su Chen's name, which soared at the top of the leaderboard, leaving them far behind. Brother Datu, your lead in orders is about to vanish, remarked a delivery man, glancing at the bald man beside him. Lu Datu clutched his phone, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Tomorrow marked the end of the month, and this young upstart had unexpectedly surpassed him in orders. Impossible. There must be foul play, Lu Datu fumed. He remained oblivious to the fact that Su Chen, a student at Zhenan University, was merely working part-time as a delivery man while juggling his classes. How could he possibly have outperformed him? Ding. At that moment, Su Chen rode over on his small electric scooter, exuding an air of arrogance. Hey, Lu Datu, the title of Order King belongs to me this month. I graciously accept. Su Chen balanced on one foot on his scooter, tossing his helmet aside with a swagger. What arrogance! Tomorrow is the end of the month. Lu Datu retorted, rubbing his bald head, a disdainful grunt escaping his lips. The prospect of losing the promised 500 yuan made it nearly impossible for him to contain his anger. You better watch out. With that, Lu Datu swiftly mounted his motorcycle and set off to grab more orders with remarkable speed. Su Chen, aren't you going to join? The other delivery men observed Su Chen's composed demeanor with curiosity. Lu Datu was a bona fide first-rate warrior, having resorted to food delivery due to a lack of better job opportunities. With his exceptional physique, he had excelled in the delivery business, holding the title of Order King for 6 consecutive months. Su Chen, with a haughty gaze, thought to himself, So what if he has 2 hours? It's a joke. Now Assassin is already running orders on his own. With such efficiency, why should I toil away? All right, I won't chat any longer. I'm off. Su Chen waved to them, preparing to leave on his electric bike. His name was far ahead on the leaderboard, although he appeared to be idling. His order count continued to rise. If discovered, it would spell trouble. Wait. Suddenly, a delivery man called out to Su Chen. What is it? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could he have been caught? This would be difficult to explain. A few delivery men huddled together, peering at their phone screens before looking at Su Chen with a hint of pity. Little Su, you've been reported by a customer for allegedly stealing food. What? Chapter 29. Can I eat 10 boxes more? I'm so hungry, Assassin groaned, rubbing his belly as he gazed at the stack of takeout boxes in his hands. Swallowing hard, a luxurious combination of 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes awaited him. With his keen sense of smell, he could detect an enticing aroma wafting from the boxes. Even through the packaging, it was already noon, and the meager breakfast had long been digested. He was now in dire need of nourishment. The most frustrating part was that he was burdened with such a feast. The sheer weight of the bags was beyond what an ordinary person could carry. To merely observe without indulging felt unbearable. Assassin glanced at his destination, Chen's martial arts school, and he was almost there. Wiping his mouth, he fixated on the takeout. With so many boxes, surely eating just one would go unnoticed, right? In this world, warriors held a relatively high status. As the premier martial arts academy in Jinan City, the Chen family martial arts school thrives with a multitude of disciples. The sounds of enthusiastic shouts and the rhythmic thuds of fists echo continuously across the training ground. Focus on your training. With your meager skills, how do you expect to pass the martial artist assessments? A middle-aged man clad in a white tang suit strides confidently through a group of young practitioners entrenched in their stances. Your punches must be steady. Straighten your arms. Maintain your stance. An unstable foundation leads to vulnerabilities, Chendo admonishes, his piercing gaze fixed upon the disciples. Despite the director's stern demeanor, the students exhibit commendable obedience. Chenda, the esteemed director, is one of the few 5th-level martial artists in all of Jinan City. Membership in the Chen Family Martial Arts School is limited, and those who sought entry invested considerable sums, thus demonstrating their dedication. As he ambles through the crowd, a bare-chested young man with striking yellow hair stands out, his son. Chenwei. Chenda offers a slight nod, allowing a rare smile to grace his usually stern face. It is undeniable that his son possesses a prodigious talent for martial arts. In high school, he was exceptionally gifted, leading to his exceptional admission into the martial arts department of Jinan University, where he has consistently ranked first. Remarkably, at just 19, he has already passed the 3rd-level martial artist assessment. However, it is somewhat regrettable that this young man has grown a tad arrogant, displaying a lackadaisical attitude towards his training, often practicing intermittently. Yet, since returning home yesterday, he has exhibited a newfound diligence and commitment to his martial studies, prompting Chanda to momentarily question if this was indeed his son. Project your voice. Speak louder. Have you not eaten? Chanda exclaimed in frustration upon hearing the feeble responses from the disciples. Director, we truly haven't eaten. It's already past 1, they murmured in response. Training is physically demanding, and many of them were beginning to feel faint from lack of sustenance. Dad, my takeout is arriving soon. Should I go fetch it? Chenwei raised his hand and suggested. Chinda nodded slightly. All right, dismissed for now. A strong body requires nourishment. A martial artist must not neglect their meals. The disciples sighed with relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Approaching his son, Chunda smiled and remarked, what has spurred this sudden dedication? Have you encountered a formidable opponent? Chenwei appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised that his father could discern his thoughts. Those dark circles under your eyes have yet to fade. Chinda chuckled. Chenwei's eyes bore the remnants of bruises, clearly a result of sparring. For young martial artists, engaging in fights is commonplace. Losing only serves as motivation for rigorous practice. It might be beneficial for someone to teach this overconfident son a lesson, imparting the wisdom that there are always greater forces at play in the world. Dad, the takeout has arrived. I'll go collect it. Chenwei said with a resigned smile, shifting the conversation. He did not elaborate much on Su Chen to his father. He had always possessed immense confidence in his own abilities, bordering on arrogance. The martial arts department at Jinan University is ranked among the top 3 in the nation, and as the top student in that department, he had every reason to feel prideful. Yet, when confronted by Su Chen, He was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness that still sends shivers down his spine upon reflection. What kind of gaze was that, so piercing and menacing? Merely locking eyes with him made his legs feel weak. Then came the punch that struck him in the eye, executed with astonishing speed. To his embarrassment, he realized he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the punch being thrown. Su Chen had held back. Otherwise, that blow could have shattered his skull. They were of the same age, yet Su Chen had left him in the dust by leagues. However, in everyday life, Su Chen often appeared as if he were invisible, concealing his achievements with deliberate modesty. This left the usually proud him feeling deeply ashamed. What grounds did he have to be arrogant with such limited prowess? Had it not been for that day at school, he might have gone his entire life oblivious to Su Chen's formidable strength. Chen Wei took out his phone and opened the Me Delivery app. Oddly enough, despite being nearby, his order had yet to arrive. He checked the distance. It was less than 100 meters away. Yet, that 100 meters had stretched into nearly half an hour. Unable to contain his curiosity, he typed a message. "Excuse me, how much longer until my delivery arrives?" He soon received a voice message in return. Munching sounds followed by, "Almost there, just a moment." Chen Wei opened the garbled audio. Dumbfounded. Was the delivery person eating while on the job? Before he could process this, another voice message came through. "Hey, are you really going to finish all those boxes of food?" After hearing that, Chen Wei, suppressing his irritation, sent a voice message back. "Just deliver it. Can I eat one box?" The delivery worker replied with another voice note. Chen Wei felt his temper flare, but ultimately sighed. After all, every job has its challenges. Perhaps the delivery guy was genuinely hungry. "Fine, just bring it to me." Another voice message followed. "Can I eat another box?" Chen Wei's forehead twitched with frustration. This was getting out of hand. "Hurry and deliver it." He shot back in a voice message, barely managing to keep his temper in check. Then, another message popped up. "By the way, can I eat 10 boxes?" The tone was slightly sheepish. 10 boxes? Are you kidding me? Chen Wei could no longer contain his exasperation and dialed the delivery person. "Hello, Me Delivery, hiccup." Upon hearing that voice, Chen Wei's arm trembled. Had this guy eaten so much of his delivery that he was now bloated? How many boxes are left? Chen Wei gritted his teeth and asked. "Just 2 boxes left." Hiccup. The delivery worker replied, punctuated by a belch. Chen Wei was stunned. But that was the entire lunch for their martial arts academy. So many meals consumed by just one person? "Bring me those 2 boxes," Chen Wei said, suppressing his anger. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to confront this individual first. The delivery person resolutely refused. "No way, those 2 boxes are reserved for Huazi and Xiaolu. They haven't eaten yet." Chen Wei, seething with rage, nearly crushed his phone in his grip. How outrageous. Does he not realize that my family runs a martial arts school? Chapter 30. The delivery man challenging the school. "Where are you?" Chen Wei, containing his fury, forced a smile and cheerfully inquired. "I'm at the entrance of the martial arts school," replied the delivery person on the other end. Chen Wei chuckled. "Don't leave just yet. I'll bring more people over shortly." All right. Make sure to bring plenty." After hanging up, Chen Wei immediately reported the incident to the platform. Then, he messaged all members in the Chun family martial arts group. "Chen Wei, brothers and sisters, our lunch has been robbed by a delivery man. Grab your weapons and follow me." After sending the message in the group and organizing his troops, Chen Wei grinned. This kid dares to rob the meals of the Chun family martial arts school. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Chun family martial arts school, Assassin, bored and yawning, his crimson eyes growing heavy with sleep, took out his phone and sent a voice message to Chen Wei on the Hungry Beauty platform. "When are you coming? These 2 meals are almost cold, and I have other orders to run." Just then, Assassin noticed 7 or 8 burly men running towards him, their bare torsos glistening. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes. The lead man, upon seeing the scattered takeout boxes at Assassin's feet, widened his eyes in disbelief. "White-haired kid, did you eat all the food?" Assassin nodded. The leading man was momentarily taken aback by Assassin's honesty. "Aren't you a delivery man? Can't a delivery man eat?" Assassin displayed a curious expression. What an affront. A blatant provocation. Did they not realize they were facing martial artists? Intentionally consuming their meals and leaving a pile of trash at the entrance of the martial arts school, flaunting their bravado. Is this something a normal person would do? Indeed. This fellow has come to challenge the school. The imposing figure leading the group was named Wang Chong, the eldest disciple of the Chun family martial arts school. After all, the Chun family martial arts school holds a prestigious position in the town of Nanzhou. Many reckless martial artists aspire to use the school as a stepping stone to fame and recognition. He had encountered countless challengers before, but never had he seen someone disguised as a delivery man, consuming their meals, and then standing at the school's entrance to mock them. You've truly found a creative way to challenge the school. I'll deal with this kid. One of the martial artists charged forward instantly, delivering a swift, clean punch aimed at Assang's face. The movement was quick and precise, a signature technique of the Chun family martial arts school, the rapid hammer fist. Dongzi, be careful. Wang Chong could not help but interject. Since this individual is here to challenge the school, he must possess considerable skill. Assang appeared utterly unprepared for the sudden aggression directed at him. As he observed the fist hurtling towards his face, he remained remarkably still. A flicker of concern crossed Wang Chong's face. Could it be that he had misjudged this fellow as merely a simpleton with a penchant for pilfering lunchboxes? Just as Dong Zi's fist was about to land squarely on Assang's visage, he deftly shifted his form, evading the blow with precision. Wang Chong raised an eyebrow at this spectacle. Indeed, this young man possessed formidable physical prowess. He was evidently there to challenge the dojo. You strike me, and I shall retaliate, Assang declared, his crimson eyes fixed intently on his opponent, now exuding a palpable seriousness. How audacious! Prepare yourself. Dong Zi pivoted and launched another punch with fervor. Assang scrutinized Dong Zi's movements, contemplating his technique. In the next instant, he unleashed his own punch. Executing the same formidable technique, charging hammer fist, aimed at Dong Zi. Gasps of astonishment echoed from Wang Chong and the others. How could this lad also wield the Chen family's martial arts? A resounding thud reverberated through the air. Both fists collided. Dong Zi emitted a wretched cry as the impact twisted his arm grotesquely, resulting in an immediate fracture. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his mangled limb and howling in agony. A stunned silence enveloped the onlookers. May I take my leave? Assang inquired nonchalantly, his tone devoid of concern for Dong Zi's plight. Indeed, to him, Dong Zi's strength seemed pathetically inadequate, akin to that of a novice. Wang Chong's face flushed a deep crimson. To defeat a disciple of the Chun family dojo and simply walk away? Not so easily. Do not let him escape. Wang Chong bellowed, halting Assang in his tracks. He flexed his shoulders, his muscular physique rippling with vitality, exhibiting an agility that belied his imposing frame. With a fierce glare, Wang Chong gestured invitingly, allow me to be your opponent. In that very moment, clad in yellow, Assang blurred into a yellow streak, launching a punch with an astonishing speed. Once again, he executed the charging hammer fist with impeccable form. Wang Chong attempted to raise his arm to block, but his movements appeared sluggish to Assang, akin to slow motion. Assang's fist collided with Wang Chong, sending him hurtling through the air. Thud! Wang Chong crashed against the wall, his body crumpling to the ground, as cracks marred the red bricks of the wall. With just one blow, it seemed his arm might be shattered. Brother Chong. The other disciples hurriedly surrounded him, aiding him to his feet. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chong glared at Assang, who was preparing to abscond with the remaining 2 lunch boxes, and shouted in fury, "Stop him. Do not allow him to escape. Should this young man truly flee, their dojo would suffer irreparable humiliation. Where would the name of the Chun family dojo hold any credibility thereafter?" As Assang turned back, 5 or 6 remaining disciples of the dojo charged towards him. "Please, do not force my hand," Assang gulped, expressing his reluctance. All he sought was to deliver a meal, not to engage in combat. At the moment of being besieged by the crowd, Assang once again unleashed the fist technique that Dong Zi had used against him. Thud, 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 thud. Wang Chong's expression turned vacant. He knelt down. With each punch, one after another, the 5 or 6 disciples rushing in from the martial arts school fell haphazardly to the ground. Not a single one could withstand Assang's second blow. This was the facade of their Chun family martial arts. Most importantly, this brat was employing their signature Chuan Shui Pao Quan technique. Just that move. How utterly humiliating. It was more unbearable than being spat upon. Assang looked at him, feebly asking, can I leave now? Wang Chong was rendered utterly speechless. I'm sorry. Assang, thinking he had rendered the man senseless, hurriedly grabbed 2 takeout boxes, hopped on his electric bike, and fled in disgrace. Meanwhile, Chen Wei, having gathered his men, led a large group of Chun family disciples to the entrance. Chong, Brother Chong, what happened? Chen Wei exclaimed in shock. Wang Chong was a 3rd-level martial artist. And with a large group of brothers from the martial arts school, how could he be beaten to such a state? Could it be that a top-tier expert had emerged in Zhennan City? That delivery guy must be here to challenge us. Wang Chong managed to stand, his emotions running high. I'm sorry, Xiao Wei, I lost. Chapter 31, Mu Xiaoyan's Order? At the Chun family martial arts school, Chen Wei entered the monitoring room to review the footage, his eyes glued to the computer screen. Dong Zi remarked from the side, it's that delivery guy, white hair. Looks rather foolish. Chen Wei, however, remained silent as he scrutinized the surveillance video. This person seemed oddly familiar. Finally, he managed to capture a clear view on the monitor. Zoom in. Zoom in. Again, Chen Wei instructed. Dong Zi tapped on the virtual screen, magnifying Assassin's face in the video. Su Chen. Chen Wei exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it was Su Chen, now sporting a head of white hair. He could hardly believe that the person who had stolen his takeout today was Su Chen. Impossible. It can't be Brother Chen. He's not that kind of person, Chen Wei said incredulously. The Su Chen he knew was cold, formidable, and exuded an aura of strength. The delivery guy on the phone didn't even sound like Su Chen. Xiao Wei, do you know this kid? At that moment, the voice of the director, Chen Da, echoed from behind him. Chen Wei turned to see his father and quickly responded, Father. He looked at his father with a conflicted expression and replied, He's my classmate. There must be some misunderstanding. Logically, Su Chen should be aware that the Chun family martial arts school belonged to his family. It was no secret within their martial arts department. How could Su Chen possibly come to challenge them? And steal takeout? It made no sense. He could not even formulate a coherent line of reasoning. Chen Da's expression grew grave as he repeatedly replayed Assang's movements on the monitor. He remained silent, watching intently for a long time. Chen Wei scratched his yellow hair, feeling as though he might go bald. He still could not comprehend why Su Chen would act in such a manner. Impressive. Wang Chong's defeat at his hands is hardly surprising. After reviewing the surveillance footage, Chen Da remarked gravely, How could he have mastered our family's thunder fist? Chen Wei was equally perplexed, stammering, I have no idea. Then, a thought struck him, and he retrieved his phone. Let me make a call and inquire. Could it be that he learned it on the spot? Dong Zi timidly suggested. During his encounter with that white-haired youth, he had distinctly sensed that the boy was analyzing his movements. Chen Da fell silent, his gaze still fixed on the monitor, replaying the footage of the thunder fist technique repeatedly. The initial strike was indeed somewhat clumsy, but as the sequence progressed, it became increasingly proficient, even reaching a level of standardization. Could he truly have learned it on the fly? Might he be a martial arts prodigy? In Chen Da's eyes, Assang was a rare gem. How splendid it would be if he could join their Chun family's martial arts school. At the upcoming martial arts competition, he would surely astonish all. 2 electric scooters stood beneath the trees. Su Chen sat beside a flower bed, gazing forlornly at his phone. With 24 boxes of takeout, each costing 25 yuan, he had spent 600 yuan on a meal, and with the company imposing a 200 yuan penalty, he had only earned over 400 today, resulting in a net loss of 400. Su Chen calculated his expenses and let out a long sigh. Assang, meanwhile, was counting on his fingers. Realizing he could not keep up, he seemed to understand he had erred and dared not speak. How on earth did you manage to consume 24 boxes? Su Chen asked helplessly. Upon hearing this, Assang raised his hand to demonstrate, like this, wah wah wah. Furious, Su Chen retorted, I didn't ask how you ate. I want to know how you managed to eat 24 boxes. I didn't eat 24, I had 22, and there are 2 left, Assang clarified. Pulling 2 boxes of takeout from the delivery bag, these are for you and Hu Zi. Su Chen was both amused and exasperated by Assang's antics. Nevertheless, reflecting on it, it was no surprise. Given his lack of intelligence and his profound appreciation for food, it was hardly astonishing that he would resort to sneaking bites of takeout. Truth be told, the meal was quite delectable, at 25 yuan a box. The pricier items indeed tasted better. Su Chen opened a box and began to eat, praising it profusely. Typically, he would only order 10 yuan boxes. For him, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes were an extravagant feast. Assang scratched his head, sheepishly asking, So, what shall we do now, Xiao Lu? Su Chen shot him a glance of exasperation, replying, What else can we do? Today has been a wash. We'll just have to work harder tomorrow to make up for it. Under normal circumstances, Assang's appetite was not so exaggerated. Yet, when allowed to indulge, he was truly insatiable. This chicken leg is incredibly flavorful, Su Chen remarked as he gnawed on it. Assang, with a look of contemplation, mused. Is this truly the life of the wealthy? That's rather superficial. Su Chen responded earnestly. How could the affluent settle for a 25 yuan box? It should be at least 50. Beneath the verdant canopy, with a gentle breeze blowing, and indulging in a luxurious meal of 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. One could hardly imagine a greater pursuit in life. Just then, a phone rang, breaking the moment. Su Chen retrieved his phone, glancing at the incoming call, and raised an eyebrow. Chen Wei? How peculiar that he would call me. They were classmates, yet hardly acquainted, their lives seemingly worlds apart. One was an orphan, barely scraping by, languishing at the bottom of their class. The other hailed from a family that owned a martial arts school, ranking first in the martial arts department. The disparity between them was stark, rendering any connection improbable. Hello, what's the matter? Su Chen inquired upon answering. Brother Chen, why did you come to my house to challenge me? Chen Wei asked in a hushed tone. With a hint of exasperation, Su Chen replied, I didn't challenge you. With my meager skills, stepping into your Chen family martial arts school would be tantamount to courting disaster. Oh, come on, Brother Chen, let us not be modest. I know your capabilities well. I need to explain this to my father, Chen Wei insisted. Su Chen's lips twitched at Chen Wei's words. You know nothing at all. And how are we even this familiar? Then, a thought struck him, and he glanced at us saying, could it be that this fellow is involved? You not only stole their takeout but also got into a scuffle? After dealing with Chen Wei, Su Chen hung up the phone and could not suppress his curiosity. Assang quickly interjected, they were the ones who started it. Su Chen sighed once more. This guy had come from a post-apocalyptic world and seemed yet to grasp the rules of this parallel universe. Once we finish tomorrow, we won't be doing takeout anymore. Su Chen contemplated aloud. Given their current abilities, delivering food felt beneath them. They were brimming with energy, more suited for heavier lifting. Hey, the complaint has been retracted. Just then, Su Chen noticed something remarkable. Chen Wei had rescinded the complaint and did not demand compensation for the meal. Does this mean we're in the clear? Assang asked cautiously. Yes, all is well. Su Chen finished the last grains of rice from his takeout and tossed the container into the nearby trash. Although he had little interaction with Chen Wei, the young man showed some integrity. It was just past noon. If they could continue until evening, they might even make a handsome profit. Ding. You have a new order. Su Chen opened his phone to view the delivery address, momentarily frozen in place. This is Mu Xiaoyan's home. Chapter 32. The class divide outside the beef brisket casserole shop. Su Chen emerged with the takeout, raising it to Assang. Indeed, this is definitely Mu Xiaoyan's order. The receipt indicated a price of 68 yuan. For an ordinary household, who could afford such an expensive meal? Go on home. I'll deliver this one myself, Su Chen said, adjusting his hair in the rearview mirror of the electric motorcycle. Not bad, still looking quite dashing. Next, he would don this vibrant yellow delivery uniform and, like riding a rainbow, personally deliver this beef brisket casserole to Mu Xiaoyan's hands. Why do you like Mu Xiaoyan? Assang asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, that's a story for another time. Su Chen fell into deep contemplation, his gaze becoming profound. It was a winter's day, heavy with falling snow. I was cold and starving, collapsed on the street, my consciousness fading. In that moment, I beheld a graceful figure, Mu Xiaoyan. She handed me a loaf of bread, and the warmth of that bread has lingered in my heart ever since. Assang, moved by the tale, remarked, Indeed, she is a wonderful girl. Su Chen, you must not let her down. Su Chen shot him a sidelong glance. This fellow truly believes whatever he hears. How could he be swayed by such an absurd story? When did he start harboring feelings for Mu Xiaoyan? Lost in reminiscence? Su Chen recalled their first encounter in high school. He was immediately captivated by Mu Xiaoyan, adorned in her vibrant blue and white school uniform, with a high ponytail and a strikingly exquisite face. The afternoon sun shone brightly, yet even more dazzling was the sleek black luxury car, valued at 5 million. It was the first time he had seen a middle school student being escorted to and from school by a suited bodyguard. He could hardly fathom the opulent life she led. Later, he learned that Mu Xiaoyan was the heiress of the Mu Corporation and an only child, with a father named Mu Donglai, whose wealth surpassed 100 billion. 100 billion. Many times, Su Chen fantasized about how he would spend such an immense fortune. He could never exhaust it, not even in 2 lifetimes. After bidding farewell to Su Chen, Assang, clutching the last box of takeout, rode off leisurely on his electric scooter. Filled with excitement, Su Chen embarked on his journey to deliver a beef brisket casserole. Passing a flower shop, he gritted his teeth and spent 10 yuan to buy a rose. He then arranged the rose petals atop the casserole in the shape of a heart. Perfect. Once he finished adorning the takeout, he spotted Lu Datu, perspiring profusely, hastily passing by. "Hello, big head," Su Chen greeted, only to receive a roll of the eyes from Lu Datu. "All right, stop running. This month's top sales go to you." Su Chen chuckled. Lu Data halted his motorcycle, wiping the sweat from his bald head. "Is that true?" "Absolutely. I'm in a good mood today." Su Chen flashed a grin, revved his electric scooter, and sauntered towards Mu Xiaoyan's residence. Lu's family had a 1-year-old child awaiting formula money. Life is fraught with challenges for everyone. If it weren't for a few coins, who would toil away at the bottom? Before long, Su Chen arrived at the entrance of a private estate on his electric scooter. He looked up at the grand iron gates, momentarily stunned. Beyond the imposing gates lay lush greenery, and behind it stood a European-style mansion reminiscent of a fortress. In front of the house was a fountain, adorned with a sculpture. Peering through the fence towards the east, he glimpsed what appeared to be a swimming pool, a pristine expanse of blue. The verdant lawn was impeccably manicured, soft and expansive, momentarily transporting Su Chen to the plains. To be honest, the land prices in southern town were not the highest in the entire daxia, yet being a provincial capital, they were hardly cheap. Just how vast must this estate be? "Hey, delivery guy, over here." The burly security guard in a suit called out to Su Chen, who was leaning against the iron fence, gazing around. "Brother, I'm here to deliver food," Su Chen said, raising the takeout bag in his hand. The security guard shot him an exasperated glance. "I know you're a delivery guy. Just hand over the food to me. Can I personally deliver it to its owner?" Su Chen asked sheepishly, realizing that such a request was indeed a bit unreasonable. The guard rolled his eyes. "It's just a beef brisket casserole. Why all the formality?" Su Chen was taken aback. "How did you know it was beef brisket casserole?" "Obviously. It's what I ordered," the guard replied, snatching the takeout from Su Chen's hand. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. This wasn't even Mu Xiaoyan's order. Initially, he thought the guard was merely picking up food for her. He never anticipated that the security at her residence could afford a beef brisket casserole priced at 68 yuan. "Brother, how much do you earn in a month?" Su Chen asked curiously. 50,000, the security guard replied with an air of arrogance. As the guardian of this estate, he also served as a bodyguard for top-tier wealthy individuals, a status far beyond that of an ordinary worker. Su Chen gasped. 50,000. How many deliveries would that require? No wonder he could afford a 68 yuan beef brisket casserole. Brother, can I come in and take a look?" Su Chen asked with a grin. Rubbing his hands together, the security guard shot him another glare. "Scram. I'm here to keep people like you out. Actually, I'm a classmate of Mu Xiaoyan," Su Chen said earnestly. "Classmate?" "The young lady didn't mention any classmates visiting today," the guard replied with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Why don't you contact her and see?" Su Chen sighed. His account had been blocked by Mu Xiaoyan, making it impossible to reach her. "I really am from Zhejiang University," he insisted. "Oh, so we're alumni then." "I graduated from the martial arts department at Zhejiang University too," the security guard said, looking at Su Chen with disdain, clearly regarding him as a petty intruder trying to sneak in. Su Chen gazed at the imposing European-style fortress, a sense of melancholy washing over him. His proudest identity had always been that of a Zhejiang University student. After all, it was the highest institution in the province. Not everyone could gain admission. He had been foolishly optimistic about his future upon graduation, believing it would be limitless. Though he was currently at the bottom, he was still young and had plenty of opportunities ahead. Times change. Don't underestimate the youth, he thought to himself. Yet, standing before this burly security guard, he suddenly felt that his future might not be as bright as he had hoped. Just leave. Even if you are the young lady's classmate, it's still a no-go. I heard just the other day about a frog who thought too highly of himself, persistently harassing her, the security guard spat out, continuing to grumble. These kids today have no sense of reality. They really think that just because they attended Zhejiang University, they can achieve anything. When I graduated, I was top of my class. Su Chen looked up at the towering fortress, his gaze filled with a sense of confusion. Subsequently, he was forcibly pushed away by the burly security guard. "Get lost quickly, don't cause a nuisance here." Su Chen, holding his helmet, left in a daze. His expression vacant. TCH, just like a dog, the hefty security guard mocked as he watched Su Chen's retreating figure. "Damn it, is this merchant a fool? A heart made of roses, like some kind of sissy. What a disgrace." With a face full of disdain, the burly guard slammed the rose petals from the takeout box to the ground and grumbled as he took out his phone. Soon, Su Chen's phone vibrated, and he pulled it out. Ding. You have received a negative review notification. Chapter 33. Delivery man versus security guard. Come on. Can you cancel the negative review? Su Chen leaned against the security booth, smiling. The burly guard, his mouth greasy, was busy gnawing on a large piece of beef brisket with chopsticks. He glanced up at Su Chen, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and scoffed. What's this? Are you begging me? One negative review costs 200 yuan. He continued. Su Chen replied earnestly, but shouldn't there be a reason for a negative review? What reason do you need? I just find those rose petals displeasing. The merchant is clearly a fool. Then why give me a negative review? Because of you, I find you equally displeasing. The burly guard wore a deliberately provocative expression, grinning as he looked down on Su Chen. With a deep breath, Su Chen attempted to calm the fury boiling within him. Look at you, what a pathetic sight. Just hurry up and leave. At that moment, the burly guard reached out to press down on his head. Su Chen raised his hand, precisely gripping the guard's wrist. His gaze turning fierce. You started it. What if I did? The burly guard sneered, attempting to pull his hand away. However, he was taken aback by Su Chen's unexpected strength. He could not free himself. Soon, he felt a powerful force surge forward, and his entire body was forcefully slammed to the ground by Su Chen. The burly guard, astonished, was taken aback by Su Chen's strength. He sprang up like a carp leaping from water, cracked his neck, and assumed a boxing stance, moving lightly on his feet. Huh. Kid, you've got some skills. Let me show you the strength of a martial artist today. Chosen by Mu Donglai to be a bodyguard for a private estate, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. A graduate of the martial arts department at Zhennan University, he was a third-level martial artist, certainly considered a master in Zhennan City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed such an overbearing temperament. Whoosh! Su Chen launched the first attack, twisting his waist and executing a whip kick aimed directly at the burly guard's face. A look of disdain flashed across the guard's face. Such a flashy kick, he thought, was no match for him. But in the blink of an eye, his expression changed dramatically. The speed of this whip kick surpassed his expectations, leaving him unable to evade. Thud! Caught off guard. The burly guard took a kick squarely to the face. He staggered back 2 steps, touching his nose, which began to bleed profusely. Damn it, I will tear you apart. The burly guard, enraged, had a ferocious expression, charging at Su Chen like a brown bear, throwing punches with wild abandon. A highly practical combat technique precisely obstructed Su Chen's path. Yet, Su Chen was no ordinary opponent. He retreated with agility, executing a sweeping kick aimed at the knee of the burly security guard. The impact was jarring, as if he had struck solid iron, causing an acute pain that reverberated through his leg. He had underestimated the guard's defensive capabilities. After all, being selected as a bodyguard for a top-tier billionaire indicated a certain level of prowess and stability. However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the imposing security guard revealed a menacing grin. The fight unfolded rapidly, with swift and unpredictable movements. This brief pause allowed the burly guard to exploit a weakness. His massive hand, reminiscent of a fan, seized Su Chen by the collar. In an instant, Su Chen's tall frame was lifted off the ground, and it seemed inevitable that he would soon experience a brutal shoulder throw, an attack that could incapacitate him on the spot, possibly leaving him disoriented. Reacting quickly, Su Chen transformed his position midair, entangling his legs around the guard's neck. In that critical moment, as the guard tore Su Chen's delivery uniform, Su Chen seized the opportunity. With a scissor kick maneuver, he leveraged the strength of his legs, twisting his waist and forcefully slamming the burly guard to the ground. The impact echoed as the guard's head collided with the floor, leaving him dazed and in agony. Su Chen executed a swift roll and sprang to his feet, gasping for breath. The burly one, continue to challenge me. His admission to Town South University was not solely based on academic merit, but rather his tangible strength. Adjusting his tattered collar, he displayed a look of disdain. So what if one earns 50,000 a month? They are still beneath him. Just then, Su Chen heard a gentle and melodious voice behind him, reminiscent of a clear mountain spring on a scorching summer day. It was Mu Xiaoyan. Su Chen refrained from turning around, lowering the visor of his helmet to shield his eyes. He must have mistaken her for someone else. With that, he propped up his unstable electric bicycle, mounted it, and sped away in that tranquil afternoon, racing like a wild dog. In the dilapidated old apartment, Su Chen opened the door. Inside, Assassin and Huizi were present. Assassin, with a curious gleam in his eyes, inquired, you're back. How did it go? Don't ask, Huazi replied nonchalantly. Lifting a portion of rice from his takeout with chopsticks without looking up, his expression indicating that the outcome was far from favorable. Su Chen did not respond. Instead, he sprawled out on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous demeanor. Recognizing that things had not gone well, Asang refrained from further inquiries. Huazi, is there any way to earn 10 billion? Su Chen turned his head to ask Huazi, who was engrossed in his meal. Huazi replied indifferently, eliminate the leader of the neighboring country. His head is worth 10 billion. Upon hearing this, Su Chen let out a long sigh. 10 billion loomed like an insurmountable chasm. At the Mu family estate, Mr. Mu, it is this scoundrel. He is utterly unreasonable. The moment he receives a negative review, he resorts to personal attacks. You have no idea how vicious he can be. This indignation cannot be tolerated. He must be reported to the authorities and serve a few days in confinement. Moreover, he ought to compensate me for this injury. This is certainly a workplace incident. The burly security guard lamented to Mu Donglai, his countenance filled with grievance. Beside him, Mu Xiaoyan quickly interjected, He is my classmate. Could there be some misunderstanding? Upon hearing this, the security guard regarded Mu Xiaoyan with astonishment. Miss, he truly is your classmate? Mu Xiaoyan nodded earnestly, gesturing for leniency. Uncle Hu, could we resolve this matter with a lighter hand? Ah, since he is the young lady's classmate, then there is no issue at all, the burly guard replied, scratching his head and adopting a subservient demeanor, smiling foolishly. Observing him now, one might conclude he was a man of honest character. Li Hu. Mu Donglai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze icy as he regarded the guard. You are dismissed. The guard's expression turned to one of disbelief. No, Mr. Mu, I cannot even fend off a delivery person. Can you ensure the safety of me and my family? Mu Donglai's frigid gaze swept over him, rife with skepticism. Subsequently, he chose to ignore the burly guard and strode away. The guard's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. This is catastrophic. A promise of a stable job until retirement has been ruined. At that moment, Mu Donglai halted his steps. Xiaoyan, come here for a moment. Chapter 34. Can one die from a mere 1 centimeter shortfall? Dad, what is it that you need? Mu Xiaoyan inquired weakly, looking toward her father. Perhaps due to Mu Donglai's prolonged tenure in a position of authority, he exuded an almost palpable sense of pressure. Thus, from a young age, Mu Xiaoyan had harbored a certain fear of her father. Change your major. The martial arts department is not suitable for you. I will speak with your principal on your behalf, Mu Donglai said, observing his daughter with a detached demeanor. He could not fathom why she had chosen the martial arts department when there were so many other disciplines at Jinan University. Absolutely not. The typically timid Mu Xiaoyan suddenly lifted her head, resolutely refusing. Mu Donglai gazed at his daughter's defiant expression and sighed. You are simply not cut out for martial arts. Generally, the martial arts department was selected by students with exceptional talents, and his daughter had virtually none in this regard. Who could have anticipated that she would choose martial arts after the college entrance examination? I can study earnestly, Mu Xiaoyan asserted, her delicate, fair hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress. She had always been a compliant girl, and opposing her father felt overwhelmingly stressful. Mu Donglai felt a headache coming on. How can you study, considering your abysmal grades, ranking last in your class? Mu Xiaoyan timidly responded, I was second to last. The delivery person you just confronted, Li Hu, was last. Mu Donglai raised an eyebrow, clearly aware of Su Chen's identity. In fact, Mu Donglai had always been cognizant of Su Chen. For a troublesome individual had been persistently harassing his daughter at school, and as a father, he had no reason to remain oblivious. Yet today, Su Chen's performance left Mu Donglai utterly perplexed. A sophomore student from the martial arts department effortlessly manages to charm a third-level martial artist. If such a capable student were to rank last in the entire department, it would indeed be a farce. It can only be said that Su Chen has been concealing his true abilities. This young man is quite remarkable. Mu Xiaoyan wished to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. She was well aware that Su Chen had been suppressing his own strength. Last semester, her grades had placed her at the very bottom of the department, leading many female students to whisper behind her back, branding her a mere pretty face devoid of substance. Subsequently, Su Chen's grades fell beneath hers, barely scraping by in every subject. Perhaps being second to last is not as conspicuous as being last, and after that, the malicious rumors about her dwindled significantly. Father, just give me a little more time, Mu Xiaoyan declared resolutely. Mu Donglai looked at his daughter and let out a slight sigh. Very well. Pursue whatever you wish, I shall not interfere. As Mu Donglai's daughter, even without formal education, he could ensure her a life of luxury and comfort. Though he did not comprehend why Mu Xiaoyan was so adamant about the martial arts department, he decided to let her be. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he added, There are matters at the company that require my attention. I must take my leave. Are you going to see mother? Mu Xiaoyan inquired. Mu Donglai hesitated momentarily. Perhaps next time. There are pressing affairs at the company. With that, he exited the room without looking back. Mu Xiaoyan sighed deeply. She followed the corridor to another room. This was a bedroom, where a beautiful woman lay on the bed. Her features bore a resemblance to Mu Xiaoyan's, also strikingly attractive, though the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes hinted at the passage of time. Mu Xiaoyan's exceptional beauty was undoubtedly a testament to her parents' fine genes. Approaching the bedside, Mu Xiaoyan gently took the woman's hand. Mother, I have come to see you. In a dilapidated apartment, Assassin, clutching a food container and wielding a large spoon, was stuffing rice into his mouth. Are we still delivering food? He asked. Not anymore. Relying on food delivery will never amass 100 billion, Su Chen replied, reclining on the bed with his legs crossed, scrolling through his phone in search of business opportunities. Earning money through food delivery was far too slow. Hearing Assassin's noisy eating, Su Chen remarked with a hint of exasperation, Eat less. That's sustenance, not a snack. Oh, Assassin reluctantly set down the food container, licking the grains of rice from the corner of his mouth. In truth, he was like everyone else. 2 bowls of rice would suffice for his survival. His excessive eating was primarily for the joy of indulging in food. Assassin's appetite was insatiable, as if his stomach were a bottomless pit. Just then, Su Chen suddenly sat up, his eyes sparkling as he held his phone. A leg model for stockings? This could work, earning 800 a day, paid daily. Assassin's eyes widened with curiosity. Can men also wear stockings? What do you know? Su Chen replied earnestly. Many men's legs are longer and more gracefully muscled than those of women, and crucially, it is cheaper for men to work as leg models. He then scrutinized Assassin with a discerning gaze. I cannot do it. My legs are too thick. As she spoke, Assassin rolled up her pant legs. Su Chen quickly replied, Why not give it a try? It's like shaving your leg hair. I'll treat you to a buffet later. He fell silent afterward. Assassin's calves and thighs displayed remarkably defined muscle lines, unmistakably masculine. Why are your legs so muscular? Su Chen furrowed his brow. I even have abs. Assassin lifted her sweatshirt, revealing a perfectly defined set of 8-pack abs. Su Chen exclaimed, How can a zombie possess such prominent abs? This is absurd. It was evident that this was not going to work for Assassin. By the way, where's Huizi? Su Chen inquired. Assassin shook her head. I don't know. He left early this morning. That guy is elusive. I never know what he is up to. Su Chen sighed slightly. Of course. The idea of having Huizi wear stockings as a leg model was out of the question. He would likely get punched through the wall for suggesting such a thing. In utter frustration, Su Chen glanced at his own legs, which were quite long and relatively fair. If he were to try, a simple shave would suffice. It seemed there was no one more suitable than him. Forget it. 800 bucks. How much is a man's dignity worth? Su Chen lamented. Then opened the chat box to contact the stockings manufacturer's customer service. Stockings customer service. Sir, what is your height? Joker, 185. Stockings customer service. Sir, please be honest. We are a stockings manufacturer and require accurate data. Joker, 180. Stockings customer service. Sir, please be honest. Joker, I am truly 180. Do you even doubt this? Then Su Chen took a picture of his legs with his phone and sent it. Soon, he received feedback from the stockings manufacturer. Stockings customer service. According to our data, your height is 179, which does not meet our requirements. Damn it. Su Chen erupted in anger, springing from the bed. How did you arrive at a 1 centimeter discrepancy? What difference does that make? What is wrong with it? What is wrong? What is wrong? I'll block, delete, and report you. He fumed. As if I want to be a leg model. I just wanted to see if this industry is legitimate. A garbage industry. I wouldn't do it even for money. Su Chen seethed. He then lay back down, flipped over, and scrolled through daily recruitment posts. Moments later, his eyes lit up. This looks good. Drug testing, daily pay, wow. 1,000. Chapter 35. A horrific experiment testing a drug could earn 1,000 a day, without needing to sacrifice a man's dignity as a leg model. Could there be a better job than this? Su Chen was ecstatic. Earning 1,000 a day meant 30,000 a month. 30,000. Wow. Are we rich now? Assassin joyfully inquired. Su Chen grinned broadly, revealing an excited smile. Not yet, but we will be soon. As he spoke, Su Chen turned his phone screen towards Assassin. Assassin scrutinized the job listing and pondered. Xiaoyan Pharmaceuticals. Why does that name sound so familiar? Oh, I never would have guessed you were familiar with corporate brands. Su Chen teased. This fellow could hardly remember the name of a restaurant, yet was aware of various company names. Assassin scratched his silvery hair, a contemplative expression dawning in his crimson eyes. I do recall something about Xiaoyan Pharmaceuticals, Xiaoyan Biopharmaceuticals Limited. While I can connect a few keywords, I cannot quite grasp their specific line of work. Enough of that. Let us make it simple. Each of us will contribute 1,000, totaling 2,000 for the day. When the time comes, we can feast on all-you-can-eat buffet. Imagine the succulent braised ribs for just $35 a person, endless indulgence. Su Chen draped an arm around Assassin's shoulder, sketching out a grand vision. Upon hearing the mention of braised ribs, Assassin could not help but swallow hard. The prospect of unlimited braised ribs was an irresistible temptation for him. So, when shall we go try the medicine? Assassin, quite unceremoniously, wiped the corner of his mouth. Inquired. Let us go. Right to their company. If they dare not hire us, you should relieve yourself right at their entrance. Why not you do it? I haven't tea at breakfast. I can't manage that. Oh, at that moment, they arrived at the Xiaoyan Pharmaceutical Group building in Jinan City. Xiaoyan Pharmaceuticals stands as a premier corporation, reputedly a foreign enterprise of considerable might. A few years prior, they had invested over $1 billion to acquire this building, which had astounded the wealthy elite of Jinan. Many aspired to befriend the enigmatic head of Xiaoyan Pharmaceuticals, but he was notoriously elusive and maintained an exceptionally low profile. Indeed, many were unaware of the products that Xiaoyan Pharmaceuticals even dealt with, shrouded in an air of mystery. However, since the acquisition of this building, the Group SO had exhibited no extraordinary behavior, gradually fading from the memories of the townsfolk. Meanwhile, deep within the company, on the 8th underground level, a piercing scream echoed. A middle-aged man, trapped in a cage, looked on in terror at the figures clad in white lab coats before him. Having dwelled in the dark underground for years, his hair was sparse, his complexion pallid, and his frame emaciated, almost unrecognizable as human. Consume this, declared a foreign individual with brown hair, holding out a pill, his gaze icy, fixed upon the middle-aged man. Please, I beg you, spare my life. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, a pitiful sight as he beseeched the researcher. He had witnessed too many individuals succumb to death after ingesting such pills. Almost always without exception, they would writhe in agony, emitting horrifying cries, black blood pouring from their eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouths, before succumbing to convulsions and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The memory of witnessing such a scene was indelibly etched in his mind. The thought of following in their footsteps made him prostrate himself repeatedly. The brown-haired foreigner paid no heed to the man's pleas for mercy. With a wave of his hand, 2 armed guards approached, opening the cage. Each seized an arm of the middle-aged man, pinning him down. Force his mouth open. A man of foreign descent with chestnut hair spoke in a somewhat clumsy manner in the Great Xiao language. A middle-aged man struggled continuously as his mouth was forcibly pried open. The chestnut-haired foreigner poured a pill into the middle-aged man's mouth, compelling him to swallow it against his will. The cage was then secured. The foreigner spoke coldly. 2 armed figures clad in black tossed the middle-aged man back into the cage, sealing it with a resounding click. After consuming the drug, the middle-aged man lay motionless on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Time passed slowly, each second dragging on. The foreigner exhibited remarkable patience, waiting with unwavering resolve. At last, the middle-aged man began to stir. His body curled and twisted, foam spilling from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot and bulging. Then, in a grotesque manner, he stood up, his head tilted, drool cascading from his lips, his gaze vacant, staggering as he walked. At that moment, the middle-aged man resembled a zombie, limping with a haunting gait. Is it working? The chestnut-haired foreigner exclaimed with excitement, speaking in an unfamiliar tongue. With a guttural growl, the middle-aged man had completely lost his sanity. Instinctively, he extended his sharp claws through the bars of the cage, reaching for the foreigner. Yet, the iron bars thwarted his advance, inciting a fury within him as he pounded on the steel cage. Thud, thud, thud. The middle-aged man's strength was astonishing. His seemingly frail fist struck the iron bars, bending them under the force of his blows. Excellent, truly impressive, the foreigner remarked with a satisfied smile. He beckoned to his assistant, who, clad in a white lab coat, understood the cue and began to electrify the cage. Crackling sounds filled the air as blue sparks flickered around the cage. The high-voltage current coursed through the iron, rendering it a fiery red. The middle-aged man's hands, resting on the bars, could not escape the onslaught. A piercing scream echoed, followed by his body becoming charred and smoking under the relentless electricity. Witnessing this, the chestnut-haired foreigner's expression soured with disappointment. Although the strength had amplified, the regenerative capacity remained tragically inadequate. With a heavy thud, the middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. His body rendered lifeless and charred, devoid of any hope for survival. Damn it, what is happening? The foreigner's gaze turned fierce. Success was tantalizingly close. Yet he found himself unable to bridge the final gap. The assistant, observing the foreigner, quietly suggested, "Dr. Connor, could it be due to the subject?" This great Xiaoyan, though now emaciated, had once possessed a physique rivaling that of a bodybuilder. What if the subject were a martial artist? The assistant pondered aloud. A martial artist? Dr. Connor replied, his expression deep in thought. Indeed, if one were a martial artist, the probability of success would be significantly higher than it is now. However, creating experimental subjects for martial artists is quite a challenge. Chapter 36. The opportunity to test the drug creek. A shared bicycle came to a halt as Su Chen rode up, gazing up at the towering edifice before him. Within less than a minute, Assassin sprinted after him. Breathless and leaning on his knees, his silver hair dampened by sweat. Su Chen grinned and said, "Assassin, your physique is lacking. Why can't I ride the bike?" Assassin questioned, perplexed. Su Chen sighed, "Have you forgotten? In this world, we are one and the same, bound to a single account." "I'll ride it back," Assassin muttered. "Absolutely not. With my physique, running all the way back would be exhausting," Su Chen firmly declined. The distance was far too great. It would be a perilous endeavor. As Su Chen took out his phone to lock the bike, his expression abruptly changed. Not within the operational range. What a joke. They can't even manage a bicycle, this pathetic company. Su Chen stared at his phone, a storm brewing in his mind. Parking here would incur a deduction of 30 yuan. And riding for an hour costs 2 yuan. If he could return within 15 hours after completing his daily task, he would still come out ahead. Given that Su Chen was currently pinching every penny, it was evidently more economical not to lock the bike. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the towering, lush trees. Assassin looked at him. "What is it?" Su Chen replied earnestly, "Hang this shared bicycle on a tree. I fear it might be taken if left unlocked." Assassin exclaimed, "Who would stoop to such despicable acts?" With a grave expression, Su Chen retorted, "I have." "Assassin, you wretched person." The lobby of the towering building was packed to the brim, teeming with people. Could it be that everyone is here to test the drug? Su Chen's face displayed astonishment. He was determined to seize the opportunity to test the drug, yet he hadn't anticipated such a large turnout. After all, 1,000 yuan a day was no trifling sum. Those tethered to their desks typing away would struggle to earn that much in 3 days. It seemed they required only 10 participants. Assassin scrutinized the recruitment information, then pointed at the crowd, counting, "There are 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Gazing at the vast sea of heads, beads of sweat appeared on Su Chen's forehead, and his pupils constricted sharply. So many people, and they only needed 10. How much competition would he face? Most crucially, he had ridden the shared bicycle for 3 hours to secure this opportunity, and he still hadn't locked it. Moreover, he had even treated Assassin to tin pork and green onion buns at noon. He had squandered a considerable sum of money. There was no way he could return empty-handed. The throng of people at the scene all sought to compete for the opportunity to test the drug. After all, 1,000 yuan a day was an astronomical figure for those who typically earned only 100 or so. Furthermore, if selected, the drug testing would not be limited to a single day. 10 days would amount to 10,000 yuan. That amounts to 10,000 yuan. What should I do? Su Chen, overwhelmed with anxiety, nervously bit his nails, racking his brain for a solution. 200, 205, 206. Beside him, Assassin continued to count heads with his fingers. Su Chen gazed at him earnestly. "Assassin, I need your assistance." Upon hearing this, Assassin's expression turned blank, as an unsettling premonition washed over him. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with tension, with everyone displaying anxious expressions while they waited. Some had even clasped their hands in prayer, hoping for a day's wage of 1,000 to fall into their laps. Suddenly, amidst the waiting crowd, a white-haired youth coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground with a thud. This shocking scene startled everyone. What happened to this child? Quick, call for an ambulance. The onlookers were momentarily paralyzed by the spectacle, thrown into disarray. Just then, a boy who looked exactly like the fallen youth pushed through the crowd, rushing in. Brother, are you all right? Su Chen supported Assassin, clutching his hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes, his arms trembling, and his voice hoarse. Brother, don't worry about me. Just focus on the interview. You must succeed, Assassin weakly replied. What are you saying? Let us get you to the hospital. Su Chen insisted, attempting to lift him. Going to the hospital will cost money. Where will we get that? Assassin struggled, resisting. Brother, just go for the interview. When you get paid, we need to buy medicine for Mom to prolong her life. Su Chen wiped his tears, forcing a smile. Brother, get up. I have money. Where did you get money? Assassin shook his head sadly. Brother, you must not sell blood again. Your body won't endure it. Though his intelligence may not be high, his performance at that moment was remarkable. His lines were well rehearsed, earning silent admiration from Su Chen. The surrounding crowd felt a knot form in their throats. A tearful middle-aged woman, with reddened eyes, covered her mouth and began to cry aloud. From their few exchanged words, the onlookers deduced the dire circumstances of the family. Their mother lay gravely ill in a hospital bed, relying on medication to survive. The younger brother was also unwell, his frail demeanor indicating a serious condition. The elder brother, still too young to earn substantial income, was left with no choice but to sell blood for meager earnings. Oh, these unfortunate twin brothers. Heaven, what have you done? Here, take this 100 yuan and take your brother to the hospital, the sobbing woman said, pulling a red 100 yuan bill from her pocket and extending it to Su Chen. Su Chen, upon seeing the money, wiped his tears and quickly refused. No, auntie, I cannot accept this. It seemed he had overacted. He merely sought an opportunity for an interview. Take it, child. You remind me so much of my son, who is about your age, the woman said, her voice choking with emotion. Those who are mothers cannot bear to witness such scenes. I've just lost my job and don't have much, but here, take this 200 yuan. A middle-aged man, bespectacled, withdrew a banknote from his wallet. Others soon followed suit, contributing funds. Su Chen was taken aback. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. He quickly rose and exclaimed, Thank you, everyone, but I cannot accept this money. I am capable of working and earning my keep. Upon hearing the phrase daily wage, it appeared to resonate with the crowd. The bespectacled man suddenly recalled something and said, In that case, let us offer this young man a chance for an interview. He is in greater need. Agreed. I have no objections, another chimed in. Let these two young men have it. I cannot bear to compete with him. A triumphant smile crept upon Su Chen's lips. At that moment, the distinct sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed through the hall. A woman, clad in high heels and a black silk professional outfit, approached slowly. Her glasses perched elegantly on her nose. The men in the hall instinctively fixated their gazes upon her alluring legs. If only they could withstand such a sight. It would be worth sacrificing a year of life. She surveyed the crowd and coldly announced, Everyone, please leave. The drug trial has been cancelled. Chapter 37. In truth, I am a warrior. Cancelled? A daily wage of 1,000 a day is off the table? The proclamation instantly incited outrage. What nonsense is this? You cannot simply cancel on a whim. Are we mere playthings? Protests erupted, voices raised in fervor. Su Chen was particularly incensed. He had put forth an Oscar-worthy performance to secure this opportunity, and now it was being taken away without warning. How would they repay the debt owed to him? A fellow, Assassin, wiped the blood from his face, perplexed. What is going on? Are they no longer hiring? Exactly. Su Chen replied, his expression despondent. There are over 10,000 of us here. How can they just dismiss us? Assassin was equally indignant. To make his act more convincing, he had broken his own rib, resulting in the bloodshed. Now, to be told they were no longer needed. Did that mean his suffering was in vain? How can you count 10,000? Su Chen sighed, feeling helpless. Yet, he chose not to take the lead, as he was not the only dissatisfied individual present. The crowd swelled with indignation. The power of the people is formidable. Today, the Zombie company would find it impossible to operate smoothly without a satisfactory explanation. Are the corporate giants truly so formidable? The bespectacled woman in the black silk professional attire cast a cold gaze over the crowd. Those who came for interviews today may each receive 100 as compensation. Her words silenced the bustling hall instantly. The previously agitated individuals, their faces flushed with emotion, fell quiet. There were only 10 slots available for the drug trial, and with so many applicants, the odds of being selected were dismal, even more grueling than civil service examinations. Now, they were offered 100 yuan. What could they possibly complain about? After all, they had merely waited at the Xiaoyan building, doing nothing, which was far less taxing than other daily wage jobs. Indeed, a large company has its merits. It is no wonder that Xiaoyan company has achieved its current stature. The CEO is a man of integrity. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall transformed as the crowd erupted into laughter, a stark contrast to their earlier furious outbursts. Su Chen gazed at the line of people, all smiling as they approached to collect their money, momentarily taken aback. It was evident that the capital had played its part. With a long sigh, he lamented the demise of the opportunity. His attempts to stir the situation were futile. Although 200 yuan was no trivial sum, it was clear that it did not satiate his appetite. Under normal circumstances, had he been granted an interview, the crowd would have parted for him, significantly increasing his chances of success. After all, it was a daily payout of 1,000 yuan. His gaze lingered on the beautiful legs of the female assistant clad in stockings, before he shook his head and joined the queue for the money. Fortunately, it did not take long. Retrieving his bicycle from the tree and riding back would save him quite a bit. Dr. Connor's requirements had shifted, altering the daily payout task to stipulate that applicants must possess martial arts credentials. The female assistant began assigning work to a young office worker, revising the recruitment information. Just as Su Chen was preparing to lead Assassin to collect their money, he perked up at the mention of the new requirement for martial artists. What a stroke of luck. He hurriedly approached the assistant, exclaiming, "Excuse me, miss. I overheard you mention that the requirements for the drug trial have been raised, now necessitating martial artist status." The assistant appeared disinterested in engaging with him. What a coincidence. Su Chen continued, pulling Assassin alongside him with a grin. "Both of us are martial artists." "You are martial artists?" the assistant asked incredulously. Su Chen straightened his posture, declaring proudly, "I am a student." Upon hearing this, the assistant's expression turned cold. A martial artist was required. What use was a mere student? Not only was he not a martial artist, but he was also insignificant. With a tone of arrogance, Su Chen added, "I am a second-year student from the martial arts department of Xiaoyan University." Xiaoyan University? And a martial arts major at that? The assistant's demeanor shifted to one of surprise, seemingly not expecting such skilled individuals among those merely collecting daily payouts. "What rank are you as a martial artist?" she inquired, swiftly retrieving her phone to access the Martial Artist Alliance app to verify Su Chen's identity and rank. Caught off guard by the question, Su Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat. "I currently do not possess a rank." He blamed himself for being a sycophant. At that time, Xiaoyan had not passed the martial artist assessment, which could have rendered her a disgrace to the department. He had sacrificed his own opportunity to support her, thereby becoming one of the only 2 students in the entire department without a martial arts rank. The assistant's slender fingers trembled above the virtual keyboard, a line of disbelief forming on her forehead. How could this be? A second-year student from Xiaoyan University without a martial arts rank? Logically, he should at least be a first-level martial artist. Even exemplary students had already attained second-level status. If what this young man claimed was true, what sort of vagabond was he? "I truly am from the martial arts department of Xiaoyan University. The reason I lack a rank," Su Chen's voice faltered, a pang of emotion rising as he continued, "is that during the assessment, my mother fell gravely ill, and I was at the hospital caring for her." "Then, I will need to verify your student ID," the assistant replied. The female assistant observed Su Chen weeping profusely and felt a flicker of compassion. Swiftly, Su Chen provided his student ID. Upon verification, the assistant's expression turned to one of surprise. "Indeed, you are a student from the martial arts department of Xiaoyan University." The unmistakable name and photo of Su Chen were clearly displayed in the records. With confidence, Su Chen asserted, "Yes, rest assured. I undoubtedly possess the strength of a martial artist." "Very well, please wait here," the assistant replied, appraising him with a nod. After all, individuals willing to serve as subjects for experiments were rather scarce. "If I may inquire, since we require martial artists, should the remuneration be somewhat higher?" Su Chen asked with a cheerful demeanor. The assistant nodded. "The salary is 5,000 per day." "Goodness, 5,000 a day. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly interjected, "And my brother too. He is also a martial artist, even stronger than I am. Together, we would earn a total of 10,000 a day. We cannot miss this opportunity." The assistant raised an eyebrow at his saying, "That might be problematic. Your brother seems quite ill. I believe he was just spitting blood." She had witnessed Su Chen's earlier display in the lobby and clearly regarded Assang as a sickly individual. "Assang, demonstrate," Su Chen urged. "Ah," Assang bellowed, striking his chest. His garments were torn apart by his vigorous energy, revealing a well-defined and proportionate physique. Chapter 38. Data error. As the female assistant beheld Assang's sleek and athletic form, her eyes sparkled with interest. While he did not appear particularly strong in clothing, his physique was strikingly harmonious, robust, yet not exaggerated, embodying the quintessential appeal to women. Although his silver hair bore a slightly unconventional touch, it was aesthetically pleasing rather than a drawback. Coupled with Assang's inherently handsome features, he undeniably represented a prime specimen of youthful charm in the eyes of women. "Quite impressive," the assistant remarked, playfully pinching Assang's cheek as she scrutinized him further. "Such a striking young man would be quite unfortunate if transformed into a zombie. Miss, he is truly formidable." Su Chen, sensing the assistant's skepticism regarding Assang's martial artist status, hurriedly clarified. He then patted Assang's shoulder. "Quick, Assang. Break that front desk." The reception desk in the company lobby, crafted from luxurious white marble, was exceptionally durable, impervious to anyone lacking martial prowess. "All right." Assang readied himself to strike the desk. Seeing this, the assistant broke into a sweat, swiftly interjecting, all right, no need to test it further. I believe you are a martial artist." In her eyes, Assang appeared more like a martial artist than Su Chen, his muscular build exuding explosive potential. Su Chen flashed a grin. Both of them had qualified. A daily wage of 10,000. "Now, you two, please follow me," the assistant smiled, her demeanor shifting from previously aloof and arrogant to that of a charming, approachable older sister. It must be noted that the assistant's beauty and figure were truly exceptional. The long, graceful legs, ensconced in black stockings, were undeniably captivating, causing Su Chen's gaze to involuntarily wander. "Aren't you fond of Xiaoyan? Why are you looking at other women?" Assang inquired curiously. Su Chen retracted his gaze and replied earnestly, "What do you understand? This is called appreciation. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she delights in. By appreciating this lady, she will feel pleased, and the likelihood of us passing the interview will increase." "Oh," Assang blinked, beginning to comprehend. "So, why do I gaze at black stockings? It is for our benefit. When will you ever grasp my good intentions?" Su Chen exclaimed with a sigh of sentiment. "I can't hear you." The female assistant turned back, adjusting her black-framed glasses, and said languidly, "Awkward." Su Chen admitted, "Not to worry. A glance won't cost you anything." The assistant smiled, swaying her hips as she departed. Her black stockings were indeed meant to entice these unsavory men, and it was far preferable for this dashing young man to admire her than to be pawed at by those portly older gentlemen with their rough hands. Subsequently, the female assistant led Su Chen and Assang to the tea room, where a dedicated server poured water for them, and an array of exquisite pastries adorned the table. "Can we eat?" Assang's eyes widened at the sight of the delicacies. The assistant nodded with a smile. "Please, help yourselves." Upon receiving permission, Assang eagerly reached for the pastries, yet Su Chen refrained from indulging. This was rooted in his cautious nature instilled from a young age. Once, a childhood companion was abducted by a trafficker simply for coveting a lollipop, leaving an indelible shadow over Su Chen's youth. Since then, he had remained wary of strangers' food. In an unfamiliar environment, it was prudent to exercise caution. Assang, however, seemed invulnerable, with a remarkable resistance to toxins, free to consume whatever he pleased. But Su Chen did not possess such extraordinary resilience. "Please wait a moment," the female assistant said with a cheerful demeanor as she exited the room. Once outside, her smile faded, revealing the difficulty she faced in maintaining a facade of gentleness. A man clad in a black suit approached, lowering his voice. "President Pei, quickly verify the identities of those two. Do not overlook any details," the assistant instructed in a serious tone. The suited man nodded vigorously. "Understood." The assistant added, "Let them wait a little longer. Time is not an issue. We must thoroughly investigate their backgrounds." The suited man complied, hastily organizing a team to begin the inquiry into Su Chen and Assang's information. Their networks span the globe, making it exceedingly simple to unearth an individual's details. Half an hour later, the man in the black suit hurried back to report. We have confirmed the identity of one individual, Su Chen, 18 years old, a second-year student in the martial arts department at Zhejiang University, an orphan with no other social connections, currently residing at New Moon Apartment, 6th floor, room 503, with no martial artist rank and unknown capabilities. The assistant reviewed the information displayed on the virtual screen before her, nodding slightly. An orphan, who scarcely attends classes and possesses no intricate social ties, would hardly be missed if he were to vanish. Is he not the perfect subject for experimentation? No. His records indicate he is indeed an orphan, and it appears he has a younger brother. What is his brother's identity? The female assistant's eyes widened in surprise. Cold sweat beaded on the forehead of the man in the suit, his voice faltering as he stammered, I was just about to report this to you. There is no record of Su Chen's brother. No record? Even the female assistant was taken aback. Their organization is far from ordinary. Its intelligence network is arguably the most sophisticated in the world, encompassing a vast array of information. Yet, they could not find any information on a living person. The man in the suit's expression grew increasingly troubled. We have scoured every source, yet we cannot obtain any information about this individual. Moreover what? The female assistant inquired. Raising an eyebrow, the man in the suit took a deep breath and replied earnestly, according to our investigation, Su Chen's mother, Su Lily, did not give birth to twins. She only had one child, Su Chen. As he spoke, his voice became choked with emotion. The facts spoke for themselves. The supposed twins stood right before them. The data from the investigation clearly indicated that Su Chen had no brother. Evidently, there was an error in the data. With a sharp slap, the female assistant struck the man in the suit across the face, her expression icy. You repeatedly claim that our intelligence network is the finest in the world. And yet this is the result of your inquiries? Have the subordinates investigate further. The man in the suit lowered his head in response to the slap. There is no need, the female assistant replied indifferently. Knowing that Su Chen is an orphan with no other social connections was sufficient. His twin brother, if he existed, would likely be of similar stature. What remarkable capabilities could two college students possess? In the break room, a Sang was ravenously indulging in exquisite pastries. Hey, you should eat less, Su Chen remarked, eyeing the delicacies longingly. He had never tasted such high-end treats. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, he would have surely posted dozens of moments online to flaunt his luxurious lifestyle. Why? A Sang mumbled with his mouth full, his words barely intelligible. The people here were generous, unlike Su Chen, who was miserly and wouldn't even allow him to eat his fill. Su Chen swallowed hard. Eating too many sweets can lead to weight gain. A Sang, with a piece of cake crammed in his mouth, chewed heartily. When had he ever cared about his weight? He only cared about having enough to eat. Whenever food was in sight, he devoured it without hesitation. It seemed as though he would consume everything. A Sang licked the cream from his fingers, casting a hopeful glance at the man in the suit. The man's lips twitched as he hurried to procure more desserts for a Sang. Frankly, the lad's appetite was quite intimidating. That month's supply in the break room had been entirely consumed by him. Was this boy truly human? Just as Su Chen wrestled with the dilemma of whether to abandon his principles and indulge in a piece himself, the door to the room swung open, and the female assistant entered. I apologize for the wait, she said, taking a seat across from them, her smile composed and serene. It's quite all right. We have ample time. Su Chen replied with a smile. After all, they were the malevolent capitalists. As long as the compensation was sufficient, they could afford to wait indefinitely. Let me clarify the situation. The assistant's smile faded as she looked at them. Unfortunately, both of you may not meet the required standards. Not meet the standards? Su Chen and a Sang were taken aback. Just moments ago, everything seemed promising. Why the sudden change in tone? Dear sister, surely you must provide a reason. Su Chen insisted earnestly, as he was on the verge of securing a daily wage of 5,000 yuan. A cooked duck rarely flies away. The reason is quite simple. The assistant replied, her expression earnest. You are not martial artists. We could not find your information in the Martial Artist Alliance. Our company, Xiaoyan, operates as a legitimate pharmaceutical entity, and given the inherent risks associated with the project, we cannot proceed without martial prowess. But I'm stronger than many martial artists. A Sang interjected, unable to contain himself. Of course, Su Chen might be a bit weaker, but he has faced martial artists in this world, most of whom fell easily. I'm sorry, but But our drug trials come with risks, and we cannot guarantee your health, the assistant continued to reason. If something were to happen to you, it would be our company's liability. It doesn't matter. This is voluntary. Assassin patted his chest. They were in dire need of money, barely able to afford meals. 5,000 a day meant a total of 20,000 for both of them, and in 10 days, that would amount to 500,000. Assassin struggled to fathom such a sum, envisioning how many days of plentiful meals it could provide. Xiaolu, say something, Assassin urged. Seeing Su Chen grow increasingly silent, the assistant's lips curled into a smile. She was playing a game of allure and retreat. The bait had been taken. That being said, we will need to draft a contract and stipulate certain conditions, as we cannot assume these risks, and the trials require a degree of isolation, the assistant explained, determined to secure them as test subjects while severing their ties to the outside world. Most critically, she needed to ensure that the Law Enforcement Bureau did not become involved. In that case, let us pause the interview, Su Chen suddenly declared. The assistant's smile froze, her surprise evident. She had never anticipated that this seemingly mercenary and insatiable young man would choose to withdraw. Had she erred in some way? Oh, I am quite curious. What prompted this sudden change of heart? The assistant poured herself a cup of coffee, stirring it gently with a spoon. Striving to project an air of calm, Su Chen smiled. As you mentioned, neither of us possesses martial artist credentials. The drug trial requires such qualifications. If we fail to meet the standards, would we not be overestimating ourselves? The assistant's stirring hand faltered slightly, her forehead tightening with tension. She had miscalculated. Originally, a decision was nearly reached. However, she sought to further expand her interests, employing the tactic of feigned indifference. Unexpectedly, the young man refused outright. Quite astute. The female assistant revealed a subtle, elegant smile as she spoke softly. Our requirements for the drug trial necessitate a martial artist. Even a first-level one would suffice. Yet, without any martial artist credentials, I must admit I feel quite uneasy. Though her words suggested otherwise, she was subtly enticing Su Chen and Assassin, indicating that even a first-level martial artist would meet the criteria. Although they had not yet attained any rank, surely they could not be inferior to a first-level martial artist. We are far superior to a first-level martial artist, Assassin asserted defiantly. Enough with the pretense. You were just spitting blood moments ago. Return to the hospital to care for our mother, Su Chen remarked, placing a hand on Assassin's shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze. Assassin was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Su Chen's unexpected mention of their ailing mother. However, he soon recognized the oddity of the situation and fell silent. Su Chen extended his hand toward the female assistant. Sister, it is a pleasure to meet you. Once we achieve our martial artist rankings, let us collaborate. The female assistant smiled and shook his hand, replying, Very well, I look forward to our partnership. Subsequently, she watched as Su Chen and Assassin exited the room, her composure beginning to unravel. With a thud, her coffee cup toppled to the ground, the brown liquid spilling across the precious carpet. Her expression darkened, revealing her intense fury. What had gone awry? Why had they chosen to leave? It was already challenging to clandestinely detain ordinary individuals. Capturing martial artists was even more arduous. In her eyes, these two had met the criteria, young and robust. They were ideally suited for experimentation. Nevertheless, she resolved to seek other martial artists. Striving to quell her anger, she returned to her chair, projecting a virtual screen from her phone, her fingers gliding across it as she filtered for martial artists who met the experimental standards. Outside Xiaoyan Corporation, Su Chen retrieved a shared bicycle from a tree and gracefully leapt down, landing softly with the bicycle in his grasp. Assassin, looking perplexed, inquired, Xiaolu, why are we leaving? We could earn 5,000 yuan a day. If we don't leave now, we may lose our lives, Su Chen sighed in response, surveying the dilapidated surroundings with a grave expression. Previously unnoticed, the unsettling reality of Xiaoyan Corporation became clear to him, eliciting a sense of dread. A few years prior, this area had been deemed the most promising district, poised for significant development. Yet, ever since Xiaoyan Pharmaceuticals established its presence, the vicinity had descended into desolation. What is happening? Assassin continued to press. Have you ever purchased clothing? Su Chen asked. Assassin nodded. I have little money. If I truly desire an article of clothing, I will act particularly discerning before the salesperson, continuously pointing out flaws to leverage a better price, engaging in a few rounds of negotiation before finalizing the purchase. Assassin tilted his head in confusion, evidently not grasping the meaning. Su Chen smiled and explained, in essence, this woman gives me the impression that she is quite intrigued by us, yet she hesitates to reveal her desire for us. What does that signify? Assang asked, his gaze vacant as he pressed further. We are in need of funds. If she were genuinely interested, she could easily sway us with money, especially when her company is not lacking in resources. Yet this woman inexplicably entangles herself with us, indicating but one thing. Su Chen's expression grew solemn as he continued. This woman harbors ulterior motives. Chapter 40. Secrets beneath. Are you suggesting that this woman intends to harm us? Assang, slow to grasp the situation, widened his eyes in disbelief. How could a woman who treats him with such kindness be malicious? Su Chen nodded, then shook his head, stating, I am not entirely certain. It is merely my conjecture, yet it feels strikingly accurate. At times, intuition reveals discrepancies. After years of navigating life's challenges alone, he had come to trust his instincts. Moreover, this woman indeed possessed an air of mystery. Assang scratched his head. So what shall we do? Let us leave. We have already emerged, so why return? Su Chen mounted a shared bicycle, not waiting for Assang to catch up, and swiftly pedaled back. Wait for me. Did we not agree that I would ride back this time? Assang exclaimed, preparing to chase after the receding figure of Su Chen. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Turning back to gaze at the Shangbi Tower, he heard a sound. Was it a scream? Assang felt uncertain, crouching to listen to the vibrations of the ground. The sound emanated from below. Indeed, it was a faint cry, so subtle it might have been overlooked were it not for his heightened senses. Hey, why aren't you leaving? Fooling around? Su Chen returned, observing Assang motionless on the ground. I think I heard something, Assang replied, scratching his head. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What sound? I'm not sure. Someone is calling, Assang responded. Intrigued by this, Su Chen set down the bicycle and crouched to listen intently. Not good. I've fallen for a trap. Assang intended to trick him into crouching down, thereby stealing his shared bicycle. The moment Su Chen lowered himself, he suddenly awoke to this possibility. However, seeing Assang still poised on the ground, intently listening, Su Chen exhaled in relief. Assang was indeed a simpleton. He had underestimated his companion's lack of cunning. Thus, Su Chen focused on listening. It was a peculiar sound. Could it be answer calling? He queried. Assang nodded. Perhaps. Su Chen sighed. Forget it. This fellow is not very bright. Let us go. No need to linger. We might still manage to deliver a couple of orders today. He helped Assang to his feet. It was still before noon, giving them ample time to engage in other activities. Beneath the ground, at the 9th level, the entire floor was crafted from metal, strikingly clean and devoid of any objects. A young man with dark skin, prominent brows, and large eyes, adorned with curly brown hair, wrapped the bandages around his hands, throwing punches into the void and executing several boxing movements. Judging by his facial contours and certain physical attributes, he likely hails from the southeastern nations of the southern Daxia. Mr. Zaka, would you care for some protective gear? A woman clad in a suit inquired softly in a foreign tongue, her voice trembling slightly. After all, to her, Zaka seemed to be courting death. Zaka flashed a grin, replying, no need. Donning protective gear would be a disgrace in our eyes. The suited woman could not help but retort, but you can leave. Zaka continued his punching motions, not bothering to turn around. Momentarily at a loss for words, the woman exited the room. On the other side stood a massive glass wall, completely isolating this 9th floor. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat, with piercing blue eyes, intently scrutinized the interior beyond the glass. Dr. Connor, Zaka is unwilling to wear protective gear. The suited woman informed Dr. Connor earnestly. It's quite all right. Let him proceed, Dr. Connor replied casually. This martial artist from the southeastern realms had been procured at great expense. Should he happen to perish here, well, it would serve as an excellent subject for experimentation. At that moment, having completed his warm-up, Zaka signaled an OK gesture towards Dr. Connor through the glass. Dr. Connor nodded, raising his hand to press the red button on the glass. The heavy steel door began to rise slowly. Roars echoed ominously. 5 staggering, decaying zombies, their skin a ghastly gray, shuffled towards Zaka step by step. Haha, is this the Doctor's new creation? It seems rather unimpressive. Zaka remarked with a smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain as he beheld the rotting zombies. Their sluggish movements and lack of intellect rendered them mere fodder for him. This is tedious and quite foul. Best to finish this quickly so I can return for a shower. Zaka muttered to himself. In the next instant, His figure surged forth like a swift leopard, delivering a knee strike that collided squarely with the foremost zombie. The horrifying impact sent the creature hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Zaka then executed a spinning side kick, severing a zombie's body at the waist, the audible crack of breaking bones resonating sharply. Zaka's movements were fluid and seamless, each strike infused with a sense of elegant simplicity. His punches and kicks were executed with precision, devoid of any hesitation, radiating both power and visual allure. Observing this spectacle, Dr. Connor nodded slightly. Truly, a top-tier warrior, his prowess justified the expense. In the blink of an eye, Zaka had deftly dispatched 4 of the zombies. Though the zombies moved slowly, their strength was surprisingly formidable. Zaka, confident in his own power, chose not to engage them directly. Instead, relying on his martial prowess, he effortlessly dispatched the sluggish zombies, reminiscent of frail, old women. With a resounding thud, Zaka's fist struck the last zombie's skull, shattering it and scattering its gray matter. "What the hell?" Zaka exclaimed, surveying the blood splattered across his hand, his voice tinged with fury. Easily defeated, but utterly disgusting. The stench of decay clung to his fist, particularly pungent after the gruesome act of crushing the zombie's head. He unwrapped the bandages from his hands and discarded them on the ground, now tainted with the foul-smelling remnants of the encounter. Dr. Connor observed him with a smile, gesturing toward the space behind him. Zaka bellowed in fury. "Do not make me conduct such revolting experiments again. It is truly unbearable." He regretted not donning protective gear. At that moment, a chill crept up his spine, and he sensed impending danger. Almost instinctively, he swung his elbow in defense, but it was too late. A zombie had silently bitten into the nape of his neck. His elbow strike sent the creature's head crashing to the ground. He instinctively touched the bite on his neck, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the dizziness that enveloped him. Suddenly, the world began to spin, darkness creeping in. Zaka's body swayed unsteadily as he struggled to remain upright, but everything around him was a chaotic blur. Thud! At that moment, he collapsed to the ground, staring up at the ceiling, gasping for breath, utterly drained of strength. His head felt disconnected from his body, and a veil of crimson bloodshot his eyes, the wound on his neck taking on a grayish-purple hue that spread ominously. To his horror, he noticed the 2 zombies he had not obliterated were now swaying back to life. "Help me! Help me! Help me!" Zaka's mind spiraled into chaos as he screamed in desperation. The woman in the suit, witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim, "Dr. Connor. He may have contracted the virus. We need to treat him quickly." Dr. Connor turned to her, a smile spreading across his face. "Very well. You may go and assist him." "What?" The woman in the suit was taken aback. In the next instant, Dr. Connor extended his mechanical arm, seizing her by the throat. She struggled fiercely, but to no avail. The glass door swung open, and Dr. Connor flung her inside. "Ah!" Her piercing scream resonated through the air. Chapter 41. The wallet is empty. The enclosed room was stained with traces of blood. The woman in the suit, thrown inside, fought against her fate, her screams echoing as a horde of zombies surrounded her, tearing into her flesh. The scene was ghastly. Blood pooled on the floor, forming a crimson lake. The woman was devoured alive by the relentless zombies. Zaka had survived, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he had merged into the ranks of the undead. Dr. Connor gazed through the glass wall at the horrific spectacle, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Excellent. It seems the strongest zombie has been born." Zaka's physique was remarkably robust, and after being infected, he staggered about like a zombie. However, the other zombies dared not approach him. To them, Zaka seemed to possess a certain deterrent power that made them hesitate. With a thud, Zaka kicked away a zombie that was ambling in front of him. Subsequently, he crashed into the glass wall. Roaring, Zaka bellowed towards Dr. Connor on the other side of the glass. Though transformed into a zombie, he appeared to retain a flicker of consciousness. Dr. Connor smiled, realizing that the more superior the physique, the more it could resist the virus's assault on the brain. This was the experimental subject he desired. At that moment, the sharp sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed. The female assistant approached. "Miss Pei, I require more warriors," Dr. Connor exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Certainly, Dr. Connor, I will arrange it immediately," the assistant replied. Her gaze then involuntarily drifted towards the scene within the glass wall, where the zombies wandered aimlessly, and Zaka, now a zombie, furiously pounded the wall. The assistant's expression shifted slightly. She could not comprehend why the warriors hired at great expense from the southeastern nations had ended up in such a state. Yet, she refrained from questioning further, fully aware that Dr. Connor was no benevolent soul. Curiosity killed the cat. Some matters were best left unasked. In the Ghost Eagle organization space, a man clad in a black combat suit lay limply on the ground. Various virtual screens continuously popped up on the nearby computer. Huazi's cold gaze darted among these screens, his eyes beginning to strain. The virtual technology of this world far surpassed that of his parallel dimension, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, a splash of cold water struck the face of the man in the black combat suit. He jolted awake, slowly opening his eyes, only to be startled into near panic upon seeing Huazi's icy glare. "Big brother, who are you? Please spare me," he pleaded, dropping to his knees in desperation. He had never encountered someone so formidable. Not a single individual in the entire base could withstand even one of his blows. "Store all this data for me," Huazi commanded, tossing a virtual data storage device. The black-clad man trembled, swallowing hard in despair. "Then you might as well kill me." He understood all too well the dire consequences of leaking such secrets. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." Huazi raised his hand, a crimson flame erupting from his fingertips. The searing heat coalesced before his forehead, as if it could pierce through his skull at any moment. In this fleeting moment of impending death, the black-clad man hastily exclaimed, "No, no, don't kill me. I will store it for you." Under Huazi's intimidation, the man's fingers flew over the virtual keyboard, hastily uploading the information to the storage device. "Big brother, could you do me a favor and knock me out here?" he asked with great difficulty. If the organization discovers that he is the one who downloaded this data for Huazi, he must brace himself for a fate worse than death. Thud. Huazi swiftly incapacitated the man in black, slipping the virtual data storage device into his pocket with an air of nonchalance before departing. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Su Chen stormed in, visibly agitated. Inside the room, Huazi, clad in an apron, was busy preparing a meal. "What is going on, Huazi? Why on earth did you suddenly purchase such an expensive virtual data storage device? It cost 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. We've depleted our entire savings. My pockets are emptier than my face." Just as Su Chen was about to unleash a tirade, he caught sight of Huazi's icy demeanor and promptly softened. Huazi. We have no money left. We must be frugal." After all, Huazi shared his visage, which meant he could effortlessly access Su Chen's wallet using his face and fingerprint. Assang entered the room, his expression serious. "Huazi, you've spent all the remaining money. Xiao Lu said he is going to give you a beating." Su Chen hastily covered Assang's mouth. "Where's that coming from? Look at you, just making things up. We share the same roof. We must coexist harmoniously. The money is technically a loan from me, and I'll repay you tenfold." Huazi, tasting the dish with a spoon, raised his hand to turn off the heat. "Let us eat first." "Hey, that's great food." Assang rubbed his hands together, eyeing the delectable spread, his appetite piqued. "Huazi, how much food do we have left?" Su Chen inquired, observing the dishes on the table. They had exchanged some rice and oil recently, but there likely wasn't much left. Assang was purely a foodie, without cooked rice. He could even swallow raw grains or mix flour with water to gulp down. "We need to find a way to lock the fridge," Huazi stated matter-of-factly. "There's not much left. It should last us 2 more days." "Huazi, why don't we work together for the day? The 3 of us could run deliveries," Assang suggested, chewing on his meal. Huazi replied, "I have other matters to attend to. The task of earning money is yours for now. Alas, money is hard to come by. I went to try out that drug testing today and got duped." Su Chen sighed, lamenting the loss of funds for the shared bicycle. In the end, the little money that remained was squandered by Huazi on some virtual data storage device. 1,000 yuan. Aside from tuition, he had never spent such a large sum. This guy has a knack for spending but not earning a dime. Just then, a thought struck Su Chen. Damn, that female assistant mentioned something. The interview was cancelled, and those who showed up could receive 100 yuan. 2 people means 200 yuan. I didn't collect that. Huazi, you're in charge of tidying the table and washing the dishes. Su Chen declared, swiftly finishing his bowl of rice and dragging Assang out with him. I haven't finished eating yet. You won't starve. Just this little bit of food won't fill you up. We'll all be drinking the northwest wind if we rely on it. I'll have a couple more bites. Hurry, we need to reclaim that 200 yuan. Chapter 42, Single King. 200 yuan. Su Chen descended the stairs and scanned a shared bicycle. Upon seeing his balance of 132 yuan, he was utterly bewildered. How could he have only 1 yuan left after Hu Zi's expenditures? He couldn't even rent a bicycle. Are we still going or not? Assassin inquired, rubbing his stomach. He hadn't eaten enough at noon. For him, it was merely a matter of not starving. Let me borrow a bike first, Su Chen sighed. To the market. Brother Zhang, could I borrow your bike for a couple more days? Su Chen implored with a cheeky grin before the meat stall. Brother Zhang, his face darkened, was busy slicing pork. After wielding a butcher's knife for over a decade, his heart had grown as cold as the blade itself. Su Chen continued, Brother Zhang, my life hinges on this electric bicycle. Once I marry into a wealthy family, I will surely repay you generously. With a sharp thud, Brother Zhang slammed the butcher's knife onto the cutting board, raising an eyebrow at Su Chen. You little rascal, after you broke my bike's handle, you still dare to ask for another? What audacity you possess. Don't worry, I'll help you with Sister Tao, Su Chen said. Seemingly aware of Brother Zhang's soft spot, a confident smile gracing his lips. Brother Zhang, momentarily speechless, sheepishly handed over the key to the electric bike. Just don't break it this time. Sure. Su Chen received the key with a beaming smile. He then playfully tapped Assassin, who was drooling over the pork, on the head, saying, Let us go? Oh, Assassin replied, hastily wiping his mouth before mounting the electric bike. He was fully covered in a mask and hoodie, trying to conceal his identity. The people on this street recognized Su Chen, an orphan, and now, there was another who looked exactly like him. If they were to be discovered, it would surely astonish everyone. Wait. At that moment, Brother Zhang called out to Su Chen. Su Chen's body trembled slightly. He recalled an incident where Assassin had seemingly pilfered Brother Zhang's water-injected pork. They must have crossed paths before. Brother Zhang then handed a bag to Su Chen. Somewhat bashful. This is for Sister Tao, he said. Su Chen glanced at the bag and let out a soft sigh. Inside was exquisite premium pork belly. Could this be what they referred to as the romance of a butcher? All right, I promise to complete the task. Su Chen took the bag and hurriedly led Assassin away to prevent any suspicions. Hey, let me carry that for you, Assassin offered eagerly, his eyes glimmering at the sight of the fine pork. Su Chen, exasperated, remarked, Wipe your drool, it's getting on my clothes. Oh, Assassin quickly wiped his mouth. As a half-zombie, he found raw meat irresistibly tempting. Thus, it was unthinkable for Su Chen to allow Assassin to touch it. Upon arriving at the hair salon, Tao Hong had just pulled up the rolling door. She still wore her lazy waves, exuding a captivating charm. Upon seeing Su Chen, she flashed a teasing smile. Xiaoyan, come in and have some fun. Not today, I'm in a hurry, Su Chen replied, handing the bag of premium pork belly to her. Brother Zhang asked me to give this to you. Peachy gazed at the pork belly nestled within the tote bag, her expression tinged with melancholy. Before finally mustering a smile, I don't even have a pot here. Take it. Later, I'll just tell Zhang that I accepted it. This feels rather embarrassing. Heh. As if you have any reason to feel embarrassed. Why not step inside for a haircut? Your hair has grown quite long. No, I truly have something to attend to. Su Chen instinctively reached up to touch his hair, acknowledging its length. In the past, he would have let Sister Hong cut it for him, as she did not charge for her services. By the way, is this your friend? Peachy inquired, glancing at the back seat where Assassin was bundled up tightly. Yes. He is a bit shy, Su Chen replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Peachy, Su Chen steered his electric bike out onto the street. He then tossed the exquisite pork belly from the tote bag to Assassin. Really, you're giving it to me? Assassin asked, cradling the pork belly in disbelief. Su Chen chuckled, It's yours. At that moment, dusk was encroaching. The neon lights illuminated the bustling street once more. Su Chen halted his electric bike, taking in the vibrant scenery and the throngs of pedestrians. What's wrong? Assassin asked. I just remembered something. Su Chen pulled out his phone to check the time. At this hour, work at the company has already concluded. What should we do? Assassin queried, chewing on the pork belly. Plans have changed. We'll deliver food first and pursue our debts tomorrow. Let us borrow Uncle Tang's electric bike and deliver together, Su Chen said, adjusting their course toward the wonton stall. As night fell over the bustling urban landscape of town's South City, the streets were alive with activity. Approaching evening marked the peak hour for food delivery. Assassin's speed was astonishing, delivering orders as if he were under some enchantment. Su Chen watched as the number of deliveries on his screen skyrocketed. Impressive. That pork belly was worth it. Su Chen grinned broadly. As the clock neared midnight, their combined delivery count reached an astonishing level. Completing this order will put us at the top, Assassin fixated on the virtual screen ahead. Su Chen snapped back to reality upon hearing this. Unbeknownst to him, he was now tied with Lu Datu for the number of deliveries. The bonus for the top delivery person at the end of the month was a handsome 500 yuan. Completing this order would secure the prize for them. I'll take this order. I can definitely snatch the top spot. Assassin grinned widely. Even if it's a tie, that's still commendable. I'm not delivering this one. It's yours, Su Chen declared, tossing the fried rice delivery into Assassin's hands. Assassin looked bewildered. Can I eat it? Su Chen laughed, of course. A gentle evening breeze wafted by, quite pleasant. Su Chen glanced at the time. It had already passed midnight. The shadows of people on the street were growing sparse, with only the occasional vehicle traversing the main road. His delivery had not been completed. The customer canceled the order due to the extended wait. Thus, he effectively purchased the meal himself. Consequently, on the Hungry May platform leaderboard, Lu Dadu was one order ahead of him, claiming the title of top delivery person for the month. Beep. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle pierced the air. Lu Dadu leisurely passed by them, exuding an air of arrogance. Hey, Xiaoyan, did you ever imagine that your brother Lu has become a single king again? Just wait. Next month I shall surely surpass you. Su Chen glanced at Lu Datu and smiled. Don't be disheartened. In the future, I'll let you have 2 orders. Lu Datu grinned widely, fondling the bag hanging from his motorcycle handlebar, which contained 2 cans of discounted milk powder. How's Enine doing? Su Chen inquired. Hee. Now she calls me daddy. Lu Datu, a robust man, revealed a simple yet proud smile. All right then, let's chat another time. With that, Lu Datu bid farewell to Su Chen and rode his motorcycle towards the hospital. Chapter 43. Assassin bite him. At the hospital, outside the ward, Lu Datu, clad in a delivery uniform soaked in sweat, squatted at the door, cradling his head, lost in thought as he awaited news. Is there a family member of Lu Yinin? A nurse emerged from the ward. Lu Datu hurriedly followed her, exclaiming, I am the child's father. The family member is Lu Jun, correct? There's nothing serious. The child's health is nearly restored. The nurse, sensing Lu Datu's anxiety, reassured him with a smile. Really? Thank you. Lu Datu's face illuminated with sheer joy, his words stumbling over themselves. For a family member of a patient, this was undoubtedly the most splendid news imaginable. Upon hearing that his daughter's condition was improving, he felt invigorated, as if a fresh surge of energy coursed through him. Through the door, Lu Datu gazed at his daughter Lu Yinin's delicate, sleeping face, and a smile blossomed on his own. His weary body found solace in that moment. The nurse continued, however, please settle the expenses first. How much is it? Lu Datu's smile faltered slightly as he could not help but inquire. Having accompanied his daughter throughout, he had a rough idea that it would be an astronomical sum. Let me check, the nurse replied, pulling up a virtual screen to consult the records before printing out a bill. Buzz. Lu Datu picked up his phone and saw that the billing information had been sent to his device. All right, I will find a way to pay it, he said, his smile growing increasingly awkward. After the nurse departed, Lu Datu finally pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling as he counted the lengthy string of numbers on the screen. He sighed. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to remember, in light of his child and to save money, he had long since quit smoking. Moreover, this was a hospital where smoking was prohibited. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Lu Datu took out his phone and aimlessly scrolled through part-time job listings. He was indeed a martial artist, but those who commanded the winds and rains, living a carefree life without financial worries, were the elite figures in this profession. For lower-tier martial artists, there were not many avenues for progress. Delivering food had become the quickest way for him to earn money, yet it consumed most of his time. And he could hardly recall the last time he had a good night's sleep. Even so, he still yearned to find a part-time job to cover his daughter's medical expenses. Lu Datu's hand trembled suddenly as he held his phone. The blue light emanating from the screen illuminated his astonished and excited eyes. Xiaoyan Pharmaceutical Company urgently sought martial artists, requiring at least a level 1 practitioner, with no restrictions on age or gender, offering a staggering daily wage of 50,000. My goodness. In the apartment, Su Chen lay on his bed, fixated on the recruitment information that emitted a sharp, explosive sound. 50,000. Daily wage of 50,000. Has Xiaoyan Company gone mad? Didn't you say that woman was a scammer? Assassin inquired curiously. Su Chen calmed his racing heart. 50,000 yuan. Who cares about scams or not? Even if there's a chance of losing a kidney, he felt it was worth the gamble. Let us go, Assassin, we're applying. Su Chen exclaimed. springing upright from the bed like a carp leaping from the water. Assassin took Su Chen's phone, glanced at it, and pointed out, "Aren't we running out of time?" "Really?" Su Chen asked, taking back the phone to check the time. The deadline was midnight. It was currently 11 o'clock, still time to spare. "Hurry." Su Chen quickly grabbed Assassin and slammed the door shut, and the two raced out of the community. Taxi. The notoriously frugal Su Chen unexpectedly hailed a taxi this time. "It doesn't matter. As long as we can apply, 50,000 a day makes this taxi fare trivial." Xiaoyan building. "Driver, hurry, hurry." Su Chen flung the car door open and rushed in, speaking hurriedly. The driver, leisurely munching on a jianbing, slowly took a sip from his water bottle and asked, "What is the rush?" "My mom fainted over there," Su Chen exclaimed. "Whoa, buckle your seatbelt." The taxi driver was also someone who understood the urgency of the situation. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the blue taxi left a swift illusion on the road. Su Chen, with a worried expression, kept glancing at the time. Assassin, however, seemed unfazed, leaning against the window, admiring the rapidly flashing scenery outside, his face alight with joy. "Wow, we're going so fast." Hearing Assassin's voice, the taxi driver glanced in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but remark, "Your friend doesn't seem too anxious." Su Chen replied, "Oh, he is a bit slow. Just keep driving." The taxi driver made a sharp turn towards the Xiaoyan building. With a screech, the taxi left a long skid mark on the ground. We've arrived. The fare was 198 yuan, leaving Su Chen wide-eyed. Of course, the driver wasn't cheating them. The location of Xiaoyan company was indeed quite far, and the fare was reasonable. Su Chen pulled out 2 red bills from his pocket. "This is from delivering takeout last night." He opted for cash to avoid any mishaps with that reckless friend of his. Thus, Su Chen had learned his lesson, withdrawing cash directly from the bank after earning money. The driver waved at Su Chen, "Go on, kid, keep the change." "Damn, is this reverse tipping?" However, it is not the time to quibble over a mere $2. Su Chen grasped Assassin's arm and hastened towards the towering company building. The clock read 11:58. Only 2 minutes remained before the recruitment deadline. As Su Chen rushed into the building, he was halted by 2 security personnel stationed at the entrance. "What are you doing?" one of the guards inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at Su Chen. "We are here for the job interview, applying for daily wages. Both of us are martial artists, seeking to test for positions." Su Chen, breathless and panting, explained. The security personnel, with an air of arrogance, retorted, "I'm afraid you are too late. Registration closed at noon." "It's only 11:59. Look closely," Su Chen exclaimed, brandishing his phone at the guard in indignation. The screen boldly displayed the time, 11:59. At that moment, the guard stood motionless, fixated on the phone screen. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Su Chen, intrigued, wondered what was happening. Had the guard lost his wits? Just then, the guard regained his haughty demeanor and declared, "It is now 12 o'clock. Please leave." Su Chen, seeing the glaring 12 o'clock on his phone, felt a chill of anger wash over him. What the hell? I see now why he was so still. He was waiting for the deadline. Consumed by fury, Su Chen protested, "We are here to apply. What difference does a second make?" The guard, with a mocking glint in his eyes and an air of superiority, replied, "Sorry. We are merely adhering to the rules. You are late, and per the supervisor's instructions, I cannot allow you entry." A vein of frustration throbbed on Su Chen's forehead. This insufferable fool. Assassin, get him. Chapter 44. Insult for money. Such scoundrels, wielding their minor authority to create obstacles for others, would not be granted leniency by Su Chen. He commanded Assassin to act. Upon receiving the order, Assassin bared his teeth and lunged at the guard. "Come on. Bite me." The guard, seeing Su Chen's furious expression, cast a disdainful glance at Assassin. In the next instant, Assassin opened his jaws and lunged for the guard's head. Hey, I was just joking," Su Chen exclaimed, alarmed. Assassin's bite was sharp enough to gnaw through steel, and his fangs were venomous. Though the guard was a nuisance, he did not deserve death. The guard, taken aback, never anticipated that the white-haired youth would actually attempt to bite him. Instinctively, he raised his rubber baton. Crack! Assassin's jaw strength was astonishing. The rubber baton was severed with ease by his razor-sharp teeth. With a thud, the guard collapsed to the ground, his face pale with fear. Good heavens! Are this boy's teeth made of steel? Assassin, enough! Su Chen hurriedly intervened. This was not a post-apocalyptic world. If Assassin truly bit someone to death, it would land him in jail. "Oh," Assassin responded, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. It had been a long time since he had used his teeth in such a manner, and he felt somewhat out of practice. Su Chen wore an arrogant expression as he confronted the security personnel, demanding, "So, can I enter now?" "Enter? Not a chance. You dare to bite me." The security officer, still shaken from the earlier encounter, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Adjusting his cap defiantly, he thrust out his neck, retorting, "You enjoy biting, huh? Come on, take a bite out of my neck. Damn it. You think I'm afraid? Go ahead. If you have the guts, try to kill me." The tension escalated as Su Chen's fury ignited, clashing fiercely with the security officer. How dare he provoke him? This fool had truly picked a fight with the wrong person. Even a cornered rabbit will fight back. In response, the security officer bared his teeth, a stark contrast to the bravado he had just displayed. His face drained of color as he recalled the terror of having his rubber baton bitten in half by Su Chen's pet, Assassin, and the humiliation of being reduced to a sitting position on the ground. "So you're from Zombie Company, are you? I'm here for a daily wage job." At that moment, a burly figure approached, exuding an air of arrogance that interrupted the unfolding drama. Su Chen's gaze met that of the newcomer, both startled to recognize each other. "You," they exclaimed in unison. The imposing figure was none other than Li Hu, the security guard from Mu Family Manor. When their eyes locked, animosity ignited. Upon seeing Su Chen, Li Hu's fists clenched in anger. Damn it, it's this punk. A single scissor throw had cost him his lucrative monthly salary of 50,000. How could a formidable third-level martial artist like him end up seeking a daily wage job? "I'll settle the score with you later." Li Hu glared at Su Chen. He was pressed for time for his interview and had no intention of squabbling with him, especially considering he had not fully recovered from the injury Su Chen had inflicted on his neck. "Do you have proof of your martial artist status?" The security officer inquired hesitantly. Faced with Li Hu's imposing presence, his tone softened, clearly lacking the bravado he had shown with Su Chen. Without delay, Li Hu produced his martial artist certification. The security officer's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing it. A third-level martial artist? Today's applicants include many first-level martial artists and a handful of second-level ones, but you are the only third-level. "Sir, please come in," he said, swiftly granting Li Hu access. Li Hu cast a disdainful glance back at Su Chen, strutting confidently inside. Witnessing this, Su Chen erupted in fury. "Why does he get to go in? It's already 5 minutes past the time." The security officer scoffed. "He is a third-level martial artist. Do you understand? You're just a lowly fool. I'm also a martial artist." Su Chen seethed with anger. "Then where's your martial artist certification?" the security officer inquired. His curiosity piqued. Su Chen fell silent. He had not taken the exam. "Huh, I knew you didn't have a certificate," the security officer gleefully proclaimed, his expression one of triumph. Su Chen retorted defiantly, "That guy just now was defeated by me. Ask him if you don't believe me." The security personnel erupted in laughter. Oh, a third-tier warrior has met his match under your command. Why not admit that this company is yours?" Assassin, bite him. Su Chen could not be bothered to waste his breath on such foolishness. Assassin scratched his head, perplexed. Should I bite or not? We've tugged back and forth several times. My teeth are starting to ache. What are you doing? At that moment, a female assistant approached in high heels, her gaze cold as she fixed her eyes on Su Chen and Assassin. "Sister, we met yesterday," Su Chen said, rubbing his hands together, feeling rather sheepish as he drew closer. "After a night of profound contemplation, I have come to the realization that your esteemed company is a paragon of integrity in Zhengnan City, a benchmark for capitalists. It is indeed an honor to test medication for such an exceptional enterprise." The female assistant replied coolly, "And, therefore, I am here today to see if I might partake in the trial." Su Chen responded with a cheerful smile. "I'm afraid the time has passed. Perhaps another occasion," she said, dismissing him with indifference. She had not anticipated that advertising a daily remuneration of 50,000 would attract so many applicants. With warriors as common as fish crossing a river, she found it difficult to choose among them. The Su Chen who had previously shown her indifference was now someone she could barely stand a glance at. Su Chen's expression turned ashen. It was evident that the female assistant held a grudge against him. The 50,000 daily wage was likely lost. "Wait," Su Chen called out, stopping the female assistant in her tracks. She turned, raising an eyebrow. "What now?" Su Chen stated solemnly, "You promised us 200 yuan yesterday, and we have yet to receive it. If the daily wage is unattainable, at the very least, you ought to reimburse our transportation costs. 200 yuan. This would be a wasted effort otherwise." The female assistant retrieved her wallet, carelessly pulling out a stack of red bills and tossing them to the ground with a dismissive air, her eyes glinting with derision. So you want money, do you? Pick it up yourself. She was curious to see what decision this young man would make in the face of dignity and money. Thank you. Thank you. May a good person enjoy peace throughout their life. Su Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide as he quickly bent down to gather the scattered bills. The female assistant observed him with a tinge of discomfort. Had she insulted him? Indeed, she had. Did he find joy in it? Certainly not. A good person enjoys peace throughout their life. After picking up the bills from the ground, Su Chen was exhilarated, almost delirious, as he continued to chant. 100, 200, 300, 400, 700. A total of 27 bills. Oh my goodness. Sister, you insulted me. Hurry. I am a hidden masochist. Bury me in money. Now that I've got the cash, you can leave. The female assistant, feeling utterly bored, decided to turn away from Su Chen, no longer willing to engage in idle chatter. She was preoccupied with the recent recruitment of a new batch of martial artists. Su Chen displayed the 2,700 yuan he had laid out, taunting the security personnel who had confronted him, waving the money like a fan, exuding an air of arrogance. Ah, what a scorching day. Tell me, isn't it tough to be a security guard here, making just 200 a day? The security personnel clenched his teeth in frustration. What are you staring at? I'm not going in. What? Do you want to fight me? Su Chen rolled up his sleeves, challenging. Come on. If you dare, go ahead. I'm a martial arts student. Ultimately, the security guard chose to endure. He understood that if he acted first, it would justify Su Chen's self-defense. How infuriating. Observing the security guard's face, now a shade of liver, Su Chen felt an immense sense of satisfaction, pocketing the money with a grin. Ah Sang, let us go. Watching Su Chen and Ah Sang walk away, the security guard was on the verge of tears. Lady, could you insult me with that money too? I may be ugly and despicable, but I can't help but bully the honest. I have over 100 gigabytes of Minotaur study materials saved on my phone. Please. Next time, hit me with some cash. On the roadside, Ah Sang inquired, how are we getting back? The street was desolate, nearly devoid of any signs of life, with not a single vehicle in sight. The asphalt was so rarely traveled that grass had begun to sprout through the cracks. Simple, let us take a taxi. Money is no issue. Su Chen pulled out his phone, preparing to summon a ride. There wasn't even a shared bicycle in sight. Surely, they couldn't rely on their feet to return. Only those lacking intelligence would consider such a thing. Hey, about that drug trial for 50,000 a day. Should we inquire further? Ah Sang couldn't help but mention. Even though he possessed little understanding of money, he was aware that 50,000 represented a significant sum, enough to pile high with pork. Su Chen replied contemplatively, that woman definitely has something off about her. 50,000 is 50,000, but our lives are far more valuable. Besides, we've already earned over 2,000, haven't we? All signs indicate that daily payout is irregular. If something goes wrong, it would be a costly mistake. An hour passed. The area was rather secluded, making it quite challenging to hail a cab, and after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no one accepted the ride. Squatting by the roadside, Su Chen, bored, yawned, his gaze fixated on the screen until drowsiness overcame him. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone vibrated, instantly revitalizing him. Glancing at the screen, he cursed aloud. What the hell? They want an extra 50 bucks. Why don't you just go rob someone? Can't you afford to live? In a fit of anger, Su Chen rejected the incoming ride, a decision he would later deeply regret 2 hours hence. Ah Sang rubbed his empty stomach. Su Chen, how much longer must we wait? I'm starving. Just a bit longer, Su Chen replied uncertainly. The sun gradually sank in the west. Finally, after 2 hours, Su Chen could wait no longer. Not a single taxi had come to accept a ride. The worn-out second-hand mobile phone could no longer endure the excessive consumption of power and had now completely drained. Shutting down automatically. Ah Sang, let us return, Su Chen remarked awkwardly as he tucked the dead device into his pocket. Ah Sang stared incredulously at Su Chen. They had waited for 3 hours only to arrive at this conclusion? Who among them possessed the lesser intellect? Enough. A bit of exercise is beneficial for your health. Look at you, so plump. With all that you eat, how could you avoid gaining weight? Su Chen coughed lightly and stated earnestly. Ah Sang scratched his head. But you don't even have abs. To him, Su Chen was a rather peculiar martial artist, one who hardly exerted himself and preferred indulgence. Yet, upon reflection, considering that Su Chen lacked any martial rank and was not particularly strong, he felt somewhat relieved. Abs. What use are they? Can they be eaten? Only inept men rely on abs to cater to women's aesthetic preferences. Su Chen grinned, showcasing his biceps. Do you know what fat muscle is? A martial artist never needs such ostentatious features as abs. Assassin was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's words. Discussing this is pointless. Let our actions speak. Let us race and see, Su Chen said, stretching his limbs and assuming his starting position. Assassin scratched his head, but you run very slowly. 10 large meat buns. Whosoever reaches home first claims them. Su Chen's competitive spirit was ignited. To be honest, endurance and speed were his advantages, though he never showcased them during physical assessments. However, if he truly exerted himself, even the top martial artist Chen Wei, known for his yellow hair, would find it difficult to keep up. Upon hearing the mention of food, a glint of battle spirit flickered in Assassin's crimson eyes. All right, let us begin. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, he witnessed Assassin launch forth like a swift arrow. What the hell? Su Chen was taken aback by the sight. Was this speed truly human? In that instant, he ceased to hesitate and hurriedly took off in pursuit. The distance from Xiaoyan Company to home was longer than Su Chen had anticipated. After all, he was a martial artist, albeit without a rank. After overcoming the burly Li Hu, Su Chen could confidently assert that he could easily defeat any martial artist below the 3rd rank. However, after sprinting for a while, his stamina began to wane, and gradually, he could no longer see Assassin's figure. Wait, I concede. Su Chen bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, beads of sweat soaking his back. He was challenging his limits foolishly, attempting to compete in endurance with Assassin. That fellow was akin to a half-zombie, not entirely human. He was merely inflating his own ego. As dusk approached, the crimson clouds gradually receded, and night began to descend. The gentle evening breeze carried a chill that sent shivers down Su Chen's spine. Where am I? Su Chen looked around with curiosity. Nevertheless, the route home was straightforward. As long as he followed the highway, he would reach the city, and even Assassin would not go astray. Yet, Su Chen felt somewhat disoriented, pondering how far he had come and how much longer it would take to return home. Su Chen could no longer run and had to proceed step by step. The sky gradually darkened, and the dilapidated road lacked even a single streetlight. He sighed, wondering about the whereabouts of Assassin, who, given his pace, might have already reached home by now. Just then, Su Chen suddenly spotted a figure ahead. Assassin, is that you? He called out, waving his hand. The silhouette showed no signs of stopping and began to stagger toward him. The darkness obscured the figure, but Su Chen discerned that the person appeared to be limping and stumbling, resembling a mindless zombie. What is going on? Have you regressed? Su Chen couldn't help but inquire. As he drew closer, he gradually made out the visitor's appearance. By heavens! Su Chen was startled, his hair almost standing on end. Before him stood a skeletal figure, its face marred by decaying flesh, limping toward him. Chapter 46, Hidden Memories Hiss. The nearly decomposed zombie let out a ghastly screech upon seeing Su Chen and staggered closer. Without hesitation, Su Chen turned and fled, terror gripping him. Naturally, who could remain composed upon witnessing such a scene at night? After running a few paces, he glanced back at the slow-moving zombie, striving to calm himself. This creature didn't seem particularly swift. Realizing this, Su Chen maneuvered around the zombie, which continued to lurch forward, emitting its unpleasant sounds as it pursued him. Without looking back, Su Chen continued running along the road toward home. What a nightmare. He had actually encountered a zombie. Assassin, where the hell have you gone? In the night, Assassin's crimson eyes contracted in fear, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. What had he seen? Strange figures with staggering gaits approached him. As someone who had come from the apocalyptic world, he was all too familiar with them. They were zombies. As they passed by Assassin, the zombies made no unusual movements, clearly recognizing the half-zombie Assassin as one of their kind. His legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, unable to move. He stared at the slowly wandering zombies, and in an instant, a searing pain split through his head. Assassin let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. A wave of unfamiliar yet familiar memories surged into his mind, flashing images before him. The perfect specimen. He is the answer I seek. Dr. Connor's voice echoed in his memory, yet Su Chen had not fully succumbed to zombification. Possessing self-awareness, a robust physique, and the ability to heal continuously. Could there be anything more perfect? Doctor, what if Su Chen refuses to listen to our guidance? No need for compliance. In his recollection, These voices persistently whispered in Assang's ears. A foreign man in a white coat, with brown hair, gazed at him with insatiable greed. Assang blinked, his consciousness becoming increasingly lucid. He discovered that his limbs were bound. Struggling fiercely, the restraints on his arms were torn apart. Alas, his strength was formidable. The female assistant beside him had already turned pale with panic. Dr. Connor extended his mechanical hand and pressed him back onto the experimental table. Hurry, erase his memory. Sweat beaded on Dr. Connor's forehead. Even with the aid of the mechanical arm, he could not hold him down. Doctor, if we erase everything, he may become mentally incapacitated. Then remove only a portion, act swiftly. I can barely restrain him. All right. At last, the crimson gaze of Assang began to lose its focus. A perfect specimen. His existence has expedited my experiments by 5 years. Perhaps I can achieve immortality. Ha ha ha. The last echoes of Dr. Connor's maniacal laughter lingered in Assang's memory. On the asphalt road, Assang cradled his head, his body convulsing. A look of profound sorrow filled his eyes. Zombie Corporation, I remember now, I remember. Assang rose, his voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He was the sinner responsible for the apocalypse, the one who had transformed the peaceful, beautiful blue planet into a wasteland. Assang gazed at the stumbling zombies, rage igniting in his crimson irises. Come back. You shall not pass. His bellowing voice drew the attention of several zombies. They turned to look at Assang, and in that moment, they sensed his difference. Though a zombie, he felt unlike them. At that instant, Assang launched his attack. Thud! His heavy fist struck one zombie's head, instantly sending it flying with the force of his terrifying blow. You shall not pass. Assang gritted his teeth, blocking their path, his eyes ablaze with fury. The bodies of the zombies carried the virus and would attack indiscriminately, tearing apart any living creature. Once infected, the virus would spread among humans. If they were allowed to encroach upon human habitats, the consequences would be dire. He did not wish to witness another zombie apocalypse. Assang dispatched one zombie, displaying fierce hostility. Almost instinctively, the zombies turned their aggression towards this being that resembled them. Assang's strength was evidently superior to theirs. In both power and speed, most importantly, he possessed a semblance of intellect, albeit modest. Thud! Thud! Assang felled 2 more zombies, sending their heads flying. The virus primarily concentrated in the head. Thus, it was their Achilles heel. If their heads could be severed from their bodies, they would meet their demise. 8 zombies in total. In the blink of an eye, Assang had dealt with 3. Compared to ordinary zombies, Assang had strength and speed, though lacking in technique. Those attributes were sufficient. Moreover, the virus had no effect on him, for his own toxins were of a higher grade. Thud! As the last zombie's skull was crushed beneath his foot, the 8-headed horde was thoroughly vanquished. Assang stood there, staring blankly at the lifeless corpses strewn across the ground, an indescribable complexity of emotions washing over him. At that moment, drenched in sweat, Su Chen finally arrived. Assang, he called out, his voice tinged with urgency. Assang turned to face Su Chen, tears streaming down his cheeks, resembling a child in distress. Zombies have appeared again. In the law enforcement bureau, within the office. Xiaoyan had his feet propped up on the desk, occupying the Captain Wang Qinglong's chair, engrossed in a video game. The colleagues across from him were accustomed to this scene. This rascal relished speaking in the captain's tone, dreaming endlessly of ascending to the position of chief. Life had been exceedingly dull lately. Yawning, Xiaoyan set his phone aside. Be careful. Although it's your shift tonight, if someone sees you, there will be consequences. A colleague cautioned. Xiaoyan shrugged. Was there anyone in the entire bureau more dedicated than him? Working overtime? He had voluntarily come in for that very purpose. His aim was to take on more cases, accumulate merit, and swiftly claim Wang Qinglong's position. However, the tranquility of life had evidently left him somewhat disconcerted, offering him no opportunities. Surely, they couldn't expect him to spend every day at a foot massage parlor. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. Su Chen burst in, colliding with the door. Captain, I need to report a crime, he shouted, a disheveled figure drenched in sweat. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow in surprise. What brings you here? At that moment, Su Chen hurled a bag he was holding onto the table. A round, severed head tumbled out. Chapter 47. The drug testing experiment. As the gleaming head landed on the desk, a piercing shriek echoed throughout the law enforcement office. Xiaoyan and his colleague, startled, screamed in unison. This kid had killed someone, and barged into the bureau with the head. What the hell? This kid is audacious. Calm down, everyone, just calm down. It's not a living person. Su Chen reassured the now petrified officers. Of course, it's not a living person. You've just severed the head. You're going to jail. Xiang Kunkin replied, his complexion pale. The next moment, his expression shifted as he scrutinized the head. It appeared to be more than just freshly severed. The decaying flesh had turned a bluish gray, with hints of the skeletal structure visible beneath. What on earth is this? Another officer, suppressing his fear, exhibited curiosity. As law enforcers, they had encountered many strange situations, despite the initial shock of Su Chen entering with a head. They quickly regained their composure. They had seen numerous corpses, but a head exhibiting such a peculiar bluish-purple hue was indeed rare. Suddenly, the severed head began to move, as if it were about to bite. Holy moly! Su Chen, what on earth have you brought? Xiang Kunkin asked, his voice trembling with fear. He felt as if he were watching a horror film, questioning whether the events unfolding before him were merely a figment of his imagination. Su Chen, with a grave expression, replied, Sir, as you can see, this is a zombie. A zombie? What is that? Xiang Kunkin, trained in a prestigious law enforcement academy, found his courage swelling and attempted to reach out. Su Chen warned, don't touch it. Otherwise, you too will become a zombie. Instantly, Xiang Kunkin withdrew his hand. Regaining his composure, he adjusted his disheveled hair into a nefarious style reminiscent of an inappropriate haircut. His tone grew serious. All right, now let's discuss what exactly is happening. As an enforcement officer, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Zombies had appeared. Moreover, the zombie virus appeared to be contagious. Was this the apocalypse? Seeing that Xiang Kunkin had calmed down somewhat, Su Chen continued. As you can see, zombies have emerged in Jinan City. Xiang Kunkin swiftly activated the virtual keyboard on his phone, typing, Where did you encounter them? What time? How many zombies did you encounter? About 20 kilometers east of the Enforcement Bureau, there is a place called Huangshan Village. Tonight, we encountered a total of 9 zombies, but there are certainly more. Su Chen replied steadily. Xiang Kunkin's fingers trembled as he typed, realizing the severity of the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Do you have any other leads? He inquired. Zombie Company. This company is the source of the zombies. Su Chen stated earnestly. Are you certain? Xiang Kunkin pressed. At this point, do I need to search for evidence one by one? Su Chen couldn't help but retort. Xiang Kunkin's fingers flew over the virtual keyboard, rapidly inputting a lengthy message. I've already reported to the headquarters. Now we await their rescue. He turned to his colleague. We need to check the site first. Just the two of us? The other enforcement officer was taken aback and quickly responded. Let us remain calm. We should at least wait for the captain to arrive. Xiang Kunkin had always been impulsive in his actions. What would happen if they were both attacked by zombies? Su Chen's expression grew somber. According to a saying, Zombie Company was very likely the source of the zombies. What had the previous drug tests and the gathering of martial artists been for? In that instant of contemplation, Su Chen arrived at a chilling conclusion. They were manufacturing zombies. What strength would a horde of zombies created by martial artists possess? Su Chen shuddered at the thought. Furthermore, how long did it take for someone to transform into a zombie after the drug trial? No one could say for certain, and time was of the essence. Sir, please expedite the lockdown of Zombie Company. They are currently gathering a large number of martial artists to conduct zombie drug trials. Xiang Kunkin and his colleague exchanged anxious glances, their faces turning pale. At that moment, Xiang Kunkin took a deep breath and dialed a number he typically avoided. Hello, Dad. Something serious has happened in Jinan City. Urgent reinforcements are required at the Zombie Company building. Dr. Connor patted Li Hu's robust pectorals with his mechanical arm. Bound tightly by restraints, Li Hu struggled desperately. His eyes filled with fury. He could never have anticipated that this lucrative trial job, promising a daily wage of 50,000, would ultimately transform him into a zombie. He was not the first test subject. He had just witnessed several fellow martial artists injected with a vial of serum, their anguished screams echoing as they lost their sanity and morphed into the undead. Now it was his turn. Li Hu fought with all his might, whimpering, his eyes reddening with despair. Every encounter with that brat named Su Chen had led to misfortune. Their first meeting resulted in a neck injury that cost him days of work. Now, in their second encounter, he was on the brink of losing his life. Damn it. Could this kid be a harbinger of doom? At this moment, however, Li Hu could think of nothing else, for Dr. Connor was approaching him with a vial of serum in hand. Dr. Connor, how are the martial artists faring? The female assistant inquired with a smile, sensing Dr. Connor's apparent satisfaction. He nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Excellent. The more exceptional the physical condition of the martial artist, the greater their strength and speed as a zombie compared to ordinary ones." The assistant approached, patting Li Hu's well-developed muscles. "This man is a third-tier martial artist. I am curious to see what he will become. Ha ha ha, let us wait and see." Dr. Connor replied with gleeful anticipation as he injected the serum into Li Hu's body. Li Hu struggled fiercely, wailing in desperation. However, the restraints held him firmly, leaving him helpless as he watched the strange serum enter his body. Time dragged on, each second feeling eternal. Finally, Li Hu opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson orbs, markedly different from the typical white-eyed zombies. Roaring, Li Hu rose to his feet, yet at that moment, he found himself alone in an expansive room, surrounded by glass walls. Outside, Dr. Connor and the assistant observed the scene with keen interest. "This is truly exhilarating." Dr. Connor smiled, curious about the strength of a zombie formed from a third-tier martial artist. Chapter 48, Elite Zombie Thud. 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 Having transformed into a zombie, Li Hu had completely lost his sanity. He violently slammed against the glass walls, roaring in a primal desire to breach the barrier and attack Dr. Connor and the assistant. This was not born of hatred, but rather the instinctual craving of a zombie for living flesh. However, these glass walls were no ordinary material. Even bullets fired from a gun left no mark upon them, let alone Li Hu's savage assaults. "Dr. Connor, it seems we have succeeded," the assistant exclaimed with delight. To all appearances, this zombie could be deemed the strongest yet. Li Hu's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, while his skin took on a purplish hue, devoid of any semblance of life. Yet, his movements were far from rigid. If one could overlook these details, he might not even be perceived as a zombie. No, he was a far cry from that. Dr. Connor shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the specimen before him. It deviated somewhat from his expectations. Although the warrior had become a zombie, he was stronger than an ordinary one and lacked the typical stiffness. However, what Dr. Connor sought was much more than this. He pressed the red button. "Let us first assess the strength." With a clang, the heavy steel door slowly ascended, revealing a horde of zombies emitting discordant cries, advancing with a peculiar and stiff gait. The zombies possessed no intellect and showed little reaction upon sensing Li Hu. In stark contrast, Li Hu had become exceedingly irritable after his transformation. Upon noticing the approaching horde, he let out a primal roar and charged at them like a barbarian. With a swift motion, he seized the shoulder of the foremost zombie and, with immense force, tore it apart. The creature's body was cleaved in two, its filthy entrails and various organs scattering grotesquely, creating a most revolting scene. The other zombies soon reacted, instinctively launching an assault on Li Hu. However, the transformed Li Hu was ferociously violent. The claws of the zombies raked across his robust muscles, leaving ghastly trails of blood. Yet, before long, the wounds began to heal themselves. This spectacle caused Dr. Connor's eyes to gleam with excitement. "Oh my God, he possesses regenerative abilities." Dr. Connor was beside himself with enthusiasm. Ordinary zombies, aside from their brains, had no weak points in other parts of their bodies. Even if their hearts or throats were removed, they could still survive. But now, Li Hu displayed the extraordinary ability to heal. This meant that he could recover autonomously after sustaining injuries. Dr. Connor felt an exhilarating sensation, as if he were on the brink of uncovering a breakthrough in his research. A swarm of zombies relentlessly lunged at Li Hu. His fighting prowess was formidable. With a single punch, he pulverized the frail skeletal frames of the ordinary zombies into mere fragments. Their bites and scratches posed no threat to him. Li Hu felt no pain, and his body could mend itself. Gradually, the zombies fell one by one beneath his fists and teeth, never to rise again. Astonishingly, the horrific scars adorning his body began to heal over time, returning to their former state. The female assistant exhibited a look of shock. "Incredible. Dr. Connor, is this the result of your research?" This was no mere flattery. The scene before her genuinely left her astounded. With a thud, after vanquishing the last of the zombies, Li Hu suddenly knelt down. Hunger, an insatiable hunger, surged within him. He gazed at the scattered remains of the zombies, opened his mouth wide, and began to feast on one of the fallen creatures. The female assistant, upon witnessing the scene, turned pale with disgust. She could no longer contain herself and began to retch violently, overwhelmed by the repulsiveness of the situation. Such a revolting spectacle was unprecedented in her life. Dr. Connor, however, appeared to be thoroughly engrossed, reflecting, so one must derive energy from sustenance for self-healing? This indeed elucidates the rationale behind the regenerative process. It necessitates sanguine nourishment. Li Hu, with an insatiable appetite, ceased only after devouring several corpses of the undead. The meager sanguine energy that the zombies provided was not only insufficient, but also exceedingly unpalatable compared to the allure of living flesh. At that moment, Li Hu surged to his feet, charging towards Dr. Connor. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his relentless assaults against the glass wall echoed throughout the room. Dr. Connor regarded him with a placid expression, even managing a smile. You seem quite vigorous. Let us see how you fare against this. At that instant, he pressed a red button. A steel door on the opposite side of the room began to rise, revealing a robust figure. Yet, in comparison to Li Hu, it appeared less imposing. The once ferocious Li Hu, upon noticing the newcomer, seemed to sense something, and fear flickered across his face. The aura, the remnants of his sanity, allowed him to grasp the formidable presence of his adversary. This zombie radiated immense power. Let him taste your strength, Dr. Connor remarked with evident intrigue. Thud, thud, thud. Li Hu was flung against the glass wall like a rag doll. His limbs had been brutally contorted, his neck twisted grotesquely, and his chest savagely torn open, exposing various organs to the air. Yet, at that moment, Li Hu remained alive, though his self-healing abilities could not keep pace with the severity of his injuries. That will suffice. Dr. Connor clapped his hands. The formidable figure ceased its assault and slowly retreated back through the steel door. The female assistant gazed at Dr. Connor in terror. Was this his secret weapon? Buzzing. She glanced down to see her specialized phone vibrating incessantly. Hastily, she retrieved the device. What is happening? She inquired in a hushed tone. President Pei, we are being monitored by the Enforcement Bureau. Through the intelligence network, I have learned that they are dispatching troops to our Xiaoyan building. The assistant's countenance darkened upon hearing the voice on the other end. How could they discover us so swiftly? Just then, Dr. Connor reached out with his mechanical hand and forcefully snatched the phone away. Stay close to them and keep me updated on the movements of the enforcement troops. Yes, doctor, he commanded. Dr. Connor terminated the call and threw the phone back to the assistant. She fumbled to catch it, her face ashen. Dr. Connor, what shall we do? What else can we do? Dr. Connor replied with a sinister smile. Their arrival is quite fortuitous. It's merely a matter of advancing our plans. Soon, my era shall commence. His ambitions loomed large. He sought dominion over the entire world, and none could thwart him. Chapter 49. The zombie frenzy. Su Chen arrived outside the Law Enforcement Bureau, gazing at the desolate entrance of the building in the deep of night, utterly bewildered. A sang. He called out several times, but received no response. What was happening? Who was Assang? Just then, Xiaoyan heard Su Chen's shouts and emerged. Assang has gone missing. Su Chen's expression turned grave. When they first arrived at the bureau, both being named Su Chen and entangled in the complexities of parallel worlds, they were wary of attracting unwanted attention. Thus, Su Chen had reported the case while instructing Assang to wait outside. To his dismay, upon returning, Assang had vanished. Chief, to Xiaoyan building. Quickly, Su Chen urged anxiously. During their journey to the bureau, he had sensed something was amiss with Assang. He should have reacted sooner. At Xiaoyan building, a line of bodyguards clad in black emerged, sealing the glass doors of the building. The heavy thud of steel plates echoed ominously. Why has the boss instructed us to seal this place off? One guard questioned. We're just here to do our jobs. Don't ask unnecessary questions, another replied. As they followed the lead of the black-clad bodyguards in securing the building's entrance, despite their own ignorance of the unfolding crisis. In the underground control center, Dr. Connor stood leisurely before a vast array of virtual surveillance screens, which displayed every corner of Xiaoyan building. At that moment, the upper floors had been sealed off. The first underground level was densely packed with numerous zombies, clawing and shrieking, their sharp talons scraping against the steel doors, producing an excruciatingly piercing sound. Dr. Connor, we have confirmed that a week ago, several zombies escaped uncontrollably during an experiment. The female assistant spoke, her voice trembling with anxiety. This was an exceedingly grave oversight. It was precisely these escaped zombies that had drawn the attention of the Xiaoyan military. Oh, that is no longer significant, Dr. Connor remarked, savoring a glass of red wine with a nonchalant demeanor. The female assistant exhaled in relief, though her gaze instinctively drifted back to the screen. The first underground level had amassed an alarming multitude of zombies, a scene that could invoke a phobia of clusters. Although the monitors were silent, she could almost hear the chilling, raspy roars of the undead. What would happen if a living person were to appear here? A shiver ran down her spine. It was simply unimaginable. Next, it was time to witness this zombie spectacle. Dr. Connor hurled his wine glass aside, his eyes gleaming with madness as he fixated on the horde of zombies. The assistant swallowed hard, sensing what Dr. Connor was about to do. A madman, utterly deranged. 3, 2, 1. A smile crept across Dr. Connor's lips as he extended his mechanical hand to press the red button that would unlock the steel doors. With a resounding clatter, the heavy steel doors began to open, breaking the seal. The zombies, congested in the underground level, surged forth to the surface like a relentless tide, pouring in from every direction. At that moment, Dr. Connor pressed a button on the control panel. A piercing sound wave emanated from the rooftop of the building, a noise so intense that it could shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person. Under the influence of the sound waves, the zombies halted, standing motionless as if in a trance. Proceed towards the southern district, Dr. Connor commanded, directing the zombies' movement through the sonic waves. Thus, the previously chaotic horde began to march methodically toward the city center. A smile spread across Dr. Connor's face as he monitored their movements from a bird's-eye view through the drone he controlled. Although the zombies moved slowly, their strength surpassed that of an average human. However, the most terrifying aspect was not their combat prowess, but rather the virus they carried. A single bite could unleash the virus, leading to a rapid human-to-human transmission. It would not be long before the entire city transformed into a stronghold for the undead. At that point, his ambition to dominate the world would no longer seem like a mere fantasy. In this world, he alone could wield control over the zombies, destined to become the singular deity of existence. Suddenly, Dr. Connor noticed a figure appearing before the advancing horde of zombies. He deftly swiped across the virtual screen, magnifying the surveillance footage to identify the silhouette more clearly. The drone's night vision capabilities were exceptional, revealing the features of the newcomer with clarity. What an intriguing young lad, Dr. Connor mused, observing the face on the screen with a bemused smile. The newcomer appeared to be a youth of 17 or 18, clad in a black hooded sweatshirt, with silver hair, striking features, and a tall, lean stature. At this moment, he stood alone, facing the throng of hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. The ensuing spectacle promised to be quite thrilling. These zombies had not feasted in a while, and the exquisite flesh was tantalizingly close. Thousands of zombies could easily rend him to shreds within moments. "It's him," exclaimed the female assistant, her expression one of surprise. Dr. Connor inquired, "Do you recognize him?" The assistant quickly replied, "Yes, one of the twins who came to apply for the drug trial today, but I didn't approve them." She was aware that he was the younger brother of Su Chen. Upon hearing Su Chen call out, she recalled the name. Assassin, perhaps? The exact name eluded her. What piqued the assistant's curiosity was why this young man was out here in the dead of night. Dr. Connor scrutinized the face of Assassin, deep in thought. He magnified Assassin's visage once more, focusing intently on his eyes. They were a vivid crimson. At 1 o'clock in the morning, dark clouds loomed overhead, cloaking the night sky like heavy tiles. A chilling wind howled across the barren landscape, rustling the dried and withered grass. Rows upon rows of densely packed zombies stumbled forward, emitting grotesque sounds as they advanced. A putrid, nauseating stench wafted through the air. These zombies are the first wave of the undead. Having been subjected to alchemical processes for an extended period, some of their decaying flesh has rotted away, leaving behind mere remnants of white bone. As Assassin gazes upon the hellish scene before him, his crimson eyes narrow. Memories flood back to him, all at once, just as they did 5 years ago when the zombies first emerged in Southtown. News outlets clamored to report what they initially believed to be a novel disease, only to later discover that those infected would transform into mindless creatures, driven solely by a primal urge to attack and bite. The Great Xiaoyan military spent a year relentlessly suppressing and combating these horrific beings. Yet, no one anticipated that hidden among the populace, a seemingly normal individual, Su Chen, would fall under the sonic control of Dr. Connor and begin a frenzied assault on those around him. Chapter 50. The Awakening of Memories. At 3 a.m. this morning, a 25-year-old man in Geelongton City was diagnosed with an exceedingly rare terminal illness. Authorities have determined that individuals infected with the virus exhibit highly aggressive behavior. Hulong City has succumbed entirely. The city is now infested with carriers of the zombie virus and has been placed under lockdown. To ensure the safety and health of the public, all public transport, buses, subways, and ferries in Xiaoyan City will cease operations starting from 10 a.m. on February 23rd. What is happening? Where did these zombies come from? Quickly hide. South Town has fallen. Ah, they're coming in. Grab his head. That white-haired child, hurry and leave. It hurts so much. I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want to. Help me. Save me. Help. Why are you killing him? He has already been bitten by a zombie. Soon he will become one himself. Are you going to let us all in this shelter suffer? You're insane. But he hasn't turned yet. We can't just stand by and watch him die. What are you doing? Don't push me. You saintly fool. Why don't you go out there with him? I beg you, please let me in. The zombies are about to break in. Please. You never learn. Your reckless behavior could doom us all. If there's another incident, I will truly throw you out. He has already been bitten. He will soon transform. If you let him in, how will we survive? Enough with the noise. The food in this shelter won't last long. How are we supposed to manage now? Let us hold out for at least a day. The armored troops of Great Xia have arrived. We must find a way to maintain contact with the outside world. What is wrong with that white-haired boy? Is he paralyzed with fear? He is just crouching there, clutching his head. It's all right, it's all right. He is merely distressed by the sight of the zombies. Keep an eye on him. In this chaotic time, no one can attend to him. Chen, don't be afraid. Granny is here, and everyone is with you. Ha ha ha, the armored troops have arrived. Did you see? In the video I sent, those zombies were burned. Sizzling like roasted chickens. It's incredibly relieving to watch. The zombies turned to charred remains. Our armored troops are truly formidable. The zombies have now been thoroughly eradicated. That scoundrel, what was his name again? Connor. That's right, it's Connor, and he has been apprehended. Our town, Jinan City, has finally been liberated. My goodness. It has been ages since I breathed in fresh air. Damn it, that dark and dismal shelter. I'd never wish to enter it again in my lifetime. Have you heard? The nation across the sea has been utterly overrun by zombies. Huh, they deserve it. They were always stirring trouble for us in the Great Xia. Not just them, alas. Such is the state of the world. Well, we should be grateful to be alive. What about the zombie antidote? There is none. I never intended to create an antidote when I was working on it. You refuse to hand it over, do you? Huh. If you have the guts, kill me. In any case, I have no antidote here. And even if I did, do you really think it could save so many lives? According to the laws of the Great Xia, you have been sentenced to execution. Execution? No, you cannot kill me. Are you still trying to struggle when death is imminent? What I mean to say is, if I die, you won't fare well either. Oh, so it seems you still have a trick up your sleeve? I am issuing a warning. It is in your best interest to let me live. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. I'm sorry, executing you is not my decision. Don't let me die, or you will regret it. Did you hear that? Let me go? Otherwise, you will all regret it. All right, execution it is. Then let us perish together. Have you heard? The main culprit has been executed. This scoundrel has caused the deaths of countless people. Dying 1,000 times would not suffice. Frankly, he should be grateful for the laws of the Great Xia. Otherwise, his death would not have been so merciful. He should have had his limbs severed and been made a human pig, thrown into a cesspit, living off filth and urine, and not allowed to die. That would have been far more entertaining. At long last, it is over. Throughout the annals of human history, this has been a significant crisis. Speaking of which, how did that virus originate? It is said that Connor and his research team extracted a prehistoric virus from the Antarctic icebergs. Despicable creature, he died too easily. White-haired boy, what are you barking like a dog for? Damn it, you're not a zombie, are you? Isn't the zombie crisis supposed to be over for a year now? Call the police, hurry, call the police. Everyone, don't crowd together, flee quickly. It's Su Chen, what is wrong with this child? Run for your lives. This boy has gone mad and bitten who knows how many people. Captain, we've found Su Chen. Don't act rashly. Wait for the main forces to arrive. Huh, you're too late. I've already blown his brains out with one shot. You, be careful, he is still alive. Run, quickly. This station reports that a new strain of the zombie virus has emerged in Jinan City, transmitted by a boy named Su Chen, age 14, who has silver hair and crimson eyes. He behaves normally during the day, but becomes frenzied at night, launching indiscriminate attacks. My heavens, how has the zombie outbreak returned? What is going on with Su Chen? He is the trump card left behind by Dr. Connor, having lurked in Jinan City for many years. Initially, Dr. Connor intended to rely on Su Chen to facilitate the second spread of the zombie virus, but to his dismay, before he could even commence his plans, he was captured. Damn it, this is never-ending. I must find a way to eliminate that brat Su Chen. Do you think I don't want to? That boy possesses formidable strength, far beyond that of an ordinary warrior, making it nearly impossible to approach him without being bitten. Now, there are numerous zombie warriors with even greater power, proving to be more challenging than regular zombies. The most terrifying aspect is his innate ability to heal. Many bullets fired into his body inflict no harm. Fire? If I burn him to ashes, I refuse to believe that this zombie is invincible. If you are so capable, you deal with him. Is this all my doing? Why? Why me? My head aches. Jinan City is lost. I have brought ruin upon everyone. I am the sinner. What have I done? You zombies, kill me. In my life. Why can't I die? Chapter 51. One man against all thud. A zombie's head flew off, its filthy dark red blood splattering. The headless body swayed and fell. Thud. In the next moment, another zombie was severed in two with a powerful kick, its insides spilling out in a grotesque display. The sound echoed relentlessly among the horde of zombies. Assassin, amidst the throng of zombies, moved with astonishing speed, like a specter. His technique was devoid of finesse. Relying solely on brute strength and velocity, he navigated through the encirclement with deadly efficiency. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, zombies were obliterated beneath Assassin's terrifying might. His sharp claws pierced a zombie's throat, and in that moment of tearing, dark red blood gushed forth. The stench was overwhelmingly foul. Even his handsome visage was stained with blood. Fortunately, he himself was a zombie. Had he been an ordinary human, the close-quarters combat alone would have surely led to infection. Beneath his feet lay a gruesome tableau of fallen zombies, sprawled in disarray, limbs scattered amidst pools of filthy blood, a scene of sheer brutality. In this skirmish, he had dispatched numerous foes, yet, compared to the vast horde, it was but a drop in the ocean. Countless zombies surged towards him like an unstoppable tide. Assassin gazed at the approaching horde, his crimson eyes betraying a flicker of anguish. His memories had resurfaced, revealing that he was the one who transformed the original world into a zombie apocalypse. The desolate scenes of the apocalypse echoed in his mind, skyscrapers reduced to ruins, highways overgrown with withered grass, and the legions of zombies roaming freely, while the desperate remnants of humanity clung to life in shelters. He could not allow these creatures to advance. He must not. As he beheld the relentless advance of the zombie army, Assassin let out a frenzied roar. Clenching his fists and charging forward, he would halt these zombies. He would not let this parallel world descend into another zombie apocalypse. Shanghai Mansion, Control Center. Dr. Connor's eyes, filled with excitement and bloodshot, gleamed with a manic intensity as he fixated on the screen. Self-healing, an extraordinary regenerative ability. How could this be possible? From the drone's vantage point, it was evident that Assassin's wounds, inflicted by the zombies, began to heal at an astonishing rate. Most remarkably, Assassin managed to retain his sanity. Is he also your creation, Dr. Connor? The female assistant could not help but inquire, for in her eyes, Assassin bore an uncanny resemblance to the doctor's experiments. The same crimson eyes, the same silvery hair, the same formidable self-healing capability. He is the template of my ultimate masterpiece, Dr. Connor exclaimed, clutching his head in a frenzy of confusion. Impossible, impossible. I clearly did not complete it. How did he come to be? What is going on? Is someone conducting the same experiment? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Yet, how could he explain the appearance of this young man? All evidence pointed to him. There was no one else in this world capable of creating such a superior zombie. Dr. Connor, the female assistant, stepped closer, her concern evident. Get away. Dr. Connor raised his mechanical hand, forcefully pushing her to the ground. His gaze, wild with madness, remained fixated on the screen. Then, he pressed buttons on the control panel, issuing commands to the zombies through sound waves. Capture this boy. Do whatever it takes to seize him. Dr. Connor sensed that the answers he sought lay within this young man. A horde of zombies encircled Assassin. Though their speed was lacking, their strength was formidable. Amidst them, Assassin transformed his head, fists, elbows, legs, and knees into lethal weapons, ruthlessly slaughtering the zombies surrounding him. His fierce combat prowess provoked ecstatic howls from Dr. Connor at the control panel. He was desperate to capture Ah Sang, yearning with fervor. Charge! What are you waiting for? Everyone attack! Dr. Connor continued to manipulate the zombies through the control panel, commanding them to swarm Ah Sang. The dense mass of zombies eliminated any chance for Ah Sang to escape. Ah Sang's fist shattered a zombie's skull, viscous blood dripping down his hand. His gaze was icy as he surveyed the zombies, gasping for breath. His stamina had reached its limit, and an indescribable hunger surged within him, exacerbated by the incessant healing of his wounds. Yet Ah Sang held firm against the urge. Drink! Ah Sang roared, toppling a zombie, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. The zombies, like an unfathomable ocean, engulfed him, making the prospect of escaping this sea a mere fantasy. Exhaustion clouded Ah Sang's eyes. It seemed he had resigned himself to his fate. However, before he succumbed, he could not allow these creatures to breach the city. In a moment of sheer desperation, Ah Sang unleashed a ferocious roar, obliterating 2 zombies in his path. His crimson eyes blazed like twin fiery orbs in the darkness. The fierce aura of death emanating from him momentarily halted the mindless zombies in their tracks. A figure, shrouded in white smoke, emerged from the chaos. With a thunderous punch, he unleashed a forceful shockwave that toppled 2 zombies, ultimately striking a towering undead creature. The terrifying strength of his blow shattered the formidable zombie's body. Yet, in his haze of exhaustion, the figure remained oblivious to the sheer power of his own strike. His body swayed precariously, yet the ominous aura surrounding him intensified. The mindless zombies, gazing at him as if under some arcane summons, momentarily paused in their relentless advance. He lifted his head, fatigue and hunger overwhelming his senses. He had truly reached his limit. At that moment, another tall and robust silhouette approached him with measured grace, in stark contrast to the stiff movements of the other zombies. His gait was neither hurried nor slow, fluid and natural. One might not believe he was a zombie, were it not for his silver hair and crimson eyes. Ah, little one, you are quite audacious, Dr. Connor remarked, his frustration palpable after failing to subdue the figure. Thousands of zombies had halted their advance for this one, yet he remained unyielding. Dr. Connor stared at the screen, muttering, "You have forced my hand." The female assistant, with her hand covering her mouth in astonishment, gazed at the scene unfolding before her. She had not anticipated that Dr. Connor would send out such a formidable opponent to capture the figure, none other than Zaka, the silver-haired, crimson-eyed zombie who had previously vanquished Li Hu. Chapter 52. Encircled like a tide, the horde of zombies withdrew, parting to make way for Zaka's presence, seemingly aware of his terrifying aura. Despite his transformation, Zaka's appearance had not altered dramatically. He retained his dark complexion and muscular physique. However, his eyes had turned a vivid crimson, a stark contrast to the deep red of the figure's eyes. In the night, his gaze appeared even more menacing, exuding a palpable air of brutality. Weary and famished, the figure's vision blurred, waves of hunger crashing over him. His strength faltered, yet he struggled to stand upright, breathing heavily. He gazed at Zaka, and even with diminished intellect, he sensed the extraordinary nature of his opponent. This creature was clearly on a different level than the ordinary zombies. With a staggered step, he launched a punch aimed at Zaka's head. Zaka did not retreat. Instead, he effortlessly blocked the figure's strike with his palm. The figure's punch had lost its earlier potency, and Zaka found it simple to withstand. Gripping the figure's fist, Zaka yanked it aside and delivered a powerful knee strike to his abdomen, a heavy blow that echoed through the air. As the wretched Ah Sang retched forth bile, it felt as though a tempest raged within his stomach. Although Zaka had succumbed to the state of a zombie, his foundational skills remained intact, with the techniques of the warriors now ingrained in his very being. Thud, thud, thud. Zaka unleashed a relentless barrage of knee strikes upon Ah Sang. The force of his assault so tremendous that several of Ah Sang's ribs shattered under the impact. Blood began to seep from the corners of Ah Sang's mouth. Deprived of sustenance, his regenerative abilities waned, and his consciousness grew increasingly foggy. Thud! A vicious elbow strike landed squarely on Ah Sang's spine, accompanied by the sickening crack of vertebrae fracturing. For an ordinary person, such a blow would spell near certain paralysis, relegating them to a life of vegetative existence. In that moment, Ah Sang could no longer endure. He collapsed to the ground, blood frothing at his lips. His eyes filled with reluctant defiance as they gazed upon the encroaching horde of zombies. There was nothing he could do to halt the inevitable. Just then, Zaka raised his foot, poised to crush Ah Sang's skull beneath it. Stop! Stop! Dr. Connor screamed through the drone, his voice piercing the air as he urgently directed Zaka via sound waves. The head is the Achilles heel of a zombie. This entity represented his vision of the perfect zombie. If Zaka were to inadvertently end Ah Sang's existence with a single stomp, he would have nowhere to lament his loss. Upon hearing the command, Zaka's foot halted mere inches from Ah Sang's head. Dr. Connor exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the perspiration from his brow. That was close. Fortunately, he had shouted in time. Otherwise, this flawless specimen would have been irretrievably lost. Ha ha ha. Yes, bring him quickly, Dr. Connor commanded through the sound waves, instructing Zaka. Responding to the directive, Zaka seized Ah Sang by the hair, hoisting him up. Careful, be gentle. Dr. Connor again guided Zaka. Consequently, Zaka slung Ah Sang over his shoulder and proceeded toward the subterranean base of the Shambi building. Dr. Connor, shall we continue? The female assistant inquired. Observing the exuberance radiating from him, Dr. Connor's gaze fell upon the vast army of zombies that nearly filled the screen, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Of course, we shall continue. I intend to transform Zhennan City into the first bastion of a zombie legion. With his hands clasped behind his back, he watched in silence, eager to witness this historic moment unfold. Buzzing. The female assistant's specially designed phone vibrated with urgency. Upon receiving the notification, her complexion turned ashen. Dr. Connor, the armored division has arrived in Zhennan City. What? Dr. Connor's brow furrowed, his expression darkening with malice. Why are these individuals moving with such alacrity? On the desolate highway, a sleek black luxury sports car sped along the road, appearing as a mere specter from a distance. In the passenger seat, Su Chen fixated on the radar dynamics displayed on the virtual screen, his anxiety palpable. Hurry faster. I'm already going 300. Xiang Kunkin replied, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Now, his foot pressed firmly on the accelerator. He could even feel his hands trembling on the steering wheel. He had never driven this fast in his life. And the road ahead blurred into obscurity. With a moment's inattention, he might very well find his head colliding with the ground. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the radar and exclaimed, "We've arrived. We've made it." Hearing this, Xiang Kunkin quickly slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the asphalt, leaving long skid marks, and a burnt odor wafted through the air. Xiang Kunkin glanced at the distance they had covered, nearly cursing aloud. Damn it, we rushed for such a short stretch of road. Observing Su Chen exit the vehicle, Xiang Kunkin refrained from voicing his frustrations, as it was evident that this young man named Su Chen was genuinely anxious. Suddenly, a look of terror crossed Xiang Kunkin's face. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. A horde of zombies surrounded them. Who could remain calm in such a nightmarish scene? Where's Ah Sang? Su Chen gazed at the radar on the virtual screen, filled with countless glowing dots representing zombies. The thought of locating Ah Sang among them seemed utterly futile. At that moment, a zombie spotted Su Chen and began its slow, shuffling approach. What are you dawdling for? Run. Xiang Kunkin, quick on his feet, grabbed Su Chen by the collar and dragged him backward. With so many zombies around, they had to flee for their lives. Just as he intended to return to the car, he realized the road behind them had been completely cut off by the advancing horde of the undead. To the trees. Su Chen looked up at the towering trunks, agilely scaling one in just a few leaps. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Kunkin hurried to follow suit, only then realizing that this young man was indeed a martial artist. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not have been able to ascend the tree so effortlessly. Once they reached the branches, they noticed the zombies gathering below, a mass of bodies clawing at the base of the tree. They had caught the scent of flesh, but aside from scratching the bark with their sharp claws, they were powerless to climb. It seems we are temporarily safe, Xiang Kunkin exhaled in relief. Only theoretically safe. Su Chen replied gravely. He had already observed the zombies piercing the bark with their claws, intent on bringing the tree down. It was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Xiang Kunkin's face turned pale. What would happen if they fell from the tree? There was no need to imagine. They would undoubtedly be torn apart by the ravenous horde, leaving not a shred behind. At that moment, his pants vibrated with a notification. Xiang Kunkin quickly retrieved his phone, opening a virtual video call. The caller was none other than his father. Chapter 53. Charge ahead with confidence. Dad. Xiang Kunkin looked at the screen, where his father appeared. His hair streaked with gray, and his heart ached, nearly brought to tears. There was no escape now. Below, a chaotic mass of zombies roared and clawed, packed tightly together. It was entirely possible that today would be his last. Son. Xiang Lin gazed at his son, tears welling in his fierce eyes. The bond between fathers and sons in Daxia is intricate, twisted, yet deeply complex. Father. As Xiang Kunkin gazed at his father, his voice trembled. Unable to articulate a complete thought, he regretted his arrogance and obstinacy, having never heeded his father's counsel. Little did he know that the New Year's Eve 2 years prior would mark their final meeting. Xiang Lin wiped away his tears and looked at his son. My son, you are the hero of Jinan City, the pride of your father. At that moment, upon hearing his father's words, Xiang Kunkin could no longer contain himself and broke down in tears. All his efforts had been to show his father that he too could be a source of pride. Although he did not comprehend how he had managed to intercept the horde of zombies, he had earned invaluable time for the citizens of Jinan City. Xiang Lin, with a fervent expression, declared emphatically that the vast army of the undead had been stalled for a full 10 minutes. It was precisely this precious interval that allowed him to complete the defensive deployment of their forces. Xiang Kunkin felt bewildered. He had done nothing. He had merely unwittingly brought along Su Chen, that rascal, into the throng of zombies, and now found himself trapped like a monkey in a tree. The area you are in is about to undergo artillery bombardment, my son. Proceed with caution, Xiang Lin said with great difficulty. Artillery bombardment? As a military academy graduate, Xiang Kunkin understood all too well what that entailed. He was amidst the horde. How could he survive such an onslaught? No, Dad. Dad. Xiang Kunkin attempted to protest. But suddenly, a boy with a silly haircut appeared on the screen. Brother, Father has entrusted me with our family in his twilight years. You can rest easy. The boy feigned sorrow as he gazed at the screen, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth was difficult to suppress. Even though Father always says that I've wasted my potential, lacking both literary and martial prowess, unable to find a partner, and that my ridiculous mushroom haircut brings shame to the Xiang family, I will still take pride in you. Don't listen to Yaya, Xiang Lin said, pushing Xiang Yaya's head aside with a serious demeanor. The bombardment is imminent. Take care of yourself over there, son. We shall be father and son again in our next life. With that, the virtual screen went dark. Xiang Kunkin was inconsolable. Was his father truly prepared to sacrifice himself for the sake of Jinan City? Ah, so you've been abandoned by your father, Su Chen sighed. He had originally hoped that Xiang Kunkin's mysterious father could lend them assistance. It seemed, however, that they would either be torn to shreds by the zombies or incinerated by his father's artillery. Death awaited them either way. Xiang Kunkin cast a glance at him. If I perish, you will not survive either. Su Chen shook his head, resolutely stating, I can. You cannot. I truly can. Xiang Kunkin glanced at the zombies tearing at the tree bark below before looking skyward, pondering, are you suggesting that you can fly? The tree is about to break. Su Chen replied gravely. Xiang Kunkin looked down once more. Several zombies, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, were furiously clawing at a great tree, threatening to rend the trunk asunder. What is your proposed plan? Asked Xiang Kunkin, his expression fraught with anxiety. Su Chen cast his gaze towards the Shangbi building. This tree was the very one where he had once secured a shared bicycle. The distance from here to the Shangbi building was not far. If we descend and expend every ounce of our strength to reach the Shangbi company building, Su Chen declared solemnly. Xiang Kunkin nodded, but as Su Chen fell silent, he found himself bewildered. And then, Su Chen replied earnestly, my plan ends here. This way, we can meet our demise with some semblance of dignity. Xiang Kunkin exclaimed, damn it, are you toying with me? Just then, the tree's trunk had been hollowed out by the relentless zombies. The entire tree teetered precariously before crashing down with a resounding crack. Xiang Kunkin's face drained of color, and he screamed in terror. Su Chen, witnessing the zombies stretching forth their hands in welcome, emitted a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. This was not his first encounter with zombies. After all, Asang was somewhat of a zombie himself, yet none had been as terrifying as these. Thud! The tree fell, instantly crushing a multitude of zombies beneath its weight. Su Chen executed a forward roll as he landed, albeit with a somewhat awkward posture. In the moment before the tree's descent, Xiang Kunkin had already leapt to escape. Su Chen shouted urgently, to the Shangbi company building. There may be a place to hide. Believe your nonsense. Xiang Kunkin brandished the pistol at his waist, swiftly dispatching a lunging zombie with a shot to the head. The impact was explosive, sending a foul spray of blood and viscera into the air, the stench nearly causing both men to retch. Su Chen swept his leg, sending another approaching zombie sprawling. Quickly, move with haste. He began to advance towards the Shangbi building. Thud, thud, thud. With each pull of the trigger, Xiang Kunkin effortlessly felled the zombies. One bullet, one corpse. But then, an ominous click echoed. He was out of ammunition. I'm out of bullets. Xiang Kunkin's voice trembled. Then use your fists. Su Chen gritted his teeth as he beheld the grotesque visages of the zombies. His body involuntarily shivered with fear. The scene felt like a live horror film, and this was no mere fiction. They were in grave danger. Xiang Kunkin, glancing back at the relentless horde of zombies pursuing them, took a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. Damn it, come on. With that, he charged forward, delivering a flying kick that decapitated a zombie. Su Chen wasted no time and followed suit. It must be said that Xiang Kunkin exhibited remarkable prowess. His strike sharp and his combat skills decidedly professional. Su Chen estimated that his strength likely surpassed his own, approximately at the level of a fourth-tier martial artist. As the two fought valiantly, an increasing number of zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, began to converge upon them. Why are there more of them the more we fight? Xiang Kunkin's forehead glistened with cold sweat. With the zombies continuing to amass, their escape became impossible. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his waist. A zombie lay upon him, sinking its teeth into his flesh. Thud! Xiang Kunkin delivered a powerful elbow strike, shattering the skull of the undead creature. I've been bitten. What about you? He asked, his face pale as he turned to look. At that moment, Su Chen wiped the blood from his face and replied, Stay calm. I've already endured several bites. He spoke the truth. His upper body was drenched in blood, with numerous bite and claw marks, no fewer than 10. Is it all right to be bitten? Xiang Kunkin inquired, unable to suppress his concern upon seeing Su Chen's ghastly appearance. Su Chen grinned, giving him a thumbs up. It's fine, just charge ahead without hesitation. Chapter 54. Inside the company at the control center beneath Shangbi Corporation, Dr. Connor declared, the armored brigade of the Great Xia has completed its firepower deployment. The female assistant, gazing at the virtual screen, appeared pale. Through the lens, they could see a fleet of combat aircraft, their red lights flickering, arranged in an orderly formation above Jinan City under the night sky. This scene was not unfamiliar to them. Several years prior, a gathering point for overseas fraud had suffered a similar concentrated bombardment. That grand spectacle had gone viral on the internet. Now, these brigade aircraft had arrived over Jinan City. What would transpire next was all too predictable. Do not panic. They cannot destroy this building, Dr. Connor asserted with conviction. Even if they could obliterate the Shangbi Corporation building, it would not be so easy to demolish their underground base. The subterranean facility boasted 15 levels, constructed with exceedingly top-notch materials. To truly annihilate it would require weaponry of nuclear caliber. The assistant revealed a wry smile. But in that case, we would also be captured. Once the armored brigade dealt with the zombies, they would then turn their attention to them. This fortified underground base resembled a trap, leaving no room for escape. A smile crept upon Dr. Connor's lips, who said the zombies I arranged were limited to these. The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her mind, and her eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say those zombies from the outside? Indeed, Dr. Connor's grin grew increasingly sinister. The zombies that Ah Sang and Su Chen encountered in the wilderness were not merely a result of negligence and oversight. They had been deliberately placed outside by Dr. Connor long ago as a contingency. Just wait. Soon, Jinan City will transform into a zombie stronghold. Dr. Connor's gaze turned maniacal. The zombie virus could spread from person to person, and when that time came, he would command an uncountable horde of zombies. Who could possibly stand against him? At that moment, the assistant suddenly noticed something amiss on the virtual surveillance screen. She pointed toward a corner of the monitor. There are two individuals mingling with the zombie horde. Dr. Connor followed her direction and looked in the direction she indicated. Indeed, before the towering edifice of the Shangbi Corporation, the silhouettes of Su Chen and Xiang Kunkin were fiercely battling amidst a sea of relentless zombies. Dr. Connor extended his mechanical arm to magnify the surveillance footage, scrutinizing Su Chen's visage. To his astonishment, the young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the white-haired subject of his experiments. The female assistant elucidated. This individual is named Su Chen. He is the twin brother of that experimental subject. Understanding dawned upon Dr. Connor, who nodded slightly before diverting his attention. In his estimation, Su Chen was merely a moderately capable, ordinary individual. Should we eliminate them? The assistant inquired. Dr. Connor replied indifferently, there is no need. They are already wounded and will soon join the ranks of the undead. While they possess some strength, it is not significant. Our primary focus must be on the impending assault from the Daxiao Legion. I lack the time to deal with these two soon-to-be zombies. At that moment, on the other side of the surveillance feed, the glass doors swung open. Zaka entered, carrying the unconscious A Sang. Excellent. The perfect experimental subject has arrived, Dr. Connor beamed. His expression illuminated with joy. He gazed fervently at A Sang on the monitor. Recognizing the potential of a self-aware zombie, one whose undead nature was virtually indistinguishable from that of a living human, he envisioned controlling this creature, integrating it into the world of ordinary people, living among them like a concealed nuclear weapon. This would serve as his ultimate trump card for survival. Should his demise ever come to pass, he would employ this zombie to ensure the world perished alongside him. A fierce zombie lunged, baring its teeth to bite Su Chen. Xiang Kunkin, with a powerful swing, struck the creature's head, obliterating it. What the hell? Why do I feel so much stronger? Xiang Kunkin marveled at his own hands in disbelief. Su Chen, standing nearby, hesitated to speak, for at that moment, Xiang Kunkin exhibited not only newfound strength, but also a bluish tint to his skin, a telltale sign of impending zombification. Amidst the throng of zombies, the two fought valiantly and ultimately reached the front of the Shangbi Corporation building. Now that we are here, it can't simply be for the sake of a dignified death, can it? Xiang Kunkin wiped the blood from his face, casting a questioning glance at Su Chen. The horde of zombies continued to close in. Su Chen surveyed the building, now completely sealed with no apparent entry points. Attempting to breach it normally would be a fool's errand. I feel like I can no longer control myself. Xiang Kunkin's voice had grown strained and raspy, his consciousness fading, his expression becoming vacant, and his eyes beginning to cloud over. Observing this transformation, Su Chen sighed. It was evident that Xiang Kunkin too was succumbing to zombification. I'm sorry, my brother. With that, Su Chen pushed Xiang Kunkin against the wall of the Shangbi building. In the next instant, a silver light flickered, and both Su Chen and Xiang Kunkin astonishingly passed through the wall, entering the interior of the Shangbi Corporation building. This surreal scene unfolded, yet tragically, Xiang Kunkin had already transformed into a zombie. Su Chen gasped heavily, feeling utterly exhausted. It was his first time utilizing such a peculiar spatial ability while accompanied by others. The toll on his stamina was immense, leaving him feeling almost incapacitated. With a roar, Xiang Kunkin, now fully transformed into a zombie, instinctively lunged at Su Chen, driven by his primal hunger for flesh. Su Chen dared not pause. He began to sprint away. This individual, a martial artist in life, had only grown more formidable in his undead state, rendering Su Chen no match for him. As one fled and the other pursued, they raced through the desolate first floor. Though Xiang Kunkin possessed significantly greater strength as a zombie, his movements were stiff and his speed lacking, providing Su Chen with a brief respite. In a frantic dash, Su Chen reached an office, with Xiang Kunkin clumsily following suit. With a swift motion, Su Chen shut the door and locked it. Xiang Kunkin howled and clawed at the door, a haunting sound echoing through the air. At that moment, a silver light flickered around Su Chen, propelling him through the wall. The undead Xiang Kunkin frantically scraped at the door, producing a shrill, jarring noise. Su Chen wiped the sweat from his brow as he observed the damaged door. Without Xiang Kunkin's assistance, he knew he could never breach the interior of the Shangbi Company building on his own. Outside, fighter jets were preparing for a barrage of firepower. Xiang Kunkin, in his zombie form, would surely perish. If he could bring him inside the building, there was a chance to evade the impending bombardment. Su Chen understood that his own immunity to zombification was linked to the old Dr. S potion. Returning Xiang Kunkin to the doctor might offer a chance at salvation. I'm sorry, but you must wait here. I have more pressing matters at hand, Su Chen thought, his gaze sharpening as he surveyed the dimly lit, empty corridor. Chapter 55. The barrage Jinan City was enveloped in the stillness of late night. The streets were nearly deserted, illuminated only by the shimmering lights. And a cool breeze swept through the air. Huozi emerged from the supermarket, carrying a shopping bag, feeling a chill that prompted him to tighten his coat. Glancing up at the sky, he murmured, "It looks like rain." The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous as dark clouds gathered and the wind picked up. Huazi hastened towards his apartment, clutching the bag filled with groceries. Recently, his attempts to withdraw money using facial recognition had failed, and he was uncertain where his meager earnings had gone. His bank account was entirely devoid of funds. However, financial woes posed no insurmountable challenge for him. Thus, he resorted to securing a small loan online to purchase these ingredients. Ahead lay the night market, bustling with activity, and it was the only place that seemed lively at this hour. Huazi merely intended to pass through, for even the modest amount he had borrowed could not sustain extravagant spending at the market. Just as he prepared to leave, a scream pierced the air. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Why is he biting people indiscriminately? Is he even alive? Oh my God, his face is all rotten. The night market was suddenly filled with a cacophony of noise, startling the pedestrians. A man, his face grotesquely disfigured and emanating a foul stench, advanced menacingly towards the onlookers. This horrifying scene sent the crowd into a frenzy, with screams echoing all around. Yet, among the chaos, some reckless individuals took out their phones to record the spectacle. Look, everyone, a zombie, a genuine zombie. Oh my God, I've been bitten. Save me, please. The undead creature, drawn to the vibrant night market, found itself amidst a feast of blood, creating an overwhelming sense of allure. In that moment, the crowd was paralyzed, unsure of which direction to flee. The audacious videographer, undeterred by the imminent danger, filmed the creature's grotesque visage. Naturally, the zombie seized the opportunity to bite the nearest victim. The man filming, clutching his bloodied arm, shrieked in agony. His brand new smartphone lay shattered on the ground, reduced to mere fragments. The zombie, seemingly intoxicated by the taste of blood, let out a more frenzied roar. Suddenly, a burst of flames struck the zombie's head. The fiery blaze caused the creature to stagger forward a couple of steps before it collapsed heavily onto the ground. The crowd quickly dispersed, glancing back to reveal the figure responsible for the attack. Huazi, if you wish to avoid becoming a zombie, hurry to the second hospital and seek Dr. Zhou. He may be able to save you, Huazi advised. He explained that if transformation into a zombie occurred shortly after being bitten, there might still be a chance for recovery through medical intervention. However, the zombie he had just ignited had no hope. Its body was irrevocably lifeless, now merely a shell of its former self. Huazi expressed no desire to linger, grabbing his shopping bag and departing. He had no interest in delving into the reasons behind the emergence of zombies in the realm of ordinary people. With so many witnesses present, the authorities would soon take charge. The man who had been bitten, upon hearing Huazi's words about the possibility of becoming a zombie, turned pale with terror. He hurriedly picked up his shattered phone and, trembling, dialed for help. Help! Help! I don't want to become a zombie. The wailing of police sirens soon filled the air. A contingent of law enforcement arrived, establishing a perimeter and sealing off the night market. As Huazi turned to leave, he was suddenly called out. Su Chen, what are you doing here? A young officer, his expression one of disbelief, stared at Huazi. Weren't you trapped with Xiang Kunken by the zombies? How did you end up here? The officer's excitement was palpable. Where is Xiang Kunken? What happened to him? Huazi frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Where were you trapped? In the skies above Xiaoyan City. A formation of dark warplanes circled ominously over the vast horde of zombies below, which surged like a relentless tide. As the commanding officer of this operation, Xiang Lin, observed the overwhelming mass of the undead through a live feed, his eyes reddened with determination. General, we can no longer locate Xiang Kunken's whereabouts, his aide reported gravely. No traces could be found, leaving only one possibility. Xiang Kunken had also transformed into a zombie. Upon hearing this news, Xiang Lin felt a darkness envelop him. Nevertheless, he steadied himself by gripping the railing ahead, his gaze fixed intently on the fighter jets that were steadily advancing for support. At this moment, the horde of zombies relentlessly marched toward the urban area of Xiaoyan City. Time was of the essence. He could not allow a single zombie to breach the world of ordinary people. Fire! At the moment the formation was about to take shape, Xiang Lin issued the command. In the next instant, the fighter jets in the sky unleashed a torrent of bombs. The dense barrage rained down like a storm. Boom! As the bombs struck the ground, they erupted into vast flames, with surging waves of fire radiating outward in all directions. The clawing, gnashing zombies had yet to react before being engulfed by the crimson inferno. The sound of sizzling emanated from the burning zombies, and before long, they were reduced to ashes amidst the fierce flames. a sight that provided immense relief. With the continuous bombardment, the ground had transformed into a sea of fire, relentlessly consuming everything. In the underground control center of the Xiaoyan Corporation building, Dr. Connor's gaze was cold as he fixated on the scene displayed on the screen. The entire display was engulfed in flames, rendering it nearly impossible to see anything but the glaring red fire. The female assistant's face was pale. She understood the formidable power of the Daxiao military corps, but experiencing it firsthand revealed just how terrifying it truly was. She was situated 8 floors underground, yet even so, she could feel the intense tremors. One could only imagine the severe trial the Xiaoyan building was currently enduring. Dr. Connor remained silent, yet his increasingly venomous gaze betrayed the rage that was nearing its breaking point. The resources expended to cultivate these zombies were immeasurable. This fiery bombardment had effectively reduced his efforts to ashes. Dr. Connor's expression grew grave as his eyes shifted to another screen. This surveillance monitor displayed the scene of the zombie invasion in Jinan City's urban area. Although the numbers were not substantial, if the infection spread, it would not be long before a new legion of zombies formed in Jinan City. Some surveillance footage showed law enforcement officers intervening. Dr. Connor's gaze turned even more malicious. It was already too late to deploy law enforcement personnel for zombie eradication. Just then, Dr. Connor's expression shifted slightly as he noticed a familiar figure on the surveillance screen. He extended his mechanical hand to enlarge the image, becoming momentarily stunned. Su Chen, how could it be this brat again? Chapter 56. The Unique Ability of Xiao Lu Dr. Connor's face grew heavy. He found this utterly incomprehensible. The female assistant was equally bewildered. Su Chen had actually made his way into Jinan City. Subsequently, Dr. Connor dismissed the surveillance and began investigating around the Xiaoyan Corporation building. Yet all that was visible was an endless sea of flames. Dr. Connor, the monitoring system is down. The female assistant reported gravely. Just moments ago, the intense bombardment had destroyed all the external surveillance cameras of the Xiaoyan building. Even the surveillance system within their building was implicated. Now enlighten me. What is the matter with that young man? Do not tell me they are triplets, Dr. Connor inquired, gazing at his female assistant. She lifted her gaze to the screen displaying Su Chen and suddenly noticed something. They were dressed differently. Upon this realization, Dr. Connor furrowed his brow. Not only were their garments distinct, but their hairstyles also exhibited subtle discrepancies. It indeed did not seem like they were the same individual. Could it be that they truly are triplets? The assistant queried. The experimental subject has been delivered. Do you wish to take a look, doctor? Upon hearing that the subject had arrived, Dr. Connor dismissed the peculiar matter from his mind. Although it was bizarre, it posed no significant concern. Let us proceed, Dr. Connor declared with excitement. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed in his ears. Su Chen had concealed himself in the innermost core of the building. Yet he was still rattled by the force of the blasts. After a considerable duration, the bombardment finally ceased. Trembling, Su Chen rose from the ground, his gait unsteady. Thank goodness I wasn't outside. Given the force of those blasts, the zombies out there must have been obliterated into pulp. His gaze shifted towards the door leading underground. As he descended, Su Chen's expression grew solemn. He inhaled deeply, for he understood that this could very well be a journey from which there would be no return. What secrets did Xiaoyan Company conceal? What were their intentions with the captured subject? Could he possibly avert the impending apocalypse? At present, it seemed he was the only one capable of intervening. Albeit the odds were slim, nonetheless, he was determined to try. In the next moment, a silver light flickered, and Su Chen's figure instantaneously descended from the first floor to the basement level. The walls posed no barrier to him. In fact, he had sensed his mysterious powers since he was 12 years old, yet he had never disclosed this to anyone. His upbringing as an orphan instilled in him a sense of vigilance and secrecy. Possessing extraordinary abilities beyond his own strength was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. After all, such skills could facilitate theft, murder, and other nefarious acts, leaving him susceptible to those who might seek to exploit him, or worse, subject him to dissection for research. Today marked the first time he employed his abilities for a legitimate purpose. Previously, he had utilized them to evade bullies. This was precisely why that foolish young master Zhou Hui had failed to catch him for over a year. Upon arriving at the basement level, Su Chen scanned his surroundings, his eyes widening in shock. The area was densely populated with zombies, each confined within containers and frantically pounding against their confines. Su Chen's heart raced with trepidation. for the extent of the basement was vast. Should these zombies be unleashed, a new wave of chaos would ensue. Without hesitation, he took a moment to catch his breath and continued to harness his silver abilities, descending to the third underground level. A roar echoed through the air. As Su Chen had just arrived, he was unexpectedly greeted by a rather unwelcome gift. A zombie, with its drooling maw agape, lunged towards his head. The sheer terror sent Su Chen's mind spiraling, prompting him to hastily sidestep in a frantic dodge. Although he had recently ingested an antidote, rendering the zombie virus non-contagious for him, it did not guarantee that the undead could not end his life. He certainly lacked the resilience of a seasoned survivor. Had the zombie managed to sink its teeth into his skull just then, he would have met his demise. In that moment, Su Chen became acutely aware of his surroundings, finding himself encased within a vast glass enclosure. Numerous zombies were converging around him, yet their numbers were not overwhelming, offering him a semblance of reassurance. The foremost zombie extended its claws in his direction. At that instant, Su Chen's pupils constricted. What in the world? So swift. He stumbled backward, retreating in panic. Previously, he had navigated through the throngs of zombies, relying on their sluggish pace and uncoordinated movements. Now, however, as they encroached upon him like cats to a mouse, he felt the urgency of the situation. Despite their rapid motions, Su Chen was even more agile, deftly maneuvering within the confines of the glass walls. He attempted to summon the silvery radiance once more, only to be beset by an overwhelming fatigue that clouded his mind. It was his first realization that this ability was not without limitation. It could not be invoked repeatedly within a short span. A growl erupted from one of the zombies as it lunged at him, while the others closed in for the kill. Panic surged within Su Chen's gaze. With so many zombies charging at him, he was left with nowhere to escape. What was going on? Why were the zombies upstairs so restless today? Meanwhile, in a room on the fourth underground level, a man clad in a black combat uniform had just prepared a bowl of instant noodles. Inserting a fork into the steaming mass and stirring it. Suddenly, he heard commotion from above. His companion, irritated, grabbed his firearm and declared, "Let us go and calm those zombies down." The two men ascended to the third underground level via the elevator. Upon their arrival, they immediately sensed something amiss. The zombies were agitated, seemingly thronging around something, surging wildly. Bam! The man raised his weapon and fired a bullet into one of the zombies. Struck. The creature clutched its head in agony, collapsing to the floor, frost forming upon its skull. While these zombies could inflict pain, they were not lethal. After dispatching 2 or 3 more of the undead, the two men in black combat attire finally discerned what lay within. What the hell? There's nothing here. Damn it. This was a wasted trip. Why engage with a bunch of mindless creatures? Let us head back, cursing under their breath. They returned to the fourth underground level via the elevator. Once the man resumed his position at his workstation, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Wait a minute. Who drank my noodles? His bowl was now completely empty, with only a thin layer of broth remaining at the bottom. His companion glanced at him and quipped, "You did it yourself. Who else would drink your noodles? I only left after preparing the noodles. Did you sneak a sip, you rascal? Damn it. Who would care for a bucket of instant noodles?" Chapter 57. The Unwavering Woman in the Depths of the Building's 5th Level. Su Chen slurped the noodles hanging from his lips, chewing and swallowing voraciously. After an entire day of hunger, he was finally indulging in sustenance. It was precisely this nourishment that allowed him to regain his composure, reigniting his silver aura as he transitioned from the surveillance room on the 4th floor to the 5th. Where on earth are these scoundrels? Su Chen surveyed his surroundings. Unlike the previous floors, the 5th level felt desolate, devoid of light, shrouded in darkness that obscured everything. A sense of unease gripped him as he swallowed nervously. Unsure of what awaited him on this floor, he moved with extreme caution. Suddenly, terror flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. Whoosh! A fist was launched toward him. Acting on instinct, he tilted his head aside to evade, seizing the arm that swung at him and executing a shoulder throw, slamming it to the ground. A deep, guttural roar echoed through the air, sending chills racing down Su Chen's spine. Though the encounter was fleeting, he could discern that his opponent was formidable. While he could typically handle 2 or 3 ordinary zombies without issue, this one exhibited remarkable speed and strength, making it challenging for him to throw it off. The zombie quickly regained its footing after hitting the ground, exhibiting no stiffness in its movements. The commotion seemed to attract other zombies, and soon, a horde began to converge around him. Panic surged within Su Chen. He could only hear their approach, relying on instinct to gauge their presence. However, zombies possessed an acute sense of smell, particularly for blood, and even in the darkness, they could keenly detect Su Chen's presence. At that moment, he resolved to act without hesitation, retreating hastily while retrieving a cherished second-hand phone from his pocket. As he activated the flashlight, goosebumps prickled his skin. A dozen zombies, their eyes glowing crimson, were slowly encircling him. The fifth level was spacious, making the gathering of 10 or so zombies appear particularly eerie. Yet, Su Chen noticed a distinct feature among them. Their eyes, glowing a vivid red under the beam of light, resembled those of malevolent spirits. Observing their robust physiques, Su Chen suddenly recalled something. These were all martial artists turned zombies. No wonder they had proven so difficult to handle in their earlier encounter. "Please, don't come any closer," he implored, raising his phone, his face pale as he watched the zombies draw near. These were formidable adversaries. Remnants of martial artists transformed into the undead. A low, ominous roar reverberated as the first zombie that had attacked him prepared to strike again. As the light illuminated this creature, Su Chen found himself momentarily frozen in shock. Clad in a yellow delivery uniform, now stained with filthy blood, the zombie stands before me, a bald figure whose face seems vaguely familiar. Lu the big head. The laboratory. Assassin finds himself tightly bound, struggling with all his might. Yet the gnawing hunger within him saps his strength. The restraining straps of the examination table firmly bind his limbs. Perfect, truly perfect. Dr. Connor caresses Assassin's arm, his eyes glinting with excitement. At the tender age of 18, not only does he possess exceptional physical prowess, but he also boasts remarkable regenerative abilities. Most crucially, he is a zombie endowed with self-awareness. Dr. Connor, the armored battalion has begun its incursion into the Xiaoyan building. The voice of the female assistant crackles through the earpiece, tinged with a hint of panic. The remaining external surveillance reveals that the area surrounding the Xiaoyan company has transformed into a desolate wasteland. Columns of armored soldiers advance, preparing to breach the Xiaoyan building. Although Dr. Connor has assured that the structure can withstand the assault of the Daxia armored forces, he feels no sense of security. "You have full command," he commands through the earpiece, his gaze icy. "Let these intruders face dire consequences for their audacity." The lower levels of the Xiaoyan company are teeming with zombies, and the third basement houses the enhanced variety. Should these armored troops dare to invade, they are courting death. The female assistant's face pales as she watches the surveillance footage of the Daxia battalion preparing to demolish the Xiaoyan building. A thunderous bang resounds as the steel door of the building is blasted open, fighting against her rising dread. Her hands tremble as she contemplates whether to press that red button. This button serves as the switch for the second basement. Once activated, the ravenous zombies below will break free from their confinement. Does she truly wish to orchestrate this impending catastrophe? Just as her finger hovers over the red button, she finds herself engulfed in confusion. Fear, uncertainty, regret, and a yearning for release flood her heart, leaving her in a state of turmoil. At this moment, she feels an indescribable discomfort, a cacophony of emotions overwhelming her. She has long since lost track of how she arrived at this juncture. Yet now, she realizes that her actions hold the fate of more than just her own life. An apocalypse of the undead may very well be birthed through her hands. "I'm sorry." The assistant grits her teeth and presses the red button. Strangely, after activating it, nothing happens. What is going on? Her complexion drains of color. She had clearly engaged the second basement switch. Why is there no effect? A trace of conscience, though meager. A weak voice emanates from behind her. Startled, she whirls around. Terror etched across her face. Su Chen, how did you get here?" Before her stood a ragged figure, bloodied and battered. It was Su Chen. A grin spread across his face as he revealed a charred hand. "I apologize, but the circuit for that button has been severed." "You're lying." The assistant's eyes widened in terror as she frantically pressed the red button for the underground second-level door, but to no avail. Had this man truly dismantled the circuitry? What a ridiculous notion. How could he have breached the sturdy metal casing of the control panel and destroyed the wiring? The woman, lost in her own stubbornness, elicited a cold glare from Su Chen. Suddenly, he moved with lightning speed, unleashing a powerful punch that struck the assistant's delicate face with a whoosh. Although he had not attained the rank of a martial artist, His ability to defeat a third-level warrior like Li Hu placed him within a formidable range. The assistant was merely an ordinary woman. How could she possibly withstand such a blow? As Su Chen's fist connected, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Breathing heavily, Su Chen staggered, using the control panel for support to regain his balance. Blood oozed from his wounds, and his clothing was tattered, reduced to mere shreds. Having traversed from the 5th to the 8th underground level, he was not only physically battered but also suffered from a throbbing headache, on the verge of losing consciousness. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retrieved a specialized phone from the assistant's pocket and used her fingerprint for unlocking. Indeed, there was a signal. Su Chen gazed at the full signal strength on the specialized phone, managing a weak smile. Chapter 58. No change whatsoever currently. The entire town of Southern City was in disarray due to the emergence of zombies in the urban area. The streets were filled with staggering zombies, panicked residents fleeing, and law enforcement officers directing the evacuation. The enforcers were severely understaffed, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Among the crowd, Captain Wang Qinglong, who was overseeing the evacuation, spotted Huozi. Su Chen, we need you here. Huozi cast a cold glance in his direction, replying, I have more pressing matters to attend to. With that, he swiftly maneuvered through the crowd and vanished from sight. Wang Qinglong clenched his teeth, sighing in dismay. He had witnessed Su Chen's prowess firsthand. If he were present to help clear the zombies from Southern City, it would be a significant advantage. Unfortunately, this man refused to take orders from anyone. One after another, zombies continued to emerge in Southern City, leaving Wang Qinglong feeling somewhat helpless. Fortunately, these zombies feared bullets. A well-placed shot to the head would suffice to eliminate them. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, Wang Qinglong's phone vibrated. Who could be calling at such a time? He raised his hand and shot at a nearby zombie while hurriedly answering the unknown call, knowing that, as an enforcer, he could not afford to dismiss an unidentified number. Hello, this is Captain Wang Qinglong from the Southern City Law Enforcement Bureau. It's Su Chen on the line, came the voice from the other end. After he successfully connected with Wang Qinglong, a wave of emotion nearly overwhelmed him to the point of tears. Previously, he had attempted to reach the Law Enforcement Bureau, but for reasons unknown, the line had been perpetually busy. Fortunately, he had memorized Wang Qinglong's number. When Ah Sang first arrived at his home, he had dialed Wang Qinglong's number countless times in an effort to have Ah Sang detained, which helped him commit it to memory. Speak quickly. Upon recognizing Su Chen's voice, Wang Qinglong's forehead creased with concern. What could this rascal possibly want at such a time? He must not allow the armored brigade to enter the Shangbi building. It was teeming with zombies. Absolutely not. It was only upon hearing Su Chen's desperate shout that Wang Qinglong grasped the gravity of the situation. Where are you? Underground of the Shangbi building. At that moment, chaotic noises erupted from Su Chen's end, and the call was abruptly terminated. The underground of the Shangbi building? Wang Qinglong furrowed his brow. He had already clocked out for the day, but due to the news of the zombie siege, he had been urgently summoned. Thus, he was unaware that Su Chen and Xiang Kunkin had ventured into the heart of the zombie-infested area. However, he was aware that the armored brigade was bombarding the Shangbi company building. Realizing that time was of the essence, Wang Qinglong hastily grabbed his phone and dialed a number. General Xiang, this is Wang Qinglong. I have crucial information to report. The Shangbi building, underground level 8. Su Chen was now encircled by a group of individuals clad in combat uniforms. His hands and feet were bound, and he sat helplessly on the ground. The specially designed phone beside him lay in ruins, riddled with bullets. What in the world brought you to the 8th level? One muscular blonde foreign man exclaimed, his face twitching with rage as he addressed Su Chen in fluent Mandarin. He was in charge of security for Shangbi Company. He had never imagined that this boy could stealthily navigate to the 8th underground level. It was an utter disgrace for him. A strained smile crept across Su Chen's face. Let us talk this over. I was just passing through. Passing through. The tall, muscular foreigner delivered a brutal kick to Su Chen's abdomen. Agony surged through him, and he coughed up a pool of blood. He had fought his way through a horde of zombies, sustaining countless injuries along the way. And now he could barely endure the strength of this assailant. Furious, the blond man snatched a gun from one of his subordinates, aiming it at Su Chen's head, prepared to end his life. Mont, do not engage. At that moment, the voice of Dr. Connor crackled through Mont's earpiece. He reluctantly lowered the gun, casting a menacing glare at Su Chen. Dr. Connor has spared your wretched life. Consider yourself fortunate. Su Chen exhaled slowly. relief washing over him as he collapsed to the ground, feeling as though an immense burden had been lifted. Yet, almost immediately, Mont seized him by his restraints and hoisted him up like a chick. "Where are you taking me? Mind your tongue, you'll find out soon enough." Soon, Su Chen was brought into the laboratory by Mount. There, he encountered a foreign man clad in a white coat, with a mechanical hand. "Dr. Connor, I have brought you the subject," Mount said, his demeanor exuding utmost reverence, an expression reserved for deities. Su Chen struggled to lift his head, gazing at the individual referred to as Dr. Connor. Was this man truly the mastermind behind the Xiaoyan Corporation? On another operating table, he spotted Assassin, who was bound and gagged, clearly having seen Su Chen and struggling incessantly. Is he injured so severely? Dr. Connor observed the wounds on Su Chen's body, his brow furrowing. The reason for sparing Su Chen's life was that he and Assassin were twins. It is known that the DNA of twins is identical. Consequently, their physical constitutions should bear similarities, and this young man might also be transformed into a super zombie. Dr. Connor regarded Su Chen with fervent eyes. As for how Assassin had become a zombie, it was undoubtedly a conundrum of the century for him. Various signs on Assassin's body indicated that it was his handiwork, yet he had no recollection of how Assassin was created. He even suspected amnesia and instructed his subordinates to retrieve records of his experiments. However, he had unequivocally not participated in any experiments concerning Assassin. Fortunately, the urgency of the situation prevented Dr. Connor from dwelling too deeply on how Assassin was born, or he would be in a state of turmoil. "Now, I shall create a zombie with independent consciousness," Dr. Connor declared, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Su Chen on the operating table. Su Chen felt a sense of resignation. Was he to be transformed into a zombie as well? His body, like Assassin's, was bound to the operating table. At least Assassin had some room to struggle. He, on the other hand, was utterly fatigued and unable to fight back. Next, Dr. Connor injected a vial of crimson serum into his vein. Su Chen could only watch helplessly as events unfolded, powerless to alter his fate. Echoes of Dr. Connor's maniacal laughter reverberated in his ears. An hour later, Dr. Connor surveyed the seemingly unchanged Su Chen, his expression one of astonishment. Why has he shown no signs of transformation? Logically, the serum should have induced changes within 10 minutes. Dr. Connor inquired, "What do you feel?" Su Chen weakly replied, "Hungry." Dr. Connor's forehead twitched with veins bulging. These two individuals are increasingly bizarre. That one named Assassin inexplicably became a zombie, while this one on the operating table refuses to transform. At that moment, Dr. Connor noticed the wounds on Su Chen's body, all claw and bite marks from zombies. If he were to become a zombie, Dr. Connor's serum would be rendered unnecessary. "Hey, doctor, could you spare us some food? We're on the verge of starvation." Su Chen was shouting, but his mouth was swiftly sealed by Dr. Connor with a black tape, rendering him voiceless. Dr. Connor's expression was as grim as iron as he produced a syringe and drew a vial of blood from Su Chen's arm. He was determined to uncover the secret behind the antibodies this young man had produced within his body. "Dr. Connor, the zombies in the city have gone out of control." A voice crackled through the earpiece. It was Mount. "What is happening?" Dr. Connor's voice was heavy with dread. "The control console has been destroyed, and we can't establish contact with the zombies." Mount's voice was tinged with panic. Through the surveillance drones, he could clearly see the zombies, which had once been hidden in the various corners of southern town, now running rampant in the streets. With each bullet fired by the enforcers, a zombie fell, its head exploding. At this rate, the concealed zombies would soon be slaughtered to extinction. Dr. Connor's forehead pulsed with veins as he demanded, "Where is Pei Qian?" He had entrusted the console to his female assistant. What had she done? "Miss Pei is unconscious and has yet to awaken," Mount replied. Dr. Connor was so furious he nearly crushed his earpiece. That woman, who only lay in bed and moaned. He should never have placed such hopes on her. "Restore the control console." "It's impossible, doctor. The wiring is all tangled and chaotic," came the response. Dr. Connor's face contorted in rage. Meanwhile, Su Chen, lying on the bed, felt a chill run down his spine. He was the one who had destroyed the wiring. He wasn't an electrician. How could he know what each wire was for? Under the influence of his silver ability, he had simply reached beneath the console and yanked all the wires into a tangle, obliterating them. Dr. Connor, who was studying the blood antibodies, struggled to regain his composure. Many corners of southern town contained zombies he had originally implanted. With these zombies now uncontrollable and roaming free, they were undoubtedly walking to their doom. This plan, which aimed to transform the entire population of Southern Town into zombies, might very well perish before it could be realized. There was only one plan left to pursue. What level has the armored brigade reached? Dr. Connor inquired, holding on to his last gambit. If the armored troops dared to breach the premises, the zombies in the underground levels 2 through 5 would surely infect them all. Mount swallowed hard. They Haven T entered the company building. Rather, they VE surrounded it and sealed the entrances with electromagnetic nets. Dr. Connor's face turned pale. Was this last avenue also being cut off? Just then, he sensed something amiss. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he swiftly raised his mechanical hand to seize the neck of Su Chen, who had attempted a surprise attack from behind. Do you think you can lay a hand on me? Dr. Connor's eyes glinted with malice as he fixed his gaze on Su Chen, suspended by his neck. Su Chen struggled valiantly, but to no avail. He had recovered for an hour on the experimental table and felt somewhat rejuvenated, yet his injuries had been too severe. He could muster little strength. However, even at the peak of his prowess, it is doubtful he could rival Dr. Connor. The man's mechanical hand is akin to an iron claw, possessing terrifying speed and strength. Su Chen found himself questioning whether this individual was truly human. How did you manage to escape? Dr. Connor inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen. The restraints on the experiment table had been neatly severed, leaving Su Chen bewildered as to how this young man had accomplished such a feat. Gripped by Connor's hand around his throat, regret coursed through Su Chen's mind. He had initially thought that eliminating Dr. Connor, the mastermind behind this operation, would bring everything to a close. Yet who could have anticipated that this man, who spent his days conducting experiments, would possess such formidable strength? The agony in his throat intensified, and he struggled to breathe. Was he truly on the brink of death? How could he perish here? He still had aspirations of reclaiming his fortune. In a moment of despair, a fierce determination flickered in Su Chen's eyes, a silver light gleaming within his pupils. In that instant, he clutched Dr. Connor's mechanical arm firmly, his hand radiating with a silvery glow. With a resounding crash, Dr. Connor's expression shifted to one of horror as he witnessed Su Chen shatter his mechanical limb with his bare hands. After destroying the arm, Su Chen stumbled to the ground, gasping for air as he coughed violently. Dr. Connor remained in shock, staring at the remnants of his damaged, sparking mechanical hand. Once he reached the ground, Su Chen did not foolishly engage in combat with Dr. Connor. Instead, he dashed towards the nearby experiment table where Ah Sang was bound. With a swift motion, Su Chen's fingertips glimmered with silver light, slicing through the black restraints that bound Ah Sang. What is happening? Dr. Connor's voice rose in urgency as Mont and a group of mercenaries clad in black combat gear stormed into the laboratory. Eliminate them. A fierce malice flickered in Dr. Connor's eyes as he bellowed. With a flurry of gunfire, Mont and his team discharged a barrage of bullets towards Su Chen and Ah Sang. Yet they were ultimately a moment too late. The two had already traversed through the wall, vanishing from sight. The bullets ricocheted chaotically within the laboratory, creating a cacophony of noise as they inadvertently destroyed numerous pieces of experimental equipment. Where are they? Mon exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Two living beings had simply vanished before their very eyes. At all costs, we must capture them. Tear them apart. Dr. Connor screamed in a frenzy, resembling a deranged beast. With the control console destroyed, he had lost command over the zombies, and the armored troops had surrounded him without attack, forcing him into a corner. These two troublemaking youths would pay, even if he had to drag them down with him. As Su Chen pulled Ah Sang through the wall, he collapsed onto the ground, breathless and exhausted. This fatigue was not merely physical. It felt more like a depletion of spirit or perhaps even the soul. It was an indescribable weariness, a profound sense of exhaustion. Any further use of his wall-passing ability would likely leave him incapacitated. Little Road, how are you? Ah Sang asked in a low voice. Su Chen rose to his feet, shaking his head. It's nothing. Just let me recover for a bit, and then I'll lead you to safety. It seems we are in peril. Ah Sang's voice grew heavy. Only then did Su Chen turn his gaze forward, his eyes widening in horror. The chamber was starkly empty, containing only two zombies. One of them, with white hair and crimson eyes, emanated a fierce and brutal aura of slaughter. The other, a more formidable and towering zombie, was being trampled beneath the feet of the white-haired creature, emitting a mournful wail. Su Chen's expression was one of shock. The larger zombie, bullied by the white-haired one, was none other than Li Hu, the bodyguard from the Mu family whom he recognized. Chapter 60. The Battle of Vengeance. Roar. Roar. Li Hu's head was drenched in blood. Under the torment of Zaka, he could only curl up and cry out helplessly. However, he possessed a self-healing ability, and slowly the bleeding from his forehead began to cease, gradually and painstakingly recovering. At that moment, Zaka ceased his assault. Then, Li Hu caught the scent of fresh blood. Suddenly, two figures emerged in the desolate room, one a zombie, the other a human. Clearly, the presence of Su Chen and A Sang had drawn the attention of both Zaka and Li Hu. What on earth is happening with these two zombies? Su Chen stood tall. From the aura, he could sense the formidable power of both Zaka and Li Hu. Yet, it was evident that Zaka was the stronger of the two. They had just witnessed Li Hu being treated like a helpless plaything under Zaka's foot. That white-haired one is the one who dragged me here, A Sang remarked, his vigilance instantly heightened upon seeing Zaka. This guy is truly powerful. Upon hearing this, Su Chen did not hesitate. He pressed his hand against the wall, intending to lead A Sang to retreat once more. However, a wave of dizziness swept over him, nearly causing him to collapse. The ability to manipulate space was not without its limitations. It seemed he would need to recuperate before attempting to use it again. Zaka's gaze shifted towards Su Chen and A Sang, his excitement palpable. Though he possessed little intelligence, unlike ordinary zombies, he had the capacity for emotional perception. Having grown weary of tormenting Li Hu, he was now invigorated by the arrival of two new playthings. I'll hold him off. A Sang's clear eyes revealed a rare seriousness. Whoosh. At that moment, Zaka launched himself toward A Sang with a punch, the speed of his fist producing a whistling sound. Su Chen's eyes struggled to keep pace with the oncoming strike. Thud. The inability of Su Chen's eyes to follow did not imply that A Sang was similarly hindered. There was a fundamental difference in strength between A Sang and Su Chen. He raised his arm and firmly blocked the punch. Clang, clang, clang. Zaka's crimson eyes gleamed with excitement as his fists rained down on A Sang like a torrential downpour. A Sang was no pushover. He would block when he could, and endure when he could not. After absorbing several blows, A Sang's chest caved in, indicating that a few ribs had likely been fractured. Are you all right? Su Chen couldn't help but inquire. The scene before them appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. A Sang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and swiftly rose from the ground, caressing his broken ribs. If only I could fill my belly, I would surely defeat him. This was not a mere boast. He was ravenous, having depleted his self-healing abilities, leaving him weak and famished. Were he satiated, his ribs would have already mended. Before he could steady himself, Zaka had closed in, delivering a devastating sweep that struck A Sang's legs, twisting his knees grotesquely. In the next instant, Zaka's elbow came crashing down upon A Sang's head, contorting his neck dangerously. A normal person would have perished instantly. Yet, despite enduring such horrific damage, A Sang remained standing. Pain had become a familiar companion. He had faced bullets before and developed an extraordinary threshold for suffering. Suddenly, A Sang's head snapped around, revealing his sharp teeth as he sank them into Zaka's arm. Tearing desperately, Zaka howled in agony, for despite his undead form, he still felt pain. Gripping A Sang's head, Zaka struck at his heart with a series of brutal knee strikes. Such blows would have been fatal to any human, yet for A Sang, they were inconsequential. Even if his heart were to shatter, he would survive. But the pain was undeniably real. A Sang held on fiercely, his teeth severing Zaka's arm bone. With a powerful tug, he managed to tear Zaka's entire arm from its socket. Meanwhile, Su Chen had intended to aid A Sang by delivering a finishing blow to Zaka, but unexpectedly found himself confronted by Li Hu. Damn it, this guy has been bullying you for so long, and now he turns on me. Su Chen would not relent. He executed a flying kick that struck Li Hu squarely in the head. Li Hu staggered back, shaking his head, and resumed his assault with claws outstretched. A Sang, hold on, I'll be there shortly. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he regarded Li Hu. They were old adversaries, having clashed fiercely at the Mu family estate, where he narrowly emerged victorious. Yet this time, Li Hu had transformed into a zombie, significantly enhancing both his strength and speed. However, there was a silver lining. His intellect had diminished, relying more on instinctive attacks. Victory was not out of reach. I'll handle this myself. A Sang spat out the blood pooling in his mouth, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. After losing his arm, Zaka's piercing screams escalated, his temperament becoming increasingly volatile. Though he possessed a regenerative ability, it was not as formidable as Assassin's. After losing his arm, the bleeding gradually ceased, yet it would take considerable time for regeneration. Assassin, on all fours like a beast, charged towards the wall, leaping upwards. As he descended, his sharp claws slashed toward Zaka's face. The sharp claws mercilessly tore away the flesh from Zaka's face, leaving his visage a grotesque mass of blood and sinew. This brutal transformation rendered him even more fearsome than before. Zaka let out a heart-wrenching howl and struck a vicious blow towards Assassin's face. The resounding impact shattered the bones of Assassin's visage, yet he endured the ferocity of Zaka's strike, staggering back, but not yielding. In the next instant, Zaka had seized Assassin, forcefully pinning him to the ground, and began to rain down frenzied punches upon his skull. The weakness of a zombie lies in its head, and Zaka was no exception. However, Assassin was different. Even if his head were to be obliterated, he could still recuperate. Zaka's heavy fists fractured Assassin's skull, but just as he continued his onslaught, Assassin clasped Zaka's fist with both hands, refusing to relent. Despite being depleted and weaker than Zaka, the strength of two hands would always surpass that of one. "It is my turn now," Assassin declared, his face smeared with blood, yet his crimson eyes blazed with an inner fire. A deafening roar reverberated through the room as Assassin, akin to a beast, brutally tore away Zaka's other hand, sending blood splattering in all directions. Without both hands, Zaka had nearly lost the majority of his combat prowess. Assassin did not hesitate. He swiftly lifted his foot and crushed Zaka's leg joints, utterly incapacitating him and rendering any chance of recovery a distant hope. He staggered to his feet, casting his gaze towards Su Chen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chen had just toppled Li Hu to the ground, rising with a limp. Previously, he had endured a relentless beating from Zaka, his body marred with wounds that had yet to heal, providing Su Chen with an opportunity to strike back. "It's time to end this." Su Chen, battered and bruised, managed a grim smile. He was in such a wretched state that he resembled a shadow of his former self. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed as the steel wall absorbed a powerful impact. Bulging ominously, both Su Chen and Assassin felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the opposite side of the wall, their hairs standing on end as their hearts raced with trepidation. "What in the world is that?" Su Chen stuttered, his voice trembling. He swallowed hard, watching the wall bulge ominously from the repeated impacts, cold sweat pouring down his brow. This was Steel, who possessed such terrifying strength. Assassin, too, was exceedingly anxious. Truth be told, defeating Zaka was within his capabilities. Had he been well fed, he could have easily outmatched him in both strength and speed. Yet, even if he were to gorge himself, he could never bend Steel into such a shape. The entity beyond the wall was undoubtedly far more powerful than he. With a thunderous crash, the steel wall shattered. A pair of mechanical hands forced their way through the breach, utilizing sheer strength to rip open a gaping hole. A towering figure, crimson in hue and devoid of skin, hair, or even facial flesh, entered. His veins twisted grotesquely, and his face was nothing more than a skull, creating a visage that was utterly horrifying. It's Dr. Connor," Su Chen stammered, his teeth chattering. The towering crimson zombie, standing at an imposing height of 3 meters, possessed arms constructed of metal. Su Chen would not mistake it. One of those arms had been severed by him using his spatial abilities, and it was evident that a replacement had been affixed. Hee. Dr. Connor's blood-red orbs, devoid of eyelids, were starkly exposed. He cast a glance at Su Chen and Assassin, unleashing a cruel and sinister laugh. "Thanks to both of you. You have forced me into a corner, granting me the audacity to attempt this." Dr. Connor taunted. Power. Infinite power. He had never felt so potent before. The unceasing surge of energy within him left him intoxicated. With a constant source of energy, he could even attain immortality. Now, it was time to express my gratitude. Dr. Connor flexed his hands, directing his gaze towards Su Chen and Assassin. Meanwhile, on the 7th underground level of the Shangbi Corporation building, Mont and over 100 mercenaries were scouring the entire floor, conducting a thorough search. Where could those two possibly have fled? Damn it, I will smash his head. The mercenaries, having failed to locate the duo for an extended period, were growing increasingly irate. Outside the company, the armored soldiers were encircled but not advancing. It was likely these two rascals were responsible, having lost control of the console. They could not even release the zombies on the 2nd floor. Now, they could only helplessly huddle underground, waiting for their ammunition to run out. which was no different from awaiting death. As the principal instigator, Su Chen naturally became their target for venting their frustrations. They would not rest until this fellow was reduced to a pulp. At that moment, a youth clad in black combat attire emerged slowly from the passageway of the 7th underground level. His cold eyes scrutinized Mont and the other mercenaries. A palpable aura of killing intent surrounding him. Finally found you. Mont's lips curled into a chilling smile. In the next instant, he lunged at the boy in black, swinging his fist with ferocity. Though he had not undergone formal training, his strength rivaled that of a 5th-tier warrior in the Great Xia. Since arriving in the Great Xia, no one had withstood a single blow from him. The boy in black effortlessly grasped Mont's robust arm. With a sharp crack, Mont's arm was twisted at an inconceivable angle. A piercing scream resonated through the air as he was forcefully pressed to the ground by the overwhelming strength. Terror flickered in Mont's eyes. How could this mere child, who had previously seemed so easily subdued, now possess such terrifying power? His arm was contorted like a twisted piece of dough, the bones shattered. The other mercenaries quickly regained their composure, raising their weapons and aiming at the boy in black. The youth remained unfazed, looking down at Mont, whom he had captured with a single hand. Where are they? What person? Mont stammered, his heart racing in fright. The one who looks exactly like me? Who's he? Interjected. Upon hearing this, Mont suddenly came to a realization. The youth before him was not the same individual he had previously tormented. A look of anguish crossed his face as he instinctively replied, I do not know either. We have been searching for him all along. The moment he uttered those words, regret washed over him. Did this not signify that he had lost all value? Indeed, as expected, fire released him. With a swift kick, he struck Mont's abdomen, the tremendous force causing his back to arch painfully. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Mont's demeanor grew feeble. Then, with a resounding thud, fire delivered another kick. The sheer power sent Mont soaring like refuse, crashing heavily against the wall. Witnessing their leader being hurled away, the mercenaries no longer hesitated. They swiftly pulled their triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets toward fire. Boom! A crimson flame erupted. At that moment, a searing wave of heat surged towards the mercenaries. Flames. They were all taken aback, for they beheld the boy clad in black combat attire summoning fire seemingly from thin air. The roaring inferno rushed toward them, the intense heat singeing their skin, inflicting excruciating pain. The piercing cries echoed. The remaining mercenaries, with weapons drawn, aimed and fired at fire's direction. Yet, amidst the roaring flames, they lost sight of him. Whoosh! Fireballs coalesced in the air, hurtling toward them in increasing numbers, like a torrential downpour. Struck by the fireballs, mercenaries were consumed in flames, screaming and writhing in agony. Fire moved fluidly among the mercenaries. Even though they wielded firearms, they dared not shoot haphazardly. As mercenaries, they bore the weight of lives upon their shoulders and were outside the protective laws of Great Xia, free to kill. Just then, a voice crackled through Fire's earpiece. Received. He lightly tapped the device, his indifferent gaze suddenly igniting with murderous intent. A cluster of crimson flames swirled in his palm. The mercenaries aimed their weapons at Fire. Yet at that moment, they sensed a shift in his aura, their courage faltering despite their firearms. Never before had they imagined someone could summon flames to attack. It was akin to the sorcerers of their homeland wielding wondrous powers. Were they mere mortals truly capable of confronting such a foe? Fire. One mercenary, paralyzed by sheer terror, let out a desperate scream. Instantly, bullets erupted from their chambers. However, Fire had already raised his hand, conjuring a wall of fire. The bullets, upon breaching the fiery barrier, were instantly incinerated. Behind this wall of flames, they lost all sight of Fire. All that remained was the blazing inferno. No, please. The mercenaries shrieked in frantic despair. The wall of fire continuously advanced upon them, constricting their escape, leaving them nowhere to retreat. The searing flames consumed their bodies, emitting a crackling sound as the fat ignited. Beneath the 7th level, under the command of the fire wielder, the place had transformed into a hell of inferno. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Fire Wielder. The rolling flames cast a stark contrast against the fire wielder's cold, handsome visage. Hundreds of mercenaries on the 7th level perished in the sea of fire. The fire wielder's expression remained impassive. During his time in the Ghost Eagle organization, such scenarios had become commonplace. Moreover, these mercenaries, who would massacre innocent civilians for money, were hardly worthy of lament. Possessing the ability to control flames, Even the strongest warriors were no match for him. And there was the 8th level. To your left, there exists a secret passage leading to the 8th level. A voice emanated from the earpiece, detailing the route to the fire wielder. He nodded in acknowledgement. Are you physically capable? The voice inquired further. The recent massacre of over 100 mercenaries, turning the entire 7th level of the Xiaoyan Corporation into a fiery abyss, had undoubtedly taken a toll on his body. Yet, as a first-hand witness, he understood that the fire wielder's endurance extended far beyond this. On the 3rd level, the thousands of imprisoned zombies had also been annihilated by the fire wielder's hand. This individual was astonishingly powerful. No significant issues, the fire wielder replied succinctly. The repeated use of his pyromantic abilities exacted an unimaginable toll on his body, but for him, it was merely a routine affair. At the 8th level, thud, Assang's body crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood profusely. Blood flowed steadily from his abdomen. Without nourishment, Assang's regenerative abilities had nearly ceased. What a pity for such a perfect specimen, Dr. Connor observed Assang, his eyes filled with regret. A self-aware zombie was an extraordinary rarity. If he could place this individual within the human realm, it would become his most significant pawn. Alas, it was all too late. The zombies hidden within the town of Southern City had lost control due to the destruction of the control console. The armored battalion surrounded the Xiaoyan Corporation building, sealing it off without assaulting. He had been deprived of any chance of turning the tables, all because of those 2 youngsters. In despair, Dr. Connor concentrated all his serums and injected them into his own body, transforming into a grotesque figure that was neither human nor ghost. Assang trembled as he struggled to his feet, utterly exhausted. The already limping Su Chen lacked the strength to confront Dr. Connor directly. Dr. Connor, let us speak calmly. In a moment of utter desperation, Su Chen raised his hands in surrender. You can take us as hostages, with hostages in your possession. The armored battalion will not act against you. Useless. Not even divine intervention can save you today. Dr. Connor's face, devoid of skin, twisted into a sinister grin as he advanced. His massive form thudded against the ground, leaving imprints in the steel flooring. The leader of the armored battalion in the Great Xia was Xiaoyan. This is a ruthless individual who would sacrifice even his own flesh and blood for the greater good. How could he possibly show leniency for these 2 hostages? Su Chen's complexion turned ashen, trembling as Dr. Connor charged towards him. Die. The mechanical hand of Dr. Connor was poised to pierce Su Chen's skull. Yet, in that moment, Su Chen unexpectedly lunged at him. Dr. Connor's expression was one of astonishment. Was this boy seeking death? Suddenly, a silvery light flickered as Su Chen's form seemed to pass right through Dr. Connor's body. The mechanical hand grasped at nothing but air. Assang! Su Chen cried out. In the next instant, Assang lunged at Dr. Connor, baring his sharp teeth as he sank them into the doctor's waist. A violent surge of pain erupted, and Dr. Connor let out a desperate, ear-splitting scream. Though he possessed self-healing abilities, he was still afraid of pain. Get away from me. Dr. Connor's mechanical hand struck Assang with tremendous force. Such a fist, capable of breaking through steel doors, was no match for Assang's flesh and blood. Thud! With one blow, Assang's body crumpled, producing a sickening crack of bone. At that moment, Assang's consciousness began to blur, yet he clung fiercely to Dr. Connor, his biting force intensifying. Dr. Connor howled in agony as the mechanical hand continued its assault on Assang. Just then, he sensed a presence behind him. A sneak attack was imminent. Die! Su Chen roared, leaping into the air, the silvery radiance of his hand striking down upon the back of Dr. Connor's head. Thud! Dr. Connor's head burst apart like a shattered watermelon, exploding in a gruesome display. As Su Chen landed, he stumbled and fell to the ground, utterly exhausted. The overuse of his spatial abilities left his mind buzzing, as if it might split apart. Is it over? Assang knelt on the ground, his silvery hair soaked in blood. He too had reached his limit. On the ground, Dr. Connor's headless body collapsed, lifeless. Are you all right? Assang struggled to rise, preparing to assist Su Chen. It appeared that Su Chen was in a more dire state, his hands clutching his head, curled up like a shrimp, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. I'm fine, Su Chen replied weakly, his pallor indicating otherwise. Just then, to their horror, the body that should have fallen lifelessly began to move once more. Their faces turned pale with fear. Is this never-ending? The zombie that was once Dr. Connor could still live on even after having his head blown off. Inside Dr. Connor's head, The remnants of flesh and blood began to writhe ominously, seemingly attempting to form a new skull. Whoosh! A flame shot forth like a bullet, striking Dr. Connor's regenerating head and piercing through it. In response to the pain, Dr. Connor's limbs convulsed violently. Moments later, a tall figure appeared, stepping down upon Dr. Connor's massive body, forcefully driving him back into the ground. Upon seeing the newcomers, Su Chen and Assassin were nearly overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. Brother Hua, Huazi, upon observing the bloodied figures before him, let out a faint sigh. Su Chen and Assassin were battered and bruised, their bodies drenched in blood, a sight almost unbearable to behold. Let us depart, Huazi said. Be cautious, there is a threat behind you. A voice crackled through Huazi's earpiece. He raised his hand, flames coalescing. Whoosh! The healed Zaka, rushing towards them, was immediately struck by the crimson flames, which engulfed him in a fierce blaze as he screamed in agony. In the next moment, Huazi's hand navigated through the flames and pressed against Zaka's forehead. Bang! A tremendous surge of fire erupted from Huazi's fingertips, piercing through Zaka's skull. Zaka struggled symbolically a few times before ultimately collapsing into a charred heap, silenced forever. Assassin cautioned, the one beneath your feet is not yet dead. At that moment, Dr. Connor, writhing, attempted to rise once more. Huazi delivered a forceful kick, sending him crashing back down. Huazi appeared contemplative. It seemed this giant, much like Assassin, could survive even with a shattered skull. Allow me to handle this, Huazi stated indifferently. As a killer, he possessed myriad methods to deal with such adversaries. Sometimes, survival was not necessarily a blessing. Chapter 63, Dawn Breaks. Bang! Dr. Connor's skull was struck by a powerful fist. His vision blurred, gradually returning to clarity. Hey, Dad is here. Su Chen grinned at Dr. Connor, shaking his aching hand, sporting an excessively arrogant smile. You, Dr. Connor fumed, his skeletal visage devoid of flesh still capable of exhibiting rage. Just as he attempted to rise, a searing pain pierced through him. At that moment, he realized he was bound. Curved backward, he discovered that it was none other than his own tendons that ensnared him. Someone had pulled his own ligaments taut, tying them into a deadlock. Any attempt to struggle only exacerbated his torment. Dr. Connor had never endured such excruciating suffering, unleashing a frantic roar. Kill me. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Su Chen. You won't find it so easy to be rid of me. Su Chen grinned, pointing in a direction. Dr. Connor followed his gaze. There, his assistant Pei Qian was bound hand and foot, her mouth sealed with tape, desperately struggling, her expression one of utter helplessness. Her disheveled hair framed her tear-filled, peach blossom eyes, her black stockings frayed, one high heel mysteriously lost, presenting an inexplicable allure. Su Chen grinned wickedly. Connor, I intend to have my way with your woman right before your eyes. Get lost. At that moment, Huazi appeared beside him, pressing Su Chen's head down, shoving him aside. Huazi's icy gaze fixed upon Dr. Connor. Where is the antidote for the zombie virus? Dr. Connor erupted in laughter. There is no antidote. Once afflicted by this disease, death is the only escape. Su Chen shrugged. See, I told you he has no antidote, no value left. Burn him. You will not kill me. Dr. Connor growled softly, his crimson eyes devoid of eyelids, emanating an unsettling aura. Hiss. Are you trying to intimidate me? Su Chen retorted, delivering a swift kick to his face. I cannot die. You cannot kill me. Dr. Connor's chilling laughter echoed, yet it betrayed a hint of anxiety. He was acutely aware that he was not invincible. Like Assassin, without sustenance to replenish his energy, his regenerative abilities would wane until death ensued. Crouching down, Su Chen regarded him with a sardonic smile. Is that so? The sight of Su Chen's mocking visage instilled an unexpected dread within Dr. Connor. How should we deal with this immortal, Brother Hua? Su Chen inquired, turning his gaze toward Hua. Binding his feet with his own tendons, this ingenious form of punishment was conceived by Hua, who was indeed a genius. After a moment of contemplation, Hua suggested, we should craft an iron coffin, seal him within, and submerge it at the ocean's depths. Fear flickered in Dr. Connor's bloodshot eyes. In the depths of the sea, he would suffocate just the same. Trapped within the iron coffin, there would be no escape, and upon revival, he would continue to choke. Then let it be so, Su Chen mused, feeling the hairs on his arms stand on end at the thought of the underwater iron coffin, an unimaginable torment. Hua, it seemed, was indeed a perverse individual. Dr. Connor trembled at the prospect, unsure of the fate that awaited him. I swear, I have no antidote. He rasped. This virus had been unearthed from the melting glaciers. The notion of an antidote was a mere fantasy. Su Chen maintained his composure, shrugging nonchalantly. Then we must seek out that old Chinese doctor. He nodded in agreement. However, that old man is quite unscrupulous. He charges exorbitantly, 10,000 for a single vial. Well, rounding it off, we could consider it business we introduced to him. It's quite lucrative. Perhaps we could negotiate a commission. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen. Su Chen coughed lightly. Just kidding, just kidding. Yet, in truth, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, Lu Datu and Xiang Kunkin had already succumbed to zombification. Could that old doctor truly restore them? At that moment, his earpiece crackled to life. Zhou Tong can concoct the antidote. He inquired, are you certain? Indeed, in my world. It was Dr. Zhou who eradicated the zombie virus. Furthermore, I must inform you that A Sang has fully recovered and is currently at the door, likely to unleash the zombies from the 5th floor. Understood. He lightly tapped his earpiece, then noticed Su Chen watching him with curious eyes. Who are you speaking with? He asked. A friend, He replied tersely. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Isn't that absurd? This is your parallel world. Where could He have found a friend? Nevertheless, since He chose not to elaborate, Su Chen refrained from probing further. He then stated, contact A Sang. It's time to evacuate. And what about this fellow? Rest assured, someone will handle it. The Shangbi building, basement level 1. A Sang carried Su Chen as he leaped out from the secret passage. Be gentle, I am an injured party. Su Chen grimaced as he touched his wound, letting out a howl of pain. Unlike A Sang, who could recover after a hearty meal, Su Chen knew that his injury would take at least a month or two to mend. With summer in full swing, he lamented the days he would lose to work. Keep your voice down. Farizi glanced at Su Chen with curiosity. This fellow was truly peculiar. Despite his grave injuries, he had the audacity to jest about Dr. Connor and even boasted about pursuing his girlfriend. Their Western cuisine was indeed remarkable. A Sang licked the butter from his lips, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he let out a hearty belch. On the 5th underground level, there was a food storage room. However, Dr. Connor and his band of mercenaries were foreigners with ample wealth, so the food consisted primarily of exorbitantly priced Western dishes, where even a piece of beef could rival the price of gold. Su Chen curled his lip in disdain. Humph, what is so great about Western food? It's just bread with some lettuce and undercooked chicken. Damn it, it gives me the runs. I absolutely detest Western cuisine. When Su Chen and A Sang emerged outside the Shangbi company, they were taken aback by the scene before them. A vast expanse of charred earth lay before them, with wisps of white smoke rising from various spots. It was hard to imagine what had transpired here. Not far off, armored troops marched in formation, conducting a final sweep of the Shangbi company building. Let us go, Farizi said indifferently. He held no fondness for these troops. After all, just days prior, they had been hunting him down. Aren't we just leaving like this? Su Chen asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he watched Farizi's retreating figure. They were the saviors of Zhongneng City. Logically, they should be stepping forward to accept accolades, perhaps even receiving a title as one of the top 10 outstanding youth, along with a monetary reward. He could then seize the opportunity to marry a wealthy heiress and inherit the Mu family's fortune. Farizi's expression remained impassive. Are you coming or not? Of course, this is a chance to establish our names. We are heroes. Su Chen sighed. A Sang grinned broadly, displaying an endearing smile. Yes. We are heroes. Together, Su Chen, A Sang, and Farizi departed from the Shangbi company building. The overcast sky had brightened, and a red sun slowly ascended from the eastern horizon. Suddenly, from the scorched earth, a withered, dark hand emerged. Chapter 64. Aftermath of the Zombie Apocalypse. This marked an unimaginable disaster for the entirety of Zhongneng City. Many had been bitten by zombies. In an instant, the second hospital was overwhelmed with demand. After all, rumors spread that those bitten by zombies would themselves turn into zombies, which would unnerve anyone. Fortunately, with ample medicinal resources at Director Zhou's disposal, he was able to concoct antidotes, thus averting the catastrophe. After days of treatment, Director Zhou was exalted as a miraculous healer. The media extensively covered his exploits, catapulting him to fame as the biggest beneficiary of the zombie war, with his reputation soaring. Did you see that? I kicked that old man's eye socket. Su Chen reclined on the hospital bed, munching on watermelon and idly swinging his legs as he watched the live news broadcast on television, casually spitting out watermelon seeds at A Sang. Despite the passage of many days, a faint bruise still lingered on Dean Zhou's forehead. When Su Chen had kicked over his glasses, he had indeed put Dean Zhou through quite an ordeal. Fortunately, Su Chen had been suffering from food poisoning at the time, his body weak and unable to muster strength. Otherwise, given his physical prowess, Dean Zhou might have long since departed from this world, had no one addressed the zombie virus. We might very well be facing the apocalypse now. Suddenly, a contemplative expression crossed Su Chen's face. Even a minor alteration could trigger a butterfly effect. Perhaps, in another parallel universe, he had just transformed into a zombie, searching desperately for someone to devour. Dr. Zhou, as the principal contributor to the eradication of the zombie virus. Do you have any words for the public? A female reporter, her eyes filled with admiration, gazed at Dean Zhou. Dean Zhou replied earnestly. 1 vial of the serum costs 10,000 yuan. The reporter's expression froze, only to be replaced by an exaggerated smile. Huh, Dean Zhou. You certainly have a sense of humor. I didn't realize you were such a witty person. I am not joking. Those medicinal ingredients are exceedingly precious. Dean Zhou retorted, his anger flaring. 10,000 yuan was merely the cost of the serum. The reporter, sensing the gravity of the situation, panicked. This is live broadcast. Please be cautious, sir. As the hero who saved us, Dean Zhou, do you not think some sacrifice on your part was necessary? The reporter subtly reminded him. Remember, there are millions watching. And children might be tuning in as well, writing their reflections on your broadcast later. Dean Zhou, exasperated, felt as though his thinning hair was about to stand on end. 100 people is actually over 1 million. The reporter's face paled, and she quickly switched the scene. Let us now observe the recovery of the streets post-zombie incident. Su Chen stared in disbelief at the television, which had suddenly transformed into a scenic commentary. What on earth was this old man doing? Was he truly willing to squander such wealth? He finally comprehended why Zhou Tong, a renowned national physician, had been outmaneuvered for the position of dean by someone 20 years his junior. Shouldn't it be expected to demand payment? A Sang, still gnawing on his watermelon, remarked seriously. You just don't understand. Su Chen cast a pitying glance at a Sang. You see, Dean Zhou's ace in the hole was ultimately overshadowed by Fortu's. This straightforward old man. Did he really have to discuss medical fees during the live broadcast? Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a message pinged in their part-time delivery group. Su Chen opened his phone and perused the group messages. Lu Datu, brothers, at Unit 201 in Nanhua Community, the owner received a delivery without clothes on. Everyone, be cautious. Delivery prince. Holy cow, is this for real? My next order is from that household. On my way now, haha. Wish me luck, brothers. Lu Datu, don't go. Delivery prince. Lu Datu, where are you? Lu Datu, that owner is an old codger. Su Chen gazed at Lu Datu, who had re-emerged in the delivery group, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that Lu Datu had finally rid himself of the zombie virus. The delivery personnel in the group were inquiring about what Lu Datu had been up to lately. Lu Datu chuckled, deflecting their questions by mentioning he was busy treating his daughter's illness. As Su Chen scrolled through various group chats on his phone, he noted that the recent zombie incident had stirred quite a commotion, leading nearly all groups to discuss it. He then stumbled upon the class group from Zhenan University. Inundated with praises, he scrolled up to read more. Zhou Zheng. On the night of the zombie outbreak, Wang Chong killed a zombie. I just saw the video. Tian Dandan. I saw it too. He was even interviewed by the local media of Zhenan City. Truly impressive. Then, Su Chen observed a flurry of accolades below, all celebrating Wang Chong. Under the spotlight, he finally made an appearance. Wang Chong. Honestly, I was terrified at that moment. But as a martial arts student from Zhenan University, I couldn't retreat or bring shame to our school. So I bravely faced it. Haha, that zombie was incredibly strong. It nearly injured me. After sharing his heroic tale, he was met with yet another wave of commendations. Su Chen scoffed at this. Was that all? One zombie. He had taken down hundreds by himself. Moreover, he had infiltrated the Shangbi Company building, sabotaged the control center, exposing the hidden zombies in Zhenan City, and halted the advance of the armored brigade. Ultimately, he had confronted the zombie overlord head-on. Yet, Su Chen merely smiled faintly, choosing not to boast about his extraordinary feats. His story was far too fantastical. Sharing it would likely lead others to dismiss it as mere fantasy. Furthermore, he preferred to remain inconspicuous, content in the shadows. Much like his mysterious spatial abilities, he had never revealed them to anyone. After all, youthful recklessness could lead to unforeseen consequences. Xiaoyan, So impressive. Mu Xiaoyan. Adorable emoji. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen's expression stiffened. This fellow had merely slain one zombie. Yet his goddess was praising him. Jealousy and frustration nearly caused Su Chen to explode. He was the true hero who had saved Zhengnan City, even the entire world, serving as the pivotal figure in ending the zombie threat. What would happen if Mu Xiaoyan learned the truth? Would she revere him, admire him, fall in love with him, and then offer the Mu family fortune, vowing to stand by him through life and death? Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Chen directly tapped on the contact named J8 and initiated a voice call. "Hello, Su Chen. What can I do for you?" Came the inquiry from Xiang on the other end of the line. Su Chen impatiently pressed on. "Commander, it's me, Su Chen. Shouldn't my deeds be widely broadcast and serve as a model for others?" "Huh, what did you say?" "I'm in the elevator, and the signal is poor. It's breaking up, gotta go." With that, Xiang hung up, letting out a long sigh. Su Chen is classified as an S-level individual, a person of utmost significance whose identity ought to be known by as few as possible. If the clandestine activities of Shangbi Company were to be revealed, it would spell disaster. Chapter 65. The headquarters meeting. Xiang had just ended a phone call when he received another call from Wang Qinglong. "Hello, boss." Xiang answered hastily. Su Chen has called again, wishing to commend someone. To be frank, Su Chen had infiltrated the Shangbi building, secured intelligence, rescued the armored brigade, and sabotaged the control console, thus exposing the zombies lurking in the city, ultimately eliminating the mastermind, Dr. Connor. Such accomplishments certainly warranted at least a modicum of recognition. Indeed, this requires careful consideration, Wang Qinglong replied gravely. Xiang pressed his lips together, sensing something amiss. How many Su Chens are there, really? He felt a growing unease. The white-haired Su Chen and the one who fought against the zombies alongside him were clearly not the same person. He recalled the time Su Chen had reported a parallel universe version of himself residing in his home. Given the S-level nature of Su Chen's situation, he lacked the authority to delve deeper, yet the questions lingered in his mind. Wang Qinglong fell silent for a moment, then, with a solemn expression, said, "Come to the headquarters. We need to hold a meeting." Xiang paused in surprise, but quickly replied, "Understood." Zhengnan City, being the provincial capital, was also home to the law enforcement headquarters. Xiang drove his dilapidated sports car, speeding along the road towards the headquarters building. He had recently recovered from a zombie toxin, and his vehicle had yet to be repaired, adorned with numerous dents and scratches. Given his current salary, affording repairs seemed a distant dream. As he approached the headquarters, Xiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He adjusted his collar, striving to calm his nerves before entering. Upon reaching the designated room sent by Wang Qinglong, he knocked on the door and stepped inside. Once inside, his expression turned serious. The long conference table was filled with individuals, leaving him the last available seat. Some he recognized. Individuals of considerable stature whom he had encountered during previous meetings with his father, Xiang Lin. "Close the door," Wang Qinglong commanded upon noticing Xiang. He promptly obliged, taking a seat at the end of the table. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting," announced the leading figure. A strikingly handsome young man with a relaxed demeanor. His long hair tied back in a ponytail, he donned casual attire, providing no immediate clues to his background. Xiang felt a surge of curiosity. It was intriguing that such a young man, barely in his 20s, held the seat of honor among so many influential figures. What could his status be? Without further ado, the young man addressed the assembly. "As for Su Chen and the Su Chen from the parallel universe, we have currently identified 3 individuals," he stated, activating a virtual projection. In the center of the conference table, an image appeared of a youth clad in black combat attire, his gaze steely and resolute. This individual, Su Chen, possesses an enigmatic mastery over flame abilities, coupled with formidable combat prowess, and his upper limits of strength remain uncharted. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present transformed into astonishment. The mere fact that his potential has yet to be measured suggests that this young man is far beyond merely strong. The presiding youth continued, stating that the initial discovery of his whereabouts was in the outskirts of the Luoan district in Zhengnan City, garbed in the combat attire of the Ghost Eagle organization. Subsequently, numerous high-ranking enforcers have engaged him, only to be vanquished. At this juncture, the youth's demeanor momentarily faltered. The defeat of multiple high-ranking enforcers at the hands of this young man is indeed not a matter of pride. However, it indirectly underscores the extraordinary strength of this alternate dimensional Su Chen. According to the accounts of the enforcers who crossed paths with him, Su Chen's techniques mirror those of the assassins from the Ghost Eagle organization, suggesting that in another dimension, he may have been cultivated within the Ghost Eagle training camp, with his power level positioned above B rank. Upon hearing that Su Chen might be a B rank assassin, the crowd's countenance darkened. The thought of such a potent assassin lurking in Jinan City sent chills down their spines. The presiding youth continued to temper their fears. Of course, this is merely a preliminary assessment. He could very well be an A-rank assassin. Huh, now that is quite a jest. Below, someone could not restrain themselves from interjecting. An A-rank assassin? There are only a few within the entire Ghost Eagle organization. The presiding youth refrained from further discussion and gestured with his slender finger to switch the image. At this moment, the virtual screen displayed another image of Su Chen. Most striking was his silvery white hair. In the photograph, Su Chen wore a foolish grin, and due to the frontal view, it was evident that his eyes were a striking crimson. Xiang Kunkin's expression grew solemn. He had encountered this Su Chen and recognized that he was indeed not the same individual. This Su Chen's identity as a zombie is inaccurate. Rather, he is half zombie and half human. His intelligence may be low, but his strength is formidable, endowed with an exceptionally powerful regenerative ability. The presiding youth gazed at the Su Chen on the screen and spoke gravely. Does he possess the capability to spread the zombie virus? Someone posed the question that lingered in the minds of all present. The presiding youth fell momentarily silent before nodding. Yes. Instantly, the eyes of everyone transformed into expressions of horror. Jinan City had just endured a zombie crisis, and to think there was someone carrying the zombie virus among them. I propose we issue an immediate order to apprehend this Su Chen, a senior enforcer declared in a low voice. The presiding youth cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "This requires careful deliberation. There may be alternative methods to eradicate the zombie virus he carries." The senior enforcer, on the verge of speaking, met the gaze of the presiding youth and swallowed his words. Xiang Kunkin was astonished and increasingly curious about the identity of this youth. Lu Dong, known as Lu Cannon, notorious for his fiery temper, unexpectedly found himself yielding before this youth. The world he inhabited had already succumbed to a zombie invasion. However, his form was also an exceptionally unique existence. After the presiding youth concluded, he transitioned to the next image. This Su Chen is our world's Su Chen, a student from Zhenan University. The foremost youth gazed at the seemingly insubstantial information about this individual from the original world, appearing to find little of significance to comment on. He casually closed the virtual projection, his gaze fixating on the attendees, and slowly remarked, "The aforementioned details pertain to these 3 Su Chens. However, this world harbors more than just 3. Are there other Su Chens?" Someone couldn't help but inquire. The foremost youth nodded. "Indeed, there may be a 4th, albeit well concealed. Yet there are traces that have surfaced. What shall we do regarding this Su Chen? He is the greatest contributor to the resolution of the zombie virus," Wang Qinglong questioned. Su Chen, after all, was the hero who alleviated the zombie crisis and saved Jinan City, yet determining the course of action regarding him had become a conundrum. The foremost youth's gaze sharpened, and in a low voice, he declared, "This recent zombie virus was likely orchestrated by Su Chen. Dr. Connor was merely an unwitting puppet executing his plans." Upon hearing these words, the entire assembly was left speechless, observing the astonished expressions of those present. The foremost youth felt a twinge of discomfort and rubbed his temples. Things are chaotic, the timelines do not align, but Su Chen cannot escape culpability. Chapter 66. The Truth in the Hospital. Su Chen incessantly attempted to reach Xiang Kunkin via phone. "Hello, the number you dialed is currently busy, please try again later." Not answering the phone, Su Chen's fists clenched in frustration. "That J8 fool. Who was it that brought you to Shangbi Company? No, wait. Who was it that shoved you into the skyscraper? If it weren't for me, your own father would have turned you into a barbecue. And now you can't even answer a phone call. Such an ungrateful person will never turn their life around." Su Chen sighed. Initially, he had hoped to share his glorious exploits, hoping to win Mu Xiaoyan's unwavering affection. Now, however, it seemed all for naught. His chances had evaporated. No, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Consequently, Su Chen decided to make an appearance in the group chat. "Joker, do you know how the zombie crisis in Jinan City was resolved?" Wang Yusin, "Su Chen, what insider information do you possess?" Joker, "Initially, I stormed into the Shangbi Company building, exterminated dozens of zombies, and dismantled the control center, allowing those hidden zombies to emerge in Zhengnan City. Joker, ultimately. It was I who confronted the zombie overlord and vanquished him, thereby liberating our Zhengnan City. After Su Chen finished his proclamation, the group chat fell into silence for nearly a minute. Su Chen grinned. Xiaoyan, I know you're watching. Praise me. Wang Chong. Bro, have you lost your mind? Having faced zombies himself, he understood the terror they instilled. At that moment, he had even contemplated his last will. This kid claimed to have dispatched dozens, and his subsequent bravado was even harder to bear. Indeed, a single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The group chat erupted with a flurry of messages, inundated with laughter and ridicule. Some even suggested that Su Chen had lost his sanity. In response, Su Chen revealed evidence, snapping a photo of his bandaged leg. Su Chen, do you see? This is the evidence, twisted by the zombie boss. Wang Yusin, middle finger image. Chen Wei, brother Chen, I truly cannot support this. Sweating, Zhou Hui, kid, you're being ridiculous. As Su Chen observed his classmates responding one after another, he remained unfazed, displaying a look of disdain. A group of mediocre individuals. The truth lies before you, yet you remain oblivious. Instructor Su Ming, Joker, change your nickname. Do you think using an English name in the class group makes you trendy? Su Chen paid no heed. Do you not comprehend the value of an ace? After waiting for quite some time, he still received no reply from Xiaoyan, and he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Kuan, say something. They all think I'm bragging. I desperately need official validation. Asang, what are you doing? Su Chen tossed his phone aside and glanced at Asang. At that moment, Asang was peering out the window, admiring the scenery. The sky was a brilliant blue. The crowd was bustling, and the buildings appeared new. Having transitioned from a wasteland teeming with zombies to this world, Asang felt everything was splendid. Moreover, just a few days prior, he had personally thwarted the zombie crisis. The thought of having saved this parallel world made him break into an uncontrollable grin. Support me, Su Chen said helplessly. Asang couldn't resist asking, are you heading to the restroom again? Su Chen shot him a glance. What restroom? We're being discharged. We should not squander the hard-earned money in the hospital. Focus on your recovery. Your hospital expenses will be reimbursed. At that moment, a nurse entered and spoke. Su Chen looked up at her and felt she looked somewhat familiar. He recalled that it was this very nurse who had administered the fort during his hospitalization for food poisoning. Reimbursed for real? Who's footing the bill? Su Chen couldn't help but inquire. The nurse took out her phone, checked, and replied, the Law Enforcement Bureau of Zhengnan City. Well, that is somewhat reassuring. Su Chen grinned. Let us first cover the hospitalization for a month, and we'll see about extending it to a year depending on the circumstances. Also, make sure to conduct all those various blood tests, CT scans, and ultrasounds. The nurse rolled her eyes at him. Then her gaze lingered on Asang beside him. This handsome young man with silver hair, though masked, had striking facial features. His eyes seemed red. Was he wearing colored contact lenses? Handsome. Would you like to exchange contact information? The nurse blinked and asked. Asang stared at her blankly, pointing to himself. Me? Hey, what are you doing? He is my younger brother. Su Chen quickly intervened. The nurse shot him an exasperated look. By the way, about that expensive medication costing 11,000 per vial. I need to ask Dr. Zhou for an additional vial. I think the effect has worn off. Su Chen reminded her. You're trying to mooch off even this. The nurse forced a smile. All right, please hold on. Bang. The door was slammed shut. Asang curiously turned to Su Chen. Are you about to turn into a zombie? Su Chen shrugged. No? Then why do you need to replenish the medication? Asang scratched his head in confusion. Su Chen sighed. It's for you. Lu Dadu, Xiang Kunkin, and Li Hu, those who had succumbed to the zombie infection and transformed into the undead, were all capable of being restored through a serum. Thus, he pondered whether he should offer it to Asang. After all, the expenses would be reimbursed, and it wouldn't cost him anything. I suppose it doesn't matter much. Asang reflected. He felt there was little distinction in his state. He remained as he had been in life. The only difference was an extraordinary self-healing ability and strength far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Of course, his appetite had also increased significantly. Yet, these seemed not to be grave inconveniences. Su Chen regarded him earnestly. You might even become more intelligent. Asang, after a brief contemplation, replied. Then let us administer another injection. In the director's office. Grandfather, I've come to see you, Mu Xiaoyan cheerfully announced as she entered Zhou Tong's office. Upon seeing Mu Xiaoyan, Director Zhou's face lit up with a broad smile. "Ah, my precious granddaughter, what brings you here again?" Mu Xiaoyan explained, "I was just here yesterday. Returning today is rather difficult to justify." A blush crept across her cheeks. "Is it about the interview you conducted?" Director Zhou seemed to perceive her thoughts with clarity, smiling as he spoke. "Live interview? What live interview?" Mu Xiaoyan inquired, somewhat bewildered. Recently, owing to the zombie virus, Director Zhou had attained celebrity status as a doctor, with news articles flooding in. She felt somewhat overwhelmed by it all. These journalists have been relentless in their attempts to trap this old man. I mean, am I wrong for advocating for medical funding for the hospital? Director Zhou feigned exasperation. Uncertain of the details, Mu Xiaoyan could only nod in agreement. Indeed, indeed. How could anything grandfather does possibly be wrong? Haha, at least Xiaoyan understands me. Director Zhou's mood brightened once more at her response. Just then, a doctor appeared at the door. "Director, the meeting is about to commence. Your presence is required." "Very well, I shall be there shortly," Director Zhou replied. Turning to Mu Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, wait for me. I must attend this meeting." "Okay, grandfather, you carry on," Mu Xiaoyan waved cheerfully. Once she confirmed Director Zhou had left, she extended her finger and searched for Su Chen's name on the computer. In Ward 503, Mu Xiaoyan stared at the screen, murmuring to herself. From the images shared by Su Chen, she recognized the information from the second hospital. A quick search confirmed her findings. Chapter 67. The repayment plan. How long do we have to stay in the hospital? Assassin yawned, feeling boredom wash over him. Su Chen, reclining with his bandaged leg elevated, replied, "With this level of injury, we'll likely be here for at least a year and a half." "That long?" Assassin was taken aback. He knew Su Chen was somewhat fragile, but who would have thought such a minor injury would necessitate such an extended stay? Su Chen shot him a glance. "Hey, had I not gone to the company to rescue you, would I have been injured like this?" Of course, he had a reasonable assessment of his condition. He estimated that with a recovery period of 1 to 2 weeks, he would likely be able to rise from his bed. But the matter of medical expenses reimbursement loomed large. The accolades bestowed upon him have been rescinded, leaving him unable to maintain his facade. He must reclaim some semblance of dignity. Otherwise, he cannot swallow this bitter pill. "What shall we do, for we are devoid of funds?" inquired Assassin with curiosity. Su Chen grinned and replied, "Isn't there Huazi?" Recently, it has been Huazi who has been delivering meals to the hospital. His account has long been depleted. Yet, Huazi continues to provide for them, ensuring they dine on 3 dishes and a soup at every meal. What does this signify? It indicates that our esteemed and illustrious Huazi has begun to earn a living. With Huazi's capabilities, making a small fortune should be a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Assassin remarked, "Oh, Huazi mentioned he borrowed from a loan shark, and the deadline is approaching. Recently, some underworld figures have been pressuring him." Su Chen responded, "Wang Defa? A loan shark?" In an instant, Su Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Good heavens! With such formidable skills, how can he not earn a living? Why resort to borrowing from loan sharks? "Quick, hand me your phone." Su Chen's voice trembled. "Oh," Assassin promptly handed over his charging phone. Su Chen, trembling, unlocked the device and began searching. Before long, he located the loan information. He had borrowed 50,000 yuan. Thankfully, it wasn't an exorbitant sum. Su Chen sighed in relief. But for a university student, repaying 100,000 yuan would not be an easy task, given that it was summer break. The 3 of them should be able to repay the debt with some effort. Then, he glanced at the interest rate, a monthly rate of 5, which translates to an annual rate of 60. Damn, such outrageous loan terms. Where did he borrow from? Su Chen was bewildered. No, such exorbitant loans should not be protected by the laws of the Great Xia. What could they do if he refused to repay? Bite him. If they dared to bite, he would unleash a sang. Subsequently, Su Chen examined the lending company, Changshan Group. He fell silent. This conglomerate was not to be trifled with. Their leader had amassed wealth through the fish trade, but later strayed from the righteous path, seducing the elder brother's wife and seeking a godfather. Eventually becoming a notorious figure in the underbelly of Zhennan City. He commanded a legion of formidable warriors, many of whom were skilled fighters. Now, Su Chen faced 2 possible paths. One was to send Huazi or Assassin to confront the Changshan Group directly. The other was to repay the debt diligently. After some contemplation, Su Chen swiftly dismissed the first option. It was not worth it to engage in a conflict with underworld figures over 50,000 yuan. If victorious, all would be well, but what if he were to meet his demise? Moreover, Huizi and Assang were not of this world. They had arrived mysteriously, and should they depart unexpectedly, he would be left to face those adversaries alone. Thus, the second path seemed more prudent, to repay the debt faithfully, including interest. The total surpassed 50,000 yuan, but theoretically, they were fully capable of repaying it. Assang, I have an important task for you, Su Chen said, looking earnestly at Assang. Assang, feeling the weight of the moment, grew anxious. Who shall we bite? No, 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 this time we shall not bite anyone. Su Chen replied with a smile, activating the projection feature on his phone. A virtual screen materialized before the two of them. As Assang gazed at the densely packed spreadsheet on the screen, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this, a recipe? This is our forthcoming debt repayment plan." Su Chen replied, magnifying the display to provide Assang with a detailed explanation. "I have meticulously crafted the plan. In order for us to repay our loans, you must adhere strictly to it over the next few months. At 4 in the morning, when the neighborhood milk delivery arrives, with your speed, you should be able to complete the deliveries before 5 o'clock, earning 300 yuan. From 5 to 8:30, you will sell breakfast in the office buildings. It's quite simple, as these are all pre-prepared meals that just need a bit of heating to serve to the office workers. After deducting costs, you could potentially earn around 500 yuan. From 8:30 to 11, you'll carry cement at the construction site. For every bag others carry, you'll carry 6. The faster you work, the more you can earn, another 500 yuan. During the lunchtime rush from 11 to 2, if orders go smoothly, you can make about 300 yuan. In the afternoon, from 2 to 5, you'll continue hauling cement, bringing in another 500 yuan. Then, from 5 to 8 in the evening, during the dinner delivery peak, you can earn another 300 yuan. Just be cautious. There will be many people around, and if a vehicle happens to hit you, remember to lie down. You might just earn 50,000 yuan if luck is on your side. From 8 to midnight, you'll set up a stall at the night market selling barbecued food. I have already selected the optimal spot for you, and you will source the meat from Fat Zhang. His meat is not the freshest, but it is inexpensive. Just refrain from sneaking a bite, or we'll be left with nothing. A rough estimate suggests you could earn around 500 yuan. From midnight until 4 in the morning, you will work as a bartender. With our looks and your 8-pack abs, as long as you can handle your drinks, earning 1,000 yuan should not pose a problem, provided the foot traffic is good. As Su Chen animatedly explained, his excitement grew. If we calculate all this, your daily income could reach approximately 4,000 yuan. With a 50,000 yuan bill, we could repay both principal and interest in less than a month. I truly am a genius. Su Chen's demeanor was exuberant, as if he had been invigorated by a surge of energy. Assang raised his hand. I have a question. Please, go ahead, teacher Sang. Su Chen replied with a grin, looking at the metaphorical money tree. Assang, with a straight face, stared at him. Do you think I'm foolish? Su Chen, realizing he had been caught, stammered. Oh no. Yes, onto me. Pointing at the virtual screen displaying the plan, Assang stated indignantly, what about meal times? Where's my meal time? Teacher Sang, you are truly astute. I must have overlooked that. Let us adjust the plan. I will allocate 5 minutes for each meal in the morning, noon, and evening. 5 minutes is insufficient. How about 10 minutes? That won't do. I need 50 minutes for each meal. 50 minutes for each meal? You imbecile. If we're eating for 15 hours a day, when will we ever repay the loan? If you don't provide me with 15 hours for meals, I simply won't do it. That is not possible. Instead, you will have 30 minutes for each meal. Wait, why should I bear the burden of repaying the loan incurred by Huizi? Because I can't handle him. But you can't handle me either. Fool. Once I manage to win over a wealthy woman, the future will hold abundant riches for you. Is it worth quibbling over such trifling gains now? Su Chen and Assang were embroiled in a heated argument. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a melodious voice. Hello, is Su Chen there? Inside the room, Su Chen and Assang were entangled in a dispute over their repayment plan. Upon hearing the voice, they were momentarily stunned. Is someone here to see you? Assang inquired with curiosity. Su Chen recognized the voice, and in an instant, realization struck him, causing his pupils to widen in astonishment. Could it be? Why yes, I'm here, Su Chen stammered, his voice trembling slightly as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Assang observed Su Chen's unusual nervousness, intrigued by this rare display. May I come in? The girl's voice chimed again, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Su Chen swallowed hard. Indeed, it was her, his goddess. Xiaoyan, the heiress of the Mu group, had come to see him. The sensation was surreal, akin to a dream. Oh, okay. Su Chen quickly tidied his hair, relieved that he had washed it today, ensuring his hairstyle was somewhat presentable. The moment Mu Xiaoyan stepped through the door, carrying a fruit basket, Su Chen felt his breath catch in his throat. With summer's arrival, her attire was refreshingly light. Beneath denim shorts, her long, slender legs gleamed with a flawless complexion. She wore a white tank top that accentuated her exquisite figure, complemented by a casual pink cardigan draped over her shoulders. Her stunning physique was matched only by her breathtakingly beautiful face, delicate and captivating. No matter how many times he beheld her, Su Chen remained entranced by her unparalleled beauty. This was not merely a case of infatuation. Mu Xiaoyan was the acknowledged belle of Xiaoyan University. Typically, schools do not hold beauty contests. Yet Mu Xiaoyan had carved out her reputation through her looks and lineage, earning the title of the campus flower. My grandfather is a doctor here, and I happened to pass by, so I thought I would come see you, Mu Xiaoyan said, her voice trembling with nervousness. She had never been particularly extroverted, and prior to knocking, she had hesitated outside for quite some time. I see. Please, have a seat, Su Chen said, discreetly nudging Assassin with his leg to indicate he should yield his seat. Assassin tilted his head, looking at Su Chen with curiosity, perplexed by the sudden kick. I won't sit. I'll just leave the fruit basket here. Remember to eat it, Mu Xiaoyan stammered, still visibly anxious. In truth, they had been classmates since high school. Yet this was their first time engaging in a face-to-face conversation, and their palpable nervousness rendered the atmosphere quite tense. How did you know I was here? Su Chen asked instinctively, realizing he hadn't disclosed his whereabouts to anyone. I saw it in the class group chat. There was a photo with the logo of the second hospital on your blanket. Your leg. Is it all right? Mu Xiaoyan continued, her anxiety still evident. Yet in her beautiful eyes, a hint of concern was subtly evident. Upon entering the hospital room, she discovered that Su Chen's injuries were far more extensive than just his leg. Bandages adorned his face, arms, and abdomen. What on earth had he endured to sustain such widespread injuries? Su Chen grinned and said, It's nothing serious, just a few wounds. A few days of rest, and I'll be right as rain. He wasn't speaking falsely. Though the injuries appeared alarming, most were merely superficial, with only the leg injury requiring hospitalization for recovery. A smile graced Mu Xiaoyan's lips. That's good to hear. As Su Chen gazed at her smiling visage, he too broke into a foolish grin, thinking how lovely she looked. How wonderful it would be if he could marry into the Mu family. This individual is. Mu Xiaoyan glanced at the person beside Su Chen, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with him. The masked figure spoke. I am Su. Su Chen quickly interjected. He is Su Song. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise. A person from the island? Well, not exactly. That's just his name. We usually call him Assassin. Ha. Su Chen deflected with a laugh. Assassin's secret was not one to be revealed lightly. Thus, he wore a mask in the presence of acquaintances. Mu Xiaoyan scrutinized Assassin, then glanced back at Su Chen, deep in thought. Despite Assassin's black mask covering half his face, upon closer inspection, one could see an uncanny resemblance to Su Chen. It seemed she had encountered him before, particularly outside the gates of Xiaoyan University, where his striking silver hair had been impossible to overlook. Now that I see you are not gravely injured, I feel relieved. Su Chen, I wish you a swift recovery, she said, waving goodbye. Su Chen stared blankly at her graceful silhouette, quickly calling out, Mu Xiaoyan. Do you believe what I said in the group chat? Mu Xiaoyan fell silent for a moment. Having seen the photos Su Chen posted, she was aware of the seemingly fantastical claims he made about infiltrating the Shang by company building, defeating the mastermind, and saving Xiaoyan City. It was indeed hard to fathom. I believe you, she replied, turning to him with a smile. She had faith in Su Chen's abilities. After all, she had witnessed his resolve before. Long after Mu Xiaoyan's departure, Su Chen continued to embrace the fruit basket, lost in blissful thoughts. Mu Xiaoyan had come to visit him. Mu Xiaoyan had come to visit him. Mu Xiaoyan had come to visit him. Assassin observed Su Chen's foolish demeanor and then fixed his gaze on the fruit basket, cautiously extending his hand. What are you doing? Su Chen exclaimed in anger. I just want an apple. Assassin's tone softened upon witnessing Su Chen's furious reaction, akin to a roaring lion. You can eat me if you wish, but you cannot touch that fruit basket. Then if I eat you, can I merge into a two-star Su Chen? Get lost. As night fell, a cold wind howled through the air. The bustling city center of Zhennan remained alive with traffic and brilliant lights. Huazi stood on the rooftop of a tall building, waiting in silence. Time passed slowly, and gradually, the congested traffic began to ease, vehicles becoming sparse. The cacophony of noise gradually subsided, though occasionally a reckless youth on a motorcycle would thunder past, disrupting the calm. On a summer's deep night, the occasional night breeze carried a hint of coolness. Huazi remained undeterred, patiently waiting. He took out his phone to check the time. It was already 2 in the morning, and he had been waiting for a full 6 hours. If I do not appear, will you continue to wait? At that moment, a voice resonated from behind him. Perhaps. Huazi turned to face the newcomer and replied nonchalantly. But if you do not show up, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. The visitor was a young man clad in a white lab coat, wearing black-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of casual indifference. Most striking was his visage, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Huazi's own. The young man regarded Huazi, extending a slender, pale hand to adjust his glasses, and a smile graced his lips. Hello, my name is Su Chen. Chapter 69. Xiaoyan Group. The streets at dawn were desolate. At the entrance of a bar lay a drunken girl in a short skirt, exposing her ample thighs, waiting to be swept away by a suitable suitor for a night of ecstasy. However, due to her less than attractive features, she remained unattended until the break of day. Frustrated, she angrily gathered herself, clutching her bag, and hastily hailed a taxi home. Bang! Just as the taxi departed, a dark figure descended from the sky, crashing to the ground, shattering the pavement. Yet, the tall and slender figure rose as if unscathed, standing before the bar, none other than Huazi. He assessed his surroundings, intending to return to his apartment. Xiaolu was still at the hospital, and Asang was there to keep him company. It was time for him to prepare breakfast. As Huazi approached the vicinity of his residential complex, his eyes narrowed, emanating an aura of chill. Someone was following him. How long do you intend to tail me? Huazi turned back, coldly fixing his gaze on the group behind him. There were 4 or 5 individuals who appeared formidable. Hey, buddy, isn't it time to settle our debt? The leader, a young man with a mohawk, sneered at Huazi. If my memory serves me right, you borrowed it for a month. Huazi asked in a frigid tone. Merely a week had passed, and these individuals had already come to confront him. The mohawk youth chuckled. Heh, are you trying to challenge me? After speaking, one of his subordinates quickly handed him a knife. The mohawk youth fixed his gaze on Huazi, fingers caressing the blade as he stepped closer, his smile growing increasingly sinister. I am merely adhering to the rules, Huazi stated coolly. Upon hearing this, the mohawk youth and his cronies erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're talking about rules with us? Who do you think you are? Do you even realize this is the territory of Xiaoyan Group? The youth grinned broadly, brandishing the knife with an arrogant demeanor. Here, my rules are the only rules that matter. Yet Huazi's expression remained indifferent, as if he regarded the youth with utter disdain. Damn it, I'm talking to you. The youth's anger flared as Huazi's demeanor provoked him further. Brandishing the knife, he lunged towards Huazi. This is a feint, capable of retracting just before reaching the opponent. It is his signature skill. Many a rugged debtor has trembled in fear before this maneuver, begging for mercy on their knees. However, what he did not anticipate was that even when the blade was poised to strike this young man, he remained unfazed. In the next moment, the knife wielded by Yuzi was seized. Huzi gazed at him with cold indifference. With a resounding clang, the steel blade was shattered by mere brute force. Yuzi and his subordinates were left in a state of shock. While catching a knife with bare hands might be somewhat extraordinary, shattering it with bare hands was beyond the realm of normalcy. Thud! In the following instant, Yuzi's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against the wall. Huzi's apathetic gaze swept over them as if they were nothing more than refuse, and he departed slowly. Yuzi's gang, pale-faced, dared not utter a sound, their intimidation palpable. They were used to bullying the common folk, but faced with a formidable opponent, they were paralyzed with fear. Once Huzi had left, they rushed to assist Yuzi, helping him to his feet. Brother Yuzi, quickly, take him to the hospital. At the headquarters of Xiaoyan Group, the general manager, Wang Xiangxing, with a cigar clenched between his teeth and a frown etched on his face, scrutinized Yuzi, whose arm was bandaged. This man, sporting a white net cap, had clearly suffered a severe injury. You went out to collect a debt, and ended up like this? Wang Xiangxing inquired, his countenance dark with anger, causing the scar on his face to twitch ominously. The head of Xiaoyan Group had an unremarkable appearance, but the most striking feature was the menacing scar that spoke of a violent past, rumored to have been earned in turf wars with rival gangs during his youth. Yuzi felt somewhat embarrassed under his boss's scrutiny. As a bouncer for Qiangxin Group, he was no novice, possessing the strength of a level 2 warrior. It was intolerable to have been bested by a mere child. Brother Sheng, grant me another chance. I will rally my men and retrieve that 50,000 yuan for you. 50,000 yuan. You fool, do you think I'm short of that pittance? I possess a fortune in the billions. Wang Qiangxing exclaimed, hurling an ashtray at Yuzi's head. Yuzi dared not evade. He took the blow directly, blood trickling down his forehead. Yet, he remained silent, lacking the courage to resist, even refraining from wiping the blood that dripped onto his chin. Instead, he dutifully returned the ashtray to the desk. I heard that the young man crushed your knife? Wang Qiangxing inquired, his gaze fixed on Yuzi. He had been informed of the incident, and if it were true, the youth must be an extraordinary individual. Yuzi nodded yes. Yes, Brother Sheng. Wang Qiangxing, intrigued, asked, based on your estimation, what level do you think he possesses? At least a level 5 warrior, Yuzi replied, recalling the event. This was merely his initial assessment. He dared not speculate further. After all, the young man named Su Chen had exhibited strength that far surpassed his imagination. He had never encountered such a terrifying individual. A formidable warrior, in need of funds. How intriguing. Wang Qiangxing, with a cigar in his mouth, grinned broadly, revealing his gold tooth. He had always relished the idea of attracting talented individuals, particularly those with exceptional abilities, to whom he was ever eager to extend an invitation. Money? Perhaps it was once a pressing concern, but now, he lacked for nothing in that regard. However, it was quite astonishing that someone possessing the strength of a 5th-tier warrior could find themselves in need of money. Individuals of such caliber, regardless of their endeavors, typically did not appear to be financially strained, especially for a sum as modest as 50,000 yuan. Brother Sheng, are you considering? Yuzi glanced at Wang Qiangxing, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Wang Qiangxing glanced up and shot him a look, commanding, find a way to bring him into the Qiangxin Group. Money is not an issue for us. But, this fellow is merely a student, Yuzi replied, somewhat perplexed. Wang Qiangxing, infuriated, struck Yuzi's head with the ashtray once more. Damn it, you foolish swine. No wonder you'll forever remain a mere enforcer. Can an ordinary student crush your blade? Yuzi howled in pain, quickly responding. All right, Brother Sheng, I shall arrange for it at once. Wang Qiangxing retorted in anger. You go personally. Extend an apology in person. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Yuzi, thoroughly intimidated, hurriedly acquiesced and exited the office. Wang Qiangxing, fuming, adjusted his suit and tie, gazing out through the glass window at the cityscape below. The upcoming task required precisely such a skilled individual. Chapter 70. The freedom to bite at this moment. Aseng appeared somewhat anxious. This was not due to the fact that Director Zhou, seated opposite him, was brandishing a syringe thicker than his own arm, but rather because he was currently playing the role of a minor character. Under the guise of someone else claiming medical expenses, he was about to receive an injection of a 10,000 yuan serum. He feared that his true identity might be exposed, so he dared not utter a word. Do not be afraid. Director Zhou cast a helpless glance at Aseng. Why is it always this fellow? He vividly recalled that this individual was named Su Chen. The last time, he mistakenly injected the wrong person and then received another who bore an identical appearance. Now, he found himself in a situation where he was expected to administer another injection. He felt a twinge of frustration, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. You still have some zombie toxins in your body. After this injection, they should be eliminated, Director Zhou stated as he administered the serum into Aseng's body. Curiosity flickered in Aseng's eyes, and he could not help but inquire, so, if I bite someone again in the future, will they not turn into a zombie? This took Director Zhou by surprise, and he instinctively nodded. That should not happen. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Aseng's face. His teeth were undoubtedly his sharpest and most powerful weapon. However, due to the presence of the zombie virus, he often felt restrained and hesitant to use them freely. If he could rid himself of the toxin, he would finally be able to bite without hesitation. All right, rest well, Director Zhou said as he withdrew the syringe, his gaze still tinged with a hint of confusion. Now, Aseng exuded an odd aura, reminiscent of a zombie, yet still bearing the semblance of a human. Logically, after administering the serum to the young man named Su Chen, he should not have been infected. Was he now in a state of partial infection? Very well. Aseng grinned broadly, striding confidently toward the door. Director Zhou, taken aback, remarked, Your leg, Assassin glanced at the bandages wrapped around his leg and suddenly realized, oh, I forgot to pretend to be lame. Director Zhou continued. Due to the pressure of the loan, Su Chen's plan to linger in the hospital for a year and a half has fallen through. Consequently, he has no choice but to return home. However, the silver lining is that his leg has nearly healed, although he still requires the support of a crutch. Owing a sum of 50,000 is indeed a heavy burden. Assassin, I must rely on you from here on, Su Chen earnestly stated. As a citizen of Zhennan City, who doesn't know of the Changshen Group? On the surface, they engage in real estate, yet beneath, they are entangled in various unscrupulous activities. As the saying goes, even a mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake. While Su Chen felt formidable, akin to a strong dragon, he understood that confronting such nefarious forces necessitated a more cautious approach. Thus, he resolved to have Assassin diligently work to repay the 50,000. Oh, Assassin nodded in agreement. Seeing Assassin acquiesce so readily, Su Chen felt a twinge of guilt for taking advantage of his earnestness. By the way, is there anything you wish to do? He inquired. How about we go for a buffet? Ever since they met, he had been using the allure of buffets to entice Assassin. After all this time, he had yet to treat Assassin to a meal. Assassin shook his head. Let us skip it today. Taken aback, Su Chen thought his ears might be deceiving him. How could this fellow be impervious even to the temptation of a buffet? I want to visit Granny One, Assassin stated earnestly. At the mention of Granny One, Su Chen felt a dull ache in his forehead. To be honest, while Granny One had treated him kindly, her fierce demeanor was intimidating. Each encounter often resulted in a couple of whacks from her cane. He typically avoided her, so the notion of seeking her out was absurd. All right, you may go, Su Chen conceded. Assassin scratched his head. I don't know where she lives. In his world, when he had transformed into a zombie, it was Granny One who had welcomed him. At that time, they had all taken refuge in a shelter, so he had no knowledge of her residence. With a resigned expression, Su Chen sighed. But let it be known, if you go, I will just wait outside. Every time he encountered Granny One, he was met with a beating, leading to years of being, even at 18, like a mouse encountering a cat when in her presence. Assassin smiled. All right. In the evening, Su Chen accompanied Assassin to Granny One's modest courtyard. In her youth, Granny One had been married, but later divorced due to irreconcilable differences with her husband. It seemed she had a child, though in Su Chen's memory, he had never laid eyes on this person. For many years, Granny One had lived alone. As evening descended, the orange-red sun cast its gentle twilight, no longer scorching. In the small courtyard, the elderly Madame One sat comfortably in her chair, adorned with reading glasses, cradling a plump tabby cat while perusing a book. Time, it seemed, lingered languidly in her presence. At the entrance, Su Chen beheld this scene, feeling an inexplicable twinge in his heart. It dawned on him that he had not visited Madame One in quite some time. Shall we go in? Su Chen proposed. Assassin appeared somewhat bewildered. What should I do? After all, there were two of them, both Su Chen. The sudden emergence of two was indeed peculiar. It's all right, just put on your mask. No one will recognize you, Su Chen reassured with a smile. Very well. Assassin conceded, donning his mask and hat reluctantly. Madame One, we have come to see you, Su Chen announced as he leaned on his cane, ushering Assassin inside and waving to Madame One. Known for her eccentric temperament and poor social connections, Madame One was often startled by any sounds from outside her courtyard. Upon recognizing Su Chen, a smile graced her lips. Ah, it's you, Chen Chen. It's been many years since you last visited me, hasn't it? Her smile exuded warmth and kindness, though such expressions were seldom witnessed. Su Chen was enveloped in a sense of guilt. His last visit had been, if memory served, a year or two prior, during the intense lead-up to his college entrance examinations when Madame One had insisted he come for extra lessons. I have come to see you. And I brought some fruit, he said, extending the offerings toward her. Madame One waved her hand dismissively. Just your visit brings me joy, dear. There's no need for such gifts. Take them back home to enjoy. Noticing Su Chen's reliance on his cane, a pang of concern crossed her features. What happened to your leg? Oh, just a minor sprain from a couple of days ago. It's nothing serious, Su Chen replied with a chuckle, confident that he would soon discard the cane. Relieved, Madame One then raised her cane and playfully tapped him on the head. And what's this about you dyeing your hair? You look like a ghost with all that white hair. I dyed it back, he exclaimed, defending himself. And I hear you've taken to thievery as well. I did not steal. That was a misunderstanding. It was someone else. You spend all your time delivering takeout instead of focusing on your studies. Is this how you plan to attend college? By skipping classes for this? My studies have not suffered. I passed all my finals without a single failing grade. Su Chen raised his hands defensively, bracing himself against Madame Wen's cane. He had anticipated such an outcome. After a thorough scolding, Madame Wen's ire dissipated, and her gaze turned toward Ah Sang. And who is this? Su Chen quickly interjected. Oh, just a classmate. It's not important. Madame, Ah Sang stammered, his emotions slightly agitated at the sight of her. There were few in the world who had shown him kindness, and Madame Wen was undoubtedly among them. Yet, in his own world, she had long been absent. Madame Wen, her expression one of surprise, adjusted her reading glasses to scrutinize Ah Sang. Is this another Chen? Chapter 71. Unmasking Identities. Su Chen felt a surge of panic, overwhelmed by the situation. Unexpectedly, Grandma Wen recognized Ah Sang's identity at first glance. Logically speaking, with a mask and hat on, he should not have been identifiable. In those ridiculous dramas, merely donning a pair of glasses suffices for a disguise. Why was it impossible in his case? Ah Sang stared blankly at Su Chen. What should he do now that he had been exposed? Grandma, I'm right here. Su Chen smiled and said, "He my classmate, just caught a cold, hence the mask." Before he could finish his sentence, Grandma Wen had already removed Ah Sang's hat, revealing a cascade of silvery hair. Su Chen's heart trembled in response. Grandma Wen scrutinized Ah Sang, stunned for quite some time, before sighing. That day, the person I encountered, was it you, Chen? Ah Sang turned to Su Chen. Su Chen helplessly replied, "You should take off the mask." He had anticipated that those around them would soon learn of Ah Sang and Huizi's existence. But he never expected the revelation would come so swiftly. With just a few glances, Grandma Wen had identified Ah Sang. Reluctantly, Ah Sang removed his mask. Even though Grandma Wen was somewhat prepared, seeing a face identical to Su Chen's still startled her. How could there be two individuals who looked exactly alike? It seemed that Grandma Wen's mind was struggling to comprehend. Su Chen scratched his head. Well, this is rather difficult to explain to you. After all, Ah Sang's existence does transcend the boundaries of science. Grandma, are you familiar with the concept of parallel universes? Su Chen endeavored to provide Grandma Wen with a brief explanation. Before her retirement, she had taught physics and was thus acquainted with some of these concepts. Are you implying that he is a version of you from a parallel universe? Grandma Wen inquired incredulously. Su Chen nodded. That is essentially the idea. As for how he arrived here, I cannot explain that, for I am also in the dark. Grandma Wen gazed at Su Chen and then at Ah Sang, taking a long moment to regain her composure. She reluctantly accepted this bewildering reality. Grandma, it's finally nice to meet you. Now that Ah Sang's identity had been revealed, there was no need for pretense. He directly embraced Grandma Wen's shoulders. She smiled gently and patted his head. All right, young man, it's unbecoming to be weepy. Watching this scene, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. For some reason, he felt that Grandma Wen's demeanor towards him was markedly different from her treatment of Ah Sang. She was always chastising him, yet with Ah Sang, she seemed to indulge him like a child. Are you two living together now? Grandma Wen asked Su Chen. He shrugged. Ah Sang lacks common sense and is easily deceived, so I have to take care of him. What can I say? I have a kind heart. Grandma Wen warned. Chen, you must not bully him. Su Chen replied helplessly. Grandma, that is slander. You know what kind of person I am. Grandma Wen couldn't help but roll her eyes. Having watched Su Chen grow up, she was well aware of his inherent mischievous nature. It was precisely because he was an orphan, lacking proper guidance, that she had worried about him over the years. Although Su Chen had not turned out entirely virtuous, he had not strayed too far down the wrong path, for which she deserved considerable credit. Observing the two of you together, offering each other mutual support, brings me great solace, remarked Granny Wen with a smile, glancing at Su Chen and then at Ah Sang. She understood that Su Chen had always been solitary, devoid of friends, forever ensnared in loneliness. Although this companion was somewhat peculiar, having someone by one's side was undoubtedly preferable to being alone. Over the years, she had come to comprehend the essence of solitude. The relentless embrace of isolation was far more terrifying than the anticipation of death itself. Granny, you look much more charming when you smile. Please don't always wear such a stern expression, otherwise, everyone will be afraid of you, Su Chen said with a grin. Indeed, the townsfolk held a certain trepidation towards Granny Wen, not solely due to her perpetually stern demeanor. Take Hong Jie from the hair salon, for instance. She claimed Granny was too unrestrained, attracting unwelcome attention. Then there was Fat Zhang, the butcher, whom she reported to the consumer hotline for injecting water into his pork. The wonton vendor found himself embroiled in disputes with her over hygiene issues when Mr. Chen's rag accidentally fell into a pot. Aunt Wang from the vegetable market often clashed with her regarding discrepancies in weight. Such incidents were numerous and varied. Granny Wen was exceedingly meticulous and exacting, unable to tolerate even the slightest imperfection. Yet, such rigidity often rendered her unpopular. Unbeknownst to them, dusk had descended. Granny Wen, we should take our leave now. We shall come to visit you again when time permits, Su Chen said, rising to bid farewell. Why not stay for dinner? It's not far, Granny Wen suggested. Her gaze filled with hope as she looked at Su Chen and Assang. Su Chen scratched his head and glanced at Assang, who mirrored his expectant expression. Ha! Then we shall impose on you, Granny, Su Chen replied with a smile. Granny Wen's face brightened. All right, wait a moment. I will prepare dinner for you. Granny, please make a little extra. Assang has quite an appetite, Su Chen added. Rest assured, I will ensure you both eat to your heart's content. Upon exiting Granny Wen's home, night had fully enveloped the sky. It had been a long time since they savored her delectable pickled cabbage and pork dumplings, which were utterly delightful. Assang rubbed his belly, grinning broadly. You really should control yourself. You devoured over 50. Su Chen remarked with exasperation. But you polished off 20 yourself. Assang retorted. I had 20. You had 50. Can those be compared? As they returned to the neighborhood, both Su Chen and Assang sensed an unusual tension in the air. The evening breeze had turned brisk. Little road, there are many people following us. Assang suddenly said. How many? Su Chen inquired, his expression tense. Assang sniffed the air and replied, about 15. He had detected 15 distinct scents, undoubtedly indicating 15 individuals. Are you certain they are tailing us? Su Chen asked, feeling a surge of anxiety, though not fear. After all, he was a student of the martial arts department at Southern Town University. Although he had yet to pass the martial artist assessment, he could easily handle any opponent below level 3. Besides, he had Assang by his side, whose biting power rivaled that of an adult hyena. Could a hyena bite through steel? Let us move swiftly, Su Chen urged in a hushed tone. This caught Assang, who was ready to bare his teeth, off guard. Are we just leaving like this? The strong dragon cannot overpower the local snake. Though both of us possess considerable strength, this group of individuals is as troublesome as rats, entangling us in complications. Su Chen spoke earnestly. From the wide-angle mirror around the corner of the street, he could already faintly discern those trailing them. It was the Qianxin group, most likely connected to debt collection. It seems that these 50,000 must be repaid promptly. Brother you, Su Chen has fled. One of the followers, witnessing Su Chen and Assang sprinting away, was momentarily bewildered. The scene was markedly different from before. Back then, Su Chen was so imposing. The bandaged man, watching Su Chen and Assang distance themselves, felt a sense of frustration. Well, let us postpone our next visit. The timing is inappropriate. It feels rather presumptuous to arrive at such a late hour. Chapter 72. A life lost, dear friends. Please consider sending some small gifts. Look at my leg. What a plight I'm in. I'm already an orphan, and now my leg is broken. How am I supposed to live moving forward? Please. Any contribution would be a gesture of kindness. If you don't send gifts, I shall swing on the swing in my room all day. I'm truly swinging. I'm really swinging. I'm genuinely swinging. In his room, Su Chen shouted exuberantly at the screen. Consequently, the already sparsely populated live broadcast room became even emptier. Observing the viewer count at 0, Su Chen furrowed his brow. Damn it. He noted that others' live streams were flooded with gifts, their screens overwhelmed with various extravagant tokens, obscuring the faces of the hosts. Why was it that when it came to him, there was nothing? Wow, the young man looks quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Finally, a comment appeared in the live stream. Su Chen was exhilarated. No, I'm still single. Just send a lollipop, and you'll receive my contact information. Send a rocket, and you might even gain my virginity. Crazy. Get lost. The commenter cursed before promptly leaving. Su Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. It surely must be his approach that was amiss. Observing those flamboyant, dancing men, each swaying their hips and flaunting their chests to captivate female users and amass gold coins, he pondered if he should adopt a similar approach. Then, another person entered the live stream, prompting him to extend a warm welcome. Brother, our meeting is fate. Since you're here, why not send a little money before you leave? Are you serious? Is this how you solicit gifts? The individual retorted. Those who write online novels at least risk being banned by creating enticing content for their readers, while you are just here, shamelessly begging for money. No, I have talents. Brother, please don't go. Su Chen shouted, helplessly watching the viewer count reset to 0 once more. Ultimately, he had no choice but to end the live stream. With not a single cent earned, continuing in this line of work would surely lead to starvation. Yet, the dilemma remained, with his leg injured. Finding any kind of work was far from easy. Previously, he could have delivered food for quick cash, but now, creditors were blocking him at the community entrance. And delaying payment was not a viable option. Rubbing his temples, Su Chen began to ponder. What could he do to earn money now? He couldn't solely rely on a saying. Treating him like a mule was not entirely out of the question. However, one must earn a symbolic amount to contribute to household expenses. Furthermore, I will confront Huzi. Debts have their rightful owners, and he must repay the money he borrowed. Yet, this fellow has not returned for several days, and I am left wondering about his whereabouts. After sitting idly in contemplation for a considerable time, Su Chen, with a sense of resignation, reopened the live stream. Perhaps he might encounter a benevolent soul willing to bestow upon him a token of appreciation. In the city of Jinan, at the lighthouse, young man, this endeavor can be perilous, remarked a stout man in a suit and safety helmet, gazing earnestly at Assang. With a radiant smile, Assang replied, Brother, I fear no danger. This task was one Su Chen found online. It did not require round-the-clock commitment nor strenuous exertion. All that was necessary was to ascend the towering lighthouse, hundreds of meters high, to replace a light bulb. A mere light bulb change would yield 5,000 yuan. At times, Assang marveled at Su Chen's ingenuity in discovering such a high-paying job that was both time-efficient and labor-light. The stout man in the safety helmet felt a headache coming on. This young lad was undeniably too youthful, seemingly not yet 20, lacking any work experience. Were it not for the pressing need for manpower, he would not have considered hiring this boy. After all, scaling hundreds of meters to change a light bulb was not a task for the faint-hearted. Assang pounded his chest, assuring, Brother, I truly can do this. I fear not for my life. The stout man smirked slightly, recognizing that this lad was not only naive but perhaps a touch reckless. Nevertheless, his cheerful demeanor and seemingly innocent disposition were rather endearing. Why not give it a try? The stout man hesitated before suggesting. Upon hearing this, Assang beamed. All right, let's do it. Subsequently, the stout man equipped him with the necessary safety gear. Our lighthouse is the base for the Heavenly Eye. You are aware of the Heavenly Eye, I presume. It is the device capable of monitoring the entire Jinan city. Previously, it played a crucial role in swiftly eliminating those concealed zombies. As the stout man fitted Assang with the safety apparatus, he elaborated on the significance of the Heavenly Eye. Regrettably, with Assang's limited intellect, he struggled to grasp the intricacies of the information presented. Your task is straightforward yet daunting. Replace the light bulb atop the lighthouse, the stout man stated earnestly. At such heights, one's courage is truly tested. You must be thoroughly prepared, especially when the winds are strong, as the ladder may sway. In those moments, do not succumb to fear. Assang nodded, grinning. I'm unafraid. I shall not perish. Life is impartial to all. Should one reach that point, it would be too late. The stout man observed Assang's fearless demeanor, his tone growing increasingly resigned. This lad was indeed a reckless youth. There is an identical light bulb up there. Once you ascend, you will see it. Unscrew the old bulb, affix the new one, and bring the old bulb down. That will complete your task. Understood. I shall ascend, Assang declared, gripping the ladder with both hands and beginning his ascent. Whoosh. In the next moment, the stout man in the safety helmet was left utterly astonished. Assang ascended with remarkable speed, employing both hands and feet, and in the blink of an eye, had already climbed more than 10 meters. Incredible, simply incredible, murmured the stout man in a safety helmet, his complexion pale. This isn't a rock climbing competition. Why the rush? Hey, little brother, take it slow and be careful, he shouted from below. Unfortunately, the distance rendered his words inaudible to Assang. As a half-zombie, his sense of smell and hearing vastly surpassed that of an ordinary human. Yet his vision remained unremarkable. Assang was not intentionally climbing at such a pace. It was merely his natural speed. At that moment, he gazed down from the lighthouse ladder. The people on the ground appeared diminutive, akin to ants, while the vehicles resembled moving matchboxes. The howling winds above caused the ladder to sway slightly, but this posed no challenge to Assang. Upon reaching the summit of the lighthouse, He spotted the bulb that the stout man had mentioned. Assassin stared at the bulb for a while before realizing he had forgotten to take it. Casting a glance downward, he concluded that descending would be a hassle. Thus, he unfastened his safety harness and leapt from the towering height of the lighthouse. The gusting wind whipped through his silver hair as Assassin grinned joyously, feeling as though he were soaring through the air. Thud! He landed on the concrete ground, a pool of blood splattering around him. The stout man in the safety helmet, clutching the bulb, stood frozen, his face drained of color, watching in shock as Assassin fell. Is he dead? Chapter 73. The streaming career staring at Assassin's bloodied form. The stout man could no longer bear the sight and collapsed to his knees, paralyzed with shock. It's over. Everything is over. The project he was responsible for had resulted in a fatality, and his life now seemed shrouded in darkness. Gazing at Assassin's lifeless body, his face turned ashen. Not only had a young and vibrant life been extinguished, but it seemed his own future was equally doomed. His job was surely lost. He retrieved his phone, preparing to call for help. Just then, Assassin's hand twitched amidst the pool of blood. The stout man's breath caught in his throat. What on earth? A moment of clarity? Then, Assassin lifted his head and shook it, sending droplets of blood from his silver hair flying. The stout man, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief. Why you? Assassin, his face smeared with blood, beamed at him with a radiant smile. Big brother, I'm not dead. Thud. In the next instant, the stout man rolled his eyes back and fainted on the ground. Big brother, wake up. Wake up. Nightfall. In a room, Su Chen sat enthralled, live-streaming his gameplay. The screen displayed a rather dismal performance, with a score of 2,111 that was painfully embarrassing. What kind of moves are you making? This is just too pathetic. The poor performance left me feeling quite uneasy. To evoke such distress in me, the streamer must possess some talent. Su Chen indulged in a popular mobile game, merely to ride the wave of its popularity. It has become evident that this competitive arena is exceedingly challenging. He had scarcely played a few rounds prior, thus his skills were undeniably lacking. The only two comments he received were harsh criticisms. Defeat. The sound of failure resonated from his phone as the screen returned to the results interface. There, his glaring golden rank was displayed, inciting disdain. You're only at gold. What a joke to stream. He sighed, fully aware of the low rank, but he never anticipated it to be this dire. TCH. With a glance at the stream's comments, he swiftly switched off the game display. Perhaps it was best for him to focus on his aesthetic appeal as a streamer, enticing wealthy patrons instead. The gaming scene had become overly saturated. As someone who rarely played, how could he possibly thrive here? I'm back. Assassin trudged through the door of their apartment. Weary from the day's toil, Su Chen was slumped over the desk, yawning in boredom. He stared at the empty streaming room, letting out a sigh. Even when visitors arrived, they merely turned around and left. Hardly anyone stayed, let alone offered gifts. Thankfully, Assassin was around. Otherwise, he would surely starve. How did the lamp job go today? Su Chen swiveled in his gaming chair, only to be startled by Assassin's appearance. Assassin was stained with blood, his silver hair matted and disheveled, creating a rather pitiful sight. What on earth happened to you, Assassin? Su Chen's expression tightened with concern. Assassin sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Little road. I messed up the job. The chubby guy in the hard hat woke up and refused to let me continue. He was in quite a state, crying and begging, saying he had a family to care for and couldn't handle the stress. I had to let him off the hook. Even in such circumstances, what is the point of holding on to a job? As long as you're alive, that's what matters. Su Chen leaned on his cane, assessing Assassin's injuries. The wounds had healed, yet the brutality of the incident was still evident. Who hurt you? I'll have Brotherhood deal with them. It was me, Assassin admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Su Chen was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. You? How did you get hurt? I just jumped off the lighthouse, Assassin replied nonchalantly. A lighthouse? That's over 100 meters high, 30 stories. You jumped from there? Su Chen exclaimed. Assassin smiled sheepishly. That guy was nice enough, but he just wouldn't let me continue. With a look of pity, Su Chen regarded Assassin. Working on the lighthouse indeed carried certain risks, hence the high pay. Assassin possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, being half zombie, and was not deterred by such tasks. Initially, it seemed he had found work suited to his skills, yet he had managed to botch it. His lack of common sense was quite concerning, proving to be a genuine predicament. All right, you should wash up first, Su Chen remarked, promptly leaning on his cane and returning to his gaming chair. He had reviewed the strategy guide. An excessively long vacancy during a live stream could adversely affect popularity, although his streaming room had never garnered much attention. Sigh, how do others manage to earn money? Su Chen gazed at the empty live stream, plagued by worries. These viewers would come and go, scarcely pausing for a moment. At that moment, Assassin emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered, with a towel in hand, drying his hair. Su Chen waved him over. Assassin, come here and take over my stream for a bit. I need to use the restroom. But I don't know how. Assassin replied, his expression blank. He had never familiarized himself with the concept of live streaming. It was indeed a novel experience for him. When he had transformed into a zombie, the live streaming industry was merely in its infancy in his world. Su Chen casually responded, it's fine, there aren't many people anyway. Just sit there. After all, he had spent an entire day with no gifts. Swapping it with Assassin would likely yield no significant difference. All right then. Assassin took Su Chen's place in the gaming chair, staring blankly at the phone screen, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Su Chen seized the opportunity to play a game and earn points. His usual schedule was crammed. He had to work to pay rent and support himself while occasionally attending classes. There was hardly any time to indulge in gaming. With his leg still healing, he could not take on part-time work. Fortunately, with school on summer break, he could utilize these days to practice. Perhaps even discovering a hidden talent that would elevate him to the status of a gaming expert. Assassin, meanwhile, continued to gaze vacantly at the phone, staring at his own bewildered reflection on the screen, utterly at a loss for what to do. Ha ha ha, the young man looks so silly. He seems quite adorable, so naturally oblivious. That hair color is stunning. Where did you dye it? Are you wearing colored contacts? Why are they red? Assassin sat in front of the streaming camera, doing nothing, yet inexplicably, viewers began engaging in the comment section. As interactions increased, more spectators lingered, and the stream's popularity gradually began to rise. Soon after, Assassin noticed a flurry of red hearts suddenly appearing on the screen. He was taken aback. What is this? Chapter 74, Move Aside. What is happening? Assassin asked, his expression still one of confusion. As he observed the screen where viewers were drawing hearts on his face and sending him virtual sunglasses. The array of bizarre and delightful gift effects captivated Assassin, who blinked in curiosity, leaning closer to the phone screen. No, he is adorably silly. I am quite fond of this charmingly naive yet handsome young man. I too have a fondness for him. Where's the host from? It seems odd. I believe I saw the nickname Joker this morning. He's quite the mischievous fellow. The moment I showed my face, he was there, eagerly snatching up my coins. The style has changed. Have you not noticed his hair has been dyed? Truly, it is much more pleasing to the eye. Indeed, earlier today, I was overwhelmed by a yearning for the fragments of the Cullinan, and that gaze could almost reach through the screen to seize your wallet. The activity in the live room is commendable. After all, Assassin possesses an appealing appearance, exuding a delightful naivety that gives him an air of vulnerability. Some women, in a playful mood, have even begun to engage in flirtatious banter, but unfortunately, Assassin seems utterly oblivious. Hey, handsome, let us chat a little. Just staring blankly is rather dull. Assassin pondered for a moment, glancing towards the bathroom where Su Chen was. Some inquiries were made. Should he respond? Say whatever. Those rascals don't deserve to be coddled. From the bathroom, the sound of shattered game crystals echoed. A match had concluded, and he had lost a star. Useless teammates, how could they not carry me? Su Chen emerged from the bathroom, tucked his phone away, and with his cane, approached Assassin. You should go eat. I'll handle things here. Oh, upon hearing this, Assassin rose to give way to Su Chen. As soon as Su Chen sat down and glanced at the screen, he was left utterly astounded, speechless. A multitude of words condensed into a single exclamation, damn. During his brief absence, the number of viewers in the live room had surged to 50 or 60. When he streamed, reaching even 5 viewers was a challenge. How could Assassin, in just a short while, attract such a crowd? What did you do? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Surely you didn't T-sell yourself through the screen. We are a respectable green broadcast. We don't engage in such antics. Assassin replied, I did nothing at all. After hearing this, Su Chen glanced at the comments section of the live room. Now that he had taken over for Assassin, the comments erupted once more. Why the change? Are they twins? Haha, they are twins. They look exactly alike. And this young man is quite handsome too. Observing the lively comments, Su Chen's face broke into a smile. Ah, dear brothers and sisters. If you happen to pass by, do consider contributing a little. Wow, miss, you're already over level 30 and have spent so much. You one T miss a little from me. No talent. All right, let me entertain you with a little rap. With this performance, the viewer count plummeted from over 50 to a mere 10, and the numbers continued to dwindle. A rap? Are you truly treating this live stream like a means to beg online? I'm done watching. The host is decent looking, yet all he talks about is money. Nearby, Assang curiously peeked out. Instantly, the comments in the live room multiplied again. It's that white-haired young man. I saw him. I saw him. Host. Who is that handsome guy on the left? Please introduce him. Seeing the comments, Su Chen flipped the camera to reveal his chiseled jawline. It's me. A moment of silence fell over the comment section. Cripple, step aside, Su Chen uttered. A simple phrase that pierced through his tattered cotton jacket like the frigid winds of midwinter. His family was left in tears. Why should they all possess the same visage? They were not even identical twins, merely parallel versions of himself. Why then was there such a stark disparity in popularity between him and Assang? Assang, come on. I'm off to eat. Su Chen sighed as he leaned on his cane and patted Assang on the shoulder. He had no desire to continue this futile live stream for even a minute longer. Both of them bore strikingly similar appearances, making it difficult to determine who was more handsome. Yet, their auras were entirely distinct. Assang exuded a somewhat foolish charm, appearing easy to get along with. In contrast, Su Chen had a rather opportunistic demeanor. The moment he appeared on camera, he could hardly contain his greed, his eyes glinting with avarice as if itching to pounce on one's wallet. No matter how handsome he might be, he was hardly endearing. In the realm of live streaming, there was no shortage of dashing young men and alluring women. Though few might be encountered in real life, they were plentiful online. Audiences were nearing aesthetic fatigue, unless one was extraordinarily striking. It was exceedingly challenging to win them over solely with looks. Assang found himself seated in the gaming chair, staring blankly at the phone screen. What was he to live stream? He couldn't just sit there in silence indefinitely. Su Chen, with a bowl of rice in hand, was ravenously digging into his meal. After a day of streaming, he was famished. With Huazi absent and no one to cook, he could only make do with plain rice. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed gifs beginning to flood the screen. Those flirtatious ladies were growing increasingly suggestive in their comments. Su Chen couldn't help but reflect on the stark differences even among the same Su Chen. He was indeed less likable than Assang. This was only natural. Otherwise, how could he have gone through life without a single friend? Years of living as an orphan had shaped him into a character marked by selfishness, greed, shamelessness, and a touch of bitterness. In the social fabric of humanity, these traits were undeniably repulsive. Living alone in this world destined him to be far from the innocent blank slate that Assang represented. Otherwise, survival would have been impossible. Why do they call you Assang? Someone in the comments asked. Assang pondered for a moment before replying. Because I am a zombie. A hush fell over the comment section. Su Chen's hand trembled as he scooped his rice. What the hell? Dude, don't say everything out loud. Ha ha. This little brother is too amusing. I didn't expect him to have such a dark sense of humor. He is truly adorable. Assang scratched his head, laughing foolishly along. Su Chen, relieved, continued to eat. It seemed he needed to keep a closer watch. Otherwise, they might end up earning little money while inadvertently exposing Assang's zombie identity. That would spell trouble. Logically speaking, the dose of serum administered to Assang a few days prior should have eradicated the zombie virus he carried, even though his self-healing abilities, strength, speed, and sense of smell remained intact. At present, Assang poses minimal threat to humanity, even if he inadvertently bites or scratches someone, as it does not lead to contagion or transformation into a zombie. However, the Enforcement Bureau remains unconvinced. At this moment, Assang gazes longingly at Su Chen. Who is eating? Little Road, I'm hungry. He had not eaten all day and felt as if he could devour an entire cow. Su Chen glanced at him with exasperation. You can't be eating while live streaming. Just eat and broadcast simultaneously. It won't make a difference for a few moments. Chapter 75. The glutton Su Chen served Assang a bowl of rice, placing it before him. Assang, grasping his chopsticks, eagerly dug into the plain white rice, devoid of any accompaniments. Yet he savored every bite, his mouth stuffed and chewing heartily. Such an appetite. Comments began to flood the live stream. Su Chen cast a disdainful glance at the screen. How pathetic to be envious of plain rice. Even if he is impoverished, he shouldn't be reduced to yearning for mere rice. It's not a famine. To his astonishment, Su Chen noticed that during Assang's meal, the number of viewers in the live stream began to rise. gradually increasing from 50 or 60 to over 100. Having streamed all day, he understood the difficulty of achieving such a number without spending on promotions. "I'm done," Assassin said, licking the grains from the corners of his mouth, appearing unsated. His eating speed was rapid, unlikely to interfere with the stream. Subsequently, Su Chen pushed another bowl of rice toward him. Another bowl. Assassin looked at Su Chen in astonishment. Was this really the Su Chen he knew? Usually, when he ate too much, Su Chen would lament as if he could not endure it. Yet today, he was willingly serving him food? Nevertheless, since Su Chen offered, Assassin gladly accepted. One bowl, to be honest, was merely enough to stave off starvation. Su Chen stared blankly at the live stream screen, for he saw a multitude showering gifts. Goodness, these people are genuinely showering gifts. The screen was filled with effects, all representing real money. But why would anyone pay to watch this guy eat? Assassin, licking the remnants of rice from his lips, looked eagerly at Su Chen. He had already finished the second bowl. In truth, after consuming 2 bowls of rice, he felt even hungrier, almost as if it had whetted his appetite. The interaction in the comments section was lively. "Can he eat more? I just ordered takeout. Hoping to watch a food broadcast. Is this just plain rice? How can he eat it so deliciously? I can't believe it. Watching him eat makes me feel hungry." Assassin turned to Su Chen. Su Chen had already prepared a third bowl, presenting it with excitement. "Brother Sang, keep going. Really continue? No worries. Just loosen your stomach and eat to your heart's content." Su Chen gazed at the steadily rising viewer count, filled with ambition. "This is it. We're going to hit it big." Assassin did not hold back, lifting the bowl to devour his third helping. Soon enough, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th bowls seemed insufficient. Su Chen prepared to order takeout, yet his hand trembled as he held his phone. The number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 1,000. At this moment, many entered the stream not merely to witness the deliciousness of Assassin's meal, but rather due to his seemingly insatiable appetite, a bottomless pit. He had consumed 7 bowls of rice in succession, and it appeared he could still eat more. "Incredible, my friend. You truly can eat. 7 bowls of rice is a feat not easily matched. Most competitive eaters are merely edited for effect, consuming on one side and purging on the other. Very few dare to live stream their eating endeavors." A barrage of comments flooded in, astonished by Assassin's veracity. Su Chen smirked dismissively. This was merely the beginning. "Just wait." Assassin stacked the empty bowls on the table and glanced at Su Chen. "Shall I continue?" The sight of the towering pile of bowls was indeed quite striking. Suddenly, a rocket emoji was sent in the live chat. A donation of 666 yuan. Su Chen's heart raced in excitement. "Eat. Just wait for me. I'm out of bowls at home." With that, he dashed out of the room towards old Wang's house next door. A shout echoed from within. "Hey, Su Chen. I locked the door. How did you get in?" "You take your shower. I want tea. Look. I just need to borrow some bowls." In the next moment, Su Chen emerged, gleefully clutching a stack of bowls, as if he had just run through walls. Assassin, keep going, keep going. The number of viewers in the live stream continued to swell. They fixated on the screen, captivated by the silver-haired youth who was still devouring rice. 15 bowls, 16 bowls, 17 bowls. When Assassin reached his 24th bowl, the viewer count soared into the tens of thousands. Unbelievable. Is this even the stomach of a normal person? If it were a video, they might suspect editing. But this was a live stream, with the host consuming bowl after bowl right before their eyes. How could a human stomach possibly accommodate such quantities? Meanwhile, in a villa estate in Zhennan City, Xiaoyan dried her hair and, before bed, picked up her phone to scroll through videos. As she opened the local section, she was prompted to Assassin's live stream. The current viewer count had reached 30,000. This was no small number. Is Su Chen live streaming now? Xiaoyan mused, glancing at the stacks of bowls on her table. The comments were filled with spectators reveling in the spectacle. "Come on, keep going. That's 30 bowls already. 666, wow. He can still eat." Various gifts flooded in, the atmosphere in the live stream lively. Xiaoyan watched Assassin, who had consumed copious amounts of rice and continued to shovel it in, her eyes slightly reddening. "Don't eat anymore. It's not good for your health," she commented. But her words were quickly drowned in the sea of chatter. Assassin persisted, now on his 32nd bowl. Xiaoyan's hands trembled slightly as she observed the screen. She knew that Su Chen struggled to earn a living, but she hadn't realized it was this arduous. Consuming such vast quantities of food could indeed harm one's health. Even if they shower him with gifts, such a manner of consumption is simply unacceptable. However, Su Chen remains oblivious to the comforting words of Mu Xiaoyan. Hesitating momentarily, she decides to recharge 1,000 yuan and sends a gift. Instantly, her name transforms into gold status. Just as Mu Xiaoyan prepares to type a message of consolation, Su Chen's voice fills the live stream. Oh my goodness, 1,000 yuan. Su Chen, exhilarated by the sight of the substantial gift, experiences a euphoric high. 1,000 yuan. This is the largest sum he has received tonight. It is enough to cover his living expenses for an entire month. Although gifts are plentiful, they are mostly modest tokens like hearts and roses. Nothing compares to the impact of this 1,000 yuan. To his astonishment, a benefactor truly exists, bestowing him with such generosity. Thank you, Musei Xiaochunyan. Thank you. Thank you. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. Mu Xiaoyan's fingers momentarily falter as she observes Su Chen consuming his meal on the screen. Where did Su Chen's voice originate? Before her curiosity could deepen, a voice message from her father, Mu Donglai, arrives. Her fingers tremble as she gathers the courage to open the voice message. Mu Donglai, Xiaoyan. I just saw you spend 1,000 yuan. What did you do? Biting her lower lip in hesitation, Mu Xiaoyan replies, I just bought a piece of clothing while watching videos. What good clothing can one acquire for 1,000 yuan? If she wishes to buy clothes, she should consult with Wu Ma later. Her taste is quite commendable, and she should decide on the purchases. All right, Mu Xiaoyan slowly types these words, a bittersweet smile gracing her delicate features. At that moment, a private message pings in her inbox, sparking her curiosity. Joker. Hello, beautiful and kind-hearted rich lady. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you? Attached below is an unattractive dragon image. With practiced ease, Mu Xiaoyan blocks the user and shuts her phone. Chapter 76, Scholar Su Chen Joker. I don't know why, but you seem so familiar. Seeing your name truly reminds me of someone. Just as Su Chen sends the message, he notices a familiar red exclamation mark. He had barely typed half of his response before being blocked. His gaze growing somber as a hint of sadness flickers across his face. Staring at the screen, he feels a wave of melancholy wash over him. After a prolonged moment, he regains his composure, his eyelashes fluttering as a bittersweet smile appears. Why does it always happen like this, not even granting him the opportunity to speak? Is he truly that inadequate? Subsequently, Su Chen deletes the message he was composing, which had whimsically suggested he could send her 2 rockets. Rich woman 1. How sorrowful. A heart-wrenching pain. To so casually bestow 1,000 yuan upon him, and yet, he has lost such a wealthy benefactor. He then redirects his thoughts back to the livestream. Out with the old, in with the new. This was merely the first affluent woman to gift him 1,000 yuan. Perhaps more shall follow. At this moment, the number of viewers in the livestream has stabilized at 30,000, with gifts continually pouring in. Upon finishing his 36th bowl of rice, Asang finally pauses, not because he is full, but because there is no more rice left. My goodness, 36 bowls. Surely, this could qualify for a Guinness World Record. I am utterly astonished. After all, Asang's bowls are not diminutive in size. A typical person might feel quite full after just 1 bowl, while those with a larger appetite might manage 2 or 3. Consuming 36 bowls in one sitting is almost unfathomable. The rice would pile up on the table, forming a small mountain. Asang smacked his lips, clearly relishing the experience. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a meal so satisfying. Su Chen decided not to prolong Asang's live broadcast any further, choosing instead to conclude it while it was still favorable. To consume 36 bowls is already beyond belief. Continuing would surely exceed the capacity of any human stomach. Moreover, given Asang's questionable background, it would be unwise to attract unwanted attention. After all, there are plenty of days ahead. They could continue tomorrow. Can we really make money like this? Asang asked, bewildered. To him, the concept was almost surreal. He eats, and simultaneously, people on the other end are sending him money. Once he finishes his meal, he has earned money as well. How could one not profit from this? Su Chen, brimming with excitement, focused on the back-end data and projected the virtual screen to show Asang. Incredible, Asang. You made 5,000 yuan in just one evening. The live streaming platform operates on a 50-50 revenue split, meaning the gifts he received tonight totaled over 10,000 yuan. Asang smiled, though still uncertain about the mechanics. He found the situation quite agreeable. Forget about changing light bulbs or delivering takeout. That's far too dangerous. Just focus on your eating broadcasts, and let us not forget, there's an abundance of food. Su Chen playfully draped his arm over Asang's shoulder, filled with enthusiasm. Assassin grinned, his excitement palpable. The prospect of unlimited food was irresistibly enticing. Tomorrow, let us indulge in a buffet. A celebration feast. Should we invite Huizi? Absolutely. In Zhennan City, at the foot of the mountains, nestled in a seldom-trodden grove, lies a secret base unbeknownst to most. Within the facility, Su Chen, clad in a lab coat, was tapping away at a virtual keyboard, engrossed in his work. Huizi stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. After some time, Scholar Su Chen paused, adjusted his glasses, and spoke earnestly. Based on the information you provided, I have clarified what you were seeking. However, it seems that the ghost eagles of this world possess formidable strength. Huizi nodded slightly, already having anticipated this. In his original world, there was no concept of martial artists. Yet in this parallel universe, martial artists wield extraordinary abilities, and even the most powerful among them would pose a significant challenge. All right, feel free to reach out whenever you find it necessary, Scholar Su Chen remarked. Aren't you going to meet them in person? Huizi inquired. Scholar Su Chen declined, stating, There's no need. I have yet to fully comprehend why I have arrived in this world, and until I do, I must not expose my location. Each individual seems to have their own unique reasons for being here. Scholar Su Chen vividly recalls that night when he was engrossed in experiments at the laboratory in the capital. He had been working tirelessly for several nights, on the verge of a breakthrough, when suddenly a sharp pain gripped his heart, causing him to lose consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in this unfamiliar world. Scholar Su Chen remained remarkably composed. Why had he been transported to this realm? Who was responsible for this occurrence? What purpose did his presence here serve? Was his arrival ultimately a boon or a bane? He felt an urgent need to unravel all these mysteries and the underlying logic behind them. Huizi observed the bespectacled scholar before him. For the past few days, he had spent his time in the base, thus gaining a rudimentary understanding of this individual. Unlike Xiao Lu and Assassin, Su Chen resembled a robot, exhibiting a remarkably meticulous logical thinking process, coupled with a seeming deficiency in the emotions characteristic of humanity. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that he was a prodigy. He appeared to be proficient in computer science, physics, pharmaceuticals, mechanics, and mathematics, possessing a terrifyingly high IQ. Moreover, he was exceedingly cautious. He would not take action unless he was at least 99% certain of success. In order to reach this base, Huizi had, under Su Chen's guidance, traversed for 3 full days, ensuring he was not being followed before finally arriving. It's time for you to leave, otherwise, someone may become displeased, Su Chen remarked, adjusting his black-framed glasses with his long fingers, his handsome visage emanating an unusual clarity and cleanliness. Although they shared the same name, it seemed that each Su Chen possessed a unique aura. Huizi nodded slightly, aware of the individual Su Chen referred to, a striking woman in a lab coat with a fierce temper whom he had encountered upon arriving at the base. Here, Su Chen was merely a guest. Otherwise, how could someone from another dimension command such a vast facility? At that moment, a phone rang. Huizi answered it, discovering it was Xiao Lu on the line. Finally, I've managed to reach you. Huizi, hurry to the barbecue buffet in the city center. That's where we'll meet. All right, but it's strange. Your number shows up as a string of gibberish. With a click, Huizi hung up. The gibberish was the work of Scholar Su Chen, whose cautious nature prevented anyone from tracing his location through phone signals. Lend me some money, Huizi said. Turning to Su Chen. How much do you need? Su Chen inquired. Just a few million to start with, Huizi replied. Very well. Chapter 77. 2 million with deft fingers. Su Chen manipulated the virtual keyboard, swiftly transferring 2 million. I'll pay you back later, Huizi stated. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After Huizi departed, Su Chen continued to tap away at the virtual keyboard, the screen before him flickering and switching through various images. For an ordinary person, keeping up with the rapid changes would be quite challenging, let alone operating under such circumstances. Yet, for Su Chen, it seemed a trivial endeavor. As evening approached at the entrance of the laboratory, a head cautiously peeked out. Was Su Chen, that cold and aloof individual, gone? The speaker at the door was a beautiful girl, around 18 or 19, clad in a lab coat identical to that of the Scholar Su Chen. Yet, even this attire could not conceal her exquisite and slender figure. Her long, graceful legs boasted an almost divine proportion, exuding an aura of sophistication. He has left, the Scholar Su Chen replied, his gaze still fixed on the computer screen. Phew, he has finally gone. Su Man breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with gritted teeth, exclaimed, "That scoundrel has destroyed all my robots." "It was you who ordered the attack on him first," Su Chen retorted without turning his head. Suddenly, an arm encircled his head, and a hand tugged at his jaw. "You little rascal, whose side are you on?" "I didn't save the data," Su Chen stated. His head caught in the embrace of her ample curves, yet his delicate fingers continued to dance across the keyboard with the grace of a butterfly. Ugh, how dull. Su Man released her grip on Su Chen. To her, this boy was indeed rather unexciting, clumsy, monotonous, and tedious. "By the way, in your world, are we truly partners?" Su Man inquired, a curious smile gracing her lips as she regarded Su Chen. Days had passed, yet she vividly recalled the shock of their first meeting. It was Su Chen who had sought her out, claiming to hail from a parallel universe. He recounted everything he knew about her, leaving her utterly astonished. How could he possibly know that she favored purple bras? Initially, Su Manor had intended to expel him. However, that night, he deciphered the password to enter the laboratory and effortlessly resolved a scientific problem that had plagued her for months. Thus, by a twist of fate, she decided to keep him around. After saving the organized data, the Scholar Su Chen turned to Su Man and said, "We participated in the Myth project at the age of 6. From that moment on, we have been a team." They had known each other for over a decade. Even now, he vividly remembered the image of Su Man with her pigtails, sucking on a lollipop during their first encounter. In his original world, she was the person he knew best. Therefore, when he traversed into this parallel realm, she was the first individual he sought out. Su Man looked at the Scholar Su Chen, her smile broadening. "So, we have always been friends?" "No, you confessed your feelings to me," Su Chen stated earnestly. Instantly, Su Man's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, What nonsense are you saying?" Adjusting his black-framed glasses, Su Chen replied, "But I turned you down." "Stop. Don't you dare," Su Man retorted. "I'm the one who beat you up, you scoundrel." After delivering a flurry of playful blows to the Scholar Su Chen, Su Man felt a bit of her anger dissipate. How self-absorbed. The version of her from that world could never possibly fancy someone like him. "By the way, I saw you spent 2 million this morning. Was it for purchasing experimental materials?" Su Manor recalled something and pressed for an answer. Scholar Su Chen replied, "Nothing, I lent it out." In that instant, a chill ran down his spine. While he could thoroughly comprehend the principles behind many matters, the temperament of Su Manor was undoubtedly the most perplexing enigma to him, akin to an unstable volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. "You fool. The research funds are already insufficient, and you had the audacity to lend 2 million to someone else." Su Manor trembled with rage. Did this boy have no understanding of money? Scholar Su Chen earnestly explained, "After the last project concluded, I was told that I had a $2 million share in bonuses. You lent out the entire 2 million? So, we won't need to purchase any materials for our experiments, right?" However, it had already been lent out, Su Chen insisted. He then noticed Su Manor rolling up her sleeves, her brows furrowed in fury. He adjusted his glasses tactically, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back. "Get it back." "Do you hear me?" "Let me see," he replied. In a seafood barbecue buffet restaurant in the city of Jinan, the game of duck was being played. "How many days?" "For days." "Done." "Quack, quack, 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 duck." "How many days?" 1,000 days. "Shoo." At this moment, Su Chen was horrified and suddenly covered Asang's mouth. "That's not how the game is played." "So how many days?" Asang scratched his head, looking at Su Chen in confusion. "This duck game is so boring." Huozi took a sip of juice and commented, having lost interest in continuing to play, while only Asang remained enthusiastic. Su Chen shrugged, "I don't know any other games. Just this duck game." Asang looked at Huozi curiously and asked, "Huozi, what games can 3 people play in your world?" Upon hearing this, Huozi pondered for a moment before responding, "We could play poker, like landlord." "With 3 people, how does that work?" "The rules aren't too difficult. One person is the landlord, and the other 2 are farmers," Huozi explained. However, seeing the adorably clueless expression on Asang's face, he realized he had lost him and decided to drop the topic. "Forget it. Let's just eat at the buffet." "It's my first time at a buffet." Su Chen clumsily wielded his knife and fork, attempting to cut the steak on the table. After much effort, he managed to slice off a piece and savored it, his eyes lighting up. "This flavor, Western cuisine, is actually quite good. What did you eat before?" Asang asked, disdainful of the knife and fork, opting instead to tear into the steak with his hands. Su Chen thought for a moment and replied, It was like one of those meals, 4 pieces for $10, with 2 bread rolls stuffed with lettuce and fried chicken breast, which would leave you with a stomachache afterward. Upon hearing this, Huozi seemed to grasp what Su Chen considered Western cuisine. This guy probably had never tasted anything truly good. After all, a buffet costing 88 yuan per person was equivalent to purchasing over 30 pounds of rice. How could an orphan surviving on part-time jobs afford to spend such money on leisure? But now, things were different. We were making money. Su Chen grinned broadly. He had never imagined that earning money could be so effortless. Huozi, in thoughtful contemplation, asked, if you truly became a wealthy person, what would you wish to do in the future? Now, their bank account holds 2 million. Without engaging in gambling or illicit activities, they could indulge for many years. Su Chen grinned widely, declaring, it must be a foot massage. The 688 package. I've been thinking about it for years after hearing old Wang boast about it next door. Ah Sang, chewing on his steak, raised his hand. I want to go too. Let us all go. Even Huozi should join. Chapter 78. The 2 million disappeared. What else do you wish to do besides a foot massage? Huozi inquired, gazing at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled broadly. Oh, there is so much more. Driving luxury cars, residing in villas, purchasing yachts, acquiring the Mu Group, inheriting the Mu family fortune, and of course, indulging in exquisite cuisine. Daily buffets. Ah Sang interjected, his plate already piled high with empty dishes, displaying an astonishing appetite. Huozi lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating Su Chen across from him. What else with that look? Su Chen asked, chewing on his steak. Huozi curiously remarked, if you truly wish to earn money, it doesn't seem too difficult, does it? Ah Sang, cheeks stuffed, nodded in agreement. Exactly. How do we make money? Su Chen asked helplessly. These two, seemingly oblivious to the hardships of life, had no grasp of the value of hard work. Earning money isn't easy, Huozi stated. By accepting assassination contracts. Ah Sang chimed in. Robbery. Huozi continued, being a henchman for a powerful faction. Ah Sang added, theft. Huozi concluded, trafficking. Enough. Su Chen quickly interrupted them. Why does it seem to be getting more dangerous? One was a killer, whose daily tasks revolved around taking lives, while the other was a half-zombie from a chaotic world. Both shared a tenuous grasp of morality and legality. It was no wonder their suggestions for making money were far from legitimate. Huozi regarded Su Chen, sipping his juice. To him, Su Chen's abilities seemed slightly lacking. Yet he was undoubtedly formidable among ordinary individuals. Moreover, he possessed mysterious spatial powers. Setting aside those high-risk ventures like smuggling and assassination, merely utilizing this power for theft could yield abundant wealth. Su Chen shrugged. I have principles. I want to engage in illegal activities. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the air. The two stared at Su Chen in astonishment. What is with the looks? Su Chen questioned. Xiao Lu, are you joking? Ah Sang asked. Bewildered. It was akin to a woman who frequently changed partners as easily as changing clothes, suddenly proclaiming herself a virgin, utterly laughable. Su Chen shot them a glance. To be honest, during times of hunger, he had contemplated crossing that moral threshold, but had never truly succumbed to that final temptation. That damned sense of morality. In the past, perhaps, but now, with Ah Sang earning 5,000 a day, good days were just around the corner. Chuckling, Su Chen took out his phone, eager to boast to Huozi. However, upon glancing at the screen, his expression froze, and his eyes nearly bulged out. In this moment, Su Chen's hands trembled violently, akin to shaking chaff. His face flushed with excitement, turning a deep crimson. The veins on his forehead throbbed menacingly. What had he just seen? A lengthy sequence of numbers from his bank card. Su Chen could hear the pounding of his heart within his chest, as if it might explode. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. 10,000s, hundreds of thousands, millions. He struggled to extend his fingers, counting the zeros, his voice quaking. 1 million. 2 million. How could this be possible? His bank account had suddenly swelled by 2 million. I knew it. I knew that heaven would not forsake me. Su Chen babbled incoherently. His excitement overwhelming as tears streamed down his face at the sight of the sum. 2 million. 2 million. 2 million. The heavens favor those who strive to live with resilience. He had always believed this day would come. Then, a text message popped up on Su Chen's phone. Your account ending in 5948 has a transaction of 2,000,000 yuan. Remaining balance 562,015 yuan. As he read the message, the ecstatic smile on Su Chen's face vanished. 2 million was gone. Simultaneously, Huazi's phone vibrated. He took it out to find a message from Scholar Su Chen. I'm sorry, Su Man or 1T allow borrowing, please understand. These few short words made Huazi comprehend why Su Chen's expression had shifted from elation to despair, leaving him in a state of shock. Hey, Xiaolu, hold on. 2 days later, at a bun shop by the roadside, Su Chen approached the bald owner and said, Hello, I'd like to discuss something with you. I want to eat at your establishment in a self-service manner. The bald owner scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe, raising an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? Su Chen, holding up his phone as if filming something, replied with a grin, Just see how much it costs. Let me eat my fill. The bald owner glanced at Su Chen. All right, let us say 50 yuan. This filming style was something he had seen before, an old trick from years past. Yet here was someone still hoping to make money from short videos in such a manner. However, if someone was willing to pay, why not take advantage of it? Upon hearing 50 yuan, Su Chen's brows furrowed. Are you kidding me? You dare charge 50 for a meat bun that costs 250 each? I need to eat at least 20 to break even. Fine, 50 it is. Su Chen forced a smile, proceeding to pay the 50 yuan via scan. The bald owner chuckled and said, Please, come inside. Thus, Su Chen and his companion entered the back room and immediately began their live stream. At this hour, with not many patrons around, the bald owner quickly brought over 3 baskets of buns. Each basket contained 4 large meat buns. A typical girl might consume 1, while a young and vigorous individual could devour 3 or 4 at most, which equated to 1 basket. He encountered the most gluttonous individual, who could consume 3 baskets of buns. Thus, the bald owner, with a simple desire to profit, named a price of 50 yuan. As the buns were served, the steam rising from the baskets filled the air with an enticing aroma. Assassin gazed longingly, unable to suppress his appetite. Ladies and gentlemen, today Assassin is taking on the challenge of eating buns. How many can he manage? Place your bets on the screen. Su Chen cheerfully engaged with the audience in the live stream. He had begun to grasp the dynamics of streaming, no longer fixating solely on soliciting gifts, which had certainly improved the viewer's perception of him. However, the real draw for the audience remained Assassin's remarkable eating prowess. Previously, consuming rice had ceased to captivate them. Even the live stream revenue from the past couple of days had seen a decline. Recalling a recent buffet experience, Su Chen had a stroke of inspiration, mimicking those bloggers who showcased roadside buffet-style eating. I guess 20. Surely more, at least 30 to start. It could even reach 50. The barrage of comments began to flood in, with some familiar viewers boldly predicting Assassin's capacity based on their previous knowledge of his abilities. Let the challenge commence. Su Chen positioned his phone to capture Assassin. Assassin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He wasted no time, reaching for the steaming buns without a hint of fear of the heat. 1 bite, 2 bites. The fist-sized buns vanished into Assassin's mouth in mere moments, seemingly without a hint of chewing, as he swallowed them whole. 1. Su Chen announced, counting for Assassin. The latter's pace quickened. Soon it was 2, 3, 4, 5, 12. The 3 baskets of buns were devoured with astonishing speed. Owner, bring out 10 more baskets. Su Chen called out. The bald owner, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes. He had only served 3 baskets a minute ago, and now they were all gone? All right. Without hesitation, he hurriedly brought over 3 more baskets and placed them on the table. This time, however, Assassin's pace slowed considerably. With 3 baskets already consumed, he was no longer as ravenous, having filled his gaps. Su Chen had advised them to pace themselves since they needed to stream for several hours. Such rapid consumption was unsustainable. After all, Assassin's stomach, while impressive, wasn't a bottomless pit. There were limits to his capacity, as demonstrated during the recent buffet debacle, which had resulted in not only Assassin being blacklisted from all buffets in Jinan City, but also affecting Su Chen and Huazi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to a roadside buffet for Assassin, as there were still few patrons present. The bald owner watched in astonishment as Assassin devoured the buns at such a speed. He had never witnessed anyone capable of such voracity. With yet another 3 baskets down, the 50 yuan had already been recouped. The bald owner, unperturbed, proceeded to bring over several more baskets. Thank you for your generous gifts. Much appreciated. Su Chen skillfully interacted with the audience who had come to present gifts, then discreetly accessed his personal page. Upon discovering that the potential benefactor was not a beautiful, wealthy woman, a look of disappointment crossed his face. Finding a rich woman is challenging, but seeking a young and attractive one is even more arduous. To find a young and beautiful woman who who can also accept him is an almost insurmountable task. This live stream stretched on for an extensive duration. After 6 hours, it finally concluded. As Su Chen reviewed the backend data, a smile of joy emerged on his face. The results of this roadside food challenge were indeed remarkable. After deducting the platform's share, he still earned 5,000 yuan. How was the meal? Su Chen inquired of Assassin. Assassin, patting his full belly and flashing a bright smile, replied, "It was delightful." "All right, let us get going," Su Chen declared. Just as the bald owner observed them finishing their meal and preparing to leave, his expression shifted dramatically. "Wait, hold on. What do you think you're doing?" he exclaimed. "We're leaving, can't you tell?" Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. The owner's head turned beet red, resembling a boiled egg. "You haven't paid yet. Where do you think you're going?" he protested. "You said it was a 50 yuan buffet. How can you turn your back on that?" Fearing the bald owner might refuse to acknowledge their agreement, Su Chen promptly opened his phone to display a virtual screen. What played was the prior footage of the bald owner announcing the 50 yuan buffet price. "What is this video for?" the owner stammered. Logically, these social media influencers, regardless of their personal character, should at least maintain a semblance of integrity in their videos. He had seen other bloggers compensate the original price after their meals to avoid the backlash of public opinion. Su Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "It's evidence. Otherwise, how would you account for your debt?" The bald owner was instantly furious. These two young men had no intention of compensating. He lifted his apron and slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "That's a total of 120 bonds. After subtracting the initial 50, you owe 250 more, or you shall not leave this establishment." "Oh, are you threatening me?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression mocking. "Threatening? And what of it?" The owner's demeanor shifted. Was it possible this young man had some leverage? At that moment, Su Chen casually picked up a bun from the table, tore it open, and showcased it to the bald owner, revealing strands of hair within. Indeed, there were 2 long hairs embedded in the filling. "What the owner exclaimed, for he was bald. From whence could these hairs have come? As Su Chen observed the owner's egg-like head, he seemed to realize that this tactic might not be effective. He had foolishly used his spatial powers to insert his own hair into the buns. "Inquire about Wang Qiangxing from the Strong Group. We hail from the same village. Dare you leave today?" The bald owner spat, his words fierce and commanding. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, resolutely standing his ground against the bald owner. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Run." No sooner had he spoken than Assassin sprang into action, bolting out of the bun shop. The bald owner attempted to grab him, but his speed was no match for Assassin's. At that moment, Su Chen leaped high, gracefully placing one hand atop the bald head of his adversary, executing a nimble backflip with remarkable finesse. "You two, come back." The bald boss chased a few steps, watching Su Chen and Assassin, who had already distanced themselves, with parched lips and a furious stomp of his feet. How exhilarating! Su Chen and Assassin sprinted away, gleefully emitting strange cries as they glanced back at the now distant bald boss. "Isn't what we're doing rather unethical?" Assassin could not help but inquire. Although not particularly astute, he sensed that their actions seemed somewhat amiss. Su Chen flashed a broad grin. "What's there to fear? We have video evidence. And for 250 yuan, how far can he escalate things?" There was a reason behind Su Chen's desire to teach the bald boss a lesson. This bald individual had been illicitly purchasing lymphatic meat and using it to make buns for unsuspecting customers. This was precisely why Assassin refrained from eating at the bun shop. Furthermore, this bald boss had previously sabotaged Uncle Chen's business by sending thugs to destroy his shop, forcing Uncle Chen to abandon selling buns in favor of wontons. Although several years had passed, Su Chen had never forgotten the incident. Now that an opportunity had arisen to exact retribution, he would not let it slip by. Most importantly, Su Chen had already recorded the video, serving as undeniable proof. A buffet is fundamentally a mutual agreement, and even if one were to become enraged, could a mere 200 or 300 yuan truly lead to a civil dispute? Speaking of money, Su Chen's expression turned somber. Sigh. He let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Assassin, filled with curiosity, asked, "What's the matter?" "I'm just reminiscing about my 2 million, wondering how it vanished so suddenly. Didn't Huazi say it was a misdirected transfer, and thus it was returned?" "Oh, you wouldn't understand," Su Chen sighed, for it had been 2 days since the incident, yet the thought still pierced his heart. In the stillness of night, he often found himself engulfed in sorrow. His bank account had once boasted 7 figures. The greatest tragedy in life is not never having possessed something, but having once owned it, only to watch it slip away. The moment those 2 million yuan vanished from his account, his heart skipped a beat. It was a haunting memory, one that would linger with him for a lifetime. Chapter 80. The Fox Assuming the Tiger's Might. Hello, Changsheng. This is Huzi. I know you're Huzi. Just get to the point. In the office, Wang Changsheng, clad in a tailored suit, practiced his golf swing. Yet his lack of finesse made his attempts appear rather comical, akin to a gorilla's antics. The voice on the other end hesitated, stuttering in a manner that revealed genuine fear of Wang Changsheng. For heaven's sake, spit it out. Annoyed, Wang Changsheng tossed aside his golf club and tugged at his tie. Huzi finally spoke. Wang, today someone is bullying my brother. You must stand up for him. Bullying? In what manner? Wang Changsheng, upon hearing the news, displayed a flicker of curiosity. He had heard of this Wang Hu, a fellow not known for his amiability. Who would dare to bully him? 2 young rascals had deliberately mocked him in his establishment, and when they left, they dined and dashed, nearly provoking violence from Wang Hu. His voice carried a hint of despair, making one wonder if he had truly encountered an insurmountable predicament. Upon hearing Wang Hu's tearful lamentations, Wang Changsheng furrowed his brow. Damn it, you and your dumpling shop. Even if you were to dine and dash, how much could it possibly cost? 250 yuan. Wang Hu hesitated before responding. The moment this sum was revealed, Wang Changsheng's expression soured. Was this fellow truly considering instigating a brawl over a mere 250 yuan? This isn't merely about money, Wang Zong. I simply cannot swallow this indignity. We are both small business owners, struggling for over a decade. How can we endure such humiliation? I feel like giving up. Wang Zong, we have been friends since childhood. Back in the day, while you were gutting fish, I was selling pork. How harmonious it was. Over a decade of friendship. Wang Hu's sobbing voice over the phone ignited a flicker of irritation within Wang Changsheng. This man was also of the Wang clan, a distant relative from the same village. They had played together as children in their youth. As long as the issue wasn't too severe, Wang Changsheng would lend a hand out of respect for their past. But this would be the last time. When the disparity in their status became too pronounced, the balance of their communication had been irrevocably altered. Wang Zong, you only need to find 2 henchmen to stand there. They need not lift a finger. Wang Hu's voice brimmed with anticipation. Truth be told, his actions were primarily motivated by a desire to leverage the influence of the Changsheng group. The entire street was aware that he and Wang Changsheng were related. In his everyday conduct, he had thrived on this connection, emboldened by Wang Changsheng's reputation. The locals knew of Wang Changsheng's formidable standing in the town of Nansha, and thus bore Wang Hu's bullying in silence. Yet, only Wang Hu understood that in Wang Changsheng's eyes, he was nothing more than a trifling nuisance. His bravado was merely a facade. Now, 2 impudent youngsters had dared to invade his establishment, and Wang Hu comprehended that he could no longer tolerate this affront. Otherwise, he would lose control of his territory. Hence, he shamelessly beseeched Wang Changsheng to send a couple of individuals to bolster his standing. He aimed to ensure that the entire street recognized the connection between himself and Wang Changsheng. Wang Changsheng, still frowning, finally spoke. Very well. I shall send 2 people to your establishment tomorrow. Splendid. Thank you, Wang Zong. My mother was just saying a few days ago how you are the most remarkable and accomplished among our generation. Even through the phone, one could sense the grotesque glee in Wang Hu's expression. Please convey my regards to my aunt, Wang Changsheng said, cutting off the call before Wang Hu could respond. With impatience, he dialed another number. Hello, Yuzi. Arrange for 2 individuals to support Wang Hu's dumpling shop tomorrow. Sure thing, bro. I'll ensure it's done with flair and style. No need for such grandiosity. It's a trivial matter. All right, understood. You impudent rascal, what have you done? I have heard that you have been indulging in a free meal. Is it true that after just 2 days of neglect, you intend to revel as a tyrant? Su Chen, holding his phone, gazed at the furious figure of Grandma when on the screen, feeling utterly helpless. Grandma, it's not as you think. The dumpling shop I visited is owned by Wang Hu, that fierce-looking bald man who bullies everyone, regardless of who owns it, even if he is a villain. You cannot partake in a free meal. I did not dine without paying. I settled the bill, and I even possess video evidence to prove it was entirely legitimate. I merely wished to teach that bald scoundrel a lesson. After an extended explanation, Su Chen finally hung up the phone, exhaling deeply in relief. He had come to understand the reason he had not strayed off course. With Grandma Wen's frequent inquiries, it was hardly possible to go astray. There was no choice. During his struggles, it was the kindness of neighbors that had supported him. Among them, Grandma Wen's assistance was undoubtedly the most significant. Back then, she even fronted his tuition fees, tirelessly searching for a school and leveraging her limited connections to apply for financial aid on his behalf. Without her, as an orphan, he would have dropped out of school long ago, and it would have been impossible for him to become a student at Jiangnan University. Thus, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to heed Grandma Wen's admonishments. Su Chen scratched his head and sighed. Why is there such an uproar? He had not anticipated that merely indulging in a buffet of dumplings would become common knowledge throughout the area. Typically, he seldom ventured to Wang Hu's street, believing he would remain unrecognized. Yet, within a day, the news had spread like wildfire. Nevertheless, he held no regrets. That scoundrel Wang Hu would inevitably receive his comeuppance. He vividly recalled the day when that bald ruffian led a gang to vandalize Uncle Chen's dumpling shop. During his days of hunger, Uncle Chen had generously allowed him to eat dumplings free of charge for an entire year, a kindness he would never forget. Now that he had turned 18 and was a martial arts student with sufficient strength, he felt ready to confront Wang Hu directly. Is that bald man going to send someone to beat you up? A Sang, curious, asked from the side. Su Chen flashed a grin. Do not underestimate me. I am quite formidable myself. If it weren't for encountering a Sang and Huazi, these two bizarre individuals from parallel realms, I would have been considered a moderately accomplished martial arts prodigy. However, in his quest to win over the campus belle, Xiaoyan, he had played the part of the underdog, enduring much ridicule on her behalf as she faced the scorn of being at the bottom of her class. Xiaoyan was aware of this. Yet, now it seemed that all his efforts had been in vain. A year into university, she hardly remembered his kindness. Never mind, he resolved. When the new semester begins, I shall make my mark. My academic performance may not be remarkable, but in martial arts, I will undoubtedly excel.